over, just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
Pog, let's go, man. Pog, let's go, man.
XDD.
Pog, let's go, man.
PPX.
Ready to take a fight. Flash over, just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
Pog, let's go, man.
W.
Pog, let's go, man.
L.
Pog, let's go, man.
XDD.
Pog, let's go, man.
Derive.
Ready to take a fight. Flash over, just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it. Ready to take a fight. Flash over, just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
Pog, let's go, man.
Finally fraud base.
Ready to take a fight. Flash over. Just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
Pog, let's go, man.
Ready to take a fight. Flash over. Just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
Pog, let's go, man.
XDD.
Pog, let's go, man.
Pog, let's go, man.
Ready to take a fight. Flash over. Just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it. Ready to take a fight. Flash over. Just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
Chat, how we doing this fine Friday morning?
Pog, let's go, man.
Noah is a liability, replace him, and FNC beats G2. Alright chat in Gonaroon ads you know Caedrel
Pog,
What?
let's go, man.
What the?
My
What?
fraud.
What? 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 What?
Say it back Comey.
What? Hold. Hold. Hold.
Pog, let's go, man.
Finally 1080p.
Hold.
Pog, let's go, man.
Boom.
Okay. Okay. Chatter.
Pog,
Oh my god, I have
let's
so many
go,
cups on
man.
my desk. The fuck is this?
I need to click this IT won't go away.
Bro, I have so many cups on my desk, chat. I have so many cups on my desk, it's a horror. I also need to fix the light. Hold up. Hold up.
Just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
There we go. Better.
Flash over.
Better.
Just canceled.
Better. What do you mean? You're literally Asmongold. I don't have that many cups. I don't have any that many cups. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're all empty cups.
Just canceled. Wait, Caedrel
My bad.
canceled it.
My
Nice
bad.
to see you, Peter.
Chat, we're slow on the wake up pace today. I got my coffee now. I slept good though. Maybe I overslept though. Maybe I did oversleep.
Caedrel just canceled.
Maybe I overslept a little bit.
Pause champ.
A little bit. Chat, how are we doing? 60's good, nice, bad. What happened? Your hair's looking majestic. My hair's looking fucking fried.
Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
Open your curtains. I'm not opening my curtains. I'm not opening my curtains. Chat, today's a big day.
One key difference between this year's World Championship and our little man is that their balls are empty.
What? What? You
Pog,
did the biggest
let's go,
scam in
man.
league history yesterday. What's that?
At
What's the
Caedrel
biggest
11
scam?
months lease jetty.
The World's Finals tickets are delayed? What happened with the World's Finals tickets? I've seen people tweeting about them non-stop. What happened with the World's Finals tickets, chat? What happened with them? Did they get botted or what? Did they all get botted? Like all of them just got botted insta? What did they do about it? How do you fix that? What did they do? Did they refund all the tickets and then they're gonna do it again?
Pog, let's go, man.
Is there no anti-botting strat yet? Can't they vanguard the ticket sell? Can they do that?
Pog, let's go, man.
Is there no way you can do that?
Pog.
When 25 top players at the Worlds, we're not gonna do it anymore. We ran out of time. We're out of time. There's no way. What? There is just they don't want to spend the money on it. There is a way to do it.
13
O2 only
months
partners with
giving
access.
Bezo coins to this rat man.
Chad, has there ever been a concert in history where like it's a really famous artist, but all the scalpers
Another
buy
month
the
of
tickets,
XDD.
and then no one buys from the scalpers, so no one shows up? Is that ever happened actually? Is that ever been a thing?
Just canceled. Wait, Caedrel
No.
just canceled it.
Mozart. So everyone eventually buys it, they just get fucking scammed, is basically what you're saying.
Pog, let's go, man.
Everyone eventually buys it, they just get scammed like fuck. How do you stop scalpers? You have to like, bro, you need to buy tickets with your passport or some shit.
Why
Need to
was there
fix it.
nothing in the balls? What did you do
Need to
to
fix
it,
it.
man?
Or a phone number, yeah. Or a phone number. Fiend! Make them play 10 normal games first. Oh, that's kind of smart. Make them play 10 normal games, then no one will buy them. That's kind of smart. Rat.
Pog, let's go, man.
Rat. Rat. I could make a remix of this song pretty easy, no? No? Chat, talk to me. What's happening today? We're gonna do the news.
Flash over, just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
It's simple. It should go to people who play the game first. 10 ranked games in Emeralds and 80 carry. I was wondering what's the best way to reach out to you. Is it your business email? Yeah, it is. Travis Scott is coming to my area soon. Really? Make you mad. Yeah, I live in London now, so now I can look at the O2 and see what's going on in the O2 and maybe go to concerts. But it's all dog shit. All that's here is Sabrina Carpet and fucking some other dog shit. Slipknot's coming to the O2 though. Maybe I'll go to Slipknot. That sounds kind of PogChamp. Slipknot. That's PogChamp. There's no other like bangers, chat. How when an artist releases their fucking tour dates for like O2 or some shit, how much in advance do they release it? $30 from Zebu.
Hi_Zebu donated €30. My predictions for tonight: Copor calculated, BBG, Geng, G2, Weibo, T1, D+, Fnatic, Mad.
I mean, you basically put all the favorites to win. So yeah, probably correct. But you put G2 over Hummerlife, which is kind of crazy.
Let's go, man.
Chow, when's New Jeans coming to the O2? Chow, when's New Jeans' new tour? Did they announce it? Is there a New Jeans tour announcement, chat? You don't even know my name, do ya? Never. I saw New Jeans live already, though. I saw New Jeans live in the Whale Finals.
Thanks for helping me laugh through some difficult times.
Yo, thank you so much for that $30, man. You're crazy. Chat, is New Jeans disbanding or what? Why does everyone keep writing this New Jeans despair?
Could cancel.
Before that, yo, New Jeans, begging. Listen, New Jeans. Please, before you disband, please, can we have a world tour? Please. Please. One world tour. Just one. One world tour. Please. Before we end it. Before we disband.
Are G2 winning today?
Before they fight the record label or whatever's happening, I have no clue. Any Lord that art in heaven, please bless us with a New Jeans world tour before said disband could possibly happening. Amen. Fucker. Fucker. Their CEO is fucking them over? Really? They made a video about their label and kind of broke their contract, so they're in really hot water right now. Oh, they're in legal problems.
Let's go, man.
Wait, are they gonna get sued by their owner? Are they gonna get sued by their owner? Oh my god, really? Really? Their CEO has beef with the label. Did you work out how the draw needed yesterday? Did they do a redraw? No, they did a redraw.
Pog, let's go, man.
Did you get tickets for Oasis? Nah, CBA.
XDD.
Do you get recognized in the streets of London? Well, the beautiful thing is I don't actually leave the room that I'm in. So I don't see anyone on the streets. Oh, my name, do ya? I actually don't go out much. I went out, let's see. I went out 3 days ago to buy 3 white t-shirts from Zara. So I could draw logos on them for teams. Before that, I...
Pog, let's go, man.
I went to Borough Market like 2 weeks ago. Borough Market, anyone know that place? And that was it. And don't you know... What do you mean I'm actually ill? I'm not ill. What are you on about? I'm perfectly healthy. Yo, Illith King, thanks for the 10 gifted. I'm perfectly healthy. I'm happy, I'm healthy. And don't you know? Yesterday found out that my fiance in a relationship of 10 years cheated on me. Oh, hell no, man. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. What the fuck? That's fucking hot. That is actually like nightmare scenario. 10 years?
Pog, let's go,
You're
man.
Omega locked in.
Will Malol have an app like other sites? It looks cool, to be honest.
Will DPM have an app like other sites? Maybe we'll make DPM LOL into an app. Yeah, DPM LOL's... I remember I saw DPM LOL on Twitter like a few months ago, and I saw their website, and I was like, wait, your guys' website is sick. Like, is there a way I can like be a joint owner with you and fucking... we can make this website bang? And they were like, hell yeah. So that's how that happened. I'm not getting paid by them at all. I just said, yo, let me in. Let me in. And I helped them a lot with... my main job is obviously marketing. Okay, I'm the marketing director. But also, I'm helping them a lot with user interface and the way it should look. The aesthetic. So yeah, I'm not paid to do this or anything. It's actually just a project I thought would be really fun because I'm a big League pro game watcher. So having a website with all the stuff on it is really cool. Yo, Caedrel, who can I send suggestions and feedback for the website? Because I love it. I want to use it more. Would you love to help any way I can? Yo, Hysterics, my rat. You can go to... wait, let me show you. If you go to discord.dpm.lol, if you type this in your browser, it opens up their Discord. And I'm not plugging their Discord, but the Discord actually is not there to build... It is there for community, but it's mainly there for feedback. If anyone has like any problems with the website, or they see anything's wrong, or they think anything could be better, the admins actually reply. Giuliano replies pretty much instantly to everyone. And then anyone who asks for certain things, I mean, these are all the things that are coming to the website. People put in feedback requests. The feedback requests go into feature requests from the feedback channel. And then we're like checking them off as we go. He's working on the site by himself, Giuliano. Alexander is also the other helper. And yeah, we're just kind of building it as we go with what the community wants. So if you check out the Discord chat, if you ever want to help with the website, it's there. All right. We. Also, can you tell me how much time I've been following you for? At least 5 years, I think. Robert, my man. I'm sorry about the fiancé cheating on you. That's fucking horrible. You've been following since the 31st of July, 2020. So you've been following for 4 years. Jesus. What? 8th is August. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. Okay, well, shut the fuck up. It was one off, bro. It's one off. One off is basically correct. One off is basically correct. Fuck. I don't know if I don't think I have the command exclamation mark follow-ash. How's my pick'ems? What was the damage from yesterday? Oh my god, that is disgusting. Infernal Drakes went from second to last to first place in 1 day. 1 day. There was 5 Infernal Souls yesterday. 5 of them. Skarner still top band. Is Rel just really running worlds? Like, fuck that. You know, the death game is over, by the way. Champion death game pick'em is over. If you picked Rel, you won. It's over. It's over. It's completely over. It's day 1 of Swiss. I can tell you it's Jover. Champion most picked is probably also Rel. It's a horror, man. It's a horror. Man, fuck this shit. Pick'ems. Fuck's sakes. What is this? DK's reaction to their draw? Don't tell me. Tell me that they all started screaming. They got fly quest. Yeah, D plus Kia. Woo. Hold on a second. What is happening in this room? You know Flink is a German grocery store that you order groceries from? That's their bag. Why is their bags sellotaped to the wall? Are these windows that they just fucking makeshift stopped and blocked with their fucking... with their ordering of groceries? Oh my god, it's so free. Look at Kellen's face. He's like, shit, they might actually win worlds without me. He's like, oh shit, they're gonna win worlds without me. Oh, Kellen, it's a wee kind of title. Okay, you did a lot for us this year. Guys, I'm from the future. Big news. The impossible just happened. G2 just beat Hammerlife. Cap said, not today, and then smurfed on Zekazakali. For those curious, I actually just live in the future. I'm Australian. I'm 8 hours ahead of Europe, currently in New Zealand, so I could travel even further into the future. It's already 10 p.m. Shut up. LCK review of day 1. Yeah, accurate. What is this? What winner? Best actor Mark Caedrel for his role as the traitor during Fnatic vs DK Swiss stage match. What is that? Bro, what have you fucking cooked up there? What is that dog shit? T1 with the other 0-1 teams. What the hell? There's a polar bear doing in Arlington, Texas. Is there a player you'd like to get to know at Worlds 2024? If so, what would you ask them? I'd like to ask Faker how he managed to win so many championships and what his secret is. Worlds 2025 Riot Games may need the Rat Pink's permission to co-stream Worlds at this rate. We are at 213k. What game were we at 213k for? What? What? Was it the T1 game? Jesus. Wait, let me check on... Bro, our average viewer... What the fuck, bro? It's kind of scary that many people are in the stream. Go away! Go away! It's not the ad bug. I'm looking at it here. Well, it kind of is the ad bug, but it's not the ad bug. Let me show you. Too many rats. What happens if there's too many rats in the world? What do rats eat, actually? In the sewers? We had... The actual official peak was 209k yesterday. What in the fuck? I don't think Twitch data accounts for ads. Was that the T1 game? Chat, if the rats... Listen, I know how... Listen, I went to biology class. I went to biology class and I learned that there is such a thing as the food chain, okay? Rat, eats this, eats that, eats this, eats that, eats that, eats this, eats that, eats that, eats that, and that's the circle of life, okay? Where the fuck, and unironically, I ask this as a serious question, where the fuck is the rat on the food chain? Who eats the rats and what the rats eat? What part are they at? Like, what are they useful for? Snakes eat the rats. Okay, well, let's take New York City, for example. How many rats are there in New York City? And how many snakes are there in New York City? How many snakes in New York City? New York is home to 17 different species of snakes. What? With many residing in the Hudson Valley. These species represent a great diversity in... What? New York City has snakes? Huh? What? How? There's buildings everywhere. Texas has lots of snakes. Types of snakes in New York City. What? Copperheads. Northern brown snakes. Eastern garden snakes. North red-bellied snakes. That sounds like they're mega OP. Northern ring... Chat, which one of these one-pops you? Does any of these one-pop? Oh, this is in the state of New York. But I typed in... It says NYC. What are you on about? It's the state of New York. This says NYC. New York City. There are 17 species of New York State. The city only sees about half of that many. Wait, is New York City in New York State? I thought it was in Manhattan. Is Manhattan a state? Wait, this is all so cooked. Hold on. Manhattan is the most densely populated of New York City's 5 boroughs, and it's made up of Manhattan Island, bounded by the Hudson, East, and Harlem rivers. Harlem River, is that where the Harlem Globetrotters are from? Bro, you're all trying to make fun of me. You're all so annoying. Chat, what state is New York in? I'm actually not kidding here. I thought it was in Manhattan, but Manhattan's in New York. So New York is its own state. I thought New York was a city. Is there New York City inside New York State? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you put a city in a state with the same name? That doesn't make sense. That does not make sense. That's like me making a burger and putting in bread, meat, bread, meat, bread. Why is there extra bread? It doesn't make sense. Why do you call it the same thing? That's a Big Mac. Is it? I've never eaten a Big Mac. I always get the crispy chicken. Wait, now it... Wait, what the fuck? Bro, my mind just got absolutely shafted in the last 30 seconds. That's crazy. So, is there any other states with city names that are the same as the state? Is there, like, Texas City? Berlin? Berlin's not is not a state. Isn't Berlin a county? Berlin's a city-state. No, it's not. A city-state is in Civilization 6 what you can trade with. Their city-states are peaceful, not part of countries. Right? I'm right there. He's right. They're not part of countries, city-states. Oh yeah, Mexico City. Oh shit, bro. This is all crazy. EU production lull. Game delay. Fnatic is Gen G. Yagao is Scout. No things in the balls. Twice. Oh shit. Yesterday was messy. Hey. Hopefully today it's better. Washington and Washington DC. Don't bait me with Washington and Washington DC. This is America. Isn't Washington DC here? And Washington State is like here? Or some shit over here? You see? So that doesn't count. That's not... Chat, I'm asking for a chili cheeseburger here. I'm asking for a city-state name inside the city county state. Oh my god. Jakarta. T1 versus Pain Gaming tomorrow. Bro, if T1 lose to Pain today, oh my god. I don't even know what to do anymore. Jakilov did not flash once this game. He is versus Wukong Nico Rakan and he's Jakilov and he didn't flash once. Law smiling. Was that what you realized? We got Hammer Life esports? Oh yeah, it says HLE there. Oklahoma City, where's that? Appa gets a 2.3 for sneaker performance. Turns out Americans can only drop... Yeah, I saw that. Production fired. Read what I said, please. I'm begging you. Bro, your name is Heavy is the Poby. I think whatever I'm about to read is probably the most unserious dog shit I've ever seen in my life. Let me read it anyway, though, because you've got me interested. You've got me interested. You've piqued my interest. What did he write? Bro, look at his profile picture as well. Can you read what I said, please? I'm begging you. Read what I said, read what I said, read what I said. Please, man. Please read what I said. Please read. Can you unban my main account, please? I got banned for no reason. Okay, Heavy is the Poby. We'll do some investigating. Let's see if you got banned for no reason. Let's show the chat. May 2021 following. Mod comments. Retarded 7 kek L towards Rainbow 7 players during Worlds. Huge spam and baiter. So you're basically a degenerate piece of shit. You're dumb as fuck. You're staying banned. Wait, when did you get banned? Let me see when you got banned. You're gonna have to type on Heavy as a Poby now. Mark, please don't do this. Don't do what? He's staying banned. He's staying banned. Wait, you were banned last month. Bro, you're... Wait, did that motherfucker just rat himself out? Hey, Caedrel, I said an insulting word to a team. That was really uncalled for and got banned for it. Also, I made another account. Also, check my logs from my other account where you should unban me. Also, now this is my new account. You're Heavy as the Poby. Are you fucking dumb? What are you doing? Like, I will ban him on this account because he's ban evading now. Heavy as the Poby. What did you just do? What did you just do? What did you just do? You literally just robbed a bank on CCTV camera. Then you went to the police station with a fake disguise on and said, hey, can you check if this is a wanted person? And then we checked and they're wanted. And then you took the disguise off. Expecting me to just let you go. What did you just do, man? What did you just do? You just Oh, Heavy Sapobi, you're funny. You're funny. If Zeka picks Yone into Caps, Caps is going to play Camille mid. I've done some research, and Camille mid has a 2% higher win rate than other champs against Yone, and in top lane, Camille has a 3 to 4 high % win rate. It's because if Camille ults Yone's E on the snapback, he doesn't snap back, right? He just snaps a little bit. Wow, who would have thought it would happen for the second time until round on a Swiss were drawn? Welcome back, traitor. If you're watching this, you're cute. Me. What else? Swiss stage day 1, top 5 matchup peaks. T1 Tess, 2.8 mil. How high is that in World's history? That's got to be a World's history big number, no? Wait, the Genji Weibo actually had a lot of viewers. I'm surprised that Genji Weibo is that high. Oh, wait, what's the schedule for today, chat? Who's first? It's BLG LNG. Ooh, that's gonna bang. Genji, bro, the first 2 games are actually, like, really high-quality games. Then G2 Hammerlife is also a banger. Team Liquid Weibo is Team Liquid's best shot at Worlds. T1 Pain Gaming is funny. DK FlyQuest is funny. Fnatic Gam and EU Boys at the end. Wait, every game today has something, like, interesting and, like, appealing. We got BLG versus LNG, which is just a screamer from the LPL. Then we got Genji Top Esports, which is basically like LSK LPL versus each other. Plus, it's my pick'ems on the line. Then we got G2 Hammerlife Euphoria. Then we got Team Liquid versus Weibo, which, I mean, if they can't beat LNG, they gotta beat Weibo, because if they don't beat Weibo, they got no chance at Worlds. Then we got a funny match, where surely T1 want to lose, right? Then we got DK for a free win, right? And then Fnatic and Mad need to win or it's over. So every game's important. Shut up. You're underestimating FlyQuest? Okay, some guys made a request. He wants me to listen to this artist for the remainder of the day, chat. A little bit of 50 Cent, chat? I put alert box on. Alert box back on.
Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
What else? I made the Mercedes X Worlds advert this year. Have you seen the full version? What the fuck? You're linking me the full ad? Whoa. What the fuck? Sell out. Alright, what is this? Someone's I hope I believe G2 cinematic hype video. Okay, let's see it. What is this? Did you just edit this and write people's names in?
さてな、そんな時があったのか。私が知る限りでは初めてだ。
Let's see if the editing gets better. This is a spoiler, chat. Wait, I didn't watch. I only watched season 1 of Attack on Titan, or season 1 and 2. I can't remember. This is season 3. Well, I never really got around to finishing it. What the fuck's T1 doing? Huh? Can I edit? Listen, I can see what you're going for, the edit. But my mans, you just wrote names in. Was okay though, was okay. What is this, Cloud Believers today? Bro, Cloud Believers got fucking fried today. Fucking fried. Caedrel when Fnatic is throwing again and DK starts winning. We must admit the Jhin play by Top Esports was great yesterday. Yeah, that was good. T1 is still experiencing DDoS issues in EUS. 5 players got disconnected. Wait, are they actually? Okay, my main question here is, when was this? This was ages ago. I doubt this is DDoS. I think Carrier probably just left for fun. He's playing Blitzcrank support with TP and Hullbreaker in a normal game. I don't want to read into... I don't think they're getting DDoSed in normal games. I don't think this is a ranked game. Ratboy is playing Aphelios top with Hullbreaker. He is literally the shy. Like, it's crazy what he's doing. Wait, Gumayushi's in a game right now. He's fine, no? Oh, it's the Taco Genius is Guma. It's not Carrier. Wait, Guma's playing Blitzcrank support with TP and fucking Hullbreaker. That guy's so ill. Rad was talking about being the first one to catch Faker solo queue games. Better luck next time. Why is he playing Gnar top 2 games?
Yum. Oh, that's big.
Winger donated €5.
What's up?
Hi Caedrel, I
Yo.
donated yesterday, asking for to be potentially unbanned for a stupid joke I made early in the year. I'm
Oh my
sorry
god,
about
today's
it and will
unban
be
day.
more aware to not be insensitive in the future. Could you check my logs, please?
Yeah, let me check. What did you get banned for?
Pog, let's go, man.
Bro, that joke was horrible. That was horrible. You're not getting unbanned for that. That is horrible. That is actually vile what you wrote, bro. Are you serious? That's not even dark humor. That's fucked up. Chat, there's no point showing it. It's disgusting. Actually, well, bro. Oh my god, why would you write that? He made a joke about Masu. It's fucking disgusting, the joke he made. Bro, that's not even a joke. That's fucking disgusting what you wrote. Yo, Codex, thanks for the tier 3, man. You're crazy. Much love. Like, there's definitely dark humor in that. Holy moly. Anyway, what else? What else? Fraud caught in 1080p. Okay. Recent broadcast, 3.2 mil on a Twitch VOD. We had 3.2 mil on Twitch VOD? Holy shit. Wait, someone linked me something and said watch it.
Don't forget
I was gonna watch something. What is this? Hold up. What is this?
The plot. How should I say this? You're not much of a smurf.
Damn.
What is this? What is this clip called out? Wahaha. What did you link me? I don't get it.
Diamond.
I don't get it.
Flat. How should I say this? You're not much of a smurf.
Damn.
That is the cat mode though, the gaga mode. Sorry, I feel like I'm being distracted so easily. Time for T1 to pull out the secret weapon. Alright, I think I counted to 10 and everyone poked me. Delusional. Drawing worlds matchups. Zeka versus Caps. Oh, that's cool as hell.
You 14 months.
What do you think of... Was the redraw for the 1-0 teams required? Everyone's asking for a remake, redraw, but I don't understand if they get it. If the bowl is empty, they have to redraw. It doesn't make sense. Because they're the last bowl. Why do they want to redraw? There's one ball left. It doesn't matter if it has it in or not. There's one team left to be picked. So it's actually fine. Because of the weight.
Pog, let's go, man.
XDD.
How does it fuck up the probability because of the weight? You think that she would have drawn different balls or what? It's paper. When she pulled the ball from the planes one, she didn't even know it didn't have paper in it. It was so light.
18 months.
I don't think it would have affected the draw. My take. I can sure the argument of like weight, but I don't really think it weighs much different.
Oh, that's big.
Gusky 651 donated €5. Hello,
Someone says-
Mr. Caedrel.
Wait, hold up.
Long time donator, first time viewer here. I've noticed your title says displayed and giveaway, but
Yeah.
the giveaway doesn't contain the new stained glass.
Stained glass gin displayed. They just released. Any chance you could change them? Please clarify. What? I'll check that in a sec. Chat.
Ready to take a fight. Flash over. Just canceled.
Chat. I don't understand it.
Caedrel just canceled it.
So people are arguing that the weight of the ball ruins the integrity of the draw. Is that the argument here?
Oh, that's
I'm
big.
just gonna mute alert so we can talk about it. People are arguing that the weight of the ball affects the draw. I personally don't agree. I think that if it was any other ball than the last ball, then it's fine. I mean, I don't think... How much does that piece of paper weigh? Like, obviously they should put the... Like, it's crazy to me that no one checked the fucking balls before they went in the draw. That's crazy to me. Obviously, it's a huge mistake and they griefed it. But I don't think the weight affects it that much. I would love to know the weight. If someone could do the math and tell me the weight of the paper and the balls and then show me the movements and shit and be like this, then maybe I could see it. But yeah, probability-wise, it doesn't affect it, or... The 0-1 draws were redone yet. It does affect it. There was a professional error and it needs to be remade. I think people will argue this till the end of days. Listen, it's not been remade. They went ahead with it. The league officials, or whatever their name was, said that it's fine. So I guess we just have to play it out. They're not going to redraw it. Oduamne said he stole the paper anyway. I don't mind the draw too much. Obviously, G2 could have drawn FlyQuest, which would have been nice, but yeah. I'm going to move on, because I think like there's so many arguments here. You can be like, well, the weight of this, and if you watch the way she moved her hand in the first 4 draws, then you could say that she would have picked this ball if you... I'm not going into it. I'm not going to here to argue against or for. What is this? A gift for the fans that will cheer you until the late hours. What did Faker say? Daily nuts are good for the body. Guess the champ world edition. Guess the champ based on Caedrel's writing. Ants on the left side. That says Nar. That's easy. You can read that. That says Nar. That says Kennen. That says Nautilus. That says Talia Yone. That says Naut. That says Talia Yone. That says Callista, Jax, or Yone. And that says... it's not Zeri. I never... Camille. That says Camille. That says Briar. That says Nar. And that says Cassante. Nar, Kennen, Yone, Nautilus, Callista, Jax, Yasuo, Zeri, Renekton, Nar, Braum. Okay, well, I was close. Oh yeah, that says Braum, yeah. What the? Yone on my team? Caedrel's Yone on my team? What? Alright then. Let's do last review of new and then we'll... Wait, is the right game stream live? Hold up. Let me check the donuts in a second. Where's the right game stream at? Mini man. Where's my window capture at? Check Heroes predictions. Those were from yesterday, chat. It said day 1. Someone 3 years and said, thank you, dear sir, for putting 50 cent on temporarily pausing the radio station Soy FM for reassuring my masculinity. What the fuck? You kind of look like Usopp from One Piece. Who the fuck said that? Bro, I don't look like that guy. What are you on about? That looks like he's got Pinocchio nose. He has... bro, I don't look like him at all. I don't look like him at all. Worlds in life. When you're in the middle of nowhere, but Swiss just started. Holy fucker. Respect. When dad says to open egg, when... What? What are you guys writing? Day 2 teaser. If you told me back in season 3 that one day I would teach Faker how to play a song on piano, I would have not believed you. A very surreal experience. Ah, Patrick Halliday, bro. He's a monster good editor and producer. Producer and director. He was working at Riot. He was at a lot of the Riot shoots. This guy's monster tier. Monster tier. I think he's working with Phil. He was teaching him to play. I have a video on my phone of Paddy playing the piano. He was mega good at it. Okay, let's watch Swiss Stage Teaser. Wait, why did you link it at a timestamp? Huh? You linked it at 32-second timestamp. Spoiler. What is this mouse game? What is this game? Hella? Is it a good game? What is this shit, man? Is this a puzzle game? Ah, shit. Run! Run, you rat! What's that over there? Is that a dead rat? Oh, the sun white. What is this? They have fucking... They're Spider-Men. Spider-Rats. This is like Zelda, but you're a rat. Sticky bun. What? Oh, it's a two-player game. What? I thought this was gonna get really dark really quick and the cat was gonna chase them and it would go fucking dark. What the fuck? Finally, you're back. Does that mean you won? I should have known you. Bro, I beat this game 4 months ago. Have you still been trying for months? Guys, you gotta catch up. You gotta catch up. You can't be fucking slacking like that. I ain't ever seen Caedrel this ecstatic before. What is this? Mealtime. Okay, dude. Okay, good one. Alright, I think we're done. We're done. Actual hard World's history quiz. Name as many as you can who lost in World's quarterfinals. Okay. Okay. Didn't G2 lose in the quarterfinals? No, they didn't. Mad lost in the quarterfinals. RNG lost in the quarterfinals. Gen G lost in the quarterfinals. Hammer Life lost in the quarterfinals. Did T1 ever lose in the quarterfinals? I don't think they did. Fuck me, man. I'm gonna have to think back in time. Alright. NRG lost in the quarterfinals in 23. KT lost. And NRG lost. Okay, 22 Worlds quarters was EDG, RNG. DRX beat EDG. T1 beat RNG. JDG beat someone. Oh yeah, Rogue. And then Gen G beat DK. Alright, 2021 was RNG, Hammer Life, Mad. I feel like there was another LPL team in there. I'm gonna put random teams in here. WE. I think Griffin lost in the quarterfinal. Splice lost in the quarterfinal. C9 lost in the quarterfinal. Fuck, this is gonna get slowly harder and harder. I'm gonna guess Flash Wolves. HQ was 2015. 2016 HK won. Albus Nox. 2017. 2017, what year was that? That was SKT's win, right? Or was that Samsung's win? SKT didn't lose. T1 haven't lost. Fuck. This is difficult. Wait, let me think. CLG EU maybe, or CLG NA lost? No. Elements didn't make it. Alliance didn't make it. My brain's not working. Copenhagen Wolves? Did they lose? No. Fuck. Why am I stuck? 2020 Worlds. I was on the analyst desk for that. Tess? No. Come on, Cook. Think. 2014. Who played in 2014? TSM probably lost. 2018. EDG, RNG, KT, and... What's a really old school team? Who would be in 2012 and 2013? AAA? I don't know. Maybe CJ? Blaze or Frost? Samsung? What do you think, chat? Oh yeah, Freaka. That was it. UOL? No, they didn't make it. Azubu. Yeah. Oh no, wait, Najin. Yeah, Najin. But who was 2020? It was COVID era. COVID era. 2020 was mad. But they didn't make quarters. They got knocked out in play-ins, didn't they? G2, Rogue, Fnatic, Chen G. Who came from LPL? Wait, JDG, Jingdong was there. Who else was there? Gen G, JDG, Fnatic. That was Damon's Worlds, right? They beat Suning. Suning beat... Who was... Oh, it was DRX with Carrier. Of course it was. 2017. Who was in 2017? Fnatic, C9. 2017 was Samsung's win. That was where the Worlds did Vitality... No, Vitality wasn't at that Worlds. Wait, yeah, 2018 was World Finals, was IG. Was Longshu eliminated? They were. Longshu, Fnatic, C9, and... Who would have got knocked out in 2017? Oh yeah, Misfits, chat, you're right. Good job, chat. Good job. Okay, there was a couple I was missing there. 2013 and 2012, I have no idea, chat. You just have to help me. Who is it then? Moscow 5. No, M5 wasn't out. Meteor Makers? Nope. Gambit. Who else was there? Warriors. IG was 2012? Who was 24? SK Gaming maybe? No. 2013 Worlds. Who got knocked out in quarters? No. No one knows. 2013 World Chat. Oh, OMG. Nice one. There's one more team. Gambit Gaming. OMG, C9 and... Not Dignitas. Not NP. Not UOL. Curse? Nope. Gamania Bears. Bro, you fucking googled that. You fucking googled that. There's no way you got Gamania Bears. You fucking googled that 100%. Don't lie. Don't lie. Alright. I'm really fun to hear our highlights on YouTube. Why the hell was the only EU game where we won? And would be fun to watch our highlights rather than depressing and not put up on Thursday. What? After working 12 plus hours every day and having to miss all the games, I really look forward to watching your YouTube highlights. Why in the hell was the only EU game where we won and would be fun to watch your highlights rather than depressing, not put up on Thursday evening? My guy, I can't put all the videos up on YouTube. I can't do it. I can only do like select games that are good. I thought everyone would expect G2 to beat Pain. Okay, let's watch the trailer. World teaser, chat. Are you locked in? The chaos continues.
Back in 2019.
2019 mentioned already?
To watch. I was literally a single game away of playing.
It's gonna be TSM going down at North America. Put your hands together for your final World's representative.
I remember I cried so many times because of the excitement I could have felt. Back then I was still a little kid, just wanting to play amongst the best,
Björgersen.
and I wasn't good enough. But now I am.
Now
I
he
have
is.
the chance to change history.
우승하고 싶다라는 상상만 항상 하고요. 매일 밤 자기 전에 그냥 우승하면 어떤 일이 일어날까, 어떤 감정일까, 제가 그냥 우승하는 그런 모습들을 계속 상상하면서 자는 것 같아요.
This is not the last nut chat. He's got next year as well, right?
The first time I watched Peanut professionally was probably around 2016 when he was in Rocks Tigers. I remember him playing versus T1 in the semifinals of Worlds. That was a very hype match and I thought he was playing very insane. I'm very excited because I finally want to beat him.
은퇴하기 전에 꼭 해보고 싶다라는 게
Before retirement,
내가
what?
월드 우승을 하면 어떨까? 해봐야 알 것 같아.
No, you can't weave us peanut, please.
첫 월드 때 가장 크게 배운 거는 이제 팀마다 아니면 리그마다 되게 특색이 있는 걸 느꼈던 것 같습니다. 그리고 T1 같은 경우에는 그런 리그의 장단점들을 모든 리그의 장단점들을 합친 팀이라고 생각합니다.
케레아 선수도 되게 피지컬적으로도 되게 좋은 선수고 각도 잘 보는 선수라서 일단 라인전 하는 건 되게 재밌을 것 같아요.
然后今天一下踢完之后，觉得对我们整体的自信也有提升。
哦 ，nice， 兄弟们！
我觉得我们下一场还是会赢下来的。
일단 지금 같은 경우는 모든 팀들이 메타를 완벽하게
Don't say the meta.
거라고 생각하고
You're fucking lying.
저희만의
This motherfucker rocks up and plays Maokai game 1 and says they don't have a good read on the meta. Shut up!
좀 강점이 있다면 챔피언 톱과 한타를 좀 잘하는 점이라고 생각합니다.
对战我们的时候好好加油吧！我觉得自己
Oh, Genji lose today.
面对所有中单都能赢的。
首先，我们对于不管对于瑞士人吧，我们是对于整个世界赛的所有比赛，我们都是充满着信心吧。想对我们 LPL 所有兄弟队伍说，让我们一起巴黎见啊，让我们一起击败所有对手。
我就觉得我们在零杠一之后是可以打上去的。
If you underestimate us, we're gonna on you guys.
Okay, I'm underestimating you. Now what? Now what? What you gonna do?
This loss, we're all really angry, and we'll make sure that for the next match we're going to be playing full aggressive, and we'll take over the game.
就是我后面很有信心可以追上这个版本吧。
Fly can be a dangerous team to draw because if you don't disrupt us early game, we will beat you on the map and we will beat you in team fights.
Okay, okay. Let's see what Damon does here. Let's see what Damon does.
재밌는 경기 하고 좋은 모습 많이 보여드릴 수 있도록 잘 준비해 오겠습니다.
Em nghĩ là nếu mà có là tuyển thủ nào mà coi thường khu vực BTS đó thì em sẽ trả thù bằng cách là chiến thắng trận đấu.
Easy to love. He
I
just
must
wants to
then
be...
believe it in Fnatic.
That's fucking right, baby.
This is the LEC studio.
This is fucking your
This is our
home ground.
So we have to defend it.
Yeah, defend the castle. Ooh, I like that narrative. Defend the castle. They breached the gates already. What do we do, sire? Well, we're about to fucking find out, aren't we? There's a new daily dose. Well, the castle's been breached. We'll say that. If this EU is a castle, we've been fucking breached. Okay? They already took like... What is this noise? Bro, it always auto-plays worlds. Guys, how have they made it so it auto-plays worlds no matter what? They're at the gates. Guard, seize them. What is this? True, this did happen. This did happen. Boy him so badly, but I'm not gonna do it because I'm not cringe. But I want to fanboy him so bad. 2 years ago, I was a Zeus stan for years already. The second he started fiending for the shy, I knew he was the one. Bro, look at my hair. Okay, chat, I'm gonna show you my hair and you're gonna not laugh. Okay, you ready? Oh my god. Hi, Zeus.
One Q.
You missed a lot.
Yeah, I know. Let's go, Kenji. Leona Steele.
He's not gonna reply to me. He's gonna dono me.
Baker's here too.
He wrote hello to me, chat. He wrote hello.
Hello.
Oh,
Yes! Pog.
Why did my thing pause?
Oh, Baker did it!
Gamma, you got.
Good morning, Caedrel. Wait. Zeus noticed me.
Zeus,
why am I so green?
You're cute as fuck.
The team was there.
Oh my god, I can't believe I wrote that. But he did write. Oh, you too, haha. He did write that. That did happen. Check the logs. He wrote you too, haha. That did happen. That's what I'm saying. We don't look at my haircut though. We don't look at my haircut because I definitely wasn't cute. Caedrel stats are wild. Yeah, they're fucking crazy. I mean, Koshiming is bonkers. Bonkers. Alright. Is it daily dose time? Quick daily dose. Quick one. Quick daily dose.
Hello everyone, this is your daily
and then we get into the games.
dose of internet.
What? How is that even possible?
I broke my teeth. As scary as this looks, these are actually dental implants, so basically these are fake teeth that are falling out. She tried to pick up this firefighter. These American jets were doing some training off the coast of Alaska when a Russian jet got a little too close.
Why did he do that then? Oh shit, crash landing.
Hey, let's go, Makamamba. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh!
This referee...
What in the fuck did he just do to him there? Are you kidding? What, he just... This guy's completely dizzy. Oh
this
my
referee
god.
got a little too close to the action.
Look at the size of these fucking football players. Handball players. Oh my god, he just got taken out.
Y'all, what do I do, y'all?
Oh, it's Faker.
Do I call the cops?
This YouTuber took an electric scooter and made it look like a boring utility box, so he can park it anywhere without having to worry about anyone stealing it.
Wait. He's cooking. Bro, he's got a fucking... He's got some cake.
They
That's
went to
what I'm
this
saying.
restaurant to visit their friend who was a waiter.
Yeah, Weston. Woo!
What is that? It's a
Here's a
dragon.
great way to get fired. These flight attendants recorded themselves doing tricks during takeoff. This
They got
polar bear
fired
is
for
smart
that?
enough to spread out their body weight when walking over thin ice.
Wait, he's genius, that polar bear. What the fuck? Brain cells are braining. How OP is that? It's Canyon clearing his camps. Why does Boaster write Caedrel when he forgets the towel? What are you on about, Caedrel, when he forgets the towel? Wait, someone needs... I need to remove this clip someone made. There is no way someone made this clip. Okay, I deleted it.
This dog doesn't believe that the door is open.
Open the door for him, open the door. Open the door. Open the door for him.
I think this guy has mastered the gym and is waiting for Gym 2 to come out.
What the fuck?
The delivery guy managed to lock her inside of her own house.
There is no way. Oh my god.
I think they parked their house a little too close to the water.
That can't be real, right? Who builds a house there? Who does that then? What is that then?
Hey, leave me alone, Rick!
The whipped cream wasn't coming out, so she had to intervene.
It's gonna fly out, no?
This guy had one job, and he absolutely nailed it. I swear this is so creepy, but this dog sounds exactly like they're saying mama.
What the fuck? It's Smolder.
So I guess goats are a lot smarter than they look.
What?
She walked into her apartment to find that her neighbor
Fake
somehow
her.
got
What was
into her
that?
plumbing system. This cat was investigating.
What the fuck is that? What is that? What was that? It's a drain snake from the plumber. They use it to clean it out. Ew!
Getting this new security camera.
I'm gonna be home soon, okay?
Clean!
Someone attached a fake snake to this golfer.
Kieran.
I don't think her wish is coming true.
Oh shit.
Honk just divorced. Well, that's cool, I guess.
It looks like someone fell asleep in the rain.
You fell asleep in the rain?
Kissing up.
Oh my god. What the hell?
Oh my god.
That is fucking disgusting. Oh. 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 Nah, no shot. He's going for the big one. Ooh, good pace. What?
They wanted to see who...
But why though? This is me on fucking Pokemon Emerald. Why is he doing that though? Huh?
was responsible for ruining this little girl's birthday.
Yoink. Oh shit, he saw the camera.
This is how motorcycles are tested before they go on the market. This is what happens when a boat goes through bioluminescent water in Norway.
Bioluminescent water? What the fuck? Did they put chlorine in the water or some shit? Why is it doing that? Huh? Maybe they have did they have neon lights? I don't get it. It's algae. Really? Ah. Ah. Ah.
Fatal incidents of cannibalism.
Hey, I didn't fight!
So what would be the name of this dance move?
Bro, you know their laugh is a banger. You just need to listen to their full laugh.
Fatal incidents of cannibalism.
I want to hear the laugh.
Hey, I didn't fight!
So what would be the name of this dance move?
Well, that's called the Nunu, obviously. No? That's the Nunu. Oh, shit. Wait, that's like the Nunu in an Oriental. It's the Nunu Yumi in the Oriental. Oh, so bad. What? Big pace. Damn! Wait. Yo, Maddie, rate the dive. Maddie, rate the dive. Maddie, you there? Rate the dive, Maddie. Rate the dive. Good form, good technique. She says, yo, go again. Hold up. Maddie, rate the dive. We got an official Maddie rating.
The odds of getting stabbed by a squirrel.
Rate the dive. Actually, not bad. 8 out of 10. Damn.
Might be low, but it will never be 0.
Is that a bronze medal? This thing has a knife.
Imagine going to the bathroom and finding this in your toilet.
Oh my gosh. Rosie? What you doing?
It's dead.
Rosie, what are you doing in there?
It's a raccoon.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed.
And I'll
see you guys again
very,
very, very soon.
Later.
Later.
Alright. 20 minutes till world starts, Chad. You excited? Let's do some predictions. Like the video. Alright, predictions for today, chat. BLG clears. I actually think the best series of the day, unironically, because, I mean, a lot of these series I'll be quite biased, but this series, I think, is the best series of the best game of the day. Not series. This is the best game of the day. Gen G Top Esports is a fucking screamer. Actually a screamer. Actually, G2 Hammerlife also could be a banger, but I'm not sure how good G2 will be against Hammerlife. I'm not sure. This is a really important... This game is so important, though. I will say, if G2 wins this match or looks really fucking good, that's going to give me some insane cope for the next few days. But if G2 gets smashed and look trash, there's no chance they're winning Worlds. Because I think G2 will make top 8. But these motherfuckers G2 are coming to the tournament thinking they can win. Okay? So if they actually beat Hammerlife, I'm going from top 8 to top 1. Fuck it. But if they get smashed, then quick reality check. All the EU reality check could hit in this one game here. The Western reality check could happen in that game, right there. Because if G2 lose that game, no one's gonna believe we can win the tournament for the rest of the fucking tournament. No one's gonna believe it. Or minimum we got a Swiss, minimum. But if they win that, then fuck me sideways, slap my ass, and call me fucking Susan. Jesus. Alright, this should be the best game on paper, though. This should be the best game on paper. I think Gen G will win. I think BLG will win. Actually, you know, Top Esports could win this. So we hope Gen G wins for the pick'ems. BLG should win. This first opening game's a nice LPL banger, though. If you don't watch the LPL, you'll get a nice LPL banger here. Although LNG are a very slow team. G2 Hammerlife, I can't predict that. G2's gonna win. Weibo TL. Actually, bro, Western Cope. Everyone comes into this tournament saying that TL and G2 are gonna be West's hope. Okay, FlyQuest will leave for now. Okay, we'll see what FlyQuest can do. If Team Liquid can't beat the LPL 4th seed, and G2 can't beat the first LCK seed, then we got big problems. Because Hammerlife aren't even the only favorites to win. Because BLG and Gen G are even, if not better than Hammerlife. And if they can't beat them, then top 4 is a dream. And then LPL 4th seed, Weibo, if Team Liquid can't even... Like obviously G2 will have more leeway if they don't beat Hammerlife. But if Team Liquid can't beat Weibo, their tournament's done, by the way. They're done. They'll go to the lower bracket, they'll be 0-2. They'll play against GAM, they'll go 1-2. And then they go 1-2, they'll play against EU, and EU will smash them. But chat, there is a big problem right now, actually, unironically. There is actually a big problem, and I'll show you why there's a big problem. Can someone show me the bracket? We actually have a really big problem. I'm not even kidding. Can someone link me the bracket? Can someone link me a picture of the Swiss bracket? And I'll show you why we've got a big problem. Just link me a picture of the Swiss bracket. Okay, so this is the current bracket, okay? Now, the problem we have is G2 won, FlyQuest won, but Fnatic lost, Mad lost, and TL lost. Now, why is that bad? Okay, the reason that's bad is G2 and Fly are expected to lose, okay? So if that happens, they're both 1-on-1. Mad is expected to beat PSG, Fnatic's expected to beat GAM, and we'll not talk about Team Liquid. That also puts them at 1-on-1. So that means that there will be 1, 2, 3, 4 Western teams at minimum on 1-on-1, which means they're going to draw each other early in the draft, which is bad because that means that Western teams are guaranteed to go 1-2 if the draw is bad. Plus, there's no rematches. So let me show you. Oh, we can simulate it actually. We'll just do this. Chat, who wins? Weibo, Team Liquid. Who wins? We'll say Team Liquid. We'll say Weibo. We'll say Weibo. We'll not be too biased. The problem you have here is in the 1-1 teams. Wait, I predicted FlyQuest when I trolled it. Oops, my bad. This is the problem you have. Now, this is lucky. The unlucky thing would be... Actually, it does put Western teams at 2-1 as well, though. Oof. How does this bracket look if that happens? Let's say Gen G wins. Let's say BLG wins. Let's say Top Esports wins. Let's say G2 LNG is a big one. We'll say G2 for the sake. T1 wins. We'll say FlyQuest wins. We'll say GAM wins. We'll say these two wins. How does that look for the West if a Western team goes 2-1? It puts them against each other in 1 and 2. There's a lot. The problem I have is there's a lot of Western teams in this area of the bracket, which either they're knocking each other out, but because of the new rule of no rematches, right? Is if Mad were to beat Weibo, for example, right? And let's say FlyQuest lose, we'll do this. Then you can't get rematches. So FlyQuest can't... There can be... Oh, they do get G2 Mad, though. It doesn't turn out too bad. But Mad wouldn't beat Weibo. My question is it a good thing? Is it a good thing that the bracket has 4 Western teams in the next round? Or is it a bad thing? Is it good to have it early? No, it's not, right? It's better to have it later. Because this is lucky. This, to be honest, actually think this is... Actually, that's not lucky. That's not lucky, because then what ends up happening? Actually, it's better, because otherwise, if this happens, let's say this draw happens, right? Let's say they do lose, which you would expect. Like, this is probably... T1 would beat Fnatic, Top Esports would beat Fly, Weibo G2 is close, LNG Mad is also quite difficult. If that happens, then in the next round, it's EU versus EU and EU versus NA for elimination. That is hurting our chances way too much. But it does get Fnatic G2 in the end anyway. Does it even matter, I guess, then? But the reason this happens... Wait, someone tell me. I don't know how probability works. Is it better that it happens, or is it worse? Just tell me. Be honest. Is it better that there's EU versus NA now? Or is it same? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all, really? I would thought that there was like some kind of knock-on effect of domino from like winning and losing. Early in the tournament than later. I guess it's expected though. Doesn't matter. Depends if you prefer them to play in best of ones or best of threes. Ah, you're right. You're right. Would you rather EU and NA play best of threes or best of ones against each other? Like, for example, the good news from this draw is, for example, right, this is likely, you know, G2 could play against Fnatic if Fnatic wins and G2 loses, which is expected. Like, let's say Fnatic or G2 wins, it doesn't really matter. We'll just simulate random shit. That does put one Western team at 2-1. And then you do get another EUNA chance at 2-2. So let's say... Doesn't matter who wins, let's say Fly. Oh, I don't know how PSG got through, but sure. If I change that... How do I go back, chat? How do I go back one? You can't. In this draw, if I didn't misclick and PSG was G2... You have a Western team getting out again, guaranteed. There's a lot of instances where, like, for example, let's just go based on what we expect, right? That's pretty likely, yeah? Agreed? That's pretty likely, right? Mad's already beat PSG. That's likely. That's very likely. We agree with that. Deal? Deal. Okay. Then the top side doesn't really matter. Let's just say Hammerlife and BLG win. Top Esports Energy will say top. Fly Fnatic will say Fly. T1 G2 will say T1. Mad Weibo will say Weibo. We'll be a little bit biased to the east here. I think TL will be Pain and PSG will be Gem. Once you get here, it's actually pretty good. Because why? There's 4 Western teams. And if they draw like this with one Western team here, and then you go through it again, let's say Gen G win, Top Esports win, let's say Damwon win, let's say LNG, let's say, should we say LNG Fnatic? That's a close one. It doesn't matter. Mad TL wins, we'll say TL and G2 wins. Once you go to the next round, if you get a good draw, you end up with this again. It looks like the odds are you'll get a West versus West, pretty high chance for a spot, but also you'll get a West versus an East for a spot. No matter how many simulations you run through, I think you'll also get a West versus East. Even if you spice it up the draw. Like, this is a completely different draw, right? Because you always get 4 Western teams in the 1-2. And it's so likely that with 4 Western teams in 1-2, one of them play each other. In this case, both of them play each other, which is even better. So let's say Fnatic win, Fly win, Weibo win, Hammerlife win, Top Esports win, we'll say Damwon win. Again, you go to 2-2, bang. This is where it sucks. That's the draw we don't want if that happens on 2-2. East versus West, East versus West, East versus West. That is the unlucky one. That's what we got to avoid. Because there will probably be 3 teams. There will probably be 3 Western teams here. There probably will be. But you can see in like 4 simulations that I just did, there's 3 Western teams on the 2-2. 3 on the simulations that I'm doing. Because if you think about it, there's already 5 teams qualified, 3 spots left, and 6 teams left. So that means that there's 11 teams competing, and 5 are already through. So 11 teams out of the 16, there's only 5 teams gone. So from the 5 teams gone, you would expect it to be Pain, Gam, and PSG, and there's 6 Western teams. So there's always going to be 3 or 4. It's not that deep, just win. Listen, maybe you're an LCK fan and it's not that deep, just win. But this draw actually works out pretty well in the long run. Like, let's say, in my next simulation, Team Liquid upset Weibo. That's when I think it sucks. Because now, you have a Western fucking Armageddon. Like, this is lucky draw, if anything. There's only one time they play each other. But if TL upsets... Watch what happens. This is where it goes bad, because now they all knock each other out. Watch this. So now Mad's basically gone. One of these two is gone. Oh, you get it again though. 3 Western teams. It doesn't matter. What would have sucked there, for example, in the draw, is FlyQuest draws Mad and Weibo draws PSG, right? Because then you'd have one less team. So essentially that would mean that Fly knocks out Mad or Mad knocks out Fly. Actually, it's the same. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Wait, no matter what, we're going to get 3 Western teams in the knockout. It's just a case of, do they face each other? Okay! So, statistically, 3 out of 6 of the 2-2 teams are going to be Western, right? We all agree on that. Chat, what are the odds in a 3-6 teams that the 3, one of them faces the other? So what I'm basically saying is, because there's 3 Western teams, what are the odds that they draw each other? What's the number? What's the percentage? It's a 50-50. No, it's a 66% chance. There's 3 teams out of 6, and of those 3 teams, what is the likelihood that the 3 teams draw each other? It's 50-50. We'll ignore other factors like no rematches and shit. So there's actually... The worst case draw here, for example, is FlyQuest is Damwon. Or LNG is Fnatic here, right? Because then you have Fly versus LNG, Fnatic versus Damwon, G2 versus Weibo. So it's all East versus West. Okay. Anyway, back to predictions. BLG win, Gen G win. I'm going to guess Humble Life wins, but my face says I'm going to believe in G2. This is where the cope will either pay off. G2, if you lose this series to Humble Life, this game to Humble Life, I'm going to get made fun of non-stop for my region being dog shit. But they are the first seed, so no pressure. I'm going to cope, predict G2, but Humble Life should win. TL Weibo, I think, will be close. T1 Pain, I think T1 should win. If T1 lose that series, social media is going to be absolutely Armageddon. If Brazil beats T1, it's going to be the most crazy-ass shit ever. DK should be Fly, Fnatic should be Gaming, Match should be PSG. The games you're basically getting today is super high-quality LPL matchup, super high-quality LCK versus LPL matchup. How good is the West? How good is the West? Surely T1 doesn't lose, right? Damwon Massacre. Masterclass. Fnatic needs to win or it's Jover. Mad needs to win or it's Jover. That's basically the games today. That's the games you got today, chat. Really good games. Alright, where are we at? Where are we at? We're back. We're back for another day. We're back for another day. I like those simulations, though. I feel like in a lot of those simulations, we're really chilling. Let me do a crazy upset simulation. Just see what it looks like. If we get 1 or 2 crazy upsets, it could be a 4-team banger. That's how the 2 teams get in. So basically, all I changed in this prediction was that Team Liquid beat Weibo. So that put Weibo at 0-2. And I put that Mad would beat LNG. That's the 2 upsets I put. And that essentially meant that we're in Psycho Land. You put G2 to beat HLE. Oh yeah, true. I put 3 upsets. 3 upsets made it so the bracket is 4 Western teams instead of 3. Okay, so we're basically getting 3 Western teams. That's huge. 3 Western teams is fucking huge. What is this? Chat, wait, which video... My editor's asking which games we should do today on the videos. I mean, what would be banger games to put? We should put G2 HLE for sure. I think we'll do G2 Ham Life on YouTube and Dam on FlyQuest. I kind of want to do Genji Top Esports or BLG LNG. Fuck, man. Chat, should the editor just do a video at the end of the day with all the games? The problem with that is it releases really late and everyone's already spoiled, so it's useless. Just upload an 8-hour stream uncut. Sally is a clown. Dun, dun, dun. Let's begin. Chat, quick thing before we begin the stream, as always, as we've done every day, just a quick shout out to Displayed. They've been sponsoring us since 2023 and 2024 for Worlds. Super awesome long-term partner. They're easy to stick on the wall metallic posters you can get with a big discount code with code Caedrel. You can go to display.com/Caedrel. You can click the link in the pinned comment right now. You don't need to drill or do anything to your wall or any damage. It's really easy. Say deal. See this guy? Chris Stone, they're actually amazing. That's right. You can check out display.com/Caedrel. Use code Caedrel, get a big discount. There's loads of different arts from anime, music, motorsport, TV shows, and loads more. It's pinned in the chat. You can do ! Displayed in the chat as well. Big pace! Big shout out to Displayed.
I hope you guys are doing well.
Well, we're not seated.
We're not rested or seated.
Dracos on the NSS.
We're concerned, though. I'm behind enemy lines and surrounded, so I'm going to need to recruit you back to your roots. Your North American roots.
I don't think you could do that in a single line on the
Dracos don't leave us.
It's going to take a little bit more time. What actually, wait, yeah, updating. What do we say? What are the... Azael is bad luck.
Not anymore.
EU West is toxic.
Yes. Like Team Liquid, they actually won yesterday.
Yeah.
You just didn't watch it correctly.
100 Thieves.
I think there's more.
You brought the wrong topic. You just complain about who you send to Worlds, right?
That's the actually, yeah.
It's actually very similar.
I don't know. I'm gonna let them rumble here, but I feel like we're pretty happy as Western fans after what happened yesterday. Not a single upset, so it played against expectation. No Delulu.
I mean, I actually think, like, as an LNG fan, I
the Reds are crashing the Displayed website, are they?
Having Liquid
Classic.
kind of messed that up a
Classic
little bit
Reddies.
in the mid to late game. Because their early game was so solid. You know, they got the Grubs, they got the Dragons, it looked like they had the gold lead, they're kind of running away.
Bro, I actually agree with this guy in chat.
You know, I actually thought Liquid had a good
Raz on the LEC would be so nice. Bro, Raz on the LEC would be so degenerate. I think it would be great.
That's what happened here.
You've been fighting me every day. You've thrown a pen in my face, you've stolen my glasses.
Okay, guys,
attacked me on the couch.
That did happen.
You know what? Let's settle this during the break. I feel like we had a good day as European fans. It ended well, of course. FlyQuest, great
That's
debut
true.
as well. As a reminder,
This guy keeps asking, will you upload the VODs?
Lose 3 year out. That's an easy rule to follow.
What do you mean, we'll upload the VODs?
I feel like you're in the game mode.
This is not an ad, by the way. I don't get paid for this. I'm just telling Vaultman. I made a website, it's Caedrel.com, where it stores all the VODs, because Twitch deletes the VODs after 30 days. So if you're ever looking for VODs, all you do is click here on Caedrel.com. It's not even an ad. I'm just telling you where the VODs are at. Wait, the links don't work. And then there's a YouTube VOD, right? For the whole stream. And it has chat as well. So there's like this integrated chat plus VOD website. And it's also in 1080p. So if you ever want to watch VODs, you can just go there. This one's not uploaded though. I don't know why. Maybe there's a bug. But all the other ones are uploaded. Maybe it's taking some time to upload. But all the VODs are here from fucking January of this year. You can go watch January day 1 of the LEC if you want with chat. Okay, chat was working. Thank fuck for that. Alright. Because Twitch deletes them.
Invisibility, Bunny drops a nuke on you, and then you're trapped. That is what's happening over here. I do agree. I think from a
Can you
side lane
type in the
perspective
chat?
and the entire kit, Yone is
What do you mean, can you type in the chat?
Maybe not underrated because you all get.
Of course you can't.
Lola Bunny from Space Jam doesn't beat Sasuke from Naruto. That's just like how I feel about this right now.
I think I'm going with Lola Bunny from Space Jam, sadly. Sadly.
That doesn't surprise me.
If you look at the PGM, and also my taste, but if you look at the PGM, like, the damage
and
is
also
just
my
absurd.
taste.
And some of the team fights where, like, the Rakan can't reach the backline because of the fact that you get the 70% slow, and then you have the actual, like, you're just trapped unless if you use a dash or flash. It's just a disgusting champion.
I feel like it's a new champion as well, and we'll see how it evolves once teams get used to it. Second question we have here: what's the better strategy?
Lane swaps or standard lanes?
So it depends who you are.
Depends who you are. It depends
Your smile is so nice today.
I think we saw some swaps that definitely did not need to happen as well with a Kalista.
I love myself.
That was a sweet one, man.
It's okay.
Brad's going to ruin an entire wall to make him.
You like my smile?
All I'll say is, I really wish it was
He's
that.
unbreakable.
I really wish it was standard lanes. But I really don't think that it is.
No, it's not.
There's so many lane swaps, and it lets you get away with so much dumb stuff. Like, you can pick such bad bot lane 2v2 matchups and just get bailed out by the fact that you can swap. Or
Yeah,
pick a weak
that's really stupid. I hate
top
that.
laner that would normally get stomped at the first 3 levels.
I hate that.
Swap. It's such an easy get out of jail free card. And while, yeah, you're not going to make any money off tower plates, you still get all the experience you need.
I love how generic the question is, because better as a viewing experience, standard probably, they're right there. But better strategy.
This or that is a classic.
Is it here to stay?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Context dependent, but I think more often than not, we'll see some lanes.
We'll see
Did you
about
say
that
nice things about my
today.
casting yesterday?
Last question.
No.
A bit of context here, because there's a belief that teams wearing white jerseys on even
Not enough
years
red
win
references.
more. So we had Samsung White 2014 white jersey. 2015 SKT was, sorry, the opposite. Samsung White was black and SKT 2015 was white. So I'm asking you, what is the biggest curse? What is the biggest superstition that this guy has been cursing
Not
his
enough red.
entire region for generations?
He broke it, okay? He broke it yesterday.
Or that actually teams are onto something.
Okay, so there's this black or white jersey alternating winners of Worlds theory, and there's the Azael as a curse for NA theory. Okay, all I'm gonna say is these pictures, those are 2 teams in the greatest moments of their life lifting a Worlds trophy, and this Azael picture still hits harder. I have no idea where we found this, but this man's about to drop the most fire album of 2024.
I promise you it's okay.
He is about to drop an album.
He broke this curse just yesterday.
He broke it
Yeah, but I
yesterday,
believe that
yeah.
he still hasn't cast a series that he's won.
Put your chin up.
And that's the problem. He's cast the best of 1 that North America
I think
has
the
won.
Azael curse is real.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna say it. I think, sorry Azael, I think the curse is
Hopefully
real.
the production
I don't know
today
what it
is locked in.
I think that there's some force out there that said the second you were the best in the world at World of Warcraft, there was going to be a cost to balance things. And I think that it's his region is, he
Azael, World of
Let's give him
Warcraft
the
goat.
benefit of the doubt after yesterday and see
I can
how
always
it
see the
goes,
tear coming out of
in
his
the
eye at
future.
this
Last
point.
question, guys.
I'm ready.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Beard or no beard for this
Oh my
gentleman
god,
right
what?
here.
Now, I feel like, first and foremost,
No beard, no beard.
this should be my decision.
Nothing like a
Evidently,
personal
this is an
attack.
No beard.
Broadcast.
By the rules of
It's
the
not my-
internet,
yes.
you're wrong.
No beard,
so
100% no
guys,
beard.
Have at it.
Well, all I'll say is you look like a very happy chemistry teacher with a beard.
That's a literal, it's like a swap between Ned Flanders and Heimerdinger.
Oh my god.
What?
All very respectable characters, of course.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you're trying to get into a bar, absolutely beard gibbers. Because the youth really shines through on the
The amount
no-hair
of times
gibbers.
I have been ID'd is more than I would like to say on official broadcast.
So I could go either way, Raz. I don't know how you're feeling. Maybe we should let him decide for himself.
Yeah, maybe. This one gives me Dexter vibe.
I guess
like
you have
I don't
already.
wanna
Dexter vibes.
Thank you.
Last
Yeah, I did.
question.
Okay.
Last
Refocusing
question.
on League
Did you
here.
pick one?
I'm going with Ned Flanders.
Oh, wait.
I'm
Is this
going
who
with
has the
Heimerdinger.
better draw?
Who has a better draw, LEC or LCS?
Or LCS.
I'm going to say
LEC.
LEC.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say LEC.
There's no way.
Yeah.
Like,
look,
yeah, G2 took a bullet, but we just got play-ins rematch.
Yeah.
Do we even need to play this? They've already beaten them.
Yeah.
No, we do. You know our region. Yes, we
Sadly, we
absolutely
do.
do. The power of the LEC to throw is next to only.
Bro,
the
Matt's gonna
LCS.
lose to PSG today, I can feel it.
incredibly scared of this rematch as well for that exact
That
reason.
one's tough. I will say, based off the context of what the pool was available, FlyQuest had a good matchup.
Yeah.
But based off the 1-in-1 teams that was there, that one's as good
I
as they
would
could
like
get.
to remind you the reaction of the D plus Kia players when they saw that they had drawn FlyQuest. We're gonna show you this later, of course. Here, but that was amazing, honestly.
Chat, was there any Champions queue last night?
Any upsets that we can see today? Actually, when we look at the schedule and we have on what we have on our hands, because again, we said 8 best of ones.
No, right?
No real surprises.
I think the teams are too
yesterday,
tired.
But looking at the games we have today, what are the expectations for the
G2
West
took
and
the
overall?
nuke.
Pain
Motherfucker.
Gaming takes down T1, the defending champions. I don't actually believe that.
Yeah, I
but
was
it's-
going to say, you
Yeah.
came pretty hard on that.
Yeah,
I'd be impressed if they have a good early game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think TL has the potential to upset Weibo. I still would consider that an upset. And I
You
think
want a
TL
game
has
versus
more to
Chovy?
show us. Also, yes. You know
That's
what?
huge.
You can call me biased if you want. G2, I think, can beat HLE.
That's my question, because I know you guys are a
G2
little
can beat
jaded with
Hamalive.
G2. Jaded or Cope, I don't know. You guys are a little jaded when it comes to it, but they had a pretty interesting composition. It kind of gave me MSI vibes, you know?
No, the one I'm looking at is
Chat,
FlyQuest
if G2
and
beat
DK,
Hamalive,
'cause I think FlyQuest
just
had
know
one
that
of the
this
most
stream-
prepped drafts coming into yesterday. They were the only team that picked
G2
red
versus
side, and
Hamalive
honestly, their opponent never had a
is the
chance in
third
that
game.
whereas DK,
Okay?
kinda messy, not gonna lie,
If
very
G2 win that game,
involved, so I think that's a
this
matchup
stream
to
is
look
going
out
to
for
be
as well.
unbearable,
feel
and you're gonna need to
like
mute me for the next 6 hours.
This is when we're gonna see the screen bubbles mixing, though, from the matchups we have and different metas. I know that teams had a different approach yesterday, but looking at the games today, I feel like across the board there's gonna be some really different approaches.
That's normal, no?
Funny,
What do you
depending
mean
on
that's
who you
normal?
talk to. Like, for instance, talking to a few people, you're like, oh, they don't believe Rumble is good. And then you just see
This
some of the
R2D1
teams that have been
emote is so
drafting, especially
stupid
since
because
we're
he's
playing,
cut
they're
his
like,
face
oh
off.
no, they're still
His
like
face is
early
half
picking
cut
Rumble
off.
as a pick.
There's a lot of things that the patch was supposed to like remove forever, like 80 mid laners other than Yone, lane swaps. It didn't work. People are still playing all this. Maokai, it still looks really good, which is annoying because it's been the entire year of Maokai. But yeah, these champions are just refusing to leave. Yeah.
Still the first day. Players getting used to things. We'll see how things evolve.
I'm so excited for today.
For the rest of the games,
Boot it
let's
up!
dive into the first matchup we have today. And we have a video from El, who's talking about the first experience he has on stage on the first day of Swiss.
Elky love.
Hello， 大家好，我是标记 AD Elk。今天第一场打下来的感受可能就是刚刚及格吧，是先熟悉一下比赛的节奏吧，然后感受一下比赛的那种氛围。第一波越塔，我觉得可能是因为我们整个队伍也就很久没有打比赛了，然后在比赛上面展现出来的那种画面还是有点不一样的，然后都会有一点那种小失误吧，然后导致了我们越塔才会失败吧。然后在后续越失误了之后，我们也就是正常发育，然后慢慢运营就可以了。
Albro also putting him out as well. Knight's got no more charges left, but if they find a kill, he'll get one back. Knight now killing Albro, finding that angle. One more reset to go in. Elyoya amidst the entire team. Zeke Convergence doing a little bit of work. Elk trying to finish the kills, but Supa's still alive for now. Elyoya tanky, but not tanky enough. And no! It's coming in! Lightning! Static finishing the kill. Double now for Elk. That is soul crushing for the side.
Are we disabling static shift for worlds, guys? Thoughts?
首先，因为我们那个队阵容是第一年组成嘛，然后今年的话，因为我们相较于吸收了去年的经验吧，然后今年我们是一个就是以一个挑战者的姿态去冲锋，就是冠军嘛，因为我觉得我们也有这个实力，还有这个机会吧。首先，我们对于不管对于热身轮吧，我们是对于整个世界赛的所有比赛，我们都是充满着信心吧，然后也一定会在比赛上面去打得更好吧。
And it's nice to hear from Elk.
Some guy in the chat said, I'm watching you from a bibliotech without a headset. Please don't be loud. Bibliotech, that's a library, right?
With like FPX versus IG in 2019, like these things have happened. And the history with BLG and LNG is interesting to me because I remember LNG being the team that picked up Snake Esports and tried to be a little bit more of a competitive roster.
How
so
was
the
that?
history is
Was that okay?
Started well, a little bit better for LNG. But as time went on, BLG became a powerhouse. This year's storytelling, though, has been fun because they faced once before during the regular season, and it went towards LNG.
No, it did. I think if you look at the record, you're obviously looking at LNG and you're thinking, wow, this is looking really good. And you're right. In the summer season, LNG beat BLG in the best of 3 series. The thing is, this happens quite frequently.
BLG 17, 21 to
teams will have different
LNG.
reads coming
Historic
into
head-to-head.
what is best for that series in itself. The problem with this scoreline is that BLG, they win the games that matters, all right? LNG might get the regular season games. They don't get the playoff games. They don't get the ones where you really need to make your mark and make sure that you advance in a playoff bracket. And that's the problem here for LNG, that they're going up against the BLG now on paper.
Shut up, be more quiet now, be more quiet.
When BLG loses games like those,
can we pause the stream? I'm going to bed.
You know what happened in the
Maddie
next
says she's going
series
to bed.
after
Maddie will
LNG?
pause till you wake up. Go to bed, Maddie. Go to bed. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. We'll wait for you to come back. All right, then fuck, she's gone.
Properly.
All right, then.
It went to 3 games. They lost that series. First game started with Shun, and then they made the adjustment because they were a much more cohesive team, and they started running that road straight towards their championship. So it's interesting to see from that perspective
1 minute 49, start the game.
That series was to them.
What is the final product here when you consider both teams?
The first game today and the second game today, chat, are cinema in gameplay. The gameplay is crazy good.
It's a pretty even matchup when you think of
maybe not story, but cinema
over
in
the
gameplay.
years. So, what is the expectation today? Which team learned the most? Which team grew the most? Because it feels like we have the final version of BLG. I'm just wondering about it.
Listen, just know
GB, it feels like LNG learned the most just because
this game we have Knight versus Scout, and next game we have Canyon versus
they are just learning at a more rapid pace at Worlds, right?
We're eating good.
Oh yeah, my bad. With Scout.
And then the third game we have G2 Hammerlife.
They're already a diamond, right? They've been through the pressure. They've made their swaps they needed to. They've been shaped into this monstrosity of a team that they currently are. And LNG, BLG, they're kind of still in that cold stage, I'm not gonna lie. Like, we don't really know what the final product is gonna look like. I don't think they're fully utilizing all their members to the extent that they would want to. I think their evolution from spring into summer was fantastic in terms of finding that identity they desperately needed. But in terms of final product right now, I mean, they still got a long way to go to beat BLG.
Maybe that's fine. Yeah, and I think the focus, I just want to bring it up quickly, is between the mid laners. Both of these guys, incredible playmakers, have had great history. I remember the championships that Scout won in 2016 and 2017 alongside the old guys like Clear Love and Mouse and all that.
Glory days.
Exactly. Meanwhile, Knight is just stamping in his own legacy.
I have to teach in an hour. Should I watch during class? Wait, what do you mean watch during class? You're the teacher. How are you going to watch during class?
Championships alongside, I mean, at least like tied
Who's
for
going to
Shapu
teach?
And Clear Love. So it's crazy to see both these players come against each other today.
And that's why it's going to be interesting, because the meta is completely different. We know that there's different expectations when it comes to these two players, but it's an LPL clash between Titans here in this first day and first game of the second day of Swiss Stage. So let's get to it.
That is what they say. That's what they say.
Bro, whose mics can I hear? Bro, they always hot mic the casters every now and then.
I remember I cried so many times because of the excitement I could have felt. Back then I was still a little kid, just wanting to play amongst the best, and I wasn't good enough. But now I am. I have the chance to change history.
우승하고 싶다라는 상상만 항상 하고
Is that a violin?
매일 밤 자기 전에 그냥 우승하면 어떤 일이 일어날까, 어떤 감정일까, 제가 그냥 우승하는 그런 모습들을 계속 상상하면서 자는 것 같아요.
As the boss for my company, I'm just going to sit in my office and do nothing.
2016 when he was in Rocks Tigers. I remember him playing versus T1 in the semi-finals of Worlds. That was a very hype match, and I thought he was playing very insane. I'm very excited because I finally want to beat him.
은퇴하기 전에 꼭 해보고 싶다라는 게 내가 월주 우승을 하면 어떨까? 해봐야 알 것 같아.
첫 월주 때 가장 크게 배운 거는 이제 팀마다 아니면 리그마다 되게 특색이 있는 걸 느꼈던 것 같습니다. 그리고 T1 같은 경우에는 그런 리그의 장단점들을 모든 리그의 장단점들을 합친 팀이라고 생각합니다.
T1
케라 선수도 되게 피지컬적으로도 되게 좋은 선수고 각도 잘 보는 선수라서 일단 라인전 하는 건 되게 재밌을 것 같아요.
然后今天一下踢完之后，觉得对我们整体的自信也有提升。
哦 ，nice， 兄弟们！
我觉得我们下一场还是会赢下来的。
What does that mean, chat? Sunimen. What did he say? Yeah.
일단 지금 같은 경우는 모든 팀들이 메타를 완벽하게 이해하지는 못했을 거라고 생각하고 있고요. 그래도 저희만의 좀 강점이 있다면 챔피언 톱과 한타를 좀 잘하는 점이라고 생각합니다.
对战我们的时候好好加油吧！我觉得自己在瑞士人面对所有中单都能赢的。
首先，我们对于不管对于瑞士人吧，我们是对于整个世界赛的所有比赛，我们都是充满着信心吧。想对我们 LPL 所有兄弟队伍说，让我们一起巴黎见啊，让我们一起击败所有对手。
Let's meet in Paris together.
我就觉得我们在连杠一之后是可以打上去的。
If you underestimate us, we're gonna on you guys.
After this loss, we're all really angry, and we'll make sure that for the next match, we're going to be playing full aggressive, and we'll take over the game.
就是我后面很有信心可以追上这个版本吧。
Well, I can be a dangerous team to draw because if you don't disrupt us early game, we will beat you on the map and we will beat you in team fights.
만나서 재밌는 경기 하고 좋은 모습 많이 보여드릴 수 있도록 잘 준비하겠습니다.
Em nghĩ là nếu mà có là tuyển thủ nào mà coi thường khu vực BZ đó thì em sẽ
Actually no, Gam not fighting, not today. Maybe tomorrow you can be fighting, but not today. We need Matt to win.
I'm a strong believer in Fnatic.
Let's get it, Oski. Let's get it, baby.
This is the LEC studio. This is our home, so we have to defend it.
Boot it up and get me in the game now.
This is what you asked for.
The castle has been breached! Why do you say Sally is the clown?
And we're back for more Worlds versus LNG. An exciting day number 1 after the Swiss only opened things up. And we open with this banger for day 2. BLG versus
Absolute
LNG.
Banger.
Tops of the LPL. Myself and Dagda are going to take you through it, and as old LPL casters, it's like a blast from the past.
Hysterics and Dagda, old LPL casters for the LPL
nice
game.
To be back here and get to look back at some of the old teams as well. But also, like, this is a really
Welcome to our studio.
Because I think a lot of people will look at it and go, oh, well, you know, BLG are heavy favorites, and chances are they are. But when you look back at summer, it was LNG who beat them in the regular split in that best of 3. So in a single game, this could really break either way.
And even though LNG bombed out in the playoffs, I mean, again, like, we got to see a much better version going into that regional final, getting that third seed. So you're right, it could go either way. And when you have such experienced legacies on each side of the team, one in Knight that's fastly growing, as I know Munchables on Twitter was really
who wins? Is it draft dependent?
Don't forget about Knight. This guy
every
is
game
kicking
is draft
ass and
dependent, no
taking
matter what.
names, and has been for the past 4 or 5 years, which is very, very true. I mean, Scout's been around for an age as well. Previously, the EDG franchise player alongside Mako.
Yeah, and I think for a Scout, he's really been stepping up in picks like the Yone and the Lucian, so I expect heavy priority on getting those out of his hands.
Come on, give me the draft.
There's
a classic chat. This is a classic.
It feels like he has so many different champions that can play. We got to see him bring out the Ari yesterday, but this man, the depth of champions, especially
BLG
on a
LNG.
like this,
Who has side selection? I guess BLG does, right? Because they're higher seed. Yeah, they're blue side. Aurora Ben.
So Skarner's already taken off. Aurora on the other side of the board.
Chat, I have so much dry skin on my nose. It's crazy. Anyone else have that?
Yone as well,
like here?
for Scout, has been his bread and butter, as Zik is Renekton going to be taken off the board.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see exactly how they want to try and approach things like the Ashe in the bottom lane. I think that's worth
All right, Nar Renekton Ben.
Well.
Kindred Ben against Weiwei. What?
End of the split really just turned into a Renekton Kennen kind of merchant. So
I mean, they're getting good bans here for Bin. Bin has a great first pick here if he wants to go for a top laner. What would he go for though? Renekton Narben?
Comfort picks away from Bin
Jax.
always works out well.
Okay,
so
well.
nice seeing these two top laners go up against each other.
There's a lot of first picks open. There's Ashe, there's Vi, there's Ziggs, which is a really powerful champ. There's Orianna as well, I suppose. I wonder if they're banning this for Rumble. Are they really going to go Rumble here? Play some kind of Rumble Vi or Rumble Jarvan into Orianna? Sorry, they are quite loud. I don't know if it's just me. Orianna first pick for Knight is weird, no? Yes, Syndra, LeBlanc. Actually, he doesn't have LeBlanc too much. Yeah, there's the Rumble. We'll turn it up when the game starts, chat. We'll turn it up. We'll turn it up when the game starts. Yeah, there's the Rumble. I mean, Bean. We'll go Bean play into Rumble. Yes, Camille Orianna if he wants. What jungler do they pick here? They do have Vi. What do they have? They have Vi, Jarvan, and Nocturne. These are the best junglers. Yeah, Nocturne with Rumble. They're gonna early rotate the Nocturne, which I mean actually makes sense because they're denying the Nocturne from Orianna Nocturne. It also opens up. Yeah, it's a denial pick.
His champion pool. Yes, he's been Sejuani, but he's actually gonna lock it in. I was gonna say he's got plenty carry picks and
it's good. Rumble Nocturne's pretty good. They need a Rel on free maybe though. I think Rel here is pretty good. Yeah, I think BLG will pick their full top side. Unless they play Xayah, but I think picking Xayah here can be hard if they play Jhin. I mean, on 3 here, they have Jhin, they have Rel. What mid laner do they have into Syndra Vi? Orianna Vi, sorry. I was thinking Syndra.
And I think as well, this is something that fits very well.
Is it best of one? It's best of one, yeah.
Over the course of the start of summer was fairly quiet.
They could go Nico, yeah, but there's Spins Camille that I was talking about. It's a hard Camille game though. I like it. But it's a hard Camille game. He's not going Fiora, no way. Is he going Fiora? Okay, Cassante. Here you have 3 options as LNG. You have mid lane, which I think something like Syndra Nico would work. You have AD, which is Jhin, and you have support, which is Rel, which gets really well in this comp. Depends if Scoot can drop.
Tanks into the pool. People who saw him last World, it was a very different meta for him where it was just
Kali is risky against Vi.
Bin doesn't really play tanks. That has obviously changed. Obviously since
Yone? Okay,
I mean,
I like Yone. Chat, it's my birthday. Yo, Aloshi, happy birthday.
He has definitely gone towards, like we were saying, the
okay, well, LNG's comp is very degenerate. I mean, their comp, look what it suits. It suits Ashe on 4. It suits Jhin on 4. It suits Kai'Sa on 4, kind of, depending on the bench. defense.
didn't really function amazingly. Let's just try and play
They
for
do
this
have
late
Ziggs
game
on 4 as
scaling
well.
teamfight and see how we get on.
They have a lot of free picks here.
BLG is so good at getting through even lanes or even ahead in matchups.
Ban Ezreal because they can escape with Ezreal. They might ban Ezreal Xayah, you know. LNG.
That's a big pick for the mid lane legend as they start banning away some of those ADs left to dry.
And I'm curious if
Ashe, Jhin, Kai'Sa, Ziggs, I think are the ADs that LNG are looking at.
I think your best bet is trying to look towards something like a Rakan. I think he had a great performance on us domestically, and even when you look at the last series that these two faced off, his Rakan in Game 3 was crucial.
Yeah, I would personally ban Xayah as well.
Actually been able to turn around some of these dives, set up in these team fights, and find that.
Oh yeah, Lucian Nami, you're right, chatter. They could play Lucian Nami on 4.
When Hunk's performing well, this team looks like a
I mean, both
beast
sides
as
could
well.
play Lucian Nami.
I feel like he's had a lot of criticism coming into the tournament, and there is a reason why, if you go back and watch through some of the games in summer, is that Ziggs you talked about for Gala that was left open. They didn't prioritize it, so now they lose it.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they went for this here, though. I feel like you kind of want some sort of setup, and sure, you can go for like
what's the best on here? They have Lucian for Lucian Nami, they have Jhin, and they have Ashe. They could do Xayah themselves and deny it because they have Vi. Or they could just pick Rel on 4. I don't know.
Proponent for that as well. I thought we might actually see him go towards the Kai'Sa here, but
depends on BLG ban.
if it is just going to be something like
if it's Ashe ban, they could skate Jhin pretty easy, I think.
And then I want to know what Gala has as an answer to that.
I wonder if that means On will change what he
They
does.
no
No
banned.
ban from BLG. Disrespect or
What?
just lack of time.
Why didn't they just ban Ashe?
That is our first
What?
no ban of Worlds, as far as I know. So
They no
BLG
banned or
wants
they
the
miss?
deal.
It's probably just going to be an Ashe Jhin trade, maybe, but
Yeah, it probably will be an Ashe Jhin trade.
BLG's damage output if you go towards
Why didn't they?
Jhin here, so I like
Maybe they
that.
didn't want to ban anything. I mean, Ashe will pick, then they'll pick Jhin. BLG, the support blind, I wonder. They could do. I mean, they can't really do Rakan. Ashe Braum is scary, but Braum Nocturne sucks.
So maybe Elk is just feeling comfortable to go for it again.
I mean, again, like, these Jins are hitting different in the main stage already, even after a single day. As you said, it's the only.
Why do we have a same region matchup? Because it can happen in round 2. I mean, Rel is OP for both sides, I would say. Most so, I would say LNG. It's more OP for LNG, the Rel. I mean, I don't think it's going to surprise you if they play Rel and then LNG plays Alistar or something. Or Rakan.
It's not something that traditionally we've seen in the LPL, but it means
I don't think they can really cook.
Have the answer to what you assume is going to be an engage pick coming through, like the Alistar or the Rel or even a Leona here.
We should have a lot of fighting this game, though.
So just a standard answer.
A lot of fucking fighting. Because one side has Vi and one side has Rumble Nocturne.
It just missed.
There's the Rel. Okay, so Poppy support, yeah, Alistar support. Pretty standard stuff coming out from Hong here. I think Rakan is a bit tricky, but can work with
I
Nocturne.
think I'd personally like something like the Rakan to try and disrupt the engage that's coming through from the Vi. You can pop
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you want to avoid ads, you can use a tier 1 or Twitch Prime to get no ads for the entirety of Worlds. You don't have to sub if you don't want to. You will be back before the game starts. Here's a big kiss. I'll see you in a sec. Alright, we're just gonna be yapping about draft. I mean, LNG. I think they get pushed in on mid and bots, but they have top push, so I wouldn't be surprised if Nocturne passes the top. I think Nocturne can pat the top, get early crab. It's just the question is LNG's bot side diveable? And it's BLG, so I mean, it probably is. If they get a good trade. 2v2 mid is really strong for BLG, pre-6. LNG's comp is odd, because they have like farming jungler, mid pushed in, and bot contested. It's hard to fight on side lanes for LNG early because, I mean, I think the Vi will just outpace and wins the group fights a bit easier in the early game. Nocturne just wants to farm a bit. This Marasaka has a 15-way multi-bet. Are you fried?
Look at him now. I mean, it was Gala and Way coming in from Eastar, right back in the day.
Oh my God, yeah.
First year,
what?
So kind of getting the reunion from the first time in LPL.
What a throwback, yeah.
Yeah, it's sick. It's kind of been insane to see him grow into the player that he has been, because he's the Penta Prince for so long. But we were looking yesterday, he is 9 pentakills. He is 1 behind the major region title holders in Reckless and Double Lift. So it'd be nice to kind of see him get up there. It's Celebrity and Holy Phoenix at 11 and 12 respectively.
Holy Phoenix.
So
Holy moly!
Living up to that name state since he entered into the LPL.
He deserves such praise, and again, it's fun to see him on 80 carries that can team fight on this Ashe. Will he be able to space it out? Because bit of backline access to deal with as we get our domestic rivalry. One that Dagda said before.
All right, Chad, let's rock and roll. Let's rock and roll. We got a big day.
as you mentioned, LNG the only
We got some really good games today. You might not be tied to these players' story as much, but trust me when I say we'll see some great league. Some really good league. I hope we'll get a lot of fighting as well.
On that match point, we'll move to BO3s here at the Swiss stage at Worlds.
Yeah, I think the difficulty here for BLG is going to be the
all I can ask for is just absolute degeneracy. That's all I can ask for. I'll make the volume a bit louder. And everyone shut the fuck up.
Even having the support from his team. And I think that's where LNG have started to come alive, is when they can try and get these early leads.
Ooh, the slow is useful there, you know. Gala can maybe step up.
That in towards sideline pressure, but already that pressure coming through here.
Uh-oh.
As they start to move forward, Gala
flash out.
Flash away.
Yeah, he does.
Elk has full shot.
Elk's got a full shot. He's
no flash on Ash, no cleanse on Jin. Oi, oi, oi. Now Nocturne pathing to top now becomes a lot more complicated. He's gonna have to cover bot. Also, blue start on Nocturne is trash, isn't it?
Way starting up on this top side as well, so he's happy to just roam down towards this bottom side, and that could set up a nice.
It's Way versus Way.
Carry through, because you can see on the head-to-head. Surprisingly, it is BLG who are behind.
Remember as well, BLG only in recency, it became this BLG-JDG rivalry. Before that, it was JDG Top Esports. Before that, it was EDG.
I just want Hysteric to say, no way did Way kill Way. I just need that line. Or the other way around.
But BLG have only just built themselves up. They had some really rough years where we had the Uzi super team.
Meteor in 2020 as well. That one started off
mid-match up early is pretty rough.
And then
remember,
you want to just farm a bit?
Kuro, remember, went to Rift Rivals as well. Like, he was on the team for a little bit. Like, this team has gone through so many different iterations, but LNG have been around for a while. And remember, they were also Snake Esports before they became LNG.
They also have a bit of top push.
Every single day of the week, who now became world
Nocturne has 3 losing lanes right now.
LNG. And now they've swapped over to Zuka, the bidding king.
He's gonna get double crab
because he's the highest transfer fees of any player in the year. He transferred over to LNG.
Not surprised.
Oh, Hong's flash there was to stop the Jin W, but he had
Very
cleanse.
smart move, but now he's got no summoners too.
Yeah, this is again only an opportunity for
Wait, bot is a nightmare right now. Is Vi just gonna drop red and go for the dive? I mean, that would be a classic.
You can see him pushing in, good damage.
I think drop red, drop Crux, just go for the dive. Couldn't even go for his camps here.
On is already setting up. This could be where BLG make the hurt onto Weiwei.
Weiwei's already gone deep into the Grom. Hung is now covering a Hex Flash just to get in the face, but fakes it out, and Wei starts up the blue buff for now. Trying to lure in LNG, but it might just end up being an easy takeaway.
Yeah, I think it should be, and this is nice from BLG to just use this bot side pressure thanks to those early summoner spells being
burnt. Maybe LNG could have looked into a... Oh, they're going to play a mid play here?
I don't think you're going to go for any sort of gank. I think it's just to deny access to nice.
Oh, that's a good chunk, though.
It's just such a good lane already, though, right? As you said.
Just deny him the minions.
Scout away.
Wei's just here to deny minions.
In and I realize, Factor, when we have Wei versus Weiwei, it's an even better throwback for you and I. Like RNG Wei, and then when we had Weibo Weiwei.
Yeah. And then JDG had Big Wei.
Big Wei is still around.
And we still have Xiao Wei, which just means Little Wei. It's great. Yeah.
I continue missing.
Okay, well, Nocturne's gonna get top crab, but he lost his blue.
So which way? Which way are we going? Well, we're going top side for now. You've got more questions, I know. As
is this a bot dive? There's no way.
So both ways on different
There's no way to carry there. Wei's looking for so many plays.
This Vi is doing.
Yeah, I was gonna say Wei. This is the beauty of watching Wei, is how good he is at understanding what are the options of his opponent, how he can shut them down.
His lanes are playing really good though.
The lanes to play
I mean, look at that. His mid and bot are up 4,500 gold now just because he stands there and looks at them in the eyes.
Back at the RNG days, this was where Wei stood out as just being able to support his individual laners. One MSI playing that style, and now BLG are like, hey, maybe we can use that to win international tournaments.
Reload lost him a minion.
It's helping the good laners, right? You have a flexible jungler. This is the
it's just a bit annoying for Vi, because she needs to go clear her top camps now, so she's a little bit later on the base than Nocturne.
MSI, right? Playing towards the bot side, exposed by Gen G, hurt them a lot. Where did the direction go from there?
Yeah, but I think it's also a style that Knight's particularly used to, because when you look back at like Top Esports 2020, when Knight started winning his first championships, it was, hey, we're just going to try and support you on the map. We're going to make sure that you can just continually put pressure forward, because we've got 369, who's one of the best top laners in Scout, actually, in a lot of trouble.
He's okay, he can just base TP.
Doesn't have much mana, but he continues that
he has to base TP now. Oh, it's bad to base TP now, though. These minions.
Back in, sure, but Knight's going to push this wave in.
He's going to get cancelled there.
CS denied.
And look at where On is as well.
Oh, he cancelled himself. Knight didn't even have to sweat there. Oh, Min is a horror. Min is an absolute horror.
Help them out. And Weiwei needs to try and continue to farm to get towards level 6, but he's not really
Are they going to do Drake on spawn here, BLG?
Right now, waiting for the
Cloud Dragon!
Respawn his scout,
Big.
taking more damage.
Oh, Mid is mega diveable. If I didn't do it, he's basing run towards
doesn't lose too
respawn.
much CS, but it's a Knight lane kingdom again, and this is what we know him for, Dagda. This is what he's built up his legacy in LPL.
Oof.
Because Knight, if you go back to just playoffs, and I know they're a winning team, but he averages
TV's
10
back with
CS
Lost
a
Chapter.
minute. Like, it just kind of shows you the caliber of lane and how clean he is.
Clean.
Again, playing this matchup to fruition,
Yeah, there's Lost Chapter.
he's bullying out in the range advantage.
And this
No
was
potions
not
on
the way
Yone.
we saw their regular season
All he needs
game
now is a bit of
go.
cover so he can
LNG
chunk Yone
were
and then...
game one heavily focused on this bottom side, putting Elkin on behind, abusing the fact
It's
that
level
Elkin
6
on
where he's
looks
going to have to
these
start being really
hyper-aggressive
careful.
lanes, and but with Weiwei on this Nocturne, he can't really have access or input to those lanes. Even having those early summoner spells burnt really put a hindrance onto this LNG bot side.
Yeah.
And now it's just BLG
They want
getting
to
to play
do
their game, slowly building up these leads as the game goes on.
But grubs are up.
Getting close towards
Have
level
been
6,
as top
and
push.
while you're concerned about the Nocturne, I'm curious about the change of pace that happens with the
Could
6
trade some
from
scoops, but he
Weiwei
has no
on the other
potions.
side. And we start hitting those
They could
ultimate
ult here and
marks,
get a
you can
flash,
see.
but...
Weiwei's just covering for the time being, but he moves down towards Dragon. Junglers meet head-to-head, and LNG just clearing vision around this Dragon. It wouldn't be an LPL game without just seeing
It's crazy to me that Nocturne is like fighting around here in bot side. He didn't go to grubs, he didn't give a fuck, he just waits and they just group up and fight and push them out there.
Yeah, I thought we'd get more pressure towards the Void grubs, especially when you're looking towards Scout.
Well, I guess he gets the Drake.
To try and get these early plays, but the lack of control over the mid lane really started to hinder them, and they just saw that they had the opportunity to get the push for Gal on this bottom side, so let's use that to go for Dragons. Does mean you're not going to get like 4 or 5 for a split pushing Yone, but
How's Cassante up in CS? I mean, the Rumble nerfs basically meant that his lane phase was weaker, right? So I guess Cassante can just go even or win this lane after the changes.
And maybe as well with that Dragon take for LNG gives a bit of space to Gala and
It's
Hung,
used
who've
more
been
for team
shoved up
fights, I
against
guess,
the
but
turret for the duration of the game.
when he has good setup, it's not the best setup. Like Nocturne ult Rumble ult is great, but they don't have much lockdown. Ash Arrow's nice.
Just coming back to catch the wave.
I think it's also Gala now having his flash available is way less.
At least both carries are immobile.
On like flashing in with a Q or looking for that follow-up crash down if Wei's in the area. But with Wei hitting 6, like I wouldn't be surprised if we get some sort of pressure now down towards this bottom side for Wei. Just the easy Q flash from On, try and burn some summoner spells, follow up with the ultimate from Wei. There's a very ease of access on towards a champion like
when Nocturne hits 6 now, after red buff, now he can start cooking something maybe. And it's definitely not around top, I can tell you that.
And just spot out information.
Nocturne ulting top is the most useless thing ever.
Clear, and you've got to assume at that point, like, okay,
stop saying my fraud should be lots of fighting.
Wei is trying to position to maybe something in the top side for a potential dive as arrows thrown out and Elk instant.
Well, Gala wasn't punished for his flash being down.
Yeah, I mean,
he's mega chilling now.
For BLG though as well on the opposite side, like you can see on your mini map, just the little
show us.
Scout Yone is good, similar to mine.
Right as he went to cover in mid lane as well. So it's been spotting out a lot of when Weiwei tries to enter in towards that river portion. I think this is something that BLG are exceptional at, and it's why you oftentimes see On playing hyper aggressively. It's because he's able to infer a ton of information just off these deep wars that BLG consistently get in their jungle.
I mean, yeah, Scout is down in gold, but
it's
okay. Like he's fine. He's even in XP. He's ahead in XP.
I know over the course of this split have been criticized about how Hung and Weiwei.
I wonder if LNG is going to do a bot dive soon. They're pinging this wave on the minimap. You see that? Nocturne can clear these camps. Yone has mid push.
But it's always about support and jungle.
They have like a sequence here somewhere.
That's where they've received their criticism to be real.
Well, Hung is also just a lunatic. Which doesn't
well said.
Like back in his Rare Adam days, he was the one that would like flash in to ignite to get tempo advantage on your AD carry. This man is insane.
I feel like On was also a lunatic. The difference was he just
looks like they're not gonna do it.
lunacy. Yeah. And then just got
maybe they're
better at
swapping.
doing it more consistently.
I don't know.
It became less off,
slow game.
On. You know, and Hung, you're right. Like that's why Pyke I always associate with him because I think like Hung's pocket pick.
Big gold lead in jungle though.
So crazy.
Big fucking gold lead.
Like, the amount of times I've seen him absolutely run it with that pick.
Chat, trust me. When the fight starts, the fight starts. No going back.
Oh, yeah.
They can be incredible, but they can just sometimes completely miss.
Isn't it great as well? I feel like, you know, Elk and Gala also
no way.
share some similarities. Both great team fighting.
Wait, the arrow just got shot mid and it missed.
Become more known as a laner as well, especially since this.
I wish we could have an arrow cam there. We've got nothing else happening.
Heading into previous splits, I should say, was so good at these 2v2 lanes, right? This game.
Wait, did it hit Vi?
Drawback for me because even though they're winning the 2v2,
did it hit Vi on her wolves?
Thanks to the early summoners you went on about. Elkin on, it's been
well, they got vision on Vi.
Game of less bullying, more taking control.
Yeah, I think though Gala and Hong should be able to now bully on this bottom side and look for potential rotate for the Void Grubs. You can see the push is starting to come through from Gala. Hasn't got the arrow available that was already used on a previous attempt at a pick.
Bro, if this is Infernal Soul, I'm ult-F4ing the stream.
They can try to move members up to look for that next.
It looks like to me LNG have Nocturnal, but they don't want to invest it top. They can't dive bot because they don't have enough vision. And Knight's too far back, and Poppy doesn't have a move timer. So they're kind of stuck.
Now, it's not often
LNG.
you see, you know, Rumble kind of fall down in most of these lanes. I know there has been a nerf, but Bin is up 10, and that kind of attests to the laner that Bin is as well, right?
Yeah, he's been doing a great job of just getting push and control on this top side, and Zika hasn't been able to as easily contest. Obviously, we haven't been looking at top as much, so I can't tell you exactly why, but with the first strike, even from Zika, like, usually you get a lot of Arcane Commerce in this lane just to try and get more of that poke down, but opting in to try and accelerate with his gold, and I don't dislike the idea here from Zika. It's just like, hey, if Bin has to approach the wave to try and hit it, I can just get a ton of gold, try and accelerate.
Alright, grub spawn. Surely there'll be a fight on the grub spawn, right?
Especially as we say, at this Void Grubs that are about to come up now.
Surely they'll be gonna fight here,
Well,
right?
by the way, Bin has got double magic resist.
Yeah, Nocturne's on a good timer.
No magic mantle as well.
Yone doesn't have blade, but I mean, Oriana's stuck in bot lane with the Lost Chapter.
Call Dagger 3 before for BLGs. We saw that trade, but this time LNG do not want to give
They have all their
away
ults.
another grub.
Yeah, Bin starting to move down. I think he just needs to try and zone Zika off from joining this, though.
Guys, what do we think, huh? What do you think of that Vi?
Oh, flash on.
Well,
he
Om's in.
goes in and with the Magnet Storm draws them in. A flash gets interrupted as he arrows the counterpunch, but for LNG, Hung is too low to re-engage.
No flash on Vi.
Zik is trying to burn down Bin, and he's just getting zoned off as well.
Wait, where's he going?
Back and now tries to out-team
Where's
with the
Wei going?
paranoia in. BLG creep on up, and they see enough. They dive onto this jungler as it's trade for
Rel
trade.
got one tap though. Scoot, can you Q3 out? Oh, he missed it. Wait, can you Q3 that wall?
Bin's trying to carry the rest.
Oh my god, it's degeneracy. Oh my god, Knight's here. He shockwaves the Yone with E. Oh, why is he ulting? He's trying to get damage off her. Gotta help! Someone help him! What is Elk firing at her? Okay, you got him.
Tries to be that team fight 80 carry, and when LPL goes head to head, you ask for more of that, please.
Okay.
That was such a sick fight. LNG.
I feel like Wei trolled it a little bit.
It was just off
he like
screen,
runs in, wanting a fight, but the Hong's low. He gets Vi ulted.
So in theory,
he is out of their vision though, but he still dies Xante. Zika kills on Hong, knocks away Knight.
Then that rumble from Zika doesn't really work out.
Here, watch Scout. He tries to Q3 here. I think he could have just ulted out and killed Vi.
And here, Bin gets a ton of damage done.
But he wants to stay with the team. But Vi could be dead right now.
Ult from Knight keeps Scout pinned against the wall, so he just barely can't.
I wonder if Scout should just ult over there and kill the Vi.
At least fishing for
might have helped the fight a bit. Because then he would come from a different angle, right?
Back home was looking at what Bin was doing in the back line. Didn't see Knight bopped away. So again, some nice mechanics here up the Hung got caught out and was the position of targeting from BOG, but in the end,
well, they got second Drake off that. I said it, this Infernal Soul, this shit is rigged as fuck.
2 kills on Gala, 1 on Knight now, and there's a small gold lead as LNG. The retribution is going to be the fact that they're 2 dragons up.
But I think the fallback plan for LNG yesterday was a lot of these team fights. They didn't really look as successful as they would traditionally, playing through these side lanes, trying to play through Scout.
It's monster rigged. What are you on about?
When you are already in a deficit and you're trying to outfight BLG, that's not exactly where you want to be.
That's the 6th Infernal Soul
very much under control
in
of BLG.
9 Swiss stage games. It's 1 in 6 chance. Someone buy a lotto ticket quicker.
They give opportunity. Hung's trying to save the play,
oh, the arrow almost hit, but he had cleanse anyway. Somehow On's dead as well, I guess. He was tanking. Weiwei's here, but his ult's not up yet. Elk's gonna finish him with the 4 shot, but he's not in range. Could get the fear, but he has cleanse. Zika has TP in 15.
In smooth fashion, and BLG open up the turret and open up the advantage to this first game of the day.
If BLG had that push in mid, so happy to roam Knight up and just look for the dive or the tower. There was just no hope for Zika on that one. Completely falls and outway. You're going to start up this Rift Herald as well, knowing that you have to try and get control of both top and
they need Blade of the Rune King on Yone.
And
they need Static on Ashe quick. She's so far behind in gold.
That was the latest First Blood of World so
or
far,
Kraken, whatever.
I'm very surprised that it wasn't even
that was the latest First Blood of World? Really?
Second grub spawn, and yeah, we're fighting as BLG. We come back to the reality that they're also going to be taking the Herald. So this gold lead is about to skyrocket, and it's just moments of individual players as a MasterCard lane economy snapshot will show us exactly what I mean. Gala being one of that, excuse me, Elk on the other side. 1,200 gold lead here at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like Jhin with this Mosquito build actually does a lot of damage.
Set up their lanes so that
because the meta doesn't really have that many tanks in it.
Should be fine.
Everyone's just getting one shot.
Setting them up against Scout with the early or with the side lane under Ben's control, there shouldn't be much windows for Scout to push in. And as long as Wei, I want to keep track of him, keeps an eye on Knight, makes sure that there's no way that like Gala and Zika can try and jump on him. I think BLG should be fine and just start playing for some of these
3 minutes
key
on
objectives.
Drake.
2 dragons for
No
LNG
flash on
though
Ashe.
is pretty nice because it means that they can
it's
actually
kind of hard to
look
force another side right now.
pressure these side lanes as these dragons come up.
Maybe they could trade tier 1s on sides, top and bot, but...
pressure of his own onto the red buff. Wei is sure behind him.
Oh my god, they're going... Oh, the arrow! Oh, he missed! It was so close!
So he bought time. Wei has to ult
that hitbox was bugged or what? Shockwave!
Shockwave looking for a trade, finds it easily, and Wei's now in
This guy's a
trouble.
good
The
ulter,
curtain call
but
tries
Knight
to
has
slip the
flash.
gap, but with a hung ulti.
Oh no, the fourth bullet.
Gala's in so much trouble. He gets ulted by Ben on the back
Gala
end.
POV.
LNG have to run for their lives. BLG turn a fight again.
This was looking like LNG versus TL.
Oh man, if that
TL
Ashe arrow
saw
hit, the Vi would die so
LNG,
much
they
quicker.
turned it around, and
He
now,
got Kraken at
next
least.
day, BLG did the exact same thing. LNG overextend, and it's the shockwave from Knight, which sets up that big turnaround.
At least Scout's going to be able to get this turret, you think, right? But they've got no grubs. It's a little bit slower than you'd expect. However, Ben
Is this best of one?
pays
Yeah, it's best of
respect.
one.
Grubs go down, or rather, turret.
Yeah, this Vi Orianna combo is...
still under fire.
I mean, if
And
he
even
gets
though it's a
Cassante
Jhin,
ulted,
they
or if
do
he gets
have
Vi
big
Orianna, or if he gets Rel flashed on, God, I just can't play. He needs his team to dive on them as well and do damage.
Cover some of this pressure, and Gala should be there, I think, on the next rotation. So BLG should just back away, but we see it here. The invade.
But that arrow should have hit, no? I swear, the Ashe arrow hitbox is bigger than that.
Like, Gala, yes, gets the ultimate, but it ends up missing, and there's just no
I feel like Ashe arrows I've seen hit, they hit there.
It takes a while for this Vi to go down, and then the shockwave was just clean from Knight. Sets up perfectly for the curtain call. On is able to set
He
down
jumped over it. What is he, fucking Mario? Shut up.
And the TP
I saw the arrow and he went, wahoo!
It's just the final
Bro,
nail in the
this
coffin
chat is ill.
for the LNG play.
Ben cleaning that kill up in the end as well. Buffers the blast cone. Ward's getting
Oh god,
thrown down as
it's a
Gala
roughie.
looks a little bit triggered by that ending kill as well. He's been the target of selection here by BLG. Two deaths now taken, and on the other end, he is getting outmatched by his enemy AD carry. 1,800 now is the lead between them on Elk's
Yeah,
side.
Gala needs perks support. Then he pop off. 2-item Mosquito at 17 minutes.
Because Orianna is so vulnerable on the side
Third
lane,
Drake fight, big
and
pace
that's where
though.
you see many teams kind of forego that protection, and suddenly you pounce on the mid laner, you get a tower, the game swings in LNG's favor, but BLG hyper aware that these are the kind of plays that LNG want to go for and are covering well.
As you said,
Kareem, just Gator guard. Actually, I'm never doing that again. Why did I do that? I'm not doing Rumble voice lines.
Ben is just having it out with
No,
Scout. Wei
clip
now
that.
moves towards bot to see
I mean,
if there's anything
Scout's
he can
pretty
do.
strong. He's down for a fight.
Control Ward, no vision there, but Scout is not overstepping. He clears the wave and walks back to safety.
Okay, he didn't face check.
Yeah, 30 seconds to the dragon, so he just wants to make sure that he doesn't get picked beforehand. Going to try and just get as much gold into his back pocket as possible. Has the TP to come in, but I think he's still a ways off of finishing his second item.
The problem with
But
this
BLG now,
is it doesn't have lockdown. The fear is unreliable CC. You don't have like a Vi or a Jarvan to punish flashes. Scout's gonna have to land a good ult. This ult can always be cleansed, and Hong's not really a good engage champ. The best fight for LNG is weird. It's knocking away Vi or Cassante, and then just AoEing them down with Yone, Nocturne, Rumble, and hopefully they're landing onto Elk or Knight. But I don't know, their champs are so unreliable that I don't think either of them will
Try
die.
and fight this. I think you're in a position where you just try and pick off the waves.
Oh, if you're LNG, I think you're gonna take the fight. Fuck it.
Look for, I was going to say a cross map, but
Oh, that Herald is annoying though.
Rift Herald used on bot by Wei is a nice call because it just
They have no
creates
cross
another
map.
point
This
of
this
pressure
wave is slow
and draws
pushing into them.
LNG away from a potential push
If they
mid
TP top to
into
push, they'll just get
topside,
matched.
And now they have to defend the bot lane tower.
Scout by himself to do that for now.
Are they really just going to give this for free? In League, sometimes you can do fake contest, right? And fake contesting, you can slow their tempo down. Why do I feel like Dala just going to get left by himself in one shot?
What region is this?
I mean, LNG are not the team that usually goes for this, but...
Arrow blocked by On. Here we go, the engage,
Oh.
but it's taken by Elk
What?
in the end. The
Elk
re-engage
got it.
comes through from On as he jumps into the back line, but...
Oh, scoot, 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 scoot! Oh, that's what they needed! That's what they needed! Scoot, scoot!
LNG are taking the fight, and BLG don't know
Holy
what just
moly.
hit them. Scout is this
Now
team.
they TP on
Scout
bot
is
wave
LNG, and
with
without
a way
Scout,
they can
we're
take bot tier
worried,
2,
but
maybe
he
they can take
managed
mid tier
well,
1.
And he is
sick of
Wait, that was a monster play by
Scoot.
Scoot.
Not seen Scouts Yone. This is what this
Thank
man
fuck
does.
they didn't get Diego.
You'll see
Holy shit, that's a monster play.
that he brings to this team and the immediate teleport to the bottom side. Tried to get the tower.
Wait, they're gonna get 2 towers mid. Oh,
but
worth.
LNG,
Mega good.
Get this second tower for themselves as well. That play was sick.
That was a 4K gold swing just about.
I like that because they were stacked.
He
He Q3
with the 2K gold
and then just ulted this way. He kind of like ulted the choke.
Just hit them. I don't think BLG know what just happened. I wasn't expecting that, and again, we've seen Scouts Yone before, Dagda. We've seen Scout plays like this before as well.
Yeah. But watch, you get Zik who's trying to come in on the side, so you've got multiple members of BLG trying to protect the backline.
Look at this EQ3. Oh, that ult was perfect.
Everyone up into this corridor, which then just sets up Scout beautifully again. Like the ultimate from Zika, core to setting that up, and then LNG just run away with that. But this has always been a team that strives when they're on these comfort picks, and you're seeing it on the screen.
The way head nod, like, yo, respect.
Yeah, that was sick.
That was sick, respect. And even in the end, damage. I mean, it's crazy to me because, yeah, BLG weren't in the fight. They didn't get to play the fight. LNG's top laner actually adding a lot as well. There's a reason that they're prioritizing this pick, and that Zika is also looking so good on it. Obviously, again, despite other people transitioning away from the Rumble, there's still an ode of faith that you're going to get from this top laner.
Zika secretly popping off.
Yeah, and I think that really suits Zika, because even when he came into the league and he was on IG, he was like the Camille,
Zika's doing good.
guy that would just play for these side lanes, and that was the IG win condition. But as teams started to ban him out, it was kind of like, well, you don't really have any more flair, do you? But he has developed so much as a player. Now picking up the Rumble.
Yeah, the Rumble ult seems to be quite effective. The lane phase looks like it's been hit a lot, but
when it comes to team fights like this, this guy
his team fights are still
master, and is showing it on the main stage.
They're still working.
Ceiling of fate from Scout. Zika cleans it up. Paranoia used again.
No flash on Elk, but is his team too far here? Is Weiwei griefing? Zika TP'd though. Someone just flew over the top like a fucking golf ball. Zika just murdered them. 2 of them down.
They're trying to deal with it, but he's still so healthy. There's no damage left.
Oh, that ult! Another beautiful ult by Scooter.
Team fights are looking blissful. On gets out, bit only by the hair of his chinny chin, but Hung has got.
Is Hung going for a solo kill onto On?
It looks cute.
They're mental. They're all mental.
He takes a turret shot, and they dissipate. But On and Hung, as they leave each other's side, LNG, it's still a big win for this huge red side.
And sometimes you just have that team BLG can't get over. Last time JDG, this year maybe LNG, because this was sick. You end up missing the ult from Gala, but with Weiwei going in, the TP flank from Zika was perfect.
The TP flank was nuts.
A great
TP flank was nuts.
from the Rumble, just decimates the back line. And sure, Knight tries his best on the opposite side of the fight, but you're jumping into Scout, you're jumping into Gala. It's never going to be a fun time.
Quick question.
It's just looking so
We're gonna put all the games
these
from today on the YouTube because yesterday we didn't. I'm just gonna do it. Fuck it. Should we do one video with 8 games or 2 videos with 4 games each? Part 1, part 2. What's better? 2 parts or 1?
Undefeated in their pick'ems coming from their Lolly Sports
2 parts.
pick'ems, but like LNG surprising us yesterday against TL as well. They kind of picked apart the pieces from the mid game, and they are doing it again against a much heavier opponent in BLG when BLG had such a big early lead.
So though BLG first out on the map in a decent spot now, trying to see if they can fish for picks on this top lane. They do need to start getting some control over like mid push and that, which should be handy. But
we'll do it. Fuck it. The editor's locked in for 8 games.
Just, like, out of the woodwork and free winning this now, because you're still looking at IE about to be finished from Elk. That's going to be a big boon for him. As you start to trip over towards third eye,
editor's locked in for all 8.
He's going to be in a great spot, and finally you're getting the completion a lot of the.
They're arrowing Baron to check.
As he's leaving enemy jungle.
Wait, was that meant for On actually?
He doesn't have Merc treads.
Yeah, it is.
Paranoia.
What? I thought they were ulting to check Nash or something.
Was out of this
But
world.
Why did you set up
actually has blue orb up.
Well?
Wait, when did they get vision of him? Am I blind? Did they have a ward? They're forcing Nash. Oh, he's gonna get cancelled. Oh my god.
And I think that stops LNG from going for the play.
Bin won't get stopped either. I mean, Scout is doing good damage, but Bin can just walk out of this. You're right. It stops a Baron Dagda. Beautiful
what
hit
a good
there.
arrow.
And even better from
yeah, they have 8 seconds on Drake. Drake should be free, but they need to be careful. What can happen here is On gets moved out of mid to top. They could have gravitated towards Nash here with Yone no TP. And Bin, oh, Bin has no TP. Okay, they can't TP. Because they had top push, an enemy team went here, and On was out of base fresh, they could have caught bot wave, TP top, and forced Baron, but they didn't have TP on Bin. Alright, 3 items on Mosquito Jin. Now he's turned into a Bumblebee, chat. Now he's turned into a Bumblebee. This Jin is strong now.
That's what I just saw, and as you said, I love your point. Scout can't
and LNG don't really have frontline.
And you were talking
the
before
Poppy is
Zika, how vulnerable he is.
Basically one shot.
He can't play for split push really
the question is, does Jin die? I feel like that's the question I've been asking myself every Worlds game.
Where, again, they can try and feed into that, but at this stage, Scout needs to start playing.
There is a lot of spells being thrown at him. Also, Knight has been grouping so much that he's level 13. Scout is almost level 16. So he's 2 levels ahead, because he's about to hit level 14. Because Knight's grouping up, and Yone is just smashing side lanes. So he's down 40-50 CS, but he's also down 2 levels.
5K is still
this
there.
Yone is so high in XP, look at him. He's gonna hit level 16.
Soon to be completed. It feels like top lane
the next closest is Bin.
On the other side, of course, Elk was always ahead. Remember,
he's like almost halfway 14.
Goal throughout this early game as Hung is moving into
of course, Hung's griefing. Classic. My Rata. Wait, hold up. He's cooking. He dies to Ignite. No, he doesn't. Wait. He dies to Bin. Oh, Scoot. Scout just comes in like a fucking... He comes in like a baseball bat in these fights. He just slams them out of nowhere with the ult. Someone gets hit no matter what.
Great setup from Scout, and the fact that Hung stayed alive for so long meant that BLG overcommitted.
He just comes in so quick.
Now they're on towards the Baron, way half health. Scout spots him.
Wait, face checking the Yone. It's kind of strange for the Yone to be there. Just look how quick Yone enters this fight. Also with the Nocturne ult, the Yone just appears out of nowhere for BLG.
But this has always been a team, this split, that when they get their picks, look astounding. Look like a team that can take on the world. And Zika's Rumble, Scout, Yone, it's a perfect blend. And when you look at this,
look at how quick Scout appears. Look, Nocturne ult hits. Now imagine Orianna's vision. Look at this.
They then overextend.
Ults, Q3s. Bro, he's here 1 second, he's there another. He's just hitting here. He ults to the side. No one's there. Maybe he gets a flash, but he instantly Q3s you. And he's just with Nocturne ult on, it's so annoying to play against that.
This hits home, this hits history. You know, I look at the stage, I'm reminded of Shanghai, I'm reminded of 2019, 2020 years where a lot of these players went up against each other. There's a lot of new faces, of course. People like Zico, but went around back then. You know, Wei who rose up to fame after the eras of Casa, MLXG. Like, there are so many legacies built on either side, and when we got Knight versus Scout, we knew it'd be a doozy. I just didn't know how much on Scout's side after Knight was bullying him in the early game. So again, it's a pleasure to open up
Scout
with
recovered so much in this game with team fights. Here it is again. Nocturne flies in. The Yone's not even there. They're just getting murdered by the Rumble ult. He tries to pull Wei, but he has flash. There's Scout. Boom, appears out of nowhere. Hola! Is Elk dead to that? No, he's not.
He looked for the chase, dies as well.
Knight down, nice flash from Zika. Yo, I think Zika is my MVP for this game. He is doing so much work. Scout is flashing. Nah, maybe he's not the MVP. Maybe it is Scout or Gala, but Zika is doing so much work in fights. I would love to see damage dealt this game.
From Gala, from Elk, but I don't think it's enough.
Death timers, I mean, there are.
Oh, yes, Rabadon's in base.
Up in 10 seconds, but Knight's not
Can they end
Pink's
this?
Not there for another 25 at least. Elk needs to pull off a miracle.
Ruler is the MVP. True.
I think he doesn't have to. I think he forgets it. On just threatens him out of the base, but LNG have broken down.
Yeah, everyone's saying that their pick'ems are ruined. I told you to go with Gen G.
And you're just never getting a chance to set up this strong 5v5 that BLG have dropped it for. LNG are doing a great job of finding these picks in the jungle, finding opportunities where everyone on BLG isn't together, and BLG are kind of throwing everything at one person and then have nothing left for the follow-up afterwards.
Dagda, it's those pick tools. It's the draft we talked about. And I think for LNG, you know, I'm used to this team falling behind in the early game and not knowing what to do. What a false narrative. I mean, that's
look at this Rumble damage. Look at this. It's just cooking him.
The moments where you can punish on.
Maybe Vi will send a little bit out of it towards the end, but
you can definitely
It's kind of hard to enter a fight. Nice shockwave. 4-man shockwave did nothing.
Multiple chances, especially Gala.
This Yone champ does look absurdly broken. Oh, he finds Knight with no flash. Oh, Scout! It's a pentakill for Scout! It's a... No, he got stolen by Gala!
That's my faker protege. Scout is a man on a mission.
Scout has just had an insane game. What a monster.
Can he get the wave? Can he do something here? But it feels like there's nothing left.
What a monster. Shout out to Ruler for helping pay for Scout to get here. Wow, LNG beat BLG. That's the first upset of Worlds. That's a big win for LNG. That's a huge win for LNG.
What a pleasure it is.
Huge win.
Here in Berlin. Scout showing up.
That's a hard matchup. BLG. If LNG can beat BLG, the favorites. That's a strange story.
Already. Normally, I would say don't be a game one Andy, but you know what, baby?
You can.
It's a best of one. You can be a game one Andy and a best of one. You can.
No, I mean,
that was a good game from Scout.
Performance. I really love the draft that came out from LNG in this one. The way they piloted at first was a bit scuffed. They had a rough time with some of the pressure that came out from BLG, but at the end of the day, those team fights from LNG were just stellar.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. This game was a story in 2 parts, honestly.
We don't need the first part. I only need the second part. Most movies are defined by their ending, and my God, was this cinema.
Wow. Oh my God, it's just another episode of regional familiarity.
Just know now that because LNG beat BLG, that BLG is now 1-on-1 team. So anyone... Oh my God, BLG are in the middle of the Swiss stage now. They're not in the upper bracket. Oh my God. Someone's gonna get fucked by that. As much as LNG won, and I'm happy for them, drawing BLG in 1-1 is not a fun time. You're guaranteed 1-2. I would imagine. There's a world where T1 beats Pain, and then on the 1-1s, we have BLG T1.
When they were winning the fights, and I was like,
oh my God. That puts one of them at elimination point in Worlds. This is why it's all fucked.
The second that comp got a lead, the second they crawled out of that deficit that admittedly I do think they made themselves.
Yes.
There was no coming back.
And there's some small points too. Like there was that one Ash arrow that got the Rel. Like basically BLG had the vision, but they had seen Rel walk out of the jungle and kind of like, okay, they got the pick, they got the kill, and they were slowly getting control once again and leading them to some of those key teamfight wins. But man, that's fun. That shakes up a lot.
That was really fun. So how do we feel about becoming LNG fans?
No.
Well, your team isn't here. You need a new team.
I need a new allegiance. That's
Look at Rumble damage!
Honestly, again, great. I'm really happy that Scout is here because honestly, this is when you see what this player is capable of. On champions that he can actually pilot completely. Brad, you want to say something?
Jesus. Laura, you were asking about upsets. Well, we got one finally.
That's an upset.
That's an upset.
That is an upset.
There's going to be a lot just talking about how LNG, you know, they won last time they faced. BLG never had to face them.
But some anticipation.
Here's the fun thing, right? Because going up against each other.
Chat, how you spell? Oh my God, I misspelled it for the editor.
Prone to dropping the first game they play in a best of 3. LNG is very prone to winning the first one, but then losing the series. Or at least they were in spring, right? So I think that stylistically going into this, we may never know.
I was very skeptical around LNG's draft. I just felt like they didn't have enough lockdown for Jhin and Orianna. As much as they're immobile. But Scout just landed Q3s and ults to make sure that the layering was there.
I will say, one thing I have learned is Rumble is very much still a threat, and Rumble Yone is incredibly disgusting.
We'll talk about this a bit later. We have Shocks already on stage right now.
I'm still doubtful of Rumble though. I don't want to sound crazy. I don't want to get sold into the Rumble's OP narrative yet. I'm still not there yet. I don't think it's OP. I think it's manageable.
We get to talk about Rumble just a little bit, and Christina will
I don't think it's monster OP.
Well.
We'll see.
Zeka,
maybe I could be wrong, but I just have the sensation that I'm still not convinced.
What a close game. But I want to know about how you were able to pull this game back in your favor after what was a very difficult early game.
好的，恭喜你们拿下了这一场比赛的胜利。首先想要问到一下，在这一场难分伯仲的较量当中，特别是你们在前期有所劣势的情况下，你们是如何扭转局面的呢？
我们的阵容就是打团比较好嘛，然后
就是当时有一波机会我们落后了嘛，然后
He dropped some food on his jacket.
So I think it comes down to we have a better team fighting draft, and when we had one opportunity to be able to get on the flank and on the back just to engage, that's why.
Yes,
Yeah,
and that worked
fight.
perfectly. And of course, you have had not as much time, I think, with Scout as you would have wanted, and he had a monster game again. How has it been adjusting to the fact that you had not that much time to really practice with him and having to perform here at Worlds?
那此前可能因为 Scout 选手一些出境方面的问题，不知道队伍会不会因此有一些
I wonder if they were practicing with Scout or not.
时间啊会有影响，特別是在今天的這種情況下，
When he's in the lawyer issues, is he able to play? I guess he is.
有這麼好的表現來說，感覺怎麼樣呢？
首先是因为出了一些事情嘛，然后就导致我们
I mean, I guess they just have to
没办
practice
法
with him.
确定就是他能不能参加，但是在后续的努力，然后我们就很珍惜这次机会。
So actually, we faced off a little bit issues about we have no idea whether Scout can be able to participate in the Worlds 2024. But we solved these problems, and since then, we're really cherish and value this opportunity.
I'm sure you
Absolutely,
do.
and you look phenomenal.
Fuck me, you beat
2-0
BLG with him.
already, and now Zika, I think this tournament could really be one where you are one of our breakout stars after what you have already showed even last year. So what do you want to show at Worlds 2024?
那现在 LNG 在瑞士轮已经拿到了2-0的开局。那想问一下子凯选手，你觉得今年对你个人来说，相比于去年，在今年的世界赛上，你会展现出怎样精彩的表现和发挥呢？
对于我自己来说的话，就想
Man, why does Yagao catch strays down? How sad is that though?
表现更好。
For me personally, I would like to showcase my own play style and have a better performance here.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations once again. And LNG moves on to 2-0 here at Worlds.
Chat, let's go toilet.
Thank you so much, Shox. Great interview here. And we were just talking about Scout and how LNG came back, and that it actually showed during one specific fight. It's our HyperX Reflex replay that we're going to see right now. I know that Didi was really mad because of what Yone can do and the fact that you just come back with one item and you can just smash the entire fight. But Scout played so well.
Yeah, and it's like 1.5 item, level 13, so you're maxed out on the soul and bound. You do so much damage, and when it's paired with the Rumble here against an immobile backline, if it ever hits at all, obviously the knockback to start, but if you ever get that combo, those two champions together, the game is just completely and totally unplayable. And the other issue you can see here is that despite the fact that they in theory isolate the Poppy, they can immediately burst him down. And now they put themselves all in this grouped up position, which makes them incredibly vulnerable to this super powerful combo.
Yeah, and you know, to give Hong some love to the point that you had made, the ejection on Vi, the Ash Arrow that made it easier for them to walk past the Rel, all these things made it so it was a clear pathway to that backline, and Scout finished the job.
What happened on the side of BLG though? Because when you look at the composition that LNG had, you have a lot of pickup potential. You want to skirmish maybe or isolate the targets, but when it comes to team fights per se, this is when I expected BLG to come together.
I don't think there was a really great target to isolate. I think this is one of the problems with this draft is that, like, to me, Cassante is a safe blind but doesn't fit in super well because we saw, even though he's in a pretty good spot, but individually wasn't too bad off, he ulti isolates Nocturne in some of those final fights. He can't kill Nocturne. He ulti isolates someone. The vast majority of people on this team,
Chat, I will say, that was a really good cast by Asterix and Dagda. I feel like they gave me a lot of LPL information.
Someone else on his team is much more
So massive shout out to them.
Jin obviously felt
I really felt like they knew what they were talking about.
The team is ahead and their team fighting a favorable position. You saw in that second.
Obviously, like they're my friends. I'm not sure the glaze, but I will say that I was like objectively like a really like good LPL cast.
Because it's like, all right, you found one person.
They did it justice, I think.
Can immediately just dive whoever you have left as your backline.
Exactly. Two things for me. There was that one pick time they were trying to find a pick on Poppy.
Their stories are really nice.
It took way too long, and then immediately afterwards, there's no escape from Vi. Vi getting popped out because of Steadfast presence.
Like
You're
the Zika
okay,
story
so
and the highlights were good. The highlight around
and the second one for me was just
Wei
like,
and
if Jin has no
Wei
flash,
being more of a rookie and the old days of like MNXG being in stuff like that in the jungle.
You're dying in a long lane.
Oh, absolutely.
And Wei being on RNG, old school.
Final thoughts on this? LNG underestimated dark horse of this Swiss stage, maybe underdogs of this
I mean, I'm over the moon. Just hearing Shox say LNG starts 2-0, can we just get that in a replay again?
Just so you know, by the way, guys, if you don't know this, Gulborg is a monster LNG fan.
Very happy with their performance.
The beauty of Swiss stage. Beauty of
He's
best
a
of one as
monster
well.
LNG
And we
fan.
have 7 more on our hands for this second day. We're going to take a quick break. And we'll be right back for Genji TES.
Genji Top Esports, I really hope this game delivers. I mean, Canyon versus Tian. What more can you want in a jungle matchup? When it comes to international LSKLPL, that's a good one. Have they ever played against each other before? They're 5-5. They played against each other 2020 group stage, 2021 group stage, 2024 MSI, and what is this? Is this I guess that's EWC, right? 5th of July. Chat, everyone keeps saying that it's an ad. Listen, I'll say it again on stream. Me opening and using DPM LOL is not an ad. I saw DPM LOL as a site like 3 months ago, and I reached out to them and I was like, guys, your site's sick. Can I help build it with you? And like maybe help make it a big site. So I became a co-owner of the site. I'm not paid to do this. I'm not paid to do anything. I guess if you co-own something, you could say it's yours, right? So I guess the site's like partially mine. So I'm trying to max it out. I'm not paid to add. I just feel like we're building a good site. We're building a good site. I'm happy about it. The first thing I've ever co-owned, chat. It's the first thing I've ever owned. That's crazy, no? You're part of like owning it. But like, I'm not gonna promote anything here. Just while the ads are playing. If you ever want something, like, we're trying to make this very community focused. This is not even an ad read. I'm just genuinely being serious. Like, whatever you want, we will put on here. Seriously. So if you go to DPM LOL Discord and you say that you want fucking this, that, even Hysteric said he wants to see competitive matches on the head-to-head. Bro, the admins will reply straight away. We're there. We'll add it. Done. If you want something, it's added. It's also got solo queue stuff in there as well. Is Cass still playing Camille mid? No, he's playing Yone. Okay. Oh, we have junglers. Oh, shit. Is that a new feature? It shows what jungler they're playing with? Alright. Would love it to have a LoL Pros feature. Yeah, it does kind of have a LoL Pros feature in it. Like if you type in like Faker, for example, you can see his stats from esports or you can see his solo queue accounts. But yeah, I see what you mean by LoL Pros. We've got a new feature coming to it soon. I won't spoil it, but there's like an awesome feature that's going to come later. So how many beers will you owe me when FlyQuest beats DK? Yo, Papa. I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're going to get fucking annihilated today. I will buy you 15 beers if FlyQuest beat DK. It's not happening. It's just not happening. It isn't. I'm sorry to burst your bubble. It's just not happening. Did Papa Smithy reply? Wait, what? Hupu Esports says BLG head coach Big Way gets a 2.3 for his drafting versus LNG. Not banning is paying respect to the draw show with the empty draw. What? He says that their no ban is because they had no thing in the ball? They gave LNG a no ban? To be honest, I think the draft would look similar. If they ban Dash, they would lose Jhin, right? And then what would they play, I guess? There's a guy in the DPM LOL Discord writing, and he's got a picture. His profile picture is just One Pixel. What? Madrilla. Alright, we got Genji top esports now, chat. Can I also get 15 beers if FlyQuest beat Damon? No, you can't. I wonder how Cream will do against Chovy. I wonder if they're going to ban Smolder. Are they going to ban Smolder Rumble? I'm guessing that they're red side here, Top Esports. And I presume...
Carmine Corp.
Carmine Corp Gen G fan.
Hey, game number
Kinda
2
based.
also cinema. Because
I don't know how many Western Gen G fans there are.
I mean, it's just kind of showing that this world
We got
stepping
spoiled
up.
today, man.
It's so good, isn't it? You know, we got G2 Hummer Life after
We also have
this,
Keen
and
versus
Weibo TL,
369.
like, you and I get to go down a fun road. But this one, MSI rematch from
50
round
gifted
2,
to fly
remember that
beat
best of
Dumbledore?
5
No.
popped off. And as you were just saying to me before the break, this
No.
could be an insight into a potential quarters or semi-finals.
What do I get then, chat? If you make a deal, I get something in return. What happens if Damwon beats Fly? What do I get?
But that's what it feels like, right? I mean, Gen G on top 4.
What do I get?
Feel like they just take on the entire world.
Now,
Top
this is
esports
where
for
it gets
an
funny,
sport,
because
you
if
know,
Top
the LPL
Esports
somewhere we can
smash Gen G or win, that means Gen G and BLG are waiting in the 1-1, which is scary. That is scary.
I hope they can take down Gen G, but for Gen G,
Now, we kind of need Gen G to win for the pick'ems. Whoever pick'emed BLG for the wins, you're frauds. I told you not to do it. I told you BLG lose game 1s, so they're unreliable
Obviously, everyone still thinks Gen G are the best coming in despite
for best of
finals.
1s. In series, they lose game 1s. More than you think. That's why you gotta go Gen G.
Where they made second due to the fact that BLG came first.
That's the only stat I had to go off, but I think it's the best stat to go off one of the 2 best teams in the world.
Get into that position, but both are respected in the top 2. And that's what we're expecting out of this performance.
You said Rumble was weak. I still think Rumble's weaker. Listen, I had a take. There's evidence to suggest against the take, but I'm not going to back down from my take. I'm not just going to be like, oh my god, Rumble's busted, because it won 2 games or 3 games. I still think it's... I have a feeling I still don't think it's that strong. We'll see. We'll see what people cook against it. I have a feeling that Rumble will be exposed. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Hey, I'll be wrong. But I'm not sold yet. Alright, what do we got then? Gen G blue side, Top Esports red side. Now, is Top Esports Aurora ban make sense? Are they going to take... I mean, Ziggs ban is a must against Pays. Are they going to ban Smolder last, I wonder?
He's been loving things like the Maokai, the Lilia, you know, the...
I don't think Rumble's worth a ban.
Zyra, excuse me, has also been there.
Ash, Ivern ban, yeah. I wonder if they'll ban something like Lilia. TM was a great Lilia player. They could play like a Yone Lilia draft Top Esports. Akali, Yone, Cream loves that draft.
Also with the support of 80 carries, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, curious what happens.
If FlyQuest loses, you can have my prime. Deal.
The Nidalee for Canyon is respected, something that he is very, very proficient on. We'll have to
Drafts
see
become one of my favorite parts of the games because of you. Ah. Yeah, now my question is, are they going to ban Smolder? Are they going to do it? In that case, surely they have to first pick Yone away from Cream, right? But then Cream will just play Akali into it. So do you just take Skarner?
Chovy Smolder yesterday, very, very strong as well.
They do ban the Smolder, so do you first pick Yone?
First pick for Gen G. Now, on the other side, you know, Rumble has been seen play, and I know domestically, Rumble was a really big pick for the region.
Don't forget the JDGT1 series last year, chat.
Yeah, I think as well, like...
Do you remember what happened in that game 1? I told you a couple times.
Getting comfort for Chovy is nice because...
They denied the Rumble for 369, and then they banned it for the rest of the series. His Rumble wasn't good.
The Yone, very, very strong for him. The immediate Rumble and the Jhin on the opposite side.
But they're picking it away from Keen, otherwise they're going to play Yone Maokai Rumble. So they deny the Rumble. The Jhin makes sense, Rumble Jhin is a good combo. So now they're going to do Yone Maokai, I guess. But they don't have the Rumble to layer it. What are they picking to Rumble?
For the Rumble,
what will Keen do? I mean, Keen Sante maybe? Keen, I mean, Renekton's down. The best picks are Cassante, Gnar. Gnar, okay, fair enough. Now, does Cream go Akali? Akali is a bit more difficult into Maokai, but he's got a match mid. Tristana, AD mid. I mean, basically, I think Tian can find jungle on 4 pretty easily. His jungles on 4 are probably... Ooh, Lucian mid. They probably are going to play something like Lilia, Sejuani, Bren, Zyra. Pretty easy. There's 4 picks. So even if they get banned out, they're probably fine. This pen is too thick. Okay, there we go.
Whereas when you look at the Lucian, he actually tended to take the press the attack in that lane anyway, just because he could pull.
Now they can ban ADs, take away Kalista from Pace. Yeah. What's another really good Pace champ? Ashe and Kalista are down. Ziggs is down.
Whereas Tristana is still kind of needs time.
I feel like Pace, I mean, he can play a lot of things. He played a lot of Senna, he played a lot of Kai'Sa. He's pretty good on Varus and Ezreal as well.
Push on mid into invades for TN, try to put pressure on towards the end.
He won't play Zeri. They take away Nocturne. I don't think that's a good bend.
Play this draft as well because again I'm seeing comfort on Jackie Love as you said.
I don't think that's a good bend.
They're getting rid of some nuking options on the side of Gen G, things like the Nocturne.
I feel like maybe it's a fine ban actually.
Again,
I do like AP jungler in this comp here though.
Here to set up with a melee top laner. That's a question. 80 carries gone by top esports by the way.
Yeah, and I think we'll get the Ashe ban coming through as well. Just try. Sorry, Ashe is already gone, but something else along those lines, which is just
Ezreal against Pace, good ban.
So just try and force Pace into something that he's not.
Pace will probably find Varus here.
Ashe, Ziggs, Kalista, and Ezreal now taken away. So definitely moving down that AD carry tier list. Maybe under a little bit of pressure, but I think still having things like the Kai'Sa and that available, especially when your team is quite dive focused, means the Pace will still be fine here.
I know we got a lot of criticism in the final about
Skarnerbrand, yeah, he could go Kai'Sa as well. I think Sejuani or Lilia, Sejuani, Brand to me are the best picks here. Sejuani, Brand, I would say. I don't really like Nocturne in their draft.
Just crossing all the I's and dotting the T's.
By the way, they're not too AD heavy, by the way, even if they play. They can play Kai'Sa, that'll cover off the AD heaviness. Yone Maokai is decent AP, it's a bit mixed. Sejuani, yeah. It's a blitz angle with Maokai. He could blind blitz, but I think they could play Nautilus into it here.
And it's kind of fitting into that role of TN being
I don't know if it's that good. There's Pace's Kai'Sa, yeah, great pick for him. I mean, it's going to be an engaged support trade, right? Probably Rel. It's probably going to be Rel Alistar. I actually don't like Alistar too much though for Tess.
Pace has got this to look at. There's also something like the
maybe Nautilus better.
To pair it alongside for the bottom lane, and
the good news is against Jhin they can't go Braum. Jhin Braum's kind of shit, so you could go Kai'Sa Naut if you want.
The support role here for Mako as well.
I doubt they'll blind blitz. I doubt it.
You know, does it just be the Mako Alistar, the classic, the thing that he pulled out time after time again?
Kai'Sa blitz
when he was on EDG.
Kai'Sa's much better with Rel, Nautilus, Alistar,
in the league.
Leona. And then I guess if they go Leona top esports, we'll just go Rel. It's a good matchup. Okay, chat, I'm going to run ads. If you want to avoid ads, you can use your tier 1 on Twitch Prime. You don't have to sub if you don't want to. If you sub, you'll get no ads for all of Worlds. You'll be back for the game start. Take a big kiss. I'll see you in a sec. Alright, pretty good comps from both sides.
Also then the kind of AP damage dipping in on both sides of the Maokai and the Kai'Sa gives him a nice all-rounded. Whereas when you look at top esports,
how good is 369's Rumble? He's played it a few times this year and he's been pretty good on it.
Waves, but definitely more focused towards those big team fights.
But is he like a Rumble, you know? I feel like the Rumbles, they main it.
There's a lot of big ultimate buttons to pull on both teams though, right? Like Yone, all in engage, it sets up from Leona.
Why does so many teams pick Jhin?
I love the fact that here for TES and
just Jin's really good in pick and he's really good in team fights. Like Rumble Jhin, for example, if I'm Kai'Sa catching midwave and Rumble has a turn and I get Rumble ulted on, Jhin can W follow up and now I'm gonna have to flash right.
Heavy lane style, like they're so good at lanes and then they just fight all the time. You know, top esports over the course of this year we've been developing and watching this team slow down a bit, play a bit more with their macro, a little bit more intelligent, I guess you could throw in if that's not insulting them from the past.
But even this draft is a little bit more of that adaptation that we're seeing from top esports, right? Yes, we've had a couple of games from 369 in the Rumble, but he has been primarily the Cassantes, the Renekton's, the Mordekai's, or counter picks into Cassante. Like, this has kind of been his style of those big tanks on the top side, so definitely trying to
look at 369's Rumble win rate this season.
I would love to see how he does. Now, over the course of his career, he's at 90% win rate over 11 games, but definitely a champion that we've seen less of him since
did he just say 90% win rate in 11 games? Yeah, he just did.
And now he's come back, yeah. It was always 369
pretty good win rate
together. I remember, you know, Cream's
but I don't know, we'll see.
Cream's the one who's come into the mid lane champion pool and started making a name for himself as well. This top esports, they beat T1 yesterday.
I missed the last game, was it a banger? I think last game was great.
Game pushed them out and looked like T1 were rising back in fame, but some amazing team fights we talked about. On the other side for Gen G, their control, being calm and collected against Weibo is what got them to this spot. 1-0 for both these teams on day 2. One of them are going to match and be in the pool with LNG, who stays undefeated here at Worlds for day number 2 of the Swiss stage as we get into this second match.
Yeah, I am very excited to watch this matchup because even
did 369 lose on Rumble at EWC? I can see he has a 100% win rate on Rumble in 10 games, but Dagda said 90% in 11 games.
With TP plays, so like overload a side lane, we take tower, we teleport elsewhere. Like very
I don't
slow,
think
very methodical.
There's games. I don't think there's EWC stats.
Never
maybe
taking the like 70-30 play, like never looking for those big plays and maybe turn a whole game around, but it is clean,
I mean, if
it is collected, and
I mean, it looks like he's been winning a lot on Rumble.
When I look at top esports,
So it looks like that narrative's maybe changed of him being
teams that I feel like at Worlds that actually plays like
a bad Rumble, quote unquote.
A huge amount coming with like 369 and things like the Renekton, trying to find creative flank opportunities off of.
All right, I'm locked in. Chill out. I'm locked in.
I don't know if we're gonna have that here.
Speaking of someone who used to be in the LPL, you know, Dag, you can attest to this, right? When you and me were casting this guy, even then he was building himself up as like a great TP flanker.
Fleet footwork Yone, I mean, it makes sense, right? Grasp Yone is mainly good into melee matchups, I presume.
If not the best team fighter, and some of these angles and some of these movements, even considering what we saw at MSI and their success against Gen G, is what makes 369 so special.
No lane swaps, thank the lords.
Kind of towards his laning phase, right? He was
I like it when they're
laning.
laning.
Solid laner, but was always a step behind people like Bin. And now with Keen rising up, where Keen has been so good when he gets his counter picks, even having like niche ones like, well, the Mordekaiser match with 369, but like the Gangplank that he was bringing out. Keen has stepped up as a top laner and kind of thrown off that mantle where people were kind of talking about just his
I'm excited to watch Cream Chovy. Cream's become a really good AD mid player on the AD carries.
To keep control there.
You have such good laners on Gen G, right? That's why I want to come down and talk about Paze as well. Paze has had some really high highs. I mean, bro's only 18 years old, right? He's still young.
It's crazy Paze is only 18 years old.
Yes, in finals got some criticism, but him versus Jackie Love,
oh,
highs indeed as we look at the
Cleanse Flash gone already. 2v2 for top esports is winning.
Maybe it cursed him, but bro is still killing it with the stats.
They have really big pressure in mid and bot. Look at Chovy's health. They have really big pressure in mid and bot. It's a shame Sejuani's path on top.
Didn't get to show his stuff in that finals, but over the course of summer, he was.
They're gonna see Maokai here now, I think. Canyon's doing the Raptors in the bush, so if they could see that he's on the Raptors, if they check, but they won't see on the minimap that Maokai's there, so he hasn't been pinged yet. I don't think he got spotted by that ward because he did him in the bush.
He is way more controlled.
On the minimap, it didn't show he was there, but the Raptors are down, so they can probably guess where he is. That's why Relon is maybe warding.
It's no longer kind of these. I'm not gonna like insult the guys he played with, but less than top 4 in the region. This is where it pops up.
I'm sorry, we look in comparison, Mako in comparison to Yuyan Jia and also Chua, that's, you know, it's not fair. You know, they're players who maybe one day can develop their legacy, but like, I mean, Mako's a different beast.
I mean, 3 LPL championships, an MSI, a Worlds title, like, this is the most decorated support in the LPL.
He got the first MSI title alongside Deft and Pawn. Like, Mako's still going strong. He's just like one of those, again, to use the word legacy players. You know, alongside the likes of Faker in the past for LPL as well, you think of the legends like Clearlove. I think there's so much to talk about with the support himself at 369.
Ooh, that trade hurts.
Keen just stands there. He's overcooking a little bit, but it won't matter. It gives
nice trade by 369.
Extra bit of oomph as Keen plays a respect game. And now that's 2 laners, both sides of the map, working well for TES in the individual 2v2 and 1v1.
They can win that. He doesn't burn the cleanse there. I wonder if they're trying to force out the cleanse. Essentially what would happen there is if Jackie Love cleanses, instant ignite from the hens. And then the trade will be pretty rough if they keep chasing because Maokai's right behind them. Also means that if he cleanses, Leona E-Flash is really powerful in the next fight. Flash from Maokai. Tian gets Canyon though. They win that top esports. They win that. No Flash Leona. Pace can kind of chase, but doesn't have flash, so he can't cook it that hard.
No mana as he runs after them. Nothing else.
Oh, it's 369 diving Keen.
369 waiting for a solo kill. You crazy, crazy man. He has to flash away.
No flash Gnar, and he takes the base.
Hey, sometimes a genius.
A lot of fighting on both sides. This is what we get when there's no lane swaps.
But Keen able to get the flash away, will pick up all the minions underneath.
You love to see it.
So in the end, it's flash for flash, kill for kill on the bottom side. But crucially, as you see with Tien coming in for the counter gank, the kill.
Yeah, I mean here, if Jin had no cleanse, they could E-Flash on Leona, stun Jackie Love, and commit on him. But they have to go onto Mako, so Jackie Love 3 hits. So both AD and junglers hit. I mean, Maokai no flash, easy kill.
Flashing away as well to deny any sort of follow-up, just as his aftershock was about to fade as well, means that he won't fall.
So Jin still has summoners.
Getting that early kill from Paze can change a lot of this.
Crazy that he's down in CS, right? But obviously the kill just swings the gold too much.
You can see has fluctuated the gold lead in jungle, and Tien was able to go back and clear from what I
But Jackie's in a great spot.
So he is up a camp or 2 as he
no flash top.
The top side now.
Does it matter? Will anyone pay a visit? I mean, on the Grubs fight, I think it'll matter. If Tess take the Grubs fight, the problem is Jin is late to bot, so Kaisa can be first on the Grubs move. So top esports positioning is not the best.
Always try and get involved here, but this feels more like just trying to ensure that this wave starts to bounce back out towards Chovy. You do not want this wave frozen here for Cream, and I think that's why we're seeing so much scrapping overs.
Love again. We're not going to acknowledge what happened in top. That was fun, but no summoners available if they join in this fight over the grubs.
So Top Esports' option here is to either go to Drake, or you can fake contest, and fake contest means you hover around. Gen G has to stay for longer, Kai'Sa has to full commit, and Jin can push and get plates. But they're fake contesting a bit too hard. They overcooked it a bit, the contest. They were never going to take that fight, but they stepped too forwards and got too far forwards and got punished. Oh, Cream dashed in! That dash. Can't be doing that, Top Esports. Fake contesting objectives is good. You show yourself, you throw a few spells, they have to stay longer. But if you go too far, they'll engage on you and you die. They wanted to keep Kai'Sa there as long as possible so Jin can get a big lead. But they gave Kai'Sa assists. And they gave over kills. Overcooked it. Ooh, Tian trying to snuck in here. He has ult. Keen has a little bit of magic resist and he has Mega Gnar coming up. Oh, sneaky, sneaky. You don't see jungle pets. He has Mega Gnar timing though, so does he die? Do they have to wait out the Mega Gnar? It's a long time they're going to have to wait.
I think Keen's reading this. Oh no.
Oh, he's not. He jumps in. Dagda, as you were saying, it's the opposite.
Canyon's coming and he has ult here, Keen. Oh, he couldn't get it off. He got changed, you see it. Rumble W, does he get it off? Oh, he gets it off. Run, you red. Ow, please. No red buff on Maokai. He doesn't have that much damage. Where's the Q from Maokai? Oh, Canyon! Oh, he didn't get it. Top Esports are winning the side lanes. They're winning the side lane fights.
So close to being able to get that, but an auto away. 369 is able to come back in for the save. It's something back in the hands of Top Esports. But they are going to need a little bit more if they want to try and match how strong Chovy is.
Tien gets his first item because of the kill, it feels like, or maybe before.
So Chovy caught bot wave and Kai'Sa based. So when Chovy caught this bot wave, he also based as well, and they both swapped, so you'll see it out of the replay. Here, King doesn't get his ult off. He gets chain CC'd. And then 369 just gets out of the overheat for the W. He got stunned anyway, he would be fine probably.
After 369 trying to get the kill, but as soon as that's gone, 369 able to run back in, gets the flame spitter and that harpoon right as the twisted advance
so
goes
now
through.
Kai'Sa's top.
369 insane damage. He knows it's so close. Just one of that.
Kai'Sa's top, Yone's mid, Kai'Sa's moving mid. The lanes are a bit odd for Gen G here because there's no grubs and Drake is up, so Kai'Sa's top. Looks like Top Esports are matching it.
Between top and jungle, but let's not forget Chovy in that last fight picked up
this item is big for Gnar against these two champs. He's a lot safer now.
He's still in a great spot here in this range matchup.
But they know his flash timer.
It just accelerates him so effectively towards
and they know that he has no vision. So Keen could be dead again. Nah, he's not dead here, is he? He's dead. He's actually dead. Oh, what a good punish by Tien. The flash timer is maybe 20 seconds.
This sets up a nice narrative for Tien, Dagda. I don't know if you want to start with it or if I should.
I'm just like, when the hell does Tien play towards 369?
Yeah.
Like, this is not what you expect, but
Tien's playing great.
369 now, under such a good
really
spot to just try and take over the sideline. As you say, like, Tien has been stepping up big now for Top Esports.
All I'm going to say is a lot of people didn't have this team making it out of Swiss because they're like, I don't know about Tien. But Tien's year has been insane. Even at MSI, I think we saw some highlights. And yeah, sure, they'd lost to G2 in the end, but that's more about G2. Jackie Love now solo flared as we come back to reality. And is Mako going to pull a bit onto the gravity?
Chat, objectively, I said Tien's a top 5 jungle in this tournament. But I did say in my bias that he's probably going to choke. I won't deny that. On my pick'ems, I put them to not make it. Okay? When I have a subjective opinion, I'll stick to it. I didn't trust him.
And how much control he can have. And especially coming over on towards Gen G, like
the
revamp of this Gen G roster, a huge amount of the talking.
But the most Top Esports thing ever would be to beat Gen G and then to go 2-3 and lose.
From here, but certainly this is a man that you cannot.
But they're playing really good. They're playing really good. Hey, I'm not going to discredit good play. I'll be biased and subjective, but I'm not going to discredit it. 369 and Tian are doing really well.
Possibility when you get to these best ofs of what he can draft for. In this game, obviously, it's just a Maokai who picks up a lock at first, but Canyon still has that reliability as a jungler.
I'll have my serious opinions and I'll have my stream pick'em opinions, okay?
Here at the first 10 minutes of the game. Second round of grubs have now spawned, and Lehans is on the top side matching Mako.
Alright, Jackie Love's got his item. His core item, Static Shiv.
Pressure though, because he doesn't have Canyon and he doesn't have the Kai'Sa, but the Top Esports don't know that, so afraid to kind of step into that position. Now he's bought time where Top Esports have
shift time, baby.
So nice job from Lehans.
They're faking it.
now, can they get
Top
Chovy?
Esports have to fight this though. It's beautiful because Top Esports have 369 first on the move, right? So he can always TP ball if Nar pushes after the grub fight. So that means that Keen has to match. So Rumble's here first. Maokai outsmites. That's 4. I think Gen G can be happy with 4. Canyon has flash, but does he chain CC and die here? He has Locket. Chain CC dead. No Mercs Lamont.
Gives Top Esports a kill. Canyon already got away with a bit of a robbery, but he wanted the full heist.
Yeah, I think he should have just stepped back. You have
I think they should have called it as 4.
You're pretty happy because you're the one coming out on top of that, but ends up going over, giving the kill across as well. You're gonna be
Top Esports are winning these skirmishes, but I think the main problem they'll have is Chovy's Yone on side lane in about 5 minutes time. They need to make sure that they can deal with that.
From what he got earlier. So
Yone will just sit on side and push. They need to make sure that Cream's getting resources.
Laning and chilling for another 2 minutes time.
Yeah, I mean, the games yesterday for Top Esports against T1 very much came down to, hey, there's a couple of early skirmishes, but these big late game fights at objectives. And I think Gen G definitely a team that can look to try and
this is Infernal Soul again, chat.
Cover a lot of the plays from Top Esports.
Then I am convinced that I'm going to have to go to the studio and find who's fucking rigging this shit.
Objective plays. I think Canyon needs to be a bit more careful.
That was my only pick convention of the day. I'm sorry. Of the game, sorry.
The Maokai, the ultimate, didn't work out so well for
Is
some
Jackie
of
being
these
scared
plays
of
because of
being
the
dope?
pressure that was being put onto him by Weibo. Still came out with a win, so you can't really complain too much, but just need to be on point here with those plays for the Maokai.
Scream plays up heavily in the meantime. Lahenz is just hovering topside yet again. Canyon is nearby. He's
that Lucian
level
kill.
8, by the way. Matching here with Tien as he's caught up a bit in CS, but getting those early kills and the fact that Tien does have a small item differential with Kindle Jam, he's going to be caught out.
They're engaging onto Sejuani. I mean, I guess it's winning actually. She has no flash. I mean, they didn't have much vision, but it worked. Because Jin wasn't showing on top wave, right? He was here. I guess he was on a ward though. That ward doing work for Gen G. Tian, give it. Tian, take it. Tian, give it. Tian, take it.
What he needs to be stepping up to if he wants to match Gen G.
He matched in four of these kills with 4 assists in his pocket as Mako tries to match Chovy, but unfortunate Shattering Strike.
Here's the Chovy side lane that I'm talking about. Lucian's gonna have to match.
Bot lane consistently top. And
they're gonna have to match it.
Consistently bot now.
Lucian coming out top.
Spawning in a minute's time as well, even though they have teleport to be able to walk.
Oh, they got cancelled on the base. Chovy cancelled them, so they're gonna be late on mid wave. So now Cream can't go top. He's gonna have to go back mid because they got cancelled.
Now to play it on the map state. He's so good at working with Canyon in these sort of positions to find leads, find opportunities to make plays, and with the Rift Herald. Now only just starting to spawn, and you have to.
They're getting cancelled again. Oh my god, they're trolling up here. They need to get the base quick.
40 seconds. Herald also mentioned
10 seconds on Herald, 40 seconds on Drake. Look how fast, much faster Lahenz is on the map.
Maybe it's a surefire thing.
Now Lucian has to run top.
Walking through mid and seems to be
now they have top push because he's late. So now Chovy can take a base. He can open mid.
Before this dragon spawns.
Yeah, the only
depends what they want to do.
Worried about is a lot of these first items being completed, like Bork for Cream, the static shiv now for Jackie Love on these resets. Even 369 having TP with Leandries, whereas nothing's there for Gen G.
He's going to send up TP in with Blade and take the Herald. So now
Gen
Tess are so late to the contest, they don't have any vision. Getting your base cancelled like this is so criminal. And now they have number disadvantage on the initial fight. Rumble looks pretty good though. Mako might go down. Keen's fighting Jackie. Pace is stuck in the pit. Chovy's going to try and turn it. Canyon's alive. Keen needs to stop that Jin from shooting. Stop that Jin, Keen. Jackie's just ignoring him. Oh, he gets pace on the flash.
As well. 369 bullies and get something back as
Cream is he cooking?
He's got a health bar. He's got Lahenz.
Rumble.
He's got 369.
Keen. He's a bit dizzy. Keen. Cream's got a mug. Is he gonna get mega? Mega. No mega.
What the hell?
Absolute monster fight. It's a good day of Worlds. Jackie Love opened his ult and ignored Keen. He was just shooting while getting hit. He needed to get the fight winning. Cream goes over the wall, comes back. Keen doesn't know who to hit. Should I hit Rumble? Should I hit Lucian? He's only little Gnar. He can't throw his fucking boomerangs, can he?
I'm watching Keen just
369's having an amazing game.
But in what is classic LPL solo lane style, they take a
that was a really fun fight. You can watch that fight 10 times and probably find something new in it. Because there was so many skirmishes. Get the replay up quick. Get the replay up quick. Double pink ward, fuck it, why not?
But it was a very, very close fought fight. the ultimate from 369 was really good, but the fact that Gen G, the target selection, the focus on towards the members that were stuck in the pit for top esports worked out absolutely fantastically. And now with the dragon taken, look at where Gen G are. This is what we're talking about, that classic of, hey, we're going to stick Chovy and Keen in the same
Yo, drop the replay of that bad boy. We've got nothing happening.
And now it's
that was a monster fight.
To match that play in the bottom side.
Wow!
And Gen G in top are going to
Everyone's basing after this tower.
Back onto Chovy as well. After that, Dragon goes down. It's Mountain Soul. Another push here as Top Esports group up. Okay, Canyon. Well, unfortunate. He was going to look for another push. Maybe that's a blessing in disguise, Dagda, because if they go for that push, 369 and the rest of TS are there to match. I feel like Canyon could have died.
Yeah, I think it'll be all right, though. So, Gen G, back away. It's still tower for tower at the end of the day, as Cream was able to get that one on the bottom side. But I do think the main focus now is going to be, like, how does 369
8 people died!
Because I didn't consider him a very strong split pusher. Yeah. But when you're, you know, 5-0 is Rumble.
Ooh, TP top by Cream.
Nearly 3k gold lead. I think you're in a good spot to.
I mean, what Zeus would do here is he would E on Yone and ult the wave and clear it and die.
Consistently playing around 369. Cream teleported in for this as well, so they're looking to take Alders down. And this is what we mean when we say top esports willing to split the difference here. Play the macro gamers. They're going to lose mid.
Oh, the dive on the Jackie. He has no flash. Good play by Lehens. Yo, Lehens. I will say the two best players for me on both teams right now are 369 and Lehens.
Look for the retribution. Look for the revenge.
That was a good angle here from Lehens.
That can caught Gen G. They've found Canyon in the way. The equalizer. Beautiful, and he cannot stay.
Nars getting bot tier 1. Gen G are winning the map. They lost top tier 1, but they almost took mid and they're taking bot as well. These towers are getting chipped away at. They also got the dive on the Jackie. Lehens?
Oh, caught them. Permafrost is an easy taking down tool.
I cursed him.
Locked in place, and 369 damage is unbeatable this game. Off that last play, he picked up so much gold, and he is shredding anyone in his way.
So the fact that
let the tower die.
Actually, the tower is going to fall.
Yeah, deny the local gold.
Local gold going over towards Gen G.
That's basically a dead tower.
At least a bit of a boon for top esports, but it is top tower for mid tower, kill for kill. The big wave loss for Jackie Love, though, is the major factor to keep your eyes on, because look at the 1.2k gold lead that is now opened up here on the bottom side of the map for Pace.
Chat, make fun of me for saying Rumble's weak. Make fun of me. Do it. I'm not going to back away, and I said that.
They've got some grubs under their work.
It's looking good this game as well.
Mid, but at half HP,
maybe I was wrong. I still don't want to agree yet.
So,
I think it looks quite strong. But
after that fight, I mean, again, 3k gold lead individually in top.
You can say haha. Okay,
right,
I'm not going to say that I didn't say it. I said it. I said Rumble was weak this patch.
1300 gold up.
Looks like I was wrong.
And that's where I think you're going to have Lehens and Canyon babysit Pays in this mid lane, get that mid control, and as the reset starts to come through for Keen, he can move into the spot lane, and you transition mid pressure into bot lane pressure, get that last tower, put a bunch of vision down on the bot side for Gen G, and then look for that dragon in 2 minutes time. So I wouldn't, as Keen comes into the spot side,
I was wrong about it.
Shift on Gen G into this bottom side. You actually see it happen now as Pays and Lehens start to get that vision and look for the pick on 369.
Don't get me started on your bad takes.
He's going down to start this engagement.
Listen, I had a lot of takes for Worlds, okay? This one was wrong. Don't get me started on your bad takes.
Right in the middle of the wave, and he walks back, he tries to run, he doesn't have flash available, so he's
going
to
get stunned.
Mouth? Solar Flare, an easy lock, and a shutdown over to Pays.
You know what? Fuck it.
Gold for the legend.
Maybe I was right there. Let's see. Let's see as the tournament goes on.
A wave ahead. They don't push with Pays in mid. Instead, they shift Chovy to push mid to then immediately
I'm kidding. Obviously, he got caught there 2v1. He has no flash. I wonder if 369 should have ulted the wave there. Would have been pretty good for them. Wouldn't have been able to take tower until the next wave.
This is why they are considered such a threat in the LCK.
So plays the map slower as well. Gen G just thinking about their options, and they pick the right one. Keen gets the shove in bot, and now he can back away with some extra gold. But what I'm looking at, in speaking of gold, is
why the fuck do I wake up and my pick'ems are ruined? LNG 1?
Now picked up for the Kaiser. That'll have that W up.
Bladed Ruin King, Black Cleave Revolution. That's a classic old school build, no?
Resets down, so the poke starts becoming very meaningful for this comp that only has the Sedge and Rel to tank it up.
At least it's on Infernal Soul.
The small advantages that you have for top esports is like Cream starting to hit that black.
Jovi's pushing sides.
Early,
looks like they've been managing the side lanes well, though.
Should be able to finish off a stride breaker as he looks at the reset here.
Pace is really strong.
With 40 seconds,
it's almost a Nashor's Tooth Kai'Sa on 3 items at 21 minutes.
So I think
this fight for Gen G is not ideal. Does he have Stride Breaker in base? I guess he does. Yeah, he does. Yeah, they can take it. They can take the fight.
Looks like Gen G actually just going to all in on the.
They need to be careful of Rel Flash Rumble ult. They have champions that are quite mobile though.
But this has been
Let's see if they can avoid it.
a mainstay in my heart for the tournament so far. We're heading towards Dragon. We started off in mid. Gen.G are here first. And
Not the best Kai'Sa poke yet, but she does have W upgrade, right? With Danish Codex blasting one, she gets W upgrade.
Should feel confident to walk into this river position.
Look at the vision lining. Lehen's on control wood. Clears away, as you said.
I think top just going to play for mid-tower pressure instead. They don't really care about one dragon.
Drop mid-tier 1, yeah, I mean, it's soul points, right? They're going to have to do something like that.
Can Gen.G look for the engage with Canyon off the back of this?
Gen.G's engage is not the best. Their CC is great, but their engage is like a Maokai ult, a flash W, a Leona flash in, or a Leona ult. It's not like an instant single target engage. Gnar needs a side flank. Can't really run at them and engage. But they have like Yone ult, they have Maokai ult, they have Gnar ult, they have Leona ult, they have a lot of follow-up engage. Here we go, this is where Gen.G shine in these kind of fights. Look at these chokes that they can play on. Oh, Jackie Love lived. Pace! Rumble ult went to Narnia. Pace has flashed if he wants to get over here, but he's pretty safe there. He has W upgrade as well, so he comes out again here soon. He's just poking them. Chovy sees the angle onto Cream.
But I think for TES, it's a rotten
oh, they love those kind of fights there. Oh, Chovy! What a masterclass from Gen.G. Oh my god, if you're a pro team, just watch Gen.G's team fight there, please.
This is full of terror for top esports, and it's Gen.G.
The way they weaved in and out there was fantastic. Their champs allowance with Yone Kai'Sa, right? That was, I need a replay of that one at least, please. Just drop the replay, nothing's gonna happen, they're gonna get Baron. Please drop the replay of that one. The last fight around Herald was great, but this one was crazy by Gen.G. Tess couldn't find a target.
And I think they've kept their game chances of moving to a 2-0 very much
no replay?
in their hands. Dag the Red Bull Baron power play, but please give me another replay. I just want to watch that again and live it.
Yeah, I mean, the engage from
okay,
Paze,
thank fuck.
The follow-up was from Paze was sick.
So Canyon gets engaged. Wait, this is already halfway through the fight.
Paze has the confidence to just play up here, knowing that nobody's really able to turn onto him from this position.
Jin's already dead.
Chovy with that knock-up as well.
Yeah, good knock-up from Chovy. He stacked his Q on Wolves after the fight, right? Because when he ulted in to get Jin, I mean, Chovy POV there, he finds Jin on the flash, kills Jin with Pace. He snaps back low HP, he runs to Wolves to lifesteal up and get Q3, and then he re-enters with EQ3. Oh, Tian's having fun. He's smiling in the fight. I think he's enjoying the game at least.
But I'm an LCK lover in this game, and this is Gen.G.
I love it when pro players, even when they're losing, they're enjoying the game. Like it shows like they admire like the way their enemy team's playing. I mean, that's it. You only just got one shot.
Lehen's found another great pick, and now TS find themselves in trouble.
Top esports don't have a leg to stand on. It's been
Top esports' early game was good, but Gen.G's macro, you could see even when they were behind, they were playing on 2 lanes. You remember when the Kai'Sa was hitting mid and now was hitting bot? Lucian TP top with Rumble. They were really stuck. There's a few points you can go back where when Gen.G's behind, they're playing on 2 lanes still.
They both put on a show, but Gen.G once
and their
again,
team fighting was just
yeah, I mean
Gen.G's team fighting is world class.
Is 4.5k, 4,200, right? But
after this game chat, we're going to rewatch the Herald fight. I really want to watch it again.
The lead a lot of the time. That now feels more and more irrelevant because Paze is just in the way.
He's 2/3 of the gold lead essentially for Gen.G. This man has been absolutely insane, and I think a huge amount of that is when we praise Jackie Love for his positioning over the course of LPL domestically. It has not worked out for him this split or this game. Lehen's has had it in his sights the whole time. And also then Chovy just consistently putting pressure onto him. Jackie Love has not had a chance to open up. And when he was so clutch yesterday on this Jin with some of the static shiv damage and the executions that he got, he just has not had that today against Gen.G.
They're now moving up top with their Baron. They've already
Rumble really needs Rel to get a good engage, but like I said, it's not like they're against Orianna Jin. Kai'Sa Yone can play the fight their own way. They're very self-sufficient. It's very hard to just lock them down. They don't need front to back. They can do whatever they want. Going on to Gnar is not bad, but he didn't die. Oh, they're too far forward. Lucian's dead. Yeah. Chovy.
Oh, it's church time. He may miss those, so
the QSS cleans up Rel. He dies to the bullet. Wait, hold up. Have they overcooked here a bit? Have they overcooked here a bit? The Jin ult can fry them here. Gnar jumped. He hit the press come backwards. He hit the blast cone and went backwards instead of over.
We went to church, but it's the top esports miracle that might have just happened. The dive from Gen G went too far. And it's
What is Keen doing there?
Get some much needed goal back in their favor.
They needed that top esports, they really did.
Even though the push comes in almost.
Did Keen just blast cone back in? Oh, that's the kind of replay pace I like. Look at Cream here, look at the dash. He has to dash forwards to kill Gnar, but
the lockdown comes through.
now he's fucked.
You're able to get the kill thanks to Paze's damage. Mako goes very low. And then Chovy sees blood in the water.
Chovy's ulting here to get in range of Rel. He should QSS earlier though.
The stun, the lockdown, thanks to Deadly Flourish, is then enough for just the last bullet to come through and kill him. But with everyone on Gen G,
does Keen show Keen on the blast cones?
It only gives time for the curtain call to come through as Keen. A bit of a whoopsie on the blast cone.
But still love on Jin. Okay, I'm getting it again. TES moving towards
Mako doesn't have flash now.
Ain't done. There's a big lead as we've almost got a full
I mean, Pace is just fucking... He's 10-1 and 7, 100% KP.
Production crew. Look at all the tools and the activatables available here.
They're gonna have to give this top esports. They need Crypto Bloom and IE most importantly. They need IE on this Mosquito Jin.
Push back Gen G, and that starts with the waves. So, gonna opt out of this one. And we'll be looking for another 5 minutes of slightly bought time, but a minute and a half until Baron.
Yeah.
The amount of control that Chovy offers in his side lane, the hick potential you can get with Paze, it is very hard for top esports to defend these towers.
So I said it's not done yet, but it still feels like Gen G it should be done. Okay, obviously there's going to be favoritism with the way they've handled this game, and there's going to be
also
with the
waiting
cold
for like
lead they
Essence
have,
or
plus
some
double
shit as
Mountain
well, right?
Dragon against the Jin and Illusion. Can they find the picks that they found when Gen G overcommitted to the top lane?
Well, this is where, as long as Gen G don't make that same mistake, they're okay. Like, they are setting up the same idea. Slow
I think they can Maokai ult this tower.
369 is not top, so top esports can't really just pull the trigger immediately.
If they really want to force it.
There,
but it's hard, their wave's getting thinned.
Mid, top esports has to concede this tower or else fight a 4v5.
Maybe on the next wave they're going to Maokai ult it because mid's going to be caught by Rumble.
Gen G, as you said, have the numbers advantage for now, while 369 deals with both the bot wave crashing in behind the turret and this new wave that's crashing in directly in front of it.
They're not going to go for it.
Lehen's also looking for a
Is
pick
it because
with
Baron's
his
up in
range,
30,
so
they don't want to waste Maokai ult?
TES still fighting.
They're just playing the face check here. Look, there's Crypt Bloom for Rumble. Now here comes IE for Jin.
3 more waves that you can work for this for Gen G, 'cause you can see the
now
timing
top
up on the left
esports
corner
is a
before
bit
that
more
boss
confident in a
inhibitor
fight.
respawns. So next wave should be where they're looking.
The problem is there's no armor pen, right? And this guy's Renduins and this guy's Renduins. So this guy's going Renduins and this guy's Seekers. This guy's going. They're going to go. They're going 5 Renduins. Well, 4 with his Zhonya's.
Tien gets the full brunt of Chovy. Small engage.
The Lucian Cleaver is going to have to do a lot of work in this fight.
TES gave them a bit of a leg up, knowing where Gen G were moving.
Yeah, the Cleaver will help, but it's still, they're going 4 Renduins.
We sit around mid while 369 makes his way again for the fight.
Yeah, top esports are losing some resources off that top wave that crashed, but they're just trying to play off of 2 waves.
Kaisa W missed, that's big.
If they contest Gen G into this top side jungle, they're just going to end up walking in blind. So Lehen's spotted on a ward. He doesn't realize it though.
So 369 runs towards him. Now he's behind.
They're going to lose flash on Leona here.
Look, what do? Do we find the fight? Do we find the Baron?
Maybe they're going to lose Leona actually.
Help out, but Lehen's already flashed away. He wants to build space.
Is Genji going to try and do Baron?
Zones out Jackula, but
they can't do it in time though.
It's 369 on top of Lehen's.
Wait, is Lehen's living? No way. He's dead, right? Oh, they have to use Culling. Rumble ult is not best. Rumble ult's really bad. Oh, they just lost Culling and Rumble ult. These are the 2 long-range spells which hit Kaisa.
But they lose all their ultimates in the play, and I think top esports need to back away from that. Keen will drop to
I wonder if Gen G is going to get mid-wave and force Baron.
Yes,
Pace is going low on mana though.
They haven't lost too much when it comes to map pressure and can still continue to push in these waves.
Well, Chovy's going to do exactly that. Lehen's has got a smaller death timer as well. In 10 seconds, he's up.
Yeah, I'm not 100%, but with all those ultimates used, I think Gen G can just start Baron and they make the
Pace
same
is low on mana though.
You know,
but it's Kaisa Yone, it's quite quick.
Lockdown from
they're going to call it off. I mean, he must have a lot of gold as well.
You see Gen G toying with the idea, but not 100% certain they want to go for it.
Tien backing on a ward. Chovy is not going to be stopped, of course, with the Soul Unbound. He darts back. Chovy starts off the Baron, maybe to fake it as top esports still hover. This one ward at red buff, giving full access to Gen G's next game plan.
We need to catch that top wave.
A lot of movement here.
Chovy's trying to hold their control though. He's trying to scare them. He's really making them panic. Mako's out of wards. This is what they do. They hinder. They make it so your support is having a really tough time. They have no wards for this wall. They have none. Oh, Gen G played the sequence really well. Whether they win the fight or not, the sequence was class.
A quick kill and access is Cream Cullings against the side. He's opened great season for Gen G.
Nice flash by Keen. Chovy's in there too. Down goes Jackie. The way Gen G played that sequence was perfect. They abuse your support so hard. Once his wards are gone, they're not going to let him base. They'll keep starting it to make him stay.
So good this game. Waiting in the bush, knowing there's no vision there for top esports, and Gen G immediately engaged with Keen, having the last couple of ticks of that Mega Gnar, and that will be the Baron.
Lehens and Pace this game have been like unreal. Unreal. The bot lane impact from this game from Gen G is unbelievable.
And Gen G this game, you got to say, have been so good at picking apart the pieces in the majority of these fights, right? Obviously, it's been slowed down by TES as much as possible, but we watch this other one again.
But
this
look
is what
again,
they did.
Lehens, no vision. You look at topside, 369 and Cream not in a position to go for this, and Chovy's just hit his Q3 into
Lehens
that
is so
ultimate,
good.
rocks everybody,
Lehens
and
is
even
so
Paze
good.
immediately jumps onto Jackie Love.
This is such a stellar game from their bot lane.
Seeker's arm guard, which overextends Cream, who then ends up falling. It's all
Pace is
these
smurfing in
little
fights, but I want to
pieces
show you what
from Gen
Lehens
G
does after this game.
perfectly executed on a team-wide scale. And it's that coordination that makes this team so deadly.
And they've now moved into an 8k gold lead. We're back where we started. We're back where we were 5-10 minutes ago.
Yeah, they can get third Drake as well. 3 mountains.
A lot of criticism, like we said.
How many Rand wins do they have? Show it. Do they have 4 Rand wins? 1, 2, 3. Chovy didn't get his Rand wins.
Your point, Paze is still
He went
a supreme
Bloodthirster.
team fighting AD carry. He's still, you know, a young prodigy who's got so many years ahead of him. We look at one moment in finals and say, yeah, but what else has he done? Well, he's done exceptional things throughout the year.
Yeah, debuted this year, Worlds. Did play in 2023. But
bloody won MSI.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this guy has been absolutely insane. Even in the, what's it, the Golden Road? I can't remember the term where you win LCK in your first split as well. Like, this guy's an absolute beast. So, I have to see if he's going to be able to continue that as he starts to move forward. But it is looking damn good at 11-1-0.
Pace is 18 years old.
Alongside Lehens,
He's got a long career ahead of him.
Good bot lane to focus down Jackie Love and Mako.
TES on their last defense. The Baron's doing a lot of work under this inhibitor, and Chovy's free to step up. TES on their defensive position is
what is that,
losing
2006?
everything in the base. Gen G is spreading them thin.
Crazy.
And TES just need to fight and fight in front of their Nexus turrets is what they've got left as Gen G have now opened up double inhibitor.
There's the ultimate from Canyon, though. They want to end this now.
And Maokai sends it in as Solar Flare also zones out TES.
It's a victory lap here for Gen G.
Need the last stand and begins with the
Lens is too tanky, isn't he?
with everyone jumping
They're all too tanky. Not bad, Lens goes down at least. Hold on, that's a lot of AoE damage they got down actually. Wait, hold the fucking phone. Does he have Zhonya's? No, he doesn't. Pace pentakill?
Gen G are believers in themselves. That's all that matters.
They need to lifesteal up a bit here. Nah. Gen G just kind of ran head first into them there. Looked like a lot of AoE damage.
They're so low, but
Gen base TP on Gnar.
going to reset and TP in this wave. They
Still not
need
enough.
to try and find a way to stop this. Jackie Love's alone.
And he gets ulted immediately.
Yeah, Zhonya's.
Too strong.
Chovy, protect him. Oh, yes, the E stealth. What a good game from Gen G. What a good game. I mean, top esports had good moments as well, but fuck me, Gen G played well that game. That was a hard game to win.
Performance from Gen G. That was absolutely insane, but you've heard it enough from us.
All right, chat, let's go through a couple things real quick.
I'm speechless after that one.
That was sick.
That was sick. That was.
Some of the things Gen G did that game was insane.
He came back with Kaisa. Was like, guys, let's forget about that game 5 in our.
Look at this Baron play that they did. Just look at this. What they do to you is, you don't really notice it, but watch what they do to you. So Mako comes out of base and he has 3 wards. Yeah. They track Mako's wards. He has 4 wards. Mako's out of base with 4 wards. Mako puts all his wards down around the Baron area. Wait, is it this Baron? It is. So they know Lehens has no wards. Mako has no wards. They know it. And they have tempo on the map. And Mako wants the base. But watch what Mako does. He's like second guessing. Fuck, are they on Baron? Oof, they could do Baron. Like Canyon's in the pit taking his pink. He has no wards. No one has wards. None of them. What Gen G will do is, like, even though they are like a numbers disadvantage perhaps, or like they don't have tempo, they'll start Baron. This isn't to finish. It's not to finish. It's for them to blue orb. So now they know this ward is showing Mako. They know Mako hasn't based yet. They got a blue orb. Now Mako wants to base. He's channeling his recall again. But Chovy's over the wall. They could be on Baron again. Maybe he's trying to scout for information. Mako has to stay. And then the Maokai saplings spot Mako, and they're pinging Mako. Look. Rel still there. Rel still hasn't based. They have no vision. He goes in to check. It's not there. This ward is doing so much work. They see Mako again still. Mako again is saying, guys, I need to base, I have no wards. He tries to recall. Cancelled again. They're just blasting the enemy support. They started again. Mako has no wards. Why are they starting it? Because they're pulling top esports. They know you have no wards. Come. Come stop this. How do you stop this? And now when you think you're gonna stop it, bang. They pull the trigger. Instant engage. Everyone's on top of you. So for the last minute to a minute and 30, they've got top esports by the balls, you know? They know you have no vision. They know you can't get vision, and they're gonna choke you out until you face check, and then you're gonna die. So the sequence from this point onwards is won. The play is already won now, even though Lehens dies. They use a lot of ults. From this point onwards, Gen G's won the game. You don't really think about it, but they have. Because of this one ward. This one ward is stopping Mako from being able to do anything. He can't. He just wants to base and get wards, and then everyone's fine. But they don't allow him. And they keep doing that by A, poking him down, but B, fake contesting, right? This constant Baron threat looming in Mako's mind because Gen G could be on it, couldn't be on it. This guessing game is so difficult to play against. Constantly just cancelling or finding or fishing. All for enough time for Lehens to come out of base, start the Baron, and pull the trigger. Really well played by Gen G. Really well played. And then Gen G, even though they're behind in the game from top esports' early game, it always felt like Gen G was playing on 2 lanes. This instance here, for example. What happens? Gen G herald top, okay? They herald top, cannon crashes into the wall, it's funny. Now they all recall. But what essentially happens here is top esports say, we're ahead, let's snowball the game. I've got a bot push, I'm gonna TP top behind the rumble, and let's get top tier 1, okay? That's what their call is. Gen G don't even flinch. What happens? Lucian TP's top, they 4-man top, but what ends up happening? Gen G play on 2 lanes. Playing on 2 lanes when you're behind, it's crazy to be able to do that, especially when you're down in Drakes and you don't have as much map control. So essentially what happens is, you're pushing top with Rumble Lucian, but you don't have TP. I think this is a mistake from top esports, because essentially Gnar pushes out bot. Gen G just called a dive on JackeyLove because they've over-rotated for this top tier 1 because they thought they had to dive Chovy. JackeyLove, even though he has cleanse, is dead. So now you're in a game state where you're ahead, and the enemy team used their tempo top and got top tier 1. But now Gen G are threatening mid tower. They got a kill onto Jhin. Now they're threatening bot tower. They're like poking you like mosquitoes constantly. No matter what you do and no matter where you go, they're always trading somewhere. Or they're trading ahead when they're behind. And now you've lost top push, you've lost mid push. They're trying to push out bot. Boom, they're bot. They get bot tier 1. They're behind, but their decisiveness and the way they play around these side lanes is just so snappy. I want to watch this Herald fight though. Sorry, I don't want these guys to freak out from me spam scripting. Let's watch this Baron fight again. Herald fight. So the reason they're late is, again, a similar thing kind of happened. You know how I talked about tempo and basing? They did the same thing again, but for Herald. So watch this. I talked about it live a little bit, but it's hard to describe. Lucian's on a base timer, and Kai'Sa was showing mid. Yone's on a side lane, and I told you that they need to be careful of the Yone side lane. How do they do that? Well, they just match Lucian into Yone. It's that simple. Match Lucian into Yone. But they don't do it. It takes them too long. The Herald's up in a minute. They gotta get there now. So JackeyLove saying, and Lucian saying, okay, let's base and swap. Greedy base. This is a greedy base. This one play might have just lost them the Herald fight. And what happens? Chovy fishes for information. He eases forwards and he checks. He sees them both basing, cancels them both. So now Lucian, from base, thinks he's running top. He's like, okay, I'll go top, we can fight Herald. But because they get cancelled, look at his pathing. He has to go mid. And now Lucian has to go mid. He didn't want to. But this is because they got cancelled on their base and they were trying to base for Herald. What happens again?
Finding leads, find opportunities to make plays, and with the Rift Herald, now only just starting to spawn, and greedy base.
Another base cancelled. So top esports are ahead, but they've dropped their tempo. And Gen G know that. So when Gen G set up on the Herald, look who's late to the Herald. Because they have to run through top. Lucian's late to top because Jhin was stopped on his base and Lucian has to run top. Jin's running mid, but they've lost mid push. So now they're in a state where they had a winning side lane and a winning mid contest. And both mid and bot are top are pushed in. So when you get to the Herald, what does TN see? TN sees fuck all. He sees nothing. They have no mid push, no top push. And Rumble's under tower. And Gnar's first. So all of these tempo, this is the best way to define tempo. Tempo is all about timing, right? 1 minute for the objective. Base, stack up on wards, push out a lane, contest the objective. But you get cut in one of those steps, you're delayed by 10 seconds. And if you're delayed by 10 seconds, they get there and all of those things fall apart. It's like the domino effect. Well, I should have based, but I didn't. So I got cancelled. So I can't push the lane and I don't have vision. So now you're fighting objective blind when you're ahead. All because you had greedy bases, greedy recalls. So what happens when you face check and you're pushing out lanes? Jin's pushing out mid, he's late. Lucian's pushing out top, he's late. So essentially, watch this fight. I'm just going to pause on a frame. Ready? Genji are fighting 2 versus 4 for at least 3 or 4 seconds before anyone can join. Lucian and Rumble are stuck and Jackie Love's on the right. So Genji, with all this tempo, they force the objective and you're late. And because you're late, because you got cancelled on your bases, they have a numbers advantage. So even though this Rumble Wolf's not bad, it's a mess. It's a mess. Jackie Love's over there. Rumble Wolf was over there. Rel's already dead. Cream's trying his best with Tian. And Genji turned it into like a messy, messy fight. They end up winning this fight, but the setup when you're ahead, when you go this close in a fight, when you're ahead, you shouldn't do that. And this was the story of the game, I think. Genji was always just 1 step ahead because they had tempo. And Genji never had it. And Top Esports never had it. So every time they got a lead, they could not play on as many lanes as they wanted to. That was a great game. That was such a high quality game. Mega high quality. Genji is so good. They're so good. It's crazy. Actually, chat, should we watch the team fight again? I don't know, that team fight was whatever. I missed the interview. My bad. What is this? In honor of Oktoberfest, I asked pro players what their favorite beer is.
Favorite beer?
I don't know.
Do you drink beer?
Not really. I mean, I drink a little bit, but like I don't have a favorite one.
I mean, I've never actually tried beer. I'm trying to think of like there was like one that everyone was drinking back in Denmark, but I don't even remember what it's called. I think it's like Carlsberg.
Yes, that is the Denmark one.
Nice.
Yeah.
百威吧，别说不说了。
Budweiser.
Budweiser? Budweiser is your favorite?
Yeah.
저는 그 카스 같은 걸 많이 마시는데 여기도 유명한가요?
Cass?
Comment il dit Cass?
If I go with my friends and
Stella Artois. Stella Artois is the best one.
Just any beer they give me. That's one, so I could say like beer hơi Hà Nội.
I mean, I don't drink a lot, but
Stella.
I don't know, Estrella, I guess.
Estrella.
Stella Artois.
Oh my fucking man, Showmaker.
Recently, actually ordering a beer.
I don't drink.
You don't drink? Okay, well, there goes that answer.
I never drink.
Do you have...
Okay. Chat, we've got G2 versus Hammerlife. I repeat, G2 versus Hammerlife. Lock in. Get a snack, get a drink, go to the toilet, walk your fish, be quick. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick.
Welcome back to the desk for the second day of Swiss here as I think we witnessed one of the best games we had from the tournament so far. TES, Gen.G. Gen.G solidifying themselves as the favorites of the tournament, but that was a crazy game. What did you think?
It certainly was, and honestly, you could feel that in the entire arena. I was actually watching it from the back. LNG had still stuck around. The entire atmosphere, in terms of the happiness they sometimes felt, into the immediate downfall afterwards. It was very funny to watch, and yeah, what a great game to witness.
Yeah.
One of the things I love about watching Gen.G play against LPL teams is like LPL teams are always
it's euphoria time
to fight them, to contest, to see, to like, hey, are you going to make a mistake here? And that makes all these Gen.G games so much more exciting. Even when they have that little lead, it never feels like a sure thing until they actually close out.
Perfection. Peak League of Legends here, which is why we want to keep on having. In the next game, we have Hanwha Life Esports versus G2. I'm coping hard here. I'm coping as the biggest EU fan, but I feel like we have an exciting matchup, especially in the mid lane. This is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Caps versus Zeka. What do we think here? There's so much to say.
I mean, two fantastic young players from yesterday at the very least, right? These are guys who
this
are
is it,
kind of, I think, the core
this is
of
where
a lot
the
of their
West
team's biggest
stands.
Moments. Caps
This is where EU
right, even when G2 has
stands
been, Slump has always been stepping
and
up
fights
as
to
well,
the
right?
death.
Touted for so long as the he only plays melee champs, has not only evolved, but has evolved and then is also entering a Worlds tournament meta where he probably still can go back to the thing that he built his legend on.
Caps versus Zeka.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Caps winning on the solo kills.
It's never just a mid-lane matchup. You always have all these other guys who wants to come in and ruin the fun.
Behind.
Because I actually think that Peanut and Delight has had incredible jungle support synergy domestically. I actually think that one of the best jungle support duos in the world right now. I will say Peanut had a little bit of a sloppy game. To be reckoned with, and one G2, either one,
are very happy to face now, but they still maybe have a little bit of jet lag.
Come on, E2!
Or 2, very happy that they can't draw them when it's a potential knockout. So.
you know what's even crazy?
Please win, and if you lose, just don't get smashed. If they get smashed, it's over, man.
Whoopsie.
All the cope is disappearing. It's all gone. The tank's empty if you fuck this up.
That's none of these teams. So that makes Worlds even more interesting. I know, as Ale tweeted out, he's like, this World is rocking.
Come on.
Now, those weren't his words, but, I've kind of summarized for you all at home because it's only been 2 days.
Hans Sama was playing really well yesterday.
We've had great games. This one should be good.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. What is that fucking book? What is that character chat?
That HLE could also walk over them because
on his sleeve as well.
The quality of players here is still incredible.
I do think though G2 always find a way to really pop off when it comes to internationals. Like,
this is what I think will happen, chat. I think G2's been cooking. Like, I think they're gonna give Zeka Yone first pick and they're gonna play Camille into it.
And really starting to threaten a lot of the top
think that's going to happen.
LCK teams, but we'll have to see if it's going to be a similar story. But
I think that's very likely.
Beast going up against
Caps Camille mid.
Like they are the first
we
team
might
from
see
the
LCK.
They've been absolutely incredible. The team fighting from guys like Delight, who probably
because he's playing Camille mid in solo queue and champs queue into melee mids. And Zeka is a melee mid player. Unless he plays Smolder or Orianna or some shit, he's gonna play Yone. G2 or blue side? What? I thought that G2 would be red side.
They are never done.
Who had side selection?
And we'll have to see now as G2 coming in.
They're banning out Yike's AP junglers. I told you guys. G2 style is unique at this tournament where they're going to prioritize Yike a lot in draft.
Vi has been popping up more and more, but getting rid of Yike on some of these AP
Rumble's open, Yone's open. I think G2 would first pick the Yone, right?
Good towards the end of season.
They're really targeting Yike
with his brand, with things like the Zyra in the mix.
Aurora ban.
Getting rid of some of those priorities while the Aurora has
Do you take the Yone? If they don't take the Yone, they're baiting Hamalife.
100% ban, or well, pick
they take it. Okay, no baits. I mean, it's a flex for G2. It's their best champ.
G2 going to lock in the Yone.
Take away from Zeka as well.
I mean, they're giving over Ziggs. They could play Ziggs here, Hamalife. Ziggs, Ashe, Skarner.
Broken Blade has played the Yone in the past. We heard him talk about it in the interview. That is always an option
Rumble.
for them to move that one around. So we'll have to
they
see
could play like a
exactly
Tristana Rumble Ziggs draft.
But things like the Ashe still up and available if Viper wants to try and go for it, or even taking a strong jungler for
They could play Smolder into Yone as well. I don't know if Zeka plays it though.
Ivern still available too.
Things like the Jax in the back
Sejuani
of
for
my mind as
Peanut.
well for Doran, where
Classic.
we've seen some early Jax rotations.
What AP jungler is Yike going to play? Is it an Ivern game? Is it an Ivern game?
I like Doran on Jax. I think it's his best
Doran Jax. That's going to be a hard top matchup then. I'm guessing Yone is going mid then. They could do some kind of Ivern Poppy.
Broken Blade has been working a lot with Alfari to try and improve his lane phase, and I think we got to see him step up when it came towards MSI, really showing that he is capable of matching.
But will they have damage with Ivern Poppy?
But it's still going to be tough when you're going
Ziggs is open still. The Lilia for Yike, the AP jungler, they're doubling down. There's the Poppy top! That's the Pick'ems! That's the Pick'ems, baby!
Potentially to Broken Blade in that top side to match the Jax.
It can indeed
or
be
down towards Mickey.
As you said, and I love it again.
Did he just lock that in? No, he didn't.
Here. Well, I just want to pause on this. Zeka
yeah, Smolder mid, I thought so.
EDG days, sorry,
that's
VOD
annoying.
Days, where we saw Zeka in the LPL.
It could be a Poppy support flex chat, don't forget that. But
of course. That Salas gives me some memes, but Smolder for now.
Some memes.
Instead.
Did Historic just say memes for memories?
He's most common seen in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think it will be the mid lane as well, because it just gives the opportunity to farm up. We saw Chovy having a great time on it yesterday when it got to that late
ADs for G2. So I mean, Ziggs is actually... no, it's not good.
Part of that, and
they ban Jhin, yeah, Jhin is good. Jhin, Ashe, Varus, MF, I think they're pretty good for both sides. What would I ban against Viper?
As we start to teeter in towards the main event. It looks like the LCK team's very
what would you ban against Viper?
In the tournament.
Maybe Ezreal?
I don't know
not that
why,
like,
but I've just got this.
I don't think he's played that much Ezreal, but he's a good. But I think Ezreal for their champs is annoying.
Maybe
there's the Ziggs ban. I think Ezreal is just annoying to play against.
Yasuo in top lane.
Maybe they ban Ziggs Kai'Sa though.
Des was also setting us up for the fact that
cover
this
off their AP.
might have to be a little bit more different going up against Hanwha Life, and maybe you can't get away with the same things. At least I digress.
Yeah, Viper's pretty good at everything.
Bot lane carries that are
I think maybe. Do they care about? No, they can't.
Yeah,
they don't have to care about Kalista as well. They have to ban Kalista Hanwha Life. Yeah, I thought so.
Strong bot lane like in an Ashe or something along these lines.
Kalista was looking good on both sides, but Poppy's there.
G2 start to ban away, and then you start to go down the list.
I think Kai'Sa must be the ban, right?
Well,
they could give them Kai'Sa and play Draven into it. But I don't know if that's a good idea.
Starts to go, but Ashe I think needs to be banned here, or else I'm not really sure what you can try and play into.
Ashe is it's good, but they're very heavy AD.
Because you do have the Lilia already there.
How do you think about the Kaiser right now, Dagda? Caedrel still available for a G2 combination if we want to talk about
Renata, Ben.
Yeah,
Renata
I don't
gone.
think Hanwha want to go for the Kaiser.
Do they want them to go Kaiser?
Against Poppy, she can interrupt the killer instinct, so I think you're a little nervous about going for that one. Also, trying to play short range against the Lily.
I wonder if they're going to take the Ashe, so they're not going to take the Kaiser.
I think the Ashe is your best bet here.
I think that just means that Hans is going Varus then.
Yeah, I think probably going for the MF as in a response, even though it did get hit a little bit, I think you still got that combo.
What do you think about Draven? Draven into the Ashe lane with Cleanse. Thoughts? Feelings? Hans Sama is an
They could do Kog'Maw Braum, you know. Would they bust out a Kog'Maw Braum here?
Is the game too hard to play?
Nah, no way you're going Draven into Ashe. No shot.
Barking up the wrong tree, or do I believe in my Hans Mama?
This would be such a confidence play from Hans Sama to bring the Draven out against the
Varus,
number one
yeah, I thought
LCK
so.
seed, but he backs down.
Poppy top, pick him, support champ.
We got lockdown, we got range in lane.
Yeah, it's also little backline threat, and I think that's really where at least Varus can start to shine. Sure, you've got like Jax who can technically get access to the backline, and you have Mom from Smolder, but in the grand scheme of things, there's not a huge amount of dive on HLE side. So I think this Varus actually will be able to go on hit and get value in these team fights alongside
That's
that
three,
lockup.
baby.
So
That's
I
three
think
rolls.
G2 kind of reading the
That's
Varus
locked.
scenario well.
That's a win.
But how do we finish it off? We need a support. We know that the Smolder mid now.
I mean, Delight will go Rakan or something. Rakan's hard against Poppy. So is Alistar.
Rakan's still available here, Dagda.
Maybe it's Braum.
That'll sink.
Alistar's hard. Chat, I'm going to run ads. If you want to avoid ads, you can use the tier 1 or Twitch Prime. You don't have to sub if you don't want to. You'll be back before the game starts. Here's a big kiss. I'll see you guys in a second. Appreciate all the subs. If you sub now, you get no ads for Worlds. All of Worlds. They're going to go for the Braum.
Look at like Sejuani Braum, like
I like G2's comp, you know.
And you've also got the
only thing I don't like about G2's comp is one of G2's main strengths is Caps' side laning. I've talked about this a lot. But he can't side lane against Jax. I think if Jax is even or ahead, he's going to get a bit smashed. They have very good peel back. These 4 champs are very good at kiting back and scaling.
And Zekka as well with the scaling Smolder in the mid lane too.
Can G2 get on top of them? Can G2 get on top of them? They have a lot of CC, and they have a lot of range kite back. And they have a lot of scaling Smolder Jax. G2 needs to be proactive and need to play fights very smart. If Poppy goes in by herself, just to try and stop Jax, it's a very high chance they just have to watch Poppy die in a fight behind a Braum shield and a stun. They can't really enter if Poppy's on top of 3 of them and the Braum's here and he's blocking and she's just dying to the perma stuns.
Including Caps' dad is G2.
Poppy needs to be careful in these fights.
They love this team. This team has been together, as they said yesterday, for over 650 days. If they could beat HLE, then it becomes a very big reality that G2 are not just here to show up.
Let's go, G2.
And then shut up. They're here to show up and then move themselves into the
Euphoria!
As a lot of people expect.
What's going to happen is G2's going to win this and Team Liquid's going to win the next game. And then West is so fucking back.
These teams, right? 2-0 sets you up going into those best of 3s with several chances to try and get through. Having 3 of those opportunities to set yourself up and moving on towards quarterfinals will be such a nice boon.
Yeah.
But you got to get through the first seed from
and
the
West
LEC,
is so back.
through the first seed from the LCK.
So, lane phase wise, are they going to swap Hammer Life? I think maybe they're looking for G2 to see if they're going to swap.
Well, at least people think Grasp is very good. So, yeah, BB in the end takes the Poppy into the top lane. Now, not
the
sure
LEC logo.
Time we've seen
Lock in.
I put it as most flex Dagda.
I think Hammer Life is scared of G2 swapping. I'm sure they want to play Ashe, Braum, and Darrell, and Jax into Poppy's not that bad early, is it? I doubt they're going to swap.
Viper and Delight are crossing mid. Are they going to commit to it, or are they going to try and look for this 2v2 and try and play this Ashe Braum out?
Yeah, I am curious. So we still have G2 playing down towards the bottom side, so it looks like they are going to try and
this
match
ward
up
is basically a lane swap check ward.
Maybe thinking G2 would be the ones that went for the lane swap, trying to avoid the slows and everything else that comes with this Humble Light bot lane, but looks like they will actually just match up in the end. As Cap's going to clear out this ward.
It's not going to kill it.
Actually, BB will
the sweeper
just
ran
be
out.
spotted as they're not quite able to clear out that ward in time. But standard lanes.
Yep. It's nice. Oh, lovely. Just wait and see. Yeah, top laners are going to go to lane, bot lane. Oh my god, no lane swap, Dagda.
Yeah, we didn't get a
I
lot
think
of
they
it in the
lose
LEC.
push
I
bot.
feel like we kind of got gifted
And they
a few,
lose push top, maybe?
I remember watching like LCS VODs.
They definitely lose push mid.
Finals, and I was like, huh, They have significantly more.
And to be fair, like, I mean, I think today I've been so hyped up in the earlier matchups that, like, I don't remember seeing a lane swap there.
Nice trade, Caps.
Kind of swung past them a miss. So
very nice.
What a nice day for it.
Hey, level 2 on the first wave, mods.
It was just all lane swaps, really, apart from a game, I think.
I mean, it's also when you have so many high
Yike knows the timing on that blue buff ward. He's trying to avoid it, I guess, but I think he must have been spotted already.
Sick one. But even this bottom side of the map as well is already Viper and Delight putting pressure on the hands of Mickey. But this is where I want to see what this G2 bot lane can do.
BB, are we okay?
One of the most dominant
Jesus,
bot lanes
I thought he was dead there.
the moment.
I want to see what BB does in this matchup as well. We talked about the Poppy versus the Jax and kind of the mitigation that steadfast presence can hold for the Doran all in. But early, the damage a bit too much for Broken Blade to deal with. Great counter-strike timing, and BB just picks up the shield. But Doran is going to get the
what's going on in here? You got Zeka's
Here,
pot. He must have been trading really heavily.
For G2 here, as he got pushing top.
Nice movement from Zeka.
And I think that's why, looking at what Peanut's
Oh, Caps didn't get the Q range.
I'm curious if he wants to go for some sort of invade, using the pressure he has, especially with Caps being this low and Zeka getting good trades. I think
he's going to get invaded here, Yike.
Jack's going to
They
clear
have
his
much
camp
pushing
before
mid
he
and
sees
bot.
Peanut in action, but Peanut has Delight's help, and with the Sedge-Brom combination, it's too strong. Yike sees this coming.
Nice E, nice
So
swirling seed there.
He spots with a swell seed. Mickey also wants to go over the wall.
Mickey,
but
don't you dare.
Numbers for now.
Yeah, I think
Mickey,
they're
don't you
happy
dare.
to step back. Don't want to give Hanwha any sort of early pressure.
Yep.
So nice deal coming through from Peanut, and this is kind of what Peanut is renowned for, this pressure that he continuously puts
Doran's
forward.
really low,
The
he's gonna
second he
base.
has any sort of lane
Caps,
advantage.
we good?
Looking mid as well,
All
Caps.
like this.
Yes, Q3.
Too close to turret in the end.
Yeah, just be able to dash back, but you have to be so careful when you play against Peanut, because these small advantages, he will just run away with the game.
The wave is kind of
He's
shitty.
getting bullied out in this lane already. You can see that
Gonna have the
Zeka
TV back
has
top
picked
here
up a couple
because
of
the wave's
grass
pushing.
stacks and is already well and truly stacking on this smolder, as you kind of expect from a lot of the range matchups. Top side in the meanwhile, Doran got some
Missed
good
a minion
trades
there.
out, but the wave is even. Broken Blade just teleported
Doran
back in,
save
and
TP?
Doran is going to be able
He
to
can,
walk,
right?
so summoner
Because the wave's
advantage here
bouncing,
for the
because it
top laner
crashed.
of Humble Life.
Yeah, I think this will still be fine in the grand scheme of things. The only thing you have to be careful about is the rotations for things like Void Grubs, where with the push, Viper and Delight having bot side, they should be able to rotate up towards top first, and then try and use Doran's TP as that extra threat to secure these early Void Grubs. So
Caps,
I want
are we
to see
good?
how G2
Just
respond,
talk to
knowing
me.
that they're going to be behind. Is it just going to be a case of, hey, we're
Nice.
just going to look for a bot side play instead?
Boy, Swellseed's good. I just keep watching these mid-trades. Zeka just keeps doing more and more damage. Caps looks for a knock-up, almost finds Zeka.
Oh my god, just base. Get a
Can't do
Vamp
too much
Scepter.
except help Caps get that push in the end.
Get a Vamp Scepter, that lane looks
that was
rough.
all that he was really there for, was just put a little bit of pressure, ensure the Caps could get that wave crash so he can go for the reset. Otherwise, the wave, it could be frozen in a bit of an awkward spot. But
He's going
they're gonna be able
boots
to make his
with
way
a
back in
recurve
onto
bow
the
or
map.
some shit. What does he
Should
have?
be fine.
Okay, not bad.
And I don't think we're going to have too much action really.
Caps just
in the
giga-chatting
early
it. Nope,
stages,
yes.
'cause I don't
He's low
think
HP, doesn't
G2,
pot,
with
just fucking...
the way the lanes are set up at the moment, have the pressure on the map to
He
do
can run
anything.
back as well.
Hanwha
The
are
wave
happy
won't
to just
crash.
continue to have their lanes winning.
Oh, perfect for Yone.
Mid
Perfect.
lane's winning well, and this is
They
our
won't go on the
Mercedes-Benz
tower the whole
stage
thing.
matchup, by the way. Caps versus Zeka.
Now Zeka has the TP back.
Zeka has done some more damage.
And
That
Caps
is
can
true.
save TP. Okay,
Caps,
nice. Mid is pretty fine.
2 solo kills.
And have you come to terms with Caps being the Western GOAT yet, or are you still on the fence, as Azale was trying to convince you, no, it's fine to say?
No, I was worried yesterday because, you know, into a North American, I'm like, is there still some kind of argument for Buickson? Do people put double lift in that conversation? I'm like, you know, and I sat
No,
there
they
and I'm
don't.
like, Azale,
Caps
is
is the
this
Western GOAT.
okay to
Deal with
say?
it then.
Because I had a big conversation with all you guys at LEC, who obviously been here for a while, right? And about what Caps has achieved in his career. Now, again, use the word glazing.
So
my favorite word at
G2
the
pull
moment.
the swap.
He definitely deserves the credit.
But Doran has
However,
TP, so I think they're
Dagda,
fine with this. I think Doran will lose his TP though, so they push out bots with Poppy, Doran TPs, Poppy moves, and G2 might have a good Herald grubs fight.
Trouble, and he's going to get stunned down. Zeka calls in Mum. He flashes away. He gets out of the range. It's a
He wants to
nice
save his ult.
shield, but Caps gets away using
He's gonna have
his
to base and
flash
TP in
to
here.
actually make a gank mid happen.
Yeah, it doesn't
And they
actually
can
burn the ultimate
maybe
at
fight
end,
the
so
grubs,
kinda
but he looks like he
realising
wants to
they can
stay.
just walk away, but nice play from Delight. Getting that pick on towards mid just opens up so much pressure for Hanwha.
Was a pretty
towards
good
these
flash by
Void Grubs,
Caps. If he flashed in a
it's
straight line there, he
impossible
might die
for G2
actually.
to really commit. Yes, oh, actually
Hey.
Broken Blade.
All in. Okay.
I
Grandmaster
don't
at
think he
arms.
gets a kill here as Doran.
Well, Broken Blade is walking up. He maybe thinks he needs his jungler to help out. At least there's a good bop up as he buys time. But Doran now
Yikes
moves
coming
back
down.
and
They're not
thinks,
even
well, my
fighting
jungler's
grubs.
top, and
We're getting
means I have
Drake,
to play
okay.
it simple, walks
Chat,
back
if
to
you have an
wave,
audio
and
delay,
that's
just refresh your stream. You should
I
fix
think
it.
Doran was fishing to see what he could get, but in the end doesn't end up overcommitting, knowing that G2 are probably going to cross map for the Dragons. But just nice from Delight to burn a lot of the summoner spells from Caps, because now that pressure on towards Zeka, especially with
Yike
level
is a
6
bit
being
far
hit for
behind,
Caps,
you know.
almost completely alleviated, because if you overextend there, you're in such a terrible spot.
Oh, yeah.
And Peanut will be ticking over to level 6 off these next couple of camps, so he's going to be in a position to constantly play around mid lane and try and fish for those plays on towards caps.
And try and get caps ahead. And yes, Stagger, you know, I pulled myself back.
Yeah, he's really far behind.
Western player to ever exist.
Problem is, though, you're going up against like Peanut.
Getting Crab is really nice, though.
Zeka, who's a world champion, like it's so.
The Crab is a good recovery.
I just didn't, you know, I didn't get to praise him enough. I felt like I had to pull back then. I was doing the Gazelle move again as G2 moved top.
I think on the opposite side of the
now we can clear up.
Matchup,
Okay,
like,
it's a
Zeka
pretty
has
quiet
been an
game.
absolute hero
Drake for grub trade.
Solo killing Chovy in side lanes in finals, stepping up massively with not only just his champion
Don't be
pool,
Infernal
but his
Soul,
ability to play
please.
so many different picks in the meta. Like, this guy has been on a mission
Taps
to
has
show
TP.
that he
He probably has
deserves to
Zerker
be
Greaves in base.
conversation for
Ooh,
some
he
of
wants
the
to cook
best
Zeka a
mid
bit
laners in
here.
the world right now.
I was saying it yesterday where it feels like the development has been things like, you know, his Corki's gotten better, which before was a bit of a meme. I think for Zeka as well, especially when he was in the LPL, he was known as like a 2 or 3 champion trick, those melee champions that he then absorbed and took over to DRX. But we went into that World Championship, he showed more versatility, he showed he was having a tournament life.
Don't get baited by it, they're all around topside mid.
Damn strong, similar to that form.
I think it also just shows
you can stay for this wave if you want.
have a talent for picking talents.
Oh, he
because
does.
when you like, he picked
But
up
base
Faker,
TP is
then
always
he
safe.
kind of
Okay,
comes
he's
across
gonna
the
stay for
rare
it.
item. He's like, no, I want to
Is
bring
he dead here
Zeka
actually?
across, so he becomes
I think he's dead here
this
maybe.
new big mid laner, becomes a world champion.
He needs to buffer the Sejuani ult.
Cap's
He eat it.
caught out, he can't get out in time. Easy first blood, clean game from Peanut to open up the game.
Yeah, this is just Hanwha getting to have their pick of the litter in this game. All the pushing lanes,
Oh,
opens
shit.
up Peanut to play wherever he wants, and
Smolder
Delight is
is
doing a phenomenal job of just
ahead.
putting so much pressure onto Caps, taking off the the kingpin essentially of G2 and putting him in his place.
With the kill going over to Zeka, he already had a gold lead from the CS lead, and
Missed the cannon,
even
though.
though he misses that cannon, lost a plate as well in the mid lane. So Zeka in a fine position on this Smolder, 700 gold up, and thanks to Peanut, this game feels like it's more of the same. Humble Life get to slow this game down or keep it at this speed and just scale up with this mid lane carry.
And again, like Hanwha are so proficient on the map as to how they want to try and play it. Objective control is generally incredible for them, so this is going to be an uphill battle for a G2, and it's not like it really gets
Yeah, Poppy's going Sunder.
because every time you start to try and enter onto the map, it's going to be push and bot, rotate for Void Grubs. How do you try and contest this G2 when you don't really have that pressure? Same when you look towards further map states, when you're behind on tempo because Hanwha continuously have these 3 winning lanes. They need to find some way to break it, and unfortunately, Yike on the Lilia just isn't in a position to really play heavily for his lanes right now.
Broken Blade again. I wait for that Durham push as Broken Blade was looking for his own plate in topside. Believe he found it. Doing a little bit better in this matchup now with Tumbler
Poppy's
in
doing
hand.
good here.
Also a tier stacking up, so mana problems out the window as Fate Seal
Caps.
used towards mid. Swell Seed on Zeka as well. Caps gets some damage down, takes some from the turret, but Yike doesn't pull the trigger.
Didn't get his
A lot
flash
of
there.
damage, in
Yike
fact,
couldn't
as
do anything on the follow-up.
Gets the ramped up turret damage. Zeka's safe.
And he doesn't burn anything, crucially, either. So when you look towards an upcoming fight at potential Void Grubs, nothing there. Peanut.
Sensi
That
Ollie.
flash was terrible.
The prediction indeed. The arrow almost connecting, but Zeka's here to take the kill. Peanut knew exactly where he was going, and Humble Life are ripping this early game in style.
That was sick from Peanut. The predict on the flash.
Are we just going to lose to a Smolder getting free kills? Is that it?
The flash because it came in useful 2 seconds later.
It did a 2-0 Smolder start, 1k the lead, and Yike caught out after trying to find something towards mid. Peanut's now walking down.
No, Hansama's
G2,
walking up
it's
and
all
dead.
falling apart. They've overcommitted in the bot side, and with concussive blows, they've got nowhere to go. Hansama first, Viper kiting back, but Mickey is about to be clapped.
G2 just don't respect where Peanut
What
is
is
on the
G2 doing?
He doesn't reset. He immediately
They don't look like
kills
themselves.
the
What are they
bot
doing?
lane.
They're just dying in
And Sam
bots.
and Mickey now who are falling. Yike.
Nothing's
Gonna try and
happening in the
pick up
game.
These Void Grubs, which is at least going to answer, I believe,
Oh
for the
my
3.
God.
Will answer for the 3 with no reset coming through from Hanwha, but the kills galore going to Hanwha off the back of Peanut.
It is a bit of an early game disaster. It's a 2k, more than 2k gold lead. G2 got Dragon, yes. Humble Life got 3 grubs in the early part. Yike is there as we look towards top. Broken Blade flashed on by Dorian.
Baby, solo kill that bitch!
Solo kill territory, but the hammer shock doesn't connect.
I think he has it,
Drops the
maybe?
ulti.
Nice, scared.
Broken Blades run out of mana and cooldowns.
2 seconds on that charge, though, could potentially look for, especially with Yike in the area. G2, they need to try and stop the backs, but they're kind of late on this.
There's a ward down.
Ignite,
Dorian,
flash,
he's trying
ignite,
to
flash,
commit.
ignite.
Mickey needs it, he finds it with a shattering strike. Autos him down, takes turret shots, excuse me, the Swell
Do we
Seed
kill here or not?
against the turret, but
How do we
G2
kill this?
still haven't found the kill. They just need
Come on,
to
G2,
find
get
the
a kill.
Dagna is pointing to the screen, he's like, hysterics, look at what's happening bottom meanwhile?
Yeah, they're going to look for the counterplay as well.
They finally get it. Kill the man! Just kill him!
Okay. We're on the board, but don't look bot.
HLE are now hitting the turret. The anxiety of the EU fans going off the chart watching that one.
They really would have liked to give
Don't
that kill
look at
to
smolder
Yoik,
items, don't do
is
it.
Broken Blade who secures in the end. Hansama getting pushed off the wave though. He needs to try and get back to the turret. Mickey now here to support him. They should be able to at least force Hanwha back. But that's so much gold going over into the hands of Viper.
Fuck, does Doran TP top? He doesn't.
Adjusts to the damage, gets the 2 minions, but the Dragon's going to be started and taken by HLE. The early game's still in a great state.
They need double blade and then they can start fighting back here, G2.
Was able to get the kill,
there's one on Hans, but
he's able to get a gold lead
Yone needs blade and maybe they can start
the
cooking.
map is still burning, don't forget.
Yeah, Viper didn't reset those.
I mean, BB's in a great spot. Top wave is bouncing into him. He's playing the matchup pretty well by the looks of it. He's going to be he's going to be ahead of Jax a little bit, but I mean, top lane doesn't really matter. It's not like Poppy can carry against Brown Smolder, is it? Infernal Soul!
Another focal point of the strength of G2 is Mickey trying to.
They also lost Rel Flash, which sucks.
With the lanes in the
They lost Drake, but they're 3-3 in grubs. Okay, game state. Smolder is way too far ahead, and Lilia is really useless right now. She has Leanders though.
Already on Zeka.
Other than that,
stacks at 13 minutes into the game.
It might be okay.
Not even a turret, not even rather a plating can be taken by Caps. He's defended off mid-wave as Doran TPs to bot, and that TP comes in about 40 seconds before Herald, so let's see if G2 can find
this Smolder has 140 stacks almost at 13 minutes. This Smolder is OP.
Yes, Yoik is here, but Mickey's so far behind the play, and Viper, potential arrow.
No flash on Smolder. Caps is looking.
Well, as you said, Viper no first item yet, but that arrow always calls for a concern. Glad you mentioned it. While Doran with Demolish is just going to take his liking in bot 2 plates while the TP gets channeled. He takes that with ease. Mickey looks for a Shattering Strike, but no cigar in the end, and HLE look it back. Again, they don't overcommit, they don't overstep. This is what this team does best, is they hands different fights, but they don't make macro mistakes.
No, and the fact that they continuously have pressure on mid lane is making things very easy. First item not completed for Viper, went for the boot stop off instead, but you can see how difficult it is to then outrange.
You said Smolder wouldn't be at Worlds? I said Smolder would be at Worlds if you watched the video.
Now Hansama,
he stepped up.
Cleanse used.
He
I said the nerfs are pretty useless.
But he misses. Mickey's now in
what is happening?
Land. He's dead.
What is happening?
Classic Mickey, I'll say, but
bro, it just looks so. What are they? Are they on comms?
Something is G2. Try and find that play on towards Viper.
They all look like they're really nervous. No one wants to do anything.
Mickey is swinging a miss, and it means that is the Rift Herald, and now just a kill to boot to Hanwha. This game has been clinical from the LCK first seed so far.
Thank you, Mastercard, for
Are they playing with nameplates on? What's happening?
It's a story that'll keep on giving for Hanwha Live fans. Watching those stacks on the right side of your screen, 161 at almost 15 minutes into the game. He's hitting this Herald. It's going to keep going up, and Herald's going to be taken down as well.
Delight moves to the bottom side here to cover. And
I mean, he probably has played on Yone now, but
not really in a position for G2 to look for the cross map afterwards. TP from Caps back up
it
to
might
the top
be too
side
late.
to try and protect
Look at this. Look at this. Yikes! Bot looking for a bot dive. Mickey's top
Maybe
looking for a top play.
In here, but it's going to be hard to beat the 2v2.
What are they?
Hoping for that flat, but he will just push the wave and he backs away. I mean, this is.
What is happening?
It's competitive. It's insanely not competitive at this moment. Caps giving away more. Mickey gets a stun down. Okay, Mum as well.
He's not going to die.
Good. Zeka flashes away, but he still
now
has
you're going to lose mid tower.
Herald's now used on mid, and HLE are going to open this up with ease.
And Yikes is standing in bot push.
Again, great map play from
they all
HLE.
look like they're playing a different game. They all actually look like they're playing a different game.
Nicely done there. TP by Zeka back into the top side, even push Caps off the turret.
They got bot tier 1. They got bot tier 1 and Smolder Flash. They lost mid tier 1.
And a flash from Zeka, maybe something G2 can look for in the later portion, but Mickey can't get caught.
It might be. It depends on how far they take it. Peanut setting up for the dive. Delight is getting the way pushed in.
Now they have tempo top as well, because Zeka TP'd back.
And this Smolder means business. Caps looking to face check and force Peanut out before the dive can come into fruition. They force him away, but HLE still getting some demolish, getting some turret damage down regardless.
Yeah, Caps should be able to clear out the rest of this wave, but again, it's Viper who's going to be first on that mid wave and opening up for more pressure on towards side lanes, and especially
they're going to lose bot tier 1 and mid tier 2 really easily. The second fight's lost.
I think that's where Hanwha are going to
I think G2's going to have to drop Drake and try and take top tier 1. I don't see a world where they can fight that.
To crack open another tower for Hanwha.
You know, I'm just looking at those Smolder stacks go up ever so quietly. Like, Zeka almost at 200 at 17 minutes. That's nasty. If you get Smolder execution before 20 minutes, it feels like a crazy move, right? It feels like a crazy.
Come on, don't lose faith yet. 3k gold deficit, 4k gold deficit.
Very shortly.
Ash and Smolder, insanely good scalers that are really far ahead. 200 stacks on Smolder in 17 minutes. Yeah.
And again, the problem is G2 are just behind so many of these wave states. They really can't match how Hanwha are playing right now. Cap's trying to push in on towards this top side, but has no real vision. So this is a bit of a risky play.
Why does Smolder have 200 stacks in 17 minutes?
But yeah, you can see G2 just trying to get anything. Dragon and 15. Multiple members of G2 on this bottom side, but Doran has TP to join.
Got top tier 1 before Drake spawn. Maybe you can fight it.
It's still a numbers advantage for Hanwha.
Caps, you don't win that.
Goes the all-in versus Caps. They're going to use TP and try to get numbers advantage. Caps is already getting bullied out though, and with Trinity Force, Doran flashes away because he knows he can take the extended fight. But with
they have to kill Jax, but they're going to chase Jax.
He hops over, he buys time, he teleports away. He saves the play. Mickey looks for an engage, but he's already out. Doran sneaks with the teleport, and the arrow from Viper, I think, saved his life.
That arrow was sick from Viper. Just clunks onto G2 and stops any sort of follow-up on the play.
Oh my god.
Look, it's not exactly a kill-heavy game, but they are just outclassing G2
Braum's
so
here to cover.
Oh
my god, the snapback.
That ain't it. Takes a turret shot for his worth as well. The Broken Blade tries to dart around the turret, but concussive blows are there while Zeka's taking bot-side turret. Now we get the Lilia lilting lullaby, but great ult from Delight. Look how much time it buys, and Doran's just set back closer towards his base. That's a kill, but now Viper's engaged with no damage in the back either, so while G2 continuously forcing the top side and get the turret, they get a kill, but look at bot, the wave pushing in, they can't continue their onslaught.
Yeah, Hanwha just sent one to achieve what G2 need to send 4 players.
Top tier 2 and a kill.
Try and achieve. They do get the kill onto Doran, so at least it is some goal
just
back
if
in
you
their
just
favor.
wait, hold on. Let's all make this game a bit easier. Everyone seems to be losing their mind. They're saying this game's lost. Let me just do something real quick so we can all focus.
On the map.
Yeah. Maybe that's what they need to do. It's still 3k gold lead, and despite Life having such a early lead,
we're fine.
It hasn't enveloped the game. It hasn't developed. So there are some props there.
4 minutes on Drake. They're only on 2.
Let's go back to Smolder part 2.
No strike breaker yet.
Execution right about. Where is he? Next wave.
But HLE are just playing such a clean and calculated game. They are always on a side lane with Zeka to get the stacks that you've rightly pointed out. They are always positioning Viper on midway first, so Delight gets access to roams, even using Viper to cover.
There's QSS on Smolder already.
Yep. This is
oh my god, he's at 232 stacks at 19 minutes.
Trying to find something, but
it's
always the numbers for HLE.
Maybe something here as a potential. Peanut could be caught out, but Caps is now running out of the Fate Unsealed. Good damage. Peanut has to scurry out of there, while now Caps will be able to defend top lane turret right before this Baron spawns.
Yeah, I don't think you can try and turn on to this, though, as G2.
Doran might have to do us a massive favor this game.
Everyone here, no TP on Doran. This would be... I think you just got to try and push it these waves. Maybe look for a play on towards the mid-lane turret.
Yep.
But even Viper should be able to clear it out. Majority of this wave before it hits the tower. You can see it there.
Hey!
At least... Doran
I've been glazing you for the last year.
Inhibitor turret's the only thing there, and it seems like...
Where's my payment?
You know, again, just try to defend G2's position. But we've said in this early game...
Hansama's just been standing there watching the map fall apart. His support's diving here, his jungler's over there, his fucking game is a horror.
Their ability to buy space and time and to kind of hands just some of these skirmishes so far
has
been what we've seen.
Let's just play
think about this, chat. Smolder has a 2k gold lead, and he spent QSS.
There we go, Mickey.
So realistically, his gold lead's barely 7,600. Barely.
Blind
when Yone gets his second item.
Against BB on the Poppy just sets yourself up
oh, there it is. Ult the wave Caps, do the Zeus.
Pick on towards the Smolder means he gets shoved. Ash pick for Viper. These are all
Says Yone ult miss, Yone ult miss, Ash ult miss. Nice, can we use that for something? Yes, yes, no, maybe. Possibly looks like it could be something, might be, not, could be. Yes, 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 yes. Go get mid tower now. Or Baron. We have Rage Blade, Blade of the Moon King, Varus, Jungle Dead, and we have Smite up soon! Get that sucker! Doran! You have Poppy ult, guys! You have Poppy ult! You have Poppy ult! You have Poppy ult! McKay! Oh yes! Doran! Shake it! Oh, did not come up the Viper! You have a kill there, Caps?
An execution
oh, you lucky mother sucker.
Saves him.
Okay, okay, hold up. Wait.
Just picked up a Baron from one hell of a snap.
Shut up.
Defense on the top lane, crucial from G2. Hanwha thought they could just play themselves in. Caps. He has to snap back, but
he's got Baron
the
minions.
Q3.
He needs another Q. You're right, to get away, gets a knockout. Doran looking for the
Run, you rat!
but he's
okay.
out.
Wait, hold the phone!
So Doran doesn't want to overextend, but
that was a big play by Caps. Look at his Ashen Sejuani ult. Look.
Hits on towards Mickey, so doesn't connect.
Why the fuck are they shooting at me? Why are they shooting at me?
He can't approach because the tower, there's no wave left. So Viper has to exit through the tower.
Then in comes Broken Blade. And Peanut falls too.
Delight falls, Peanut goes
Baron
next,
buff will be broken in half. It's been a year.
Storm that G2 coalesced on towards the heads of Hanwha.
Smile.
That was a perfect storm indeed.
We'll save the smile for the win.
Dagged up.
Okay, okay.
Praise the Hanwha Life all game. G2
sound good. Let's take stock. Smolder has QSS, so this gold leads useless.
Against the Smolder, but I see a
2.5 items, 2 items, that doesn't matter.
Virus as well on hit. I see a Poppy that is getting tankier
Doran's
and tankier
Doraning.
now going into the
Perfect.
chain vest.
Broken Blade level 15!
35 seconds, and G2 definitely want to contest to deny this infernal soul potential on soul point that they're going to be aiming for.
Yeah, and the push and wave is going to be crucial here. The second item's already completed, so there's not really much on reset that you're going to be able to pick up here for G2, but you're matching at least the second
Smolder no flash.
2.5 for Hanwha.
Smolder has no flash.
And it's about seeing if Caps can get a flank
Caps.
position on towards second.
Full man ult. No flash action on Smolder.
They just want to focus on this mid wave, even dropping bot wave at the moment to guarantee that mid contest.
Smolder damage hurts. That's the
no flash ash and Smolder.
Right,
are you sure you want to fight this wagon?
One to hit as he's got the teleport available. This Baroned up G2 is not getting much from the power play. They can't siege. They can't walk up.
Okay, now do something.
Caught trying to find a flank as Viper's arrow is down. Yes, but Doran's still pushing in a side wave, and we're only sending Caps now.
Yeah, Caps is the only one with teleport, so he now has to match up. Mickey.
It's a wee game.
To try and find a position here, but
easy
that denies
Dragon.
the flank opportunity for Caps. There are wards available if he wants to.
Easy Dragon, we lose mid wave. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We have the Baron buff to stabilize. We stabilize. It's like we got the water out the boat, and now we're kind of floating. But someone's chewing a fucking hole in the boat again. Chat, stop it.
Dragon number 2 for G2, and the game goes back.
Captain Caps.
The Red Bull Baron power play. It is
Land
not been
ahoy!
as successful as G2 would have liked it to. Less than 800 gold gone into their hands, and a huge amount of that, it went into the hands of Doran because he was able to get control in that top side. He started to push things out. And this Smolder is still a mega threat. We saw what Chovy could do when he got to the late game yesterday. Starting to press over towards nearly 300 stacks.
Kill that fucking Smolder.
They need to find some way to force this game quickly, but for G2, Hanwha are giving them nothing.
And maybe the only reason that, you know, they can pause against Zeka for now, that they've got opportunities, the fact that he had to go
come and get mid tower
before going for the rapid fire cannon. He's got that little, you know, cheap slingshot in his inventory, the item that everyone really hates and thinks it's kind of nothing.
Scout slingshot.
Yeah, that one.
Caps.
But
Caps were cooking. Okay, but let's not break the fucking the chef's pot.
And now we ask ourselves the question.
Caps.
Caps. Blast cone. Okay, no one's there to punish.
They smolder ulted mid-wave.
Yikes there, just in case.
I don't even know if G2
we
are
push
getting
bot.
to ask these questions.
Smolder catches bot.
Then
we push mid.
Time they approach
we take mid tower after Yone moves.
Like, yes, G2 have the tempo advantage right now, but they're not really putting home
look free up. Look free up.
They're trying to now, but Peanut, he just gets to walk away, and this mid tower gets to stay standing.
Yeah, pop the ult for this mid tower, Broken Blade.
Doing exactly that.
Here, though, all 5 members of
G2
pop the ult
for this. Yes, you do.
They didn't see him coming in, but under turret, they're going to look for the siege. Instead, Broken Blade's the one to be turned on. Zeka's damage is immense.
Broken Blade was turned on.
The turret, they're sieging
back off. We don't have cleanse. Block it. The Sejuani ult is not up.
HLE looking for the engage. Doran comes in, but he misses. Swelting lands into a lilting lullaby, but Zeka gets a kill on Mickey. Their snap engage is gone, and only in the end, it's Yike who saves the play by stopping it in its pace.
It's a snap back to reality for G2. They thought they
I don't like reality. Fuck reality.
Hanwha, they're the ones in control of this game, and they find their advantage back, and now it's back to side lanes, back to control, and back to denying G2 access to the map.
Smolder again. Let's talk about it one more time. It's just good. Like, he's almost at 300 CS. You know, we weren't kidding when we said, you know, Zeka had a great championship, but Zeka also is bringing back that pace from 2022.
Full rapid fire now.
It's insane, isn't it? So Nesby's got range.
And the fact is that, like, I think when he won his World Championship, people kind of slept on him a little bit, how good of a World Championship he had at that time. But he's only got
Caps is level 16 though, on this top wave.
We reckon with Hanwha taking on JNG in their finals.
Hansama, you have no cleanse, just be careful of the arrow, it's not up yet.
A second World Championship for this player, and
level 16,
so many
bang.
of the players that are on this roster as well, they're showing why they are so dominant and so feared when you go up against them.
They've done so much this year, and for the LCK's #1 seed, they've still done so much in this game. Yes, G2 found a moment to come back in topside and were able to stabilize the game with the Baron, but they got nothing off it, and we keep going back to the point where HLE have control of sides, and now with the arrow up as well, they might have control of a pick. Mickey dodges away as Caps gets back. Okay. HLE are trying to force out a play as Baron spawns in 5 seconds.
But you can see how valuable this
Please give us a mid-tier 1, Hammerlife. Give us a mid-tier 1. We'll give you something in return. What do you want?
It's denying G2 access
what do you want? It's like Monopoly. Can we buy the tower? Give it to us. Let us have the tower.
To cover Caps in a side lane.
You can have our blue buff or some shit. Deal?
Well, in a 5v5, oh, sorry, in the 4v4 with Pinos and Co the whole way down.
Yep.
You can have our Nexus. Shut up, chat. Shut up.
You just don't really have a frontliner. Mickey can try, but he's not really
Ash has
that
BT
tanky
or what?
to deal with all that damage.
Sure, he's gone Trailblazer first, so not like we're getting something similar to a lock.
She does. Yo, Hansama, you got a lot of gold in your inventory. White.
This time around.
I'm gonna buy a big item. White.
Tools, by the way, with Seekers.
Caps on those side lanes though. Let him get that shield bow.
And you've got
Drake in 50. Does he get shield bow before it?
Positions for them as well. Zeka just
Caps. Oh yeah, take the grump.
Wants something. He wants more than the fight. He sees Peanut. Now he's in trouble, but Peanut doesn't pull the trigger. Mickey's nearby.
Oh, BB, fuck him up. Doran, deal?
It is a Poppy.
No deal.
I did not expect that much damage to come out, but then again, that is Poppy.
Lost the cannon.
Sky Poppy. It's not your regular tank Poppy.
We do not die in the 1v1.
No, you definitely hyper-focused
on
the 1v1.
How is Doran got a shutdown?
What? See if that's going to be enough
He's
to try
a full level down.
Doran.
Okay, it's gone.
He's giving them push in the top side, which is wonderful, but only one ward to speak of.
E2, we could fight this Drake, or
where is it?
We could get mid-tier 1 with this Drake.
Could potentially set up something, but I think
oh yeah, they're pinging that ward.
End up with push in mid. Their slow control push on bot.
Oh my god, TP play!
It's a double TP, it's a pinch. Hammerlife are now escaping it though. It's Peanut in the center fold.
No, they don't see him.
But they get the engage.
What a free nut! Oh, Mickey! Mickey!
The setup is huge. Caps knocks him down.
Hansama's hitting. Watch out for Viper. He's space gliding. Oh my god, he's space gliding. No, yes, Lilia! Get him, Yike!
It's messy, but I love it.
It's Messi, it's Ronaldo, it's fucking 3v3.
Again, who survives?
You have TP, so you don't.
3 versus 3, no decider.
But it's the health bar advantage for
Hammer.
Caps is following the Drake.
Flashes away, Hammer alive. Don't know that Caps is starting to drag it all in the meanwhile.
Everyone, Caps is so risky. Caps has flash to get out. Doran's about to check the pit. Will spot out that the dragon's going down.
You see, now it's Cat to spare. Caps gets over the wall, but he jumps back. He still wants to leash it. Hammer alive, unknown to his game though. Looking for the knock-up, he finds it, but HLE will take that leash and drag it.
No sums on Ash.
It was a nice attempt from Caps.
We lost mid-tier 2 as well.
Maybe sneak that away if
Are they going Baron?
Reset, if they try and put
Caps, you have no TP.
Midwave, if they start to look
Caps, you have no TP. Caps.
Unfortunately,
they're gonna go Baron.
And it's gifted across to Hanwha. Now HLE, the last objective in their sights on this top side. But these fights have been so chaotic. It's been so close, but
it has.
The damage on this Smolder coming
He's
out
still pushing bot.
In these
engages.
Why? What I've learned from this
what happens if they right-click this thing?
For a treat, just like MSI, the gameplay is hitting the right spots, Dagda, and Baron has started. You know what that means.
Yike.
No TP on Caps.
Yike.
Arrow. Broken
Yike.
blade. It hits.
Yike.
Frontlining for the engage. Shattering
they're turning. Hey, they're turning. They're disengaged. Oh, nice knock by BB. Caps! Caps found him, Viper! Get him! He's down! And mid tower's available! The sleepy time! It's not up yet! Get the line! Get the line! Get the pain out as well! Get the pain out as well! This is magic! Hey, magic!
#1!
EU
graded LCK, bitch! Get Nash, get mid-tier 1. Doran deal! No kill participation all game.
They are desperately fighting.
Caps is frying.
Viper. They get their second Baron of the game. But
they're fighting away from Smolder. Smolder can't join these fights.
Over yet the second Baron for G2. How do they keep finding windows into this game? I swear Hammerlife locked all of them.
but they saw no TP on Caps. They thought they could make the pick before they got in, but Broken Blade...
He's trying to zone him off, and he doesn't die that easy. He knocks him up. He's sacrificing his life just to zone him off. Mickey tries to threaten and get that flash, but Zeka holds on while mid-turret goes down in the end. This time, Baron has meaning, and this time, Europe is starting to believe.
No, I'm fucking believing. Their team fighting is good. That target selection was great. Look at this BB knock onto Jax. Perfect timing. Doesn't get stunned. And then that makes it so... there's some brown passive. Look at Caps and BB.
Tries to stop it, but somehow
no flash on Ash.
With Broken Blade in the mix and that Sundered Sky
look where Smolder is.
The Poppy, crucial to killing Viper, and the follow-up damage from G2 is there.
The solo laners of G2, just like this year.
Oh my God. That is the face and a half from Ramon.
Dagda.
Caps.
When it was all going awry for G2 in summer, we were talking about Broken Blade. Throughout the year, we talk about if G2
we got mid-tier 1, finally.
Caps. That fight had a bit of both.
This Poppy top is doing so much work, it's ridiculous.
And yes, Humble Life found so many good early marks in this game that G2 felt like they should be out with this Smolder. That we went on
How
and on
far
and on
away
about.
is Caps from Infinity Edge?
Baron, an almost 2.5k goal.
Guys, don't get cocky now. It's still pretty even.
A bit of the range.
Just get IE on Yone before Drake.
For what feels like the first time this game.
This Smolder has 430 stacks.
Back the wave. Caps now shoved in mid, so can always
he has too much wave through the Smolder. They're gonna have to win a massive fight to win this. They can't just siege.
Hits the tower. Doran matching
Caps, relax maybe.
Well, Doran jumps back in.
Caps
has good damage. Oh wait, Doran jump back in. He's gonna get the counter.
Caps!
Caps jumps
oh, Caps got his Sonias!
Going golden is Doran.
Fucking hell, he's doing work!
Caps is a maniac, but I ain't admitting him to ain't no hospital.
Tell me what year is this, Derek? Because this is
Smolder Wolves clears the wave.
With the way Caps
TP's in. The knock onto Smolder.
Give his verdict away. EU again.
Hit the Brown.
Getting even closer.
They're greeting for this bot tier 2. No. This is not good, I think.
Broken Blade has gone too far. He has to get
it's okay, actually. BBS TP for Drake. Oh, shit. They're overcooking it a bit.
G2 need to run.
The reset coming through from Doran, but the TP sets up for the
I think Smolder has
G2, and now with a minute
Mercurial now or some shit. They're overstaying. Classic G2.
They need to find something.
They have TP on Smolder, don't they?
Not finished yet, though. They may need to be.
He's taking the shorter path right in front of Doran. He gets out. A good crash down. Caps tries to clear the wave as he runs up.
Oh, yikers!
Looking to follow up, but again,
oh, run away. That works too. I thought Sejuani was coming in.
Gets the walk away.
That's 2 teleports now.
Did Caps need that gold for IE? Is that why he flipped it? Did Caps get IE off that kind of pickaxe? Oh my God, Souls in 30 seconds.
But 20 seconds until he's up and available. He'll only just be arriving onto the map as this dragon spawns. G2, they need to find some way to contest. This is Soul, Infernal Soul for Hanwha with a top laner who's not there.
Broken Blade has the teleport that you mentioned though, so that advantage in 5 seconds can be used to get him into
Caps
the fight
lost
quicker.
flash. There's a ward. You see that ping?
Right now,
I don't think that ward is TPable though. Okay, it's TPing on. It's really far back though.
And it's so deep. Viper just going to look at Broken Blade, but the rest of HLE, they walk towards him.
It's really far back, BB. You gotta get out.
BB felt it, but HLE are aware
Poppy ult could do wonders here. Poppy ult is such a wild card spell. Who's he gonna knock away? If he can knock Brown and Caps can connect on Ash. They got the Drake! The TP distracted them!
G2 looking for the fight, the swell seed onto no
Guys, you can just get out now.
A bit of goo sent out by Zeka and HLE disregard.
Hanwha trying
That's
to push
fucking huge. The TP
distracted
them a lot.
Inhibitor turret on the mid lane. Push is there. They've also got that wave prepped in top and can go for the tier 2. So
Caps needs Infinity Edge. He needs it now. He needs Infinity Edge so bad.
Caps towards this bottom side.
Does he have it?
He resets
He's staying.
Maybe afraid Hanwha might just pull the
Maybe he can get bot tier 2 here.
Nope, he's still going. They're just going to look and trade.
Yeah,
trade the towers, get Caps 700 gold.
Shown up. And that means turret for certain. As you said, Caps.
Yeah, they get bot tier 2. It's so good for G2.
It'll also
that's enough gold for Yone.
Infinity Edge 2 Caps off this play, right as they look towards the Baron in minute 25. So trade, good, and also getting these completed items for Caps is really important. So you can see the hesitation on what do we actually do, but I think this is the correct call from G2.
They're going to have multiple reminder on Ash.
The items that are there for Zeka, like nearly 500 stacks now. He is going to be more than, well, should be finishing off
Shield Bow Varus
very, very soon. And there's the IE coming through for Caps. So this is going to be an all-out brawl.
Alright, Yone is really strong.
This is the high
this QSS doesn't matter, they're both 4 items.
Mid laner can step up in this next fight and potentially carry us.
Caps got to land a massive combo onto one of the carries, one of them. It doesn't matter which, he's got to kill Yone or Ash, Smolder.
Arrow onto Hans, he cleanses. But
Smolder or Ashe needs to die.
At this point in the game on the 4-item Ashe.
That did look a little bit funky, but Hans needed to tank that. Mickey could have gone down.
They have to die on Cap's combo. If he got ults and he gets like Braum's there and they can't kill.
The best of ends for G2, so Hans using that cleanse was necessary there.
But now no cleanse for the fight.
Yeah, that cleanse is gonna
Baron,
suck.
30 seconds. We've got ourselves a doozy. The player matchup in Caps versus Zeka. Reminder, Mercedes, you're getting this one a second time. For good reason. It has just been a barrel of efforts from these two.
Look at this on the bottom side though. G2, they're kind of faking.
What is G2 doing? Mickey's showing bot, or he's hiding in bot.
Though, so if Hanwha
they have no vision around Baron.
Mickey now looking to rejoin. I think he just avoided the vision and being seen.
He's being a little rat.
Looking to get the shield. Delight is dodging well.
I mean, Hammerlife should start Baron.
Passive shield from his support item, Celestial Blessing, won't be popped
G2
away.
have no vision. They can't see anything.
They're on a ward, Dagda. I'm worried here as
They see Smolder. Nice.
in first, but
they see
Hammerlife
Sejuani.
showing.
They know they're not on it.
Still, Baron is up.
That's what Blade, don't get caught.
Trying to play for.
Don't get caught. Yike has flash sleep.
Yeah.
Caps is getting the wave.
Gonna keep going.
Caps is so strong.
Summer hurts like hell. There's a health bar.
Caps condition is not good for a fight now though. GT needs to be careful. They could get engaged on here on the bot side.
Strike. Arrow flying out as well. Mickey blocks it, but the engage is gonna get popped. Hanwha Light strike first, and they strike true.
And now they can just shift over towards the Baron as well. They play it very slow and get the pick that they needed. But Caps has already prepped that wave on bot side. G2, could it be a potential base turn in?
Can he kill
Doran?
Jax?
Doesn't have the support. G2 just going to shove in mid instead. They're trying to contest on towards that Baron.
He's scared that someone's behind him.
Caps
Doran, let it go, deal.
Baron is going to go down. Yike!
Yike, you madman! Yike, you madman! What the hell? How's he done that? How's he done that 1v4?
When G2 needed it,
what?
Yike gets into the pit and outsmites Peanut for a third Baron.
They're 4v1.
G2.
How did he even get there? He had no vision.
He wasn't there back in their miracle in 2019.
He had no vision.
Bloody hope he's there. Throughout the course of the rest of this year.
He did no vision.
That saves the game.
What is he a psychopath? How's he doing that?
In this epic best of one.
Does he just walk to the Baron pit throw? Is he in flash smite?
The waves aren't in a position for Hanwha.
How does he
to
even
really
get there in the
contest.
first place? He has
So they
no
can
vision.
hold. They can wait
He's
towards
just face checking everything.
Dragon, but we'll see it here. The swirl seed over the wall. And the smite.
How did Hammerlife even allow Lilia to get there?
1600 held
What?
somehow. Yike comes out with that. That call is absolutely insane. What is this game?
This is crazy. We thought the first two were good. Well, buckle up. The game ain't over yet. G2 have slowed it down and they've delayed the game. Soul is up now for both teams. 35 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Seatbelts on.
All flashes available for Hanwha, though. Zonya's for Doran as well is going to be so crucial for him getting access.
What is Mickey doing? He does this again.
Yike, the only
He's
person
shadowing
on G2
top.
that doesn't have that available.
He did this on
That's
Baron.
probably the focus
They can't
for
get
Hanwha
mid
on
push,
this,
so he's going
especially
through a
for
side.
Peanut, but it looks like G2 going
Why?
for the classic again. Send Caps
Are they
side
giving
lane.
Soul?
Mickey is shadowing.
Are they playing
so
for an end?
maybe Souls try and get the base, but this is such a massive gamble from G2.
This is what put pressure on
G2 is
Payne
gambling the
yesterday
game
as well.
big time
Obviously,
here.
different game
They're
state, but
dropping
Caps
Soul.
was
It's
playing
gone.
so well in the side
They've
lane.
accepted they
But
can't
again,
get vision. They're
Payne
going to try and
have to
use
think
their
about
3-man to
options.
stop
What
the
do we do?
4-man and
Doran's
end.
committed towards the top while HLE match out.
This play by
Soul
Mickey is
looks like it's
psychotic.
just gonna be
G2's
forgotten
fake
about.
contesting Drake.
G2 with a low contest.
Mickey's
goes
top.
towards top. They're looking for the play.
They're diving Doran!
Misses the arrow, misses. Doran's gonna die. He goes golden, which is buying time, but Mickey's tanking up. He's fine.
This is not good. Daryl fucked on. They doesn't Smolder kill them.
Surviving another day.
Caps and Mickey are going for the gamble of a century, but I don't think they win this.
It's not a good play anymore. Mum forces the flash, but Caps is dead. G2 tried to cook to end the game, but they fail.
Broken
that
Blade couldn't
call.
join in. Zeka was too quick, and that's now Soul.
They think they can't get any mid push.
Trying to escape, but Yike
Surely they just had to go through
Peanut
bot then.
Still trying to chase them
They
down.
just
No
don't want to
ults, no
find
flash.
Smolder. They don't want to fight anyone. They just want to
Viper's
play
arrows
side
up
lanes.
very shortly as Hanwha are forcing their way down mid. Doran can TP in.
Zeka runs down with the rest of his team. They're going to get so much from this
Can
play.
they end?
Baron not going to do too much. Yike gets an enhanced recall, but
Jax
3
has TP.
versus 4
Brown
in
can
mid
block
for
Varus
now.
Q.
Doran is just hanging around, respecting that bot wave.
No way, right?
Inhibitor through mid, going to die. Dagda, Mickey's up in 5.
They can't
It's
then.
still going to be a 4v4. It looks like Hanwha don't want to try and overforce on the play. G2 going to try and push this one out. But now that's Soul for Hanwha.
What the fuck?
These fights were already
That
tough,
call
which is
was
why
so
G2 were
crazy.
trying to
Jax
avoid
has
them at all
Sterak's
costs,
and
but
Zonya's.
They don't quite get
Maybe
the
if they
kill on
3-manned
towards
it,
Doran.
but
That Zonya's to be highlighted.
how can you dive him?
For the Hanwha Esports top laner to keep him alive long enough for Zeka to join.
Zeka has sold his boots. He has just bought
Cosmic
himself
Drive?
Cosmic Insight.
Drive.
Cosmic Drive. Thank you, Dagda. It's a Cosmic Mind regardless with a helmet on. And that means 6 items smolder with 500 CS at 41 minutes in the game. Baron up in 2 minutes 20. This one ain't done, but Humble Life with the
Yeah, you know how you stole that Baron?
definitely an advantage with a
You wanna do it again? Huh?
that is too big.
Can we see you do it again?
Control.
He's going to be so strong. It feels so hard for G2 to try and step up. I think you have to try and look for some sort of pick, because otherwise you can kind of see it here. Hanwha, they're just going to group up.
6 item Yone.
They say, forget about side lanes.
They just can't team fight though. Any 5v5 G2 is losing. It's a 6 item smolder with 600 stacks and an Infernal Soul. They can't win team fights. G2 have to keep cooking these random plans on side lane, I think.
If he gets access to Han Summer or Caps, he will 3-shot at this point in the game as well.
Look at Caps.
A harder fight for G2, who, to
This
their
ward from
credit,
Doran
have
was
kept
clutch, but
themselves
he's
in
gonna
this
spot it
game,
there, Caps.
play through play. I mean,
But does
Humble Life
Yone
were the
even
favourites coming
beat
in,
Jax
even
at this
though G2
point,
were the
even though
first
he's
seed,
ahead
even
in
though there's
items?
high expectations about what this team can do. Let's not forget Humble Life in the historic matchups that we've had since Worlds first began. Korea
Sterak,
has been a
Zonya's
favourite
Infernal Soul, he's getting
since
random
the
wins as
SKT
well.
Dynasty.
Hanwha upsetting
He
the
does,
apple
he
cart by
does.
beating Gen G.
Infernal Soul Jax.
Shout out to the man himself, predicting that they were going to be able to do it.
Yeah.
And now
How did he know?
G2 in this insane best of one.
What did he predict for this?
Pushing, I don't know, but pushing back.
They're hovering
Hanwha.
on side. They're going
But
to maybe
Hanwha now,
catch Caps here.
they are in the lead.
They're going to go on Caps.
It's only a 2k gold
He
lead,
has a
but
ward
with
though.
Infernal
Maybe he can
Soul
ult the
and
Sejuani ult.
Jax, it's very difficult to Caps.
He's caught out. Fight seal buffet. He gets range.
Oh, the arrow. Oh my god, Caps!
Dodged.
Jesus, man.
That was
He's
a
quick.
breaking arrow in a perma 5v4 with these death timers.
Still, you can see though, Hanwha,
That would have been Baron gone.
waiting to press up. They know that Doran doesn't actually beat Caps in the 1v1 right
Oh,
now.
Ash just
As we've
got
seen
for
kind of
6 item.
executed a couple of times, so
I think
trying
their
to
carries
figure
are
out
too
how they
strong
can
with
push
Braum,
Caps
with
back.
Redemption, with Locket.
Mickey,
G2
Caps
can't
and Batiste
5v5
have been
them.
trying to push
They
on the bottom
can't.
side, but
Caps
contest
are
for
good.
red buff.
Yeah,
No
he
Viper,
was
no
saying,
Hansama.
Mum.
Jesus, man.
Cold,
Caps, I swear. Every
gone.
time the fucking
Caps
camera
slowly
goes on
has
him,
to
he's
back away.
dead.
Now Dagda, his ulti on a low cooldown at this time of the game, but 15 seconds till Baron. I feel like
Where's
again,
Mickey
G2
going?
are going to be second fiddle.
Where's Mickey
Maybe
going?
They just don't even get it.
The push on top side is looking good. Mickey
Mickey?
is sneaking vision. He needs to reset though. We'll just
Mickey?
hop over the wall, trying to look for the reset now, I believe. But HLE, I think they spotted him. They're on the look for him. He will get spotted as he moves in towards that. If he moves in towards that tri-brush.
So
They're going to play a TP play here, G2, I think.
This is the fight.
When they're going to give mid push, and when they move to Baron, G2 is going to pounce on them with a TP ward and rail behind.
Over the wall. He has not been spotted.
Oh, Yike walks in, has to flash away. Arrow misses.
No
though.
flash on
Arrow's
Braum.
down for a little bit.
Did they see Mickey yet?
Now out of the play.
Mickey
Yeah, they
just
see him.
spotted though.
Oh, shit.
Hanwha going to try and come back onto him. He will be spotted now, realizes, but as he's trying to run away,
Here comes the
Hanwha,
force.
they just turn
They're
over towards the bar.
going to have to 5v5 this
Back on towards the
G2.
bot side. Has the TP. There is one ward for him, but it's I think
It's gone.
G2 for the first time in this game going to lose the Baron TP.
They're trying to delay again for side lane pressure. They're trying to play for side lanes. They don't want to 5v5 them. They're trying to juggle them around the map.
But the bases are still stopped. Caps is going to
Push in waves, chase them. Force their TPs. Hey!
That will save the base.
G2's really trying to stop them. Hey, it's a 4v4, guys. You can't win that.
It's a one-man.
Oh, he's going to get cancelled.
Trying to move into position, bopped away. Numbers advantage, change of corruption. Mickey's is there.
He's dead.
Caps
Viper's frying.
Doran is killing him dead.
They're all dead. They're all dead.
On the top,
Oh, they're all dead.
This Jack's unkillable, and Caps only just surviving.
But maybe Caps can get midwave.
Has gone kaput.
Caps is trying to run away the TP now. Peanut has the flash if he can just get the bop.
Run,
but Caps,
rabbit,
he's a
flash of Caps.
But I don't think it's enough. Hanwha still
The ult
chasing
buffs
him.
him.
Oh, to get away. But
Zeka gets him. Hanwha Life return to the source of power.
So close.
Zeka cleaning up that kill Dagda. I think finally now we have a decider.
Caps tried every trick in the book, but with
So
Yike,
close.
the last man standing against the LCK first seed. It's just a wave that is going to wash over the base of G2.
And our longest game now at Worlds for 2024 is Hanwha Life versus G2.
So close.
They moved to 2-0.
G2 had such a hard game though.
Sets a beautiful
Like they can't, they got outscaled, they couldn't team fight. I think they had good plans on side lane, but I do think they were given away back into this game by Hanwha Life's mistake on top. But when G2 got a chance, they actually played it well. They took so many risks to win. I think they had to.
To quote someone who was backstage with us a couple seconds ago, I came into today thinking that they were going to lose, and then I thought they were going to win.
It was a really fun game to watch.
I feel like today was entirely about
building false hope. No, G2 had a couple great moments that game. There were some good moments. I think HLE on a couple occasions had to be reminded that G2 were still a threat. They overstepped on that topside dive. They overstepped.
Hey!
One or two.
Huh?
Give a mid laner like Chovy, like Zeka, this Smolder, and you go late. They are more than skilled enough not to put themselves in harm's way, never to put themselves at risk, and be that massive carry threat that they're expected to be.
So close.
It's just day 2, and now I'm afraid of 2 things. Smolder for obvious
so
reasons.
Close.
Yeah.
But also a creative and talented player on Yone. Yone gave them some chances.
I agree. Look, like the level 13 Yone, the side lane caps, they did everything they could to shut it down. Eventually, through a couple of those plays, they were able to get caps on a side lane. It looked so good, but it was so
the
hard.
broken blade, Poppy ultimates, the Baron steal.
There were some good moments, but it was not enough. I'm questioning G2's approach here against HLE, knowing what HLE can do, how much they can come together, how good they are to make things happen in the early game.
Berlin Library, lul, Mickey XD, 3 Barons, EU, lul. EU, why crying? Lul.
So I'm just questioning the
Omega
approach in the
lul.
early game from G2.
Kaput. Lul. EU lul.
Caps was kind
Shut
of
up.
the center of attention early on, and that put them in a bit of a difficult spot.
Shut up.
Now, naturally, you expect Broken Blade and Hans to step up a little bit early on, and I think they did because of Golden Come. But then when G2 also made the mistake in bot lane and lost that 2v2, it felt like they lost one of the last areas
it's Team Liquid's
of the map
turn
that
now,
they could actually
pussy.
play around.
Let's see about
And by
EU
all means,
lulz.
That probably should have been the end of the game, and it's only when HLE overstayed on that dive topside that G2 actually were given a second chance to really play this game out.
It's been an amazing journey for HLE, honestly. From
EU needs 100 Barons to stand a chance.
To accomplish together, that
Shut
we
up.
have Shox on stage right now for the post-game interview. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Lore. I've got
Let's listen to
Peanut
you, chat.
here
Let's listen
with
to you.
me
Respect on
after
Peanut.
an
Respect on
incredible
Hammerknife.
back and forth game. And Peanut, it was chaos. It looked like there was so much to take care of. Can you tell me about the final moments of that game? Let's say the last 10 minutes and what the keys were to finally taking down G2.
정말 손에 땀을 쥐게 하는 경기였는데요. 이번 경기의 마지막 10분만 돌이켜 본다면 어느 부분을 가장 집중하면서 경기 마무리 지을 수 있었나요?
결국 상대가 한타보다는 요네로 사이드 게임을 사이드 게임을 하다 보니까 저희가 사이드를 어떻게 대처할지가 제일 이 마지막 10분에서 제일 중요했던 것 같아요.
They couldn't team fight.
I kind of tell that I guess they were focusing on the side lane play instead of team fights, so we kept that in mind in the last 10 minutes of the game.
Would you like to talk about the Baron that got stolen away by Yike? Would you like to say anything about it?
사실은 또 바론 한번 스틸 당하셨잖아요. 그 당시엔 좀 어떠셨는지 알려주실 수 있을까요?
그때 릴리아가 바텀이라고 그런 콜이 좀 주고받아서 릴리아가 없는 줄 알긴 했었어요. 그래서 좀 스틸 각이 잘 나왔던 것 같아요. 네.
So actually, I got a false information. We had in our communication, we were talking Lilia is bot. So she had so much space to come in and steal away the Baron. It's a bummer.
I see, that is a bummer indeed. Zeka was saying yesterday that he feels that you are really a lucky charm for the team and for him. Is that how you feel like as well? And how do you in-game when it becomes so exciting and so close, how do you make sure that everybody keeps their focus?
제카 선수가 또 어제 피너 선수는 정말 LCK 그리고 우리의 좀 행운의 좀 토템이다라고 했는데 또 제카 선수와는 어떠신지 그리고 오늘 경기 하시면서 좀 다들 너무 흥분하지 않게 좀 어떻게 잘 다잡으면서 경기 치르셨나요?
저희가 초중반에 확실히 유리하긴 해서 조금 흥분한 부분이 있긴 한데 충분히 경기 중에 나올 수 있는 부분이고 다음부터 어떻게 나가는지가 제일 중요한 거니까 그런 위주로 많이 나눴고요.
I have a couple things to say.
선수랑은 아무래도 호흡도 잘 맞고 플레이적으로도 서로 생각하는 바도 비슷하다고 생각해서 우승까지도 했던 게 아닌가 싶어요.
First off, I think we did get overexcited because we were having a big lead early in the mid game. So I think it can happen in a game. What matters more is how we deal with it. So I want to make sure that it doesn't happen again in the next matches. Also, speaking of Zeka, I think, our play style is very similar. Also, we have a great teamwork. So I think he's a great player. Maybe that's why he won the Worlds.
Maybe it is indeed, and maybe he can do it again. For you at the World Championship, Peanut, as being the first seed from the LCK, there is a lot of pressure. I can assume also because of how last year World Championship ended for you, there is even more pressure. And you said on the CBLOL broadcast that this might be your last World Championship that you do play. What would you like to prove, and what would you like to walk away with this World Championship?
올해는 또 LCK 1시드로서 월즈에 참가하고 있고 덧붙여서 이제 작년 월즈에 대한 아쉬움도 조금 있을 것 같고 또 어제 이제 11홀에서 진행한 인터뷰에서 이번 월즈를 정말 마지막이라고 생각하면서 임하고 있다라고 하셨는데 그런 만큼 어떤 점에 잘 집중해서 이번 우승까지 한번 노려보고 계실까요?
그전 제가 월즈를 왔을 때는 마지막이라는 생각까지는 하지 않고 그냥 월즈를 우승하고 싶다, 임하고 싶다 이렇게 그런 게 없었는데 마지막이 아니니까. 근데 이번에는 실제로 내년에 월즈를 제가 못 올 수도 있는 거잖아요. 그래서 저는 이번이 진짜 어떻게 보면 마지막일 수도 있다라는 생각에 그냥 너무 간절한 것 같아요. 네.
Never in my life before I've ever thought, whenever I participated in Worlds, I've never thought it was going to be my last, but this time for sure, because I don't know how things will end up next year, so I might not be able to participate in Worlds next year with the given situation. So I'm very, very desperate and eager to win it all.
Fantastic. We would hate to see you go, and we hope the best for you this World Championship. 감사합니다, Peanut and Ji-sun. Thank you very much. HLE moves on to 2-0.
Oh, I hope Hammerlife wins it. I hope Hammerlife wins Worlds then. Fuck it, man. Give it to Peanut. He deserves it. Give it to Peanut and Viper. I'm on the Peanut hype train this Worlds. I've just been convinced. If he's actually retiring, I want him to win a title. What I will say about this game, final thoughts, objectively, because I've been very biased towards EU. Gameplay-wise, I was impressed by the fact that G2 was able to create pretty good game states in a game where they cannot 5v5. However, their early game was abysmal. And the fact that they got there in the first place was off the back of a mistake from Hammerlife. So what I can tell from this game is G2's early game still looked pretty bad. But their mid to late game, I think, was represented pretty well there on their side lane gameplay. So I think a lot of mistakes from Hammerlife gave G2 a chance to show what they're made of in the mid to late game. However, they do need to work on their early game. Also, chat, quick thing. You can go to CaedrelWorldsGiveaway.com. I'm going to link it in the chat, or you can go ! giveaway. You can join, and you can win a €3,000 gaming PC, a chair, a signed Gen G Worlds jersey, a signed Damwon Worlds jersey, a signed Fnatic Worlds jersey, a T1 Worlds jersey that might be signed. I'm not sure yet. Worlds boxes, fan packs, Sony gear, Sony in-zone gear, Fnatic gear. There's loads of things to win. There's 30 prizes if you just sign in. I think there's a really easy way to enter, and then you can win prizes. We do a giveaway every international, and it ships worldwide. Once per international, we're doing big giveaways. I don't know if we're going to do a big giveaway next year because there's 3 internationals, so we might just save it for a Worlds giveaway because I can't do fucking €3,000 gaming PC every giveaway for the fucking internationals. Jesus. And then get all these people on board, so we might just move it to 1 next year instead of MSI and Worlds. We'll only do Worlds.
Red Bull gives you wings. And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good.
Chat. Logistically, it's super hard to get 30 prizes shipped to everyone.
Yeah. I've been on a mission, I've been tunnel vision. You can't stop the vision that I'm on. Been in competition with my opposition for the top position on.
I think if Caps' TP didn't get cancelled there by Doran, maybe G2 wins the game.
I'm in top condition in the top division. This is dominance, pressure is on. If I'm ever second, it's second to none. I'll never quit while there's breath in my lungs. I am relentless, so rest when I'm done.
Big play by Doran.
Boss level energy, I'm in my villain mode. Eyes on my enemy, hand on my weaponry. I put in work like there's 10 of me. I put in work like there's 10 of me. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god.
Sorry, John, I'm just eating my food real quick.
just like laser. I want the throne, it's in my nature. I roll alone, I like the danger. I go renegade.
Chat, shut up.
I don't play around, I don't hesitate. I just level up, I just elevate. I'm underrated, but I'm undefeated. I'm imitated, but never repeated. Hunger inside of me, I gotta feed it. So I stay relentless until I succeeded. I'm sending a warning to my rivals. This ain't a war wage for survival. Homie, I came here for the title. I can feel it in my veins. Raw pound unchained.
Chat, try to one-shot this food real quick though.
This world is mine for the taking. I can feel it in my veins. Yeah, I came.
Then we lock in for TL.
This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine right now. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. My powers unlimited. I feel like I'm limitless.
Hola.
And welcome back to the studio, as now the entire world can see that we put minions in the fridge. Something maybe TL wish they had did against FlyQuest. But that's just
I just had one in the bag.
What? That was a straight out of nowhere. I thought we were going to roast G2.
It's not out of nowhere because TL is playing next.
That is true.
Yeah, you know what? Smart.
A stretch a bit, but yeah, they're gonna take on Weibo here in our fourth game of the day, and I want to put things in perspective here because when you consider the first game of the day and the way Team Liquid played yesterday, especially in the early game, not that bad.
Not that
Great
bad.
start from them.
Not that bad, but just reading the comments from TL fans, man, we're just getting some hard opponents. It's tough. And just how the games were played out, as you can see from APA in the early portions of that game was
Don't
good.
say hard
In fact,
opponents.
We heard from APA in his interview with Travis Gafford. He talked about how the game state was actually quite good for them. They were really happy with how the macro elements were working out. They just weren't team fighting well, and that's really frustrating because if you just watch their domestic play, that's something that they were able to hit consistently. I feel like the team fighting is not something that you're worried about, but it happened in a game that mattered the most.
If TL don't win this game, this game is very important for the bracket.
Even with a lead, even with a composition where you feel like it's
It actually
probably
is
going to be
really
pretty straightforward to execute, if you make that single mistake, if you let one of these teams, if you let a team of the caliber of LNG back into the game, you might not get another chance to find
Chat, did you hear someone breathing or am I crazy?
It happened where you kind of least expected because Nico is the champion that we see pretty frequently from APA in the mage meta. And so finding picks like this where they're able to get a flash off it usually is nice. Of course, the answer back from LNG were usually pretty good. So you want to make the most out of the flashes. That one is a poor fight, of course, but there have been a few of those where they would try for an angle, get a flash from Jin, and then get, you know, they wouldn't lose anything off of it. Or they would try for an angle and then lose a lot off of a misplay, and those were the ones that hurt the most.
And if you fall behind against a composition with Tristana and this Rumble Jin combo, it's just so much harder to fight, right? If you're coming from even, if you can get that vision set up ahead of time, if you're coming in favorable terms, fights are navigatable. But if Rumble and Jin just get to sit 1,000 units away, slow you down, get the follow-up, and you've got a Tristana to do the majority of the damage, it's very
I finished eating!
Exactly. There was that fight. There was obviously the fail flash fight that happened bot side, but I don't want to focus too much on Team Liquid. Of course, they're the team that has to bounce back. Weibo is another team that also has to bounce back.
And how did they play yesterday? Because they had to face off against Genji. Difficult game for them, but very slow-paced as well.
It's almost, honestly, a replica of what we saw in our previous game with G2, where yet another Korean Titan plays a composition that outscales. You had the Maokai and the Smolder there, and we saw what Weibo brought to the table, and they just couldn't compete as we went later in the game. They didn't have reliable engage tools. Crisp had an okay day overall, but you saw desperation as we got later and later, as the Smolder got more and more stacks. Xiao, who's flanking with a TP, they're desperate to get anything done, and I think today they're going to walk away from that thinking, hey, we need tools to start a fight if we are in a position where we are going to get outscaled.
Exactly. They're having meta lessons, but the one player for me that shone was Light. Light had a really good Jinx game, and he was a player that people looked to for Weibo. If they were going to be successful here, it was going to be off of his play.
Let's see what Weibo can do, if they can bounce back, or if Team Liquid can bounce back as well in our fourth game of the day. Casters, take it away.
Well, before we get to the halfway point, it's TL versus Weibo. It's NA versus another LPL team. And after our start, I just take a breath of fresh air and think, where could this one go? Because we didn't expect the last one to be as chaotic as it was, as fun as it was. I mean, some people would come in and be like, you know, BLG, LNG maybe wouldn't have been as good. This one's going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, especially since these teams actually have a little bit of history. 2021 groups. Yep. Weibo fell to both Mad Lions and Team Liquid.
Team Liquid
advance in towards the playoff stage. So now going up against them again, I think there's going to be a bit of a bone to pick. Now, obviously, Weibo did fantastically last year, where they got all the way to the World Finals after that upset win over BLG. So not a team to ever shrug your shoulders at, but a team that has been known to be consistently inconsistent. So after a phenomenal game yesterday against Gen
Are
G,
Weibo fraudulent?
it always remains to be seen what they come in with today, but I have high expectations for Weibo, and especially for Tarzan, to really step up when it comes to Worlds, because he has been so crucial to this success.
If TL wins, does that mean EU's greater, NA's greater than EU? No.
There were some burdens of execution, some of the fights that went horribly wrong. Who knows the position that TL could have been in otherwise, but I think, again, LNG were picking them apart and kind of playing, I don't want to say playing with their hands, but they were definitely pulling out some of the better team fights in the end as well. The other thing you can kind of comment on is the fact that, you know, APA wasn't in form. A player that has developed over the course of this year that's been highlighted got destroyed.
There we go.
It was a rough game.
Here we go.
One most improved in the LCS, so definitely a player to keep.
Chat, how much on a bet that Appa's going to play Aurelion Sol this game?
It's 80 mids, but we even heard his
how much on a bet?
in the cast that
I don't know why, I just feel like he's going to do it.
The Nico, which was his pick for.
I'm so convinced he's going to do it this game.
So curious to see if he falls back towards that again, or if there's a different cog in the wheelhouse here, because you know Xiaohu would love to try and get his hands on the Lucian again. Like
I bet you that like first pick Renekton or something, or Skarner or something,
popping up here in the LPL. It's been
and they pick Asol here.
So
I can feel it.
That LPL is taking some time to adjust or move back.
Cassante Asol here.
For now, though, you can see
Skarner first pick or some shit. I can see it.
Aurora's gone as well. Rumble taken away against TL. All right. Is it just going to be no Ash first pick? A Mage mid as a first pick option here for TL.
Lucian first pick.
Lucian away. So I do like this. I think it's just a respect.
They want Lucian Nami for Yeon.
We saw him yesterday how threatening he was when Tarzan was able to get the Ivern to have the Trelia speed him up, to get a lot of pressure in towards these picks. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Tarzan even just go back towards the Ivern here. And
you only do 10 gifted if they don't pick Aurelion Sol?
Yeah, kind of match a lot of the other AD mains, like even a Tristana here would work out very well. Unless you are just considering Yeon and Core JJ, or just going to go for the Lucian Nami boss. And maybe you're a little curious.
Maybe they do Asol and 4-5 then, because they have to go Nami here. So then what?
Instead, I mean, this is
he going to play Sedge?
Again, that I was surprised made it to the second ban phase a game or two ago. So priority jungler.
Oh, light Kalista. They're going to play Kalista Renata into Lucian Nami.
Very LPL style.
Yeah, especially when you got the Renata for Crisp as well, that can go in alongside it. Something that they brought it a couple of times, so not surprised. But I think this gives a lot of control to that bot lane, which is when you see these aggressive picks for Weibo, oftentimes Tarzan puts a ton of focus. So if I'm Umpty, my eyes are now, okay, we're going to go for this aggressive answer with the Lucian.
I don't know, the best pick here is Sejuani or Cassante, right?
Babysitting this bot lane,
unless Appa's cooking, but
so continuously.
Oh yeah, he'll spend his time.
Oh, he has Kled.
Just pause on that thought for the time being. If Impact picks top here, it has to be blind, but instead a priority
here's Renata, I guess, or Blitzcrank or not. I doubt Chris will play hook champ though. He likes Renata.
Melee laners, maybe things like the Jax again, while solidifying that 2v2 on the bot side. Crisp and Light on Kalista and Renata.
They should ban Orianna. I would deny Xiaohu's Orianna here, I think.
Two priority lanes. Lucian
Nami, Xiaohu's career history.
Go back in time a bit.
Yeah, but I definitely like the Kalista Renata just because you can get so aggressive in these early stages.
He has a lot of senior games as well.
Means you can stock up a lot of those extra Ren stacks and really take the fight.
Maybe they ban Talia actually.
But again, I think it's now.
They have Kalista, but Talia Sejuani
to enable that pressure down onto the bottom side of the map, and that's
they could ban Talia Asol to fuck up Appa.
Go back towards a lot of these AD mids that he's found comfort on.
Cassante from Impact.
Yes, the Yone's gone, the Lucian's taken away, but Tristana still another big pick for him, or at least something that he can have access to the wave state on. Maybe even going back towards something like an Ahri wouldn't be the worst thing here for Xiaohu.
Oh yeah, actually.
Ahri, Skarner.
Playing a bit more solidly through mid. Rather, I'm not sure where Mill is. Different position.
The only thing I'd be worried about with going for an Ahri is
play the Xiaohu cat video. No.
Damage threat in a fight.
Yep.
So maybe we shift off towards something like the Orianna or the LeBlanc could be taken away. But I think you do want something that has some scaling in it. Maybe that's a Jax for Breathe in that top side and kind of use him as your late game insurance, but we'll have to see what Weibo's thinking.
Sure, Orianna hasn't been the worst. in the past couple of years. I think Xiaohu Orianna a solid pick as well historically.
Yeah, I
agree.
agree.
Know this player from old RNG days.
He'll play Syndra or Orianna, I think.
So that's always an option here. LeBlanc taken off the board by TL. They're getting rid of some of that mid-jungle
If they went Camille, they're going to go Gnar. They went Poppy. I wonder if they're going to blind Jax or Gnar here.
Yeah, makes sense.
Top lane pick.
Yeah, especially when you got the Kalista, Poppy just neutralizes her so well.
Yep.
And as we said, chances are you're
They
setting
have,
up for
they have
Jack's
Gnar
play here
or
Weibo on that top side.
what did I just say? I forgot.
Poppy that can go in towards Impact is going to be really, really
Jax
nice. So I
on
think
4.
overall Weibo setting up their draft relatively well.
They could
but
go Talia into
TL
Jax
are definitely going
Kalista.
to be able to read this.
But
And
I have a feeling he's going ASOL. I've been saying this.
He's a mega tank player and is incredibly good at
They
neutralizing
went to Jax, so now he has to blind Gnar. Does Impact have Camille ready?
He have a good time if he wants to go back towards something like an Ornn or even like a Renekton or something along these lines. But they're actually going to ban the Jax as well. So
oh yeah, Renekton's open. What the fuck?
So does he pivot to a Kennen, something along these lines, or even just take that Renekton for himself now?
And pivot into the counter matchup, assuming that Impact might pick up the Renekton. I like the thinking, Dagda. LPL's always been one to call out. I was talking about this before.
What is it? What is it? What is it, Appa? ASOL is a tough lane. Talia is also a tough lane.
Counter pick for Breathe. It's going to be
he has to go Syndra or I don't know though. Is Appa Syndra good?
And then Breathe can go towards the Camille, which is the only way that kind of
Smolder
trying to
mid.
opt in towards that, where you kind of get that big threat.
This is a tough game for Smolder, I think.
We'll have to see if Impact kind of takes the bait here. But when you've already seen, you know, the blind pick champions that are available, you're starting to tend down that list. But I think
Syndra,
you kind of have to go for some sort of tank player.
Okay, as you
I mean,
said,
he has to go Renekton or
focus. At least we get the counter matchup for APA in mid, so mid jungle's going to get even more interesting.
What are you playing to Renekton,
to
Breed?
show his hands. As you said, maybe a tank. We've had things like the Scion from Whippo. What can absorb pressure up here without the Cassante? Renekton, but Breathe does play Kennen, as you said. This could be dangerous.
Gnar, of course. Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you want to buy ads, you can say 1 to subscribe me, not sub if you don't want to. Back before the game starts. I appreciate all the subbers. If you sub now, you'll get ads for the rest of Worlds. I'll see you in a sec. Man, they're playing Smolder mid, but against Orianna, that matchup. Not Smolder mid, sorry, they went Syndra. Okay, good.
That Tarzan is going to heavily play for in this bottom side of the map as well. Try and set up the plays there. And then Xiao, who you can have an okay time against the
Syndra. Worst.
It is very much a can I dodge away from a lot of these early orbs that the Syndra's going to turn out. Go for that early Merc threads as well to try and alleviate some of that pressure, but it's still.
I don't like Syndra Sejuani, but they have pretty good mid game. Their mid game is strong.
Thanks to the splinters, that gives her a lot more damage. Or
their mid game is pretty strong.
Scaling for AP. Dagda, it feels like TL are putting all their cards on the line for the mid game here, all their cards into a lot of skirmishing early on, getting these solo laners built up. I feel like for Weibo as well, because of that bottom lane, there is going to be a lot of action in this early game, right?
Yeah, this early game is all hands on deck. Like, you need to start getting these lanes out to start strong leads, otherwise you just lose pace. Especially when you look towards like the Orianna, who will be able to come on very strong at the later portion of the game. My eyes are firmly on Tarzan and Umpty to see who can take over. Because if you can control Tarzan, Umpty, I think you're in a good spot to try and play through what is a relatively strong mid jungle with a ton of CC that enables illusion culling come that mid game. On the opposite side, I think if Tarzan is able to get light and crisp ahead, they become so threatening around these early objective fights and start to snowball the game so drastically. And next is your Orianna, who just comes online.
Redemption for yesterday for TL, though. If they can
Cap's
find
dead. Does he watch all the games?
access in this game, Dagda. Yesterday they failed. It felt like they were nervous. It felt like they were not the TL that we were hyping up coming in, and they failed against LNG when they had options after the early game. This pause shows me that we get to take a breath because of what's happened so far.
Its pause is perfect.
I do think, though, it was LNG yesterday playing well around what are the expected tropes of TL. So often you see them go for these big aggressive plays in the early stages. A lot of that actually coming from APA on things like the Talia, where he looks for roams, or having these sort of plays early to control those side lanes incredibly well. Then you look for picks. Push mid, get vision, find a pick, close out the game. LNG kind of read that, answered for a lot
of asleep.
Pick potential at the 16-minute mark as TL went to try and make that play, and they were able to bounce back into the game. So I think for Weibo, it'll be another case of trying to, one, find that early success, but two, also be aware that this is something that will be coming.
It's updated with the pickups. There's one Baron Steel.
I think as well, Weibo's
How is there 42 Infernal Dragons? Are you fried?
The adaptation to the Gen G
what the fuck?
Was really good. It was a close game. And while people look at that as, oh, Gen G opened up strong because they were able to stall the game, I mean,
Cloud
Weibo
is so
were
dope.
quite reactive, played smart as well to that mid-game of Gen G. As I hear game sounds, which means we're about to get in. So pause was only slightly. Let's get into it. Game number 4 of the day. TL versus Weibo. looking for their first win at Worlds 2024.
Rig that game.
This would mean a lot for North America after TL shaky.
I bet you there's a guy in the production that can choose the Dragon RNG every game, and he picked Infernal. And at the start of the split, he was start of the tournament, he was like, nah, I won't put many. I'll just make it look like something else is winning during play-ins. Oh, Swiss stage is here. Oh, Infernal.
It was the first time in the entirety of summer that Gen G actually came out with a CS lead in all those lanes. And I think a huge portion of that was Weibo matching a lot of the good macro from Gen G in the early stages.
Come on, Ellen. Come on, TL.
Being able to bring them online.
Lost to LNG. They had an okay game state, but they fell apart in the fights.
But that early to mid game was a really good response from Weibo, and I think that again is what I want to see from them coming into this. A confident early game that snowballs into a win.
And I think it comes a lot of the back off of like the individual laning from Light and Crisp is where I'll start, and I know it's more than that as Tarzan goes for a bit of an invade. Story time can wait, Dagda. The book closes.
I'm sorry, I was asking.
They're just going to lose this or what?
I've got a blanket for you. Chill for the time
this is not good for
stay cozy. Ward for ward, spotted out.
Looks like Weibo's a bit scared though.
Yeah, APA just going to hug this top side because he knows Weibo could potentially make a move in. For JJ coming across, but it's still 3v2.
Why does the stream keep freezing?
Okay. Just ready to throw
It does that so many times.
Good with Airy, but Smite comes down. Again, Tarzan just looking for the small raptors. It's Chaos already. Chaos
they didn't get level 2. Tarzan's out. Crisp is going to die, I think. Crisp's dead.
In trouble. Render slowed
Can they flash on him?
Coming back in as Tarzan's like, okay, let's go round number 2. Good shielding from Chris. TL, if you chase this up, it could be
okay, Renata no summons. Syndra no flash.
A lot of summoners burn.
Skarner no flash.
No first blood.
Skarner got level 2.
I don't think Tarzan actually got the big raptor in the Smite because he would have ticked over to level 2. So
I thought he would.
Yeah, so it meant that I think it was stolen away by Yon or maybe Core JJ who were able to get an auto attack on it. So
how did Skarner get level 2? Did he get a ward or some shit?
Very funky. Flash burnt by Tarzan to try and get away, and he's going to be low, moving through his jungle.
Oh no, he got the XP on mid wave, of course.
A bit more even Steven on the experience bars as we start to transition forward.
We know what Steven would say. He'd say he'd be going towards the top side right now.
Classic Steven.
You know, it's story time again. Dagda, you got your blanket. Okay, yeah.
Weibo Gaming is kind of cooked in bot lane. Enemy team has really good. Team Liquid has really good wave control in bot.
He's been really solid coming into this tournament. I think Light is one of the best LPL AD carries. I think people are going to underrate him because of who he is. As good engage here from Breed onto Impact. Wait, maybe I should.
Does he have a kill here? Oh, he hit the minion.
He autos a minion, but he's got range. One,
he's dead.
two, flash.
Oh, what? He choked it. Breathe. All he had to do was auto attack. No.
Gets out of the way. Breathe.
He had him there. No.
Get that boomerang.
That was so close, especially with the grass proc starting to come
He missed an auto on the minion, and then he should just flash auto. Does it kill him?
But the flash away just about saves him. I'm shocked that Braden already managed to get that kill this early.
100 gifted subs. Are you mental?
Potential playing towards the top side. Wave hasn't been crashed.
Are you fucking crazy? 100 gifted subs? Yo, thank you so much for 100 gifted.
Okay,
yo, chat say thank you for got a sub. Absolute 100 bomb.
Set pressure as well.
You're
Light
nuts.
is just looking to get to level 2, and with I believe this next minion falling down, he should find it.
They have good pressure in bot lanes. Be careful though. Tarzan could cheese gank them.
Scorpion King. Trying to make
no heal on Nami.
Wave, that TL are still
it's risky to do this bot gank though. He's going to lose his top camps.
Constantly keeping the pressure. You have to be a little bit careful because Tarzan can come down to this bot side, and I think that's what Weibo are kind of waiting for. Is
them.
The level 2s, level 3s to match, and then they can go for it. Tarzan
they're sniffing
just
it though.
ticked over with the, just picked up the Scuttle Crab there.
Yep.
He's going to wrap around behind him though.
Looks like TL on this bottom side.
It's great that you pulled up the laning stats. Good laning so far, but Umti's coming in to interrupt. That upper is low, but he has a mana bar. Xiaohu with nothing to spare, and even though he's used the cookie up, he tries to get onto APA, and Umti just stops him.
Easy kill. First blood for TL again.
First blood goes over to TL. Meanwhile, on the back
I think Yon is fine here, maybe. Oh.
Weibo are getting flashes, but maybe kills. Yon away.
That flash was so greedy. He should have flashed earlier. He was fine there.
And Weibo see the light.
Just about able to
he
get
gave Kalista too many stacks.
In the mid lane, Xiaohu falling.
Come on, Yon, lock in, man.
Play from Umti and APA off to a nice start now as he'll be able to crash that wave.
Cheesy gank there by Tarzan, but it worked out well.
Bar that Xiaohu was putting pressure on him with.
The wave pushing.
He could have flashed Skarner. He could have flashed a lot of things.
He's coming in slow.
Impact, are you fucking dead?
Should be topside. Story time has ended again because
Breed
has closed the book on this matchup.
Impact was the best top laner in the LCS this year, but Breed is making him look like it's nothing.
A horror for TL.
Absolutely destroying him on the
mid lane's gank was great, but the side lanes are falling apart a bit here.
He has got the
Nar gets Ninja Tabi.
Anyone on this roster. Because of how he has been struggling to either play weak side or play with this new advanced Weibo. That's huge. That's massive. Not only the attempt
they lost summoners on Lucian and he died. Kalista got a kill. She has Zerker Greaves in base. They had such a good bot lane phase, but they've thrown it away.
If he gets kills, just get plates and set up so nicely for that Gnar to just take over in the side lane. TL needs to get something to try and fix this, and a lot of that will be on Umpty, but as we said, Weibo are putting pressure through that bottom side.
All the NA fans that left the G2 for losing.
What's going to be
just know that
continuously focusing this bottom side, I think it's only going to get worse.
An EU fan never forgets. That's all, okay? That's all I'll say.
Tarzan has options there, but topside clearly needs to come first as Umpty is clearing away on his Krugs, and then his camps are done until the respawn rotation. Dragon sitting up, and it is a mountain dragon to open us up, so it's going to give some bonus stats, but remember, Grubs could just be a handshake deal here, as TL seems the bottom side is where they start their play.
Yeah, I think you're going to be okay here as Weibo. There's not really any dive potential to really come through here, and Tarzan should just be able to move over towards the Grubs, so it's more likely it's just going to be a dragon trade. Yeah, there you go for TL, than any sort of real threat on the bottom side. It is a big wave though, so you can see them playing a little sus, but I think they're okay.
Curious about the CS after this wave pushes in. Weibo again, as we
said. The light behind you is very bright. Yeah, it's called the sun. I can't do anything about it.
Thanks to earlier shenanigans, means that Tarzan gets all 3. So I'm looking at EXP bars alongside with these trades stacked. Both junglers just ticked over to 5. Umpty, as he gets this dragon, will get a little bit of a boost, as well as APA going to get shockwaved on the spot. Tarzan's now running in.
Why can't he just flash Skarner E? What are these carries of TL doing?
Tarzan takes him down.
What are they doing? Just flash these Skarner E's, man.
In the early game.
Man, Tarzan, when he's on form, is terrified. Umpty, don't do it.
Well, Skarner has got a lot of base damage. Look at that. Stuns in play. Umpty has now got the bottom lane walking to his position. Flash from Chris looking for the handshake. A rock to be thrown. He gets out, but Weibo now control this bot side.
They're so greedy, man.
And you can just continue to put pressure on towards the bottom lane. The wave is pushing away
they can
from
bots? No way.
Not in the best of spots, and Tarzan's here.
Here he comes again. Dwayne the Rock Johnson. Paused by a bubble. Now for Crisp, setting up for the hook, and rather handshake back is good, but out of
Crisp
range.
Is really good on Renata, isn't he?
Will not follow that play.
No, it doesn't want to try and go too aggressive, but still, this should net at least the turret lane, and Tarzan still considering.
Are they really calling a dive?
Lives here.
He has barrier.
A Dagda, help! Our jungler has to go top.
Oh, unless they go on Nami. But they have bailout, but can they make this dive happen?
Bottom lane right now.
I think too risky.
Tarzan follows up, enables Weibo to get this push in again, get some damage down thanks to the 3 grubs. And Light and Crisp, you look at that CS, yes, they're down a little bit, but with the kill, they're still up in goal.
And I do want to continue on with your story, because for Light,
I'll sit down.
He was absolutely fantastic in the LPL, and I think if you didn't watch the LPL,
it's at the end of the game, right?
You're
they're fine,
not
but
going to realize just how good this guy was for Weibo. And a lot of people look at it and go, oh, well, we lost Ruler because Weibo beat out JDG, but Light has been such an incredible carry for this squad, stepping up across multiple different picks. And it's great to see him getting his opportunity to really shine on this main stage, because this guy is one of the top AD carries in the LPL, but a region that is stacked for LPL, or for AD carry talent. And to now show us, with the help from Tarzan and co, he should be in a decent spot now to start trying to take over this game.
Appa has no flash, he can't really walk up.
Like, hits consistent marks, right?
He knows where Skarner is, he's bot side. Orianna could flash shockwave him.
Worlds as well. You know what you're going to get from him. He can have high highs, but you know that bare minimum.
Tarzan's such a rat on the Skarner.
What you're going to get, I think, is the baseline I'm trying to hit at. Like Xiaohu's kind of like that as well. That's what makes Weibo special. Last year was such a crazy run.
Xiaohu's trading pattern.
Dagger, if they can do it again this year, I don't know what to say. Like, if Weibo does something similar again, which LPL fans think they can do. They think they're the 3rd best team naturally, since, again, they smoothed out LNG in playoffs. They got to finals against BLG, showed us a little in a 3-1 fashion. Against them, of course.
Weibo swap for the
they've got a lot of skill, and they've got a lot of individual players, and that's what makes this roster so special.
Yeah, I think it's also like Shell, who started
I mean, this is comfort for TL. They love their Lucian Nami.
He came back in summer and really started bringing it together. Obviously, fitting onto the AD carry picks well when he won MSI, playing Lucian top lane for the majority of the tournament. Like, it was kind of in his wheelhouse. So
crazy that he won MSI as a top laner.
2 different roles.
And then was it a year before he won as a mid laner?
Yeah.
Like, it's
2018 RNG, 2021 RNG.
Multiple years.
Crazy.
I mean, Got 3 titles for the legend. As now for TL, they're trying to set themselves up a dive, but Breathe is here. Teleport helps out as well.
Kalisha's hitting top tower for free, and TL aren't getting anything. This is actually a horror for TL. Crisp might die though. Yeah, Crisp dead as fuck.
Now with nowhere to go, even with
At least they got a kill.
Aqua Prison perfect, and APA positioning great to get his first kill of this game.
Maybe Renekton can enter top. No, he can't.
This is what we're talking about, like turning those moments.
It's a good kill, but they're losing out on gold.
Crucial to their success, and just
that doesn't really matter.
Finding Crisp out of position, having that vision already down.
I mean, I guess that's one way to enter top.
The wave because he was zoned off by Tarzan, so making sure he's able to pick up this wave and get some damage onto Light, but won't get the kill.
Gets away, Ren slows him down, but Light just gets some damage down as Tarzan turns this into a dive. Against the wall, there's good damage from the Skarner, and Impale as well. Brings Light in to get some more, but again,
pretty well played by Impact. He didn't want to lose that wave. He also got Kalista cleanse.
Using Tarzan's ult, he's a bit of pressure off the map.
It did look very funky, but Impact just drew out
funky.
Light's cleanse, his health bar, the ult from Tarzan, damage onto Tarzan, and right as the second round of Void Grub spawns. So TL should be in a position now to contest this. They are a little
Lucian
late,
Nami are too far
so it
though.
looks like they
They
may
can't
not be
fight
able to
this.
get there, but it was a nice thought process from Impact to say, hey, look, I can get so
maybe they
much
can
out
get
of this
one,
play
maybe
for just my ultimate.
It's a shame TL aren't there.
X for doubt though.
As well. I mean, Impact also with the lower health bar and
it is taking Tarzan a while to get these grubs down, and Crisp has no flash.
Again, but Tarzan already has 4 grubs.
And
he
they'll
gets
get one.
a 5th, and I guess he can just leave now. Umti tries to stop him, but he's away. 5 grubs.
Look at Nar hitting bot tier 1.
As Breeze is managing.
How many plates have Weibo gotten?
You're immediately getting value as Weibo. It's like, oh, I'm just getting
3 on
more
bot, 3
and
on
more
top, 1 on
damage as I
mid.
progressively work my way through this tower.
TL have gotten
supposed to
1.
work for Breathe, but he's in a
1
good
to
spot
7
now.
in plates.
Almost a 900 gold lead for him. He's going to reset, finish his first item, I'd imagine. No, just short. But still, he's going to be fine now, start pushing out on the map and really taking the hurt to Team Liquid, because any sort of side lane that he shows up on, no one can really contest them. APA, vulnerable on a side lane. Their impact is very far behind. And that just opens up so many windows for Weibo to play at the map stage.
It's not often this year that have been, or especially this split, that have been like, man, Breathe is just going to carry this team. And having this as an experience is great, especially when we
Light's gonna have Blade
we
soon.
talked about his ability to soak pressure.
Appa's not that far behind though. He's pretty fine with that kill on the Renata.
He can also be someone who can demand resources and carry the team. But
they want this
in
trade,
this game, the Renekton,
and I want the Cloud Soul, so let's get it.
Right now, he's not able to carry too much without his first item, but let's find out if what I'm saying is true. Dagda, second dragon spawning, or rather, sitting there and waiting.
Yeah, and this is where I think Yon and Core JJ need to try and fill the gap, because APA can try and set them up, but it's Yon who has to try and
Chat reset
down.
PPX.
The problem is that he's been focused so much by Tarzan that he's now behind, and it makes it very, very difficult for them to actually.
They want to TP behind bot with Syndra, I think.
In the same way they'd like to, because Umti has to try.
They want to TP behind bot with Syndra, but Appa's trolling. Appa is so late to the play.
He's got a heart steal now,
they should have TP'd on the Kalista.
Auto attack matters if he can stay in combat.
The ward's gone now.
TL, they're getting pinched out a bit here.
They had a TP play bot.
Xiaohu has himself his ulti available. Mana is a little bit low, especially without a tier, so as he walks on in, you just have to keep an eye on that mana bar. They're very hungry for the second dragon.
Xiaohu is not that strong right now.
Nicely though, like Yon pressuring mid lane, drawing Xiaohu back, now opens up for the 3-man to start to put pressure on towards the bottom side of the map where TL have the 4-man advantage. So they're playing this nice and slow and patient, but now the tower may be going down as a result, but no pressure from them.
Demolish from Crisp helps out on that.
Base from Yappa, Force Drake. Orianna's quite weak for this. If Weibo take this, Orianna is weak. Syndra is much stronger.
The strong member of the team is walking in. It's a double TP as now the Skarner engages, halted by Umti. Good Glacial Prison as his damage being absorbed, but Tarzan takes a title away while Xiaohu on the back end is dealing with
useless in this fight.
A great ulti from Crisp.
Appa is so useless in this fight.
Light sends him in.
Crisp went in.
Tries to Q flash.
Nice mental. What is Crisp doing?
Bailed out, but he's dead. Dragon goes over.
Impact's not in the fight, and Appa was useless. It's Infernal again!
Oh, Xiaohu doing the same. He has to flash away.
Oh, Impact kind of likes this though. They win this.
With the whole back line of Weibo.
Not bad for Team Liquid. Impact just needs to not die.
TL running them down. All the cost of Dragon. They get a couple of big kills.
I take it back. It's Weibo.
Not bad. Some big kills. They didn't get the Drake though.
Down. 2 kills for the Lucian off the back of that.
They needed that.
And it's Weibo.
Xiaohu was really weak in that fight. He had lost chapter only.
Crisp goes in way too aggressive on
Crisp
this
is trolling.
Yeah, and look, Tarzan ends up getting knocked up by
Syndra wasn't even in the fight.
Absorbing a ton of pressure, but it's a good ultimate to begin with, where you end up with this back and forth. Light tries to go forward here with Crisp, but where's your follow-up? Like, this is Orianna with 0 mana, and Renata with no damage to try and get this bailout, and Tarzan and Breathe were in the Dragon Pit. And then just again, APA Great stun onto Xiaohu. Finish him off as well here.
I think Chris thought he was the Drift King or something. Like he tried to cue fade away.
They need gold on these champs. Lucian, Nami, Renekton.
Yeah, should we have
They're
done that?
laughing. Weibo's laughing.
Yeah, probably not. But TL, a couple of big picks. I mean, for the cost of Dragon, you take that, and with the way the early game was going, it
Herald
mitigates
start.
some of the
Team
pressure,
Liquid's in a good
mitigates some of
spot
the
now.
gold, and I look at who
Lucian's
the kills went
recovered.
over to. Yon
Lucian,
has
Nami,
got
they need
some
to be
in his
ahead.
pocket now.
Or they're not ahead. They need to start controlling the game a bit.
MasterCard, show us what you got. That's what we
Chat,
expect.
anyone who doesn't ASCII is
Top has a
permanent.
lead, but at least it's less than before, I feel.
Well, I was going to say, like, the fact that Yon isn't as far behind as he was is pretty crucial. Because again, like, this Lucian wants to be able to try and play off of mid-wave, look for a lot of these plays. Going to be in a difficult spot to do so right now.
Yes, TP
because
impact.
that contest is coming through, but Umpty looks mid.
Light.
Yeah, spots out a good pick on the
Doesn't
Chris.
have ult up
He's dead
yet.
Again, 3 kills. Or
They can maybe stop this.
Onto Chris, who's big is now the teleport.
Big TP.
TL can feel a good scout of the week. The Herald goes down, but Weibo in trouble again.
Oh, the interrupt. No flash on Skarner.
Running for his life as Impact.
Impact doesn't have ult up yet.
Umpty's there as well.
It's up now though. TL can cook this a bit. No flash on Gnar. The slow.
Now with TL chasing under turret, they're going to find one.
The shockwave was dodged nicely.
Almost 3. Breed
Umpty
survives only by a hair's breadth. As Umpty
they have to dive them.
Charge.
Have to dive them. Who tanks?
But he's in trouble too. Impact
Appa tanks.
APA
Misses everything.
Doesn't work. Bree survives.
Doesn't die though.
Show's got nowhere to go.
Impact does.
Dies in
Not
the
bad.
end, but TL
They didn't get the Herald, but they're getting kills.
Clean.
TL
Lucian is getting very strong.
Weibo Gaming on the play.
Holy fuck, America.
From Umpty into the mid lane, catching out Light and Crisp. Immediate turnover towards the pit to turn on towards
Appa doesn't have TP yet though, so mid tower's gonna take a bit of a beating.
That was beautiful from the North American representative.
Slowly but surely picking apart, separating Weibo, and while Light gets himself a mid turret.
They didn't get the buff though, did they, Weibo? They must have not gotten the buff.
Off these
Look where it is.
And it's
They didn't
such
get
a
the
great
Herald.
read. Impact the immediate TP, and look at the patience.
Yon
The
gets
stun,
top tower.
Follow up stun.
I like this
And then Yon
backstep
still
from
doesn't open
Umpty
up
and
with the
Impact. Look at this, they
gun here 'cause he knows
backstep
he
the
just wants to
shockwave
try
on the
and
Gnar.
finish
Watch
off
this.
Tarzan. And it means
They
that
see
as
the
you start
ball,
to move
they
underneath
both
the
backstep,
turret,
shockwave's
Breed's
wasted.
already incredibly
That's really well
low,
played by them.
And there's just so little that you can do here. And I love this from Yon as well. He's got his priorities straight. Walk past Xiaohu. You're not a threat right now, Rihanna. I need to finish off Breed, then turn over and finish off. And Impact gives his life, but do you know what? Look at that smile. He doesn't mind that at all.
I think there was a word
It's the
in there
Gnar
that
with the
we
gold
would not
lead.
be saying, but obviously elation after the early game. As I said, 4 kills now on Yon.
Lucian has sums. I don't know what
Rapid
Weibo's looking
fire
for here.
cannon.
They need to catch bot wave with
That is
Orianna.
a very fed Lucian.
Maybe they think Lucian will face check.
It's all going a bit pear-shaped for Weibo here.
Orianna
As they
needs to
try
go
make
bot.
a play on this mid push.
Still though, I like this patience from TL. They're not overextending on mid wave. They're like, we don't know where the members of Weibo are. Breed's missing, mid jungle's missing. Just wait for them to show on waves, and then we can actually try and set up something up. So
Well, no local
TL,
gold, but the tower being
that
dead is
patience
really
pays off
useful.
with that bot lane turret.
It's gonna be another dragon fight.
Continue forward because this was the dominant team in the LCS.
I've seen NA Lucians on mid wave before. Don't dash in and die.
Essentially over them, but TL have been the team, the most improved mid laner, best bot lane, best top lane, and now they're taking it to Weibo game.
And they're really getting scrappy with it as well, Weibo. They're desperate here because after yesterday's almost
Yon
win,
has
after coming
2
so
items,
close
a
against
Nami,
Gen.G,
and
if they
sums up.
lose this game,
He needs to not get caught on mid wave and carry.
Trouble back to back to back as Yon has to flash away, and it's set with a backup from Tarzan.
Big shockwave though. Breed's coming with no flash.
Found the dream fight, bailed out as Breed is
Xiaohu.
separated. APA's
Triple kill for Yappa!
I'm looking at a Syndra, looking to pad the stats. Breed getting hit. He's slowed down, but he's still alive at full HP. His impact is a real threat. Boomerang
He DC'd.
thrown out.
He's back.
APA has arrived, and he's finally informed as TL win another fight.
It's APA Syndra is scattering the weak of Weibo.
That was a great fight by Appa. He killed Light at the start of the fight. It was perfect by him.
A great
He's so
shockwave.
strong now.
But it's Team Liquid again coming out on top. And you'll see as we start to go into this, the fight was very, very close to
I mean, Tarzan's basically dead the second the Lucian flashes Skarner ult, right?
But just able to escape away. The way from Core JJ
Look at Appa.
crucial,
WQER, one shot Light.
but also to get that kill onto Light with APA.
This hostile takeover was massive with the shockwave.
And then the shockwave
It turned the fight.
Orianna on one item.
Nice
just
zoning
doesn't
from
do
Core.
enough. True. And then again, another great shot, or scatter of the week from APA. Keeps Breathe at bay. He turns to melee. They follow up, and it's mid lane again once more.
It is carnage from Weibo. Even though, as you said, if they find
Drake's up. They have no flash on Lucian, and Skarner has flash. It looks like they're not going for the Drake fight. They're using their double TP, and no flash to dive. This is a good play by TL, I think. Orianna has TP though.
He hops over. Impact is tanking up Tara Dagger. He's about to go Mega Knight. Wait, TL.
Breed is playing it very well, but he's gonna die. Good play by TL. Get top tier 2. Pull them away from Drake.
Is APA's job.
They will just back away though. Weibo started to collapse onto the top side, but it's mid lane that Weibo needs to be worried about because Yon is still knocking on that tower. Rapid fire cannon.
Holy fuck, America! What the hell?
Time Dragon up and available for them as well. TL, the map.
Appa's carrying against Weibo.
You know what I was saying before, Dagdo, just before the fight. How important this game is, because the loser of this goes to 0-2. The loser then has to win 3 best-of-3s in a row to make it to the top 8 stage, to the knockout stage. It is in such a bad position to start your Swiss on, and
that's a big item for Gunnar. I would love to see where Yon uses his cunning. I haven't seen him use cunning that much yet. Or am I crazy?
At some stage, Weibo have to realize this tactic.
He could have used it on the top dive. He could have used it on Renata there.
TL have responded.
That's Weibo. They do the same
TP behind. Impact has flash. They have to Callisto without Renata if he goes on him, but he's going to go on Xiaohu. There's the cunning. The hostile takeover is strong. They can't get him. Double knock. Big Nami ult though. Impact is out.
Separated away. Impale was
flash
from Tarzan.
Nice.
But TL, regardless, are still alive as a 5-man unit.
Nara and Orianna flash for Renekton flash. Pretty good for TL.
Right now. They're still so low though.
Someone has to base and catch bot wave, and Orianna has no TP on Weibo's side.
They know just a couple of taps could turn it, but everyone backs away. No one goes down.
Because we have to do it again. 2 minutes. Let's reset and do it once more. Dagda, let's answer your question.
He's not going to push out bot here.
Will Weibo make the same play? Just another 5v5 again.
But this is the thing. TL, every time I've won out, it's been kills the last 2
They're
times.
pinging Baron.
This time, yes, you got
They're
TP
pinging Baron.
TL! But it's Dragon now for TL.
There's a blue orb in the pit. They're fine.
These plays work, but Weibo maybe looking to try and sneak a Baron here. They got one snuck away from them.
You have no flash. Be careful.
Yesterday, maybe learning from us.
Save your E.
Let's fight around mid again. This time, right?
He didn't save his E.
Though. APA needs to be so careful.
Damage though onto Xiaohu, and that's meaningful at the very least. You're right. They don't know that Yon's gone. They just think Fog of War is big. Look at the wards as well for Weibo around Baron.
There's just so much, but
there's a lot of cooking going on here.
TL still growing these minute leads consistently, and it's going to start to come back against Weibo.
Yep.
And what an incredible moment this would be for the LCS as well, being able to not only put themselves up into that 1-1 bracket, but also just taking down the LPL 4th seed would give them so much confidence going forward.
I mean, their ability to scrap against this team has been so impressive as well. Like, I know I use the term hand stiff a lot, but it does truly feel like some of the individual skill and mechanics.
Yon and Appa need to show why they're those guys, you know? They need to be those guys this game.
But it's also the hard work of this organization.
QSS on Yon.
Behind the scenes, APA has been working nose to the grindstone for so long, and the rest of this team as well, like Yon really stepping up from this time last year where we saw him at the world stage. TL, this is a work ethic that is starting to see success on the international stage, as long as they can keep this lead and keep this pressure on towards Weibo.
Long may they reign as they continue to siege through mid turret at 23 minutes in the game. They just want to open up the map, Dagda. We've been sitting
We need TL to win this game, chat.
For quite a lot of this game. Sidewaves now
because then G2 versus TL round 3.
Moves back.
Thoughts?
Remember, this Weibo member still has a massive gold lead against Impact. Just hasn't been seen in a full-out 5v5 with him getting a dream engage.
And we said already that it was TL that denied Weibo that moving forward in 2021, and then you're looking for life to try
it gets in the tower, right? That's all they want in the tower. Maybe Kalista cleanse in tower would be nice, but they want the tower, that's all.
The pressure so that Yon gets a turret eventually. It's finally gone.
But I mean, look at the goat at the bottom of your screens, right? Look, Breathe is still a menace, right? But hasn't had that impact. Impact has had more of an impact.
Wait, they're making a side play here. The Xiaohu have TP.
Well, Impact
they see Syndra now. He could TP on the way for Xiaohu.
See, I can be funny too, but APA walking in stops this choke in its thresholders. Looks for Scatter the Weak. Breathe by space. Look at Weibo.
They're looking for Baron here, Weibo.
Onto the Baron.
I don't think they can do Baron though.
Nah, we gotta fight mid. Breathe is gonna die though.
But that's the thing. I don't think
he's
Breathe
gonna execute
ahead here, and now you've got
unless
the
Appa flashes, but I don't think it's worth
to
just execute. Let him execute.
Bottom side, threaten elsewhere. Breathe. Does he get
oh my god, that rat is quick.
Maybe he does. At the very least, he's kept the wave.
Oh, no execution. Easy kill.
Kill goes over.
They have no wave though.
Start the Baron. So TL just have a flat-out lead for 40 seconds.
They could look to force Baron
What do they
themselves.
want to try and achieve with this?
I think they could get an RTP, but
for them, so threatening tier 2 is going to be a little tough.
It's difficult. You don't have top pushed out, right?
So getting vision in towards the enemy jungle and around Baron, and then looking for a reset before Breathe is back on the map.
Like we said, you know, our first 3 games were wild. Like, I knew this was going to be a wild one as well, regardless, like, of TL doing so well. I knew it was going to be wild. And I knew that Weibo, there's going to be some time in this tournament, one time or another, where Weibo just keep throwing things at the wall to see what sticks. Classic. It's like similar from last year, just different players. I mean, you add the Shy to this roster, the game would be going the exact same. I'm just going to throw that out.
No, it wouldn't. The Shy would be monster gapping. Shut up.
You throw Weibo into it, same.
But I think that's it. It's like, at the core, it's still Weibo. And they still need to try and find some way to get back into this. But for TL, this is where their comfort zone is. Using these early leads, starting to fish for picks, starting to fish for plays. And a lot of that, again, coming off the back of like APA, who's just been such a, not only a monster for this squad, but in this game as well. I'm just sad we don't have
TL
access
are holding
to, like,
control. I don't disagree with what they're doing. They're looking for side lane plays, which is fine. They're not contesting mid waves too hard. Just
anyone
don't throw the game. They can play the Drake fights, worst case. This guy has a Negatron cloak. He is a bit tanky. But Breeze's caught on side again, but I think he's fine.
I don't know where he is for the time being. Breathe walks it out. Can't finish the play.
But it's still denying access from Breathe to this bot side, and that's really what TL wanted, because Dragon in 45 seconds,
no culling.
They're putting
Yon
pressure
doesn't use the
on
culling on mid
tier
waves.
But it's only to buy space for vision, buy space for a potential TP flank for impact. This is perfect map play for TL on this objective.
Consistently choking them out. I like it. It's 30
Drake and
seconds
30.
on the Dragon.
Easy, just wait for Drake. Don't get caught, wait for Drake. Play it slow.
TL holding so much control. We talked about how important
3-item Syndra.
Weibo walk into another fight, think of
I'm surprised they're not using
items.
ults on
and the damage that comes from Yon as well with a support
Kalista.
like this. Helps them channel through mid. Weibo zoned out.
No TP wards for Weibo.
Like, he's not throwing the ultimate, just using that as threat to get access to that mid tier 2, which TL now just back away from. They're not ever over-threatening. They are playing this slow and calculated and just never giving an opportunity for Weibo to come back like LNG did yesterday.
Top of the Baron ward spots.
They're going to get mid tier 2 here. Weibo's trolling.
I mean, TL
they just dropped mid push completely.
We see you over Baron.
What is Weibo doing?
Doesn't matter. We get mid.
And now they get control of this top side as well. So Dragon is up and available, but I think they're just worried about Weibo trying to threaten a quick Baron. They don't do a particularly quick Baron.
They're obviously trying to go Baron, right? They don't know that yet, TL.
And you can see now, with control over the mid wave and a little bit more vision, they're just going to teeter on down towards the Dragon.
They're giving up control of mid to try and threaten Baron or bait it.
As Dag just said, they're dotting everything in perfect
Wait, did they time their bases perfectly?
Xiao who's spotted, they clear Baron, they see another control ward, Xiao who clears it out. Impact
this is really sneaky by Weibo. I don't know if they have the damage to finish it though.
Yeah, but look, you had a reset from Core JJ. He won't be here for a little bit. TP out. Breathe on a side, but he's nowhere near Meganar. This is risky for Weibo.
They've got a Kalista, so they think they had the
Light doesn't like to play.
Walked in first, Tarzan on the back
I mean, Weibo's trolling really hard here. TL just don't commit too hard.
Little grab back as Umti gets zoned out and hit hard. Tarzan still in the pit. He's not stopping to leash this Baron.
Well, you can't.
Tarzan has to leave this pit.
You have to commit to this.
Yeah, he's going to leave. This Baron's going to reset.
Just walk into the pit and say thank you for
they're
the
not going
leash.
to take it, telling TL. It's crazy to take the Baron here.
It's still
just let them drop it.
Up.
They're throwing their lead on. They're not lead, but they're losing so much gold here, Weibo. They lost control.
The entire time
they have to base, and then TL will get a free Drake.
Getting the advantage to that.
Oh, Krispy Kreme.
Caught out. He went in deep in enemy jungle. Fate's call all sealed. I think
they should get Drake for free here, TL. All Appa needs to do is push mid. That's it.
Press forward. They are on the
Breeze trying to stop him.
So Tarzan has to do something.
He missed his ult though.
Tarzan
ulted. Nice sidestep from Yon. What? How did he get hit by that takeover? Huh? Maltz, get the replay.
Impact is now here. He wants the ult. He slices, but no dicing.
I looked at him for a second, he sidestepped out of it.
That was heartbreaking. Yon just got clipped by the edge of Crisp's hostile takeover, which meant that he wasn't able to follow up there. Focus down from Weibo on towards the TL jungler means that this play
strange dance.
Risky call from Weibo. But in
level
the
16 Syndra. I can tell you, Kalista is absolutely one shot.
Summoner spell advantage for the LPL 4th seed.
And look what was used. Tidal Wave was used on a bit of a cooldown, but Fate's call is down. Crisp doesn't have that hostile takeover dagger. Impales down as well. Dragon's still up, sitting there. That's sole point. Forget it. Baron, says Weibo.
But again, TL have access to the mid wave, so Weibo have to come back to answer as soon as this gets pushed in, which then just gives TL that space again that they need. APA doing a good job of threatening this choke point, so you can't really go for Tarzan. Could come over the wall. TL starting to collapse around APA to make sure nothing happens.
Thinks about that angle. Too far away, he zones himself out, or rather puts himself into a better
Breaks
position.
up.
Meganar is
Still.
going to expire from Breed. APA going towards the rest
Light
of
has
his
no
team,
cleanse. Let's see if Umti can bend it like Beckham.
Still on the defensive here.
No Mikhails.
This game no decider yet, but
Lucian has IE.
TL
He's
still
so fed.
using that gold advantage,
This
that
Lucian is
heavy,
so strong.
heavy Syndra that they've got to try and get some range.
But that's all the TL needed. They got the mid control, they forced Weibo back, they turn over towards Dragon. It was a lot of jostling for that mid position. But
TL is playing clean.
Weibo's able to go for it. And now, well, Weibo
They're not getting sucked into what Weibo want to do.
Towards Baron area once more. I don't think they can just go for this though.
They're stopping them from doing Baron, and they got the Drake. Took them a bit longer than I thought, but it's fine.
They will, or they'll look for
Weibo are just trying to sweat on this top side, get a pick, start Baron.
Wants to find impact. Doesn't go for the play. Light as well. Not going to throw Crisp this time around, so they just clear the wave. They continue to stick around the top side.
TL are thinking of a collapse, huh?
Tarzan has to
They
get
can
out
get
of here.
Nara TP.
There's the TP, but TL are collapsing.
Like we're turning. Impact flashes
Impact's
away,
dead here.
but he's up and now against a wall. He's going to be queued back as Ulti throws the ulti.
Oh, is he Sterak's heal?
Hits everyone but a bailout and a
Dead.
takeover.
That was a good play by Weibo. TL bit. I think TL kind of gave them that though. They wanted to collapse top, but Impact was too split.
Jungle and Breathe is running out of Meganar. Numbers advantage. What does it all mean?
Jan is trying desperately to be the difference maker here, though. He wants to get into the backline of Weibo, but can't really do it. APA going to
Appa yoinks the blue buff, throws it back to them. What?
Smited, as you said. Breed is going to get top lane turret in the meantime. Xiaohu threatens with a shockwave unused. Dagda, they're in a choke. Xiaohu sends the ball out.
Impact's up in 20, but no TP. They're considering the 4v5.
But no TP on Impact.
They have Culling. Culling can do a lot of work here.
Flash. Potential shockwave on the cards, but it's spotted by APA.
Tarzan's back in that same position, right behind Baron where he was before.
Where's the Culling? There it is.
Double, triple, quadruple down, and Xiaohu
Appa?
almost gets hit into the ground, but Breathe flashes
Appa
on.
trolled or what?
He almost had it, unleashes nothing.
What happened? How did Appa die? How's Weibo winning?
Using their hands again. No hands.
What?
Only hearts. A team fight from hell for Team Liquid.
Weibo, man. They're going to end mid.
And the LCS lets out a collective sigh. It looks so good. TL were so patient.
TL had so much control of the game.
Goes completely awry, and Weibo.
Wait, can Weibo end? There's no way. They have to go Baron.
Top rent free for about 6 months now. The landlord
All Weibo have done have sat here for like 10 minutes straight, and TL gave it to them. The fight.
And again until TL let up and make a mistake.
And it was just so small. They thought maybe they could make it happen with the collapse, but Crisp's hostile takeovers have been
man, TL.
this game and are making
What
it
did Appa do?
impossible for LCS
He tried to kill Orianna, I guess.
the game that they want.
I mean, TL, a team that, you know, a lot of people said this is the team that can finally do it. They can get out of play-ins, not play-ins, excuse me, Swiss. They can get out of Swiss stage. But now they're looking down the barrel of a 0-2, just as we're praising them. And then it came this fight.
Oh my god, he got shockwave on the flash E.
They've been so close every time, and it's just these small fights. Jan just getting hit there by Crisp on the face.
Jan's flash was too late on the knock-up.
Follow up, Light being able to chase people down.
Man, it's frustrating because Weibo weren't even on Baron.
It is heartbreaking because
the Culling basically stopped them.
The only thing that TL have shown,
oh my god,
well, is a bit of frustration, but have shown that they do belong. They are a really good team. They've gone toe-to-toe with two of
TL's
the
macro is good, but their
top
mechanics
seeds
in teamfights,
now.
or their decision-making rather, it's just...
small mistakes that have come back to bite them, but
they played it so well for so long, but then they just took the fight.
TL's not have a chance.
But you can see the frustration in the game.
What did Light buy? Did he buy MR? If he bought MR, I think there's a big problem.
Smashing that bottle because he's like, he can see how this game is so winnable.
He bought random wins.
Such a good position, but he's picked
okay, I would have thought he would go for like Wits End or something against this Syndra.
They were separated. They went on different targets.
I mean, Randomins is still pretty good against Lucian.
Bit by bit by bit.
This is starting to get tough though because the shockwaves are going to start to hit now from Xiaohu, and if TL
3 Randomins on Weibo. Jan doesn't have LDR yet. He can't get through them.
Out.
That's the biggest problem right now. They have a good one-shot on Syndra, but
their front line has 4k HP.
their Lucian doesn't do that much damage right now.
Hurt like he used to. A glacial prison set awry.
Just don't die here. Just give him an imp. It's okay. Oh, Yon's dead. Is he dead? QSS.
We're taking over.
Culling.
Only onto one in the backside. It zones off while the inhibitor goes down, and Weibo have broken the base. Impact has done the
Impact's
same.
gotten mid tier 3. What the fuck? Is he getting mid in?
Broken Weibo and given
Not bad actually. They traded mid in for bottom imp.
Here, so Weibo can just get chased down. Potential.
He's gonna back off. He's scared.
Resets not gonna come
Drake's
through,
in 40 seconds.
Impact gonna back away. The Baron buff recall.
He lost QSS there, Yon.
Too much.
Renata ults down. Kalista ults down.
Trade was still attempted by TL.
At least mid is open. At least there's an option to get inhibitor, add some pressure. Dagda, I would like you to tell the audience what you're pointing towards.
They're going to give Drake
30 seconds until that's solved for TL.
They're going to give Drake.
This could be the moment where they bring it back. One good fight could be it, and they are out on the map first.
I'm guessing they're going to give Drake because of Lucian items.
Umpty going to look for the reset. But they need this. They need some way to get into this fight. Super minions on the bottom side, though, keeping Impact pushed in. And maybe even an opportunity for Weibo to look for a collapse onto that bottom side. They're matching the mid push as TL go for a bit of a late reset. Looks like they're not interested in the Dragon.
They can give it. They can afford to give it. They can afford to give it. It's okay.
At a scat of the week from the gods.
They need LDR on Lucian. They need it.
So many tools that can be set up to find a pick onto Weibo.
Oftentimes you can, like, if you throw the game and keep them Baron, you can lose the momentum of the game and just start giving more and more. I think Team Liquid did pretty well. Just relax, give bot an imp, push mid, give Drake, take the losses. In other games, it's Weibo favored, but I think TL have a chance.
Maybe that's the team fight that TL can try and find.
They just need to funnel gold on this Lucian quick. This Lucian needs gold now. Don't fight TL. They need to not fight.
I mean, might not be over an objective. They might try and just end it with a massive team fight. Tarzan plays around Scat of the Week. APA sends it out as Weibo have full control of mid and threaten TL away from their own side of the jungle.
Breathe doesn't have Mega Nard, so I think this is more of a bluff from Weibo to just try and buy space on the wave and see if they can keep TL back on their own side of the map. Getting this full top side away from Umpty is going to be very nice. As you see, Umpty spots out the Tarzan has already stolen everything away from him.
It's gone. If he walks in here, he will get hand shook.
Still get engaged on.
He knows he has to be careful. Range damage from Breathe, who now goes Mega. Yon able to accept the wave with the team at his back. Nothing up for a minute 45.
Impact still getting
Rabadon's also
so you are
quite close as well.
Bit by bit, despite the fact you're losing it.
He's on a ward, he's on a ward, he's on a ward, he's on a ward, he's on a ward. His whole team backed. Handshake the
Lucian,
air, okay. No
LDR,
deal.
big.
Umpty's okay.
Big item for Yon.
Still just going to stand
now
here,
he's
try
ready.
And hold his ground. Weibo fishing for anything, but again, I think this is going to come down to Baron in a minute and a half when there is a real objective on the map.
I don't know if it's enough though.
TL are kind of forced to
Weibo Gaming has a lot of tankiness.
Weibo, this slow push into vision is basically what TL were doing.
I mean, look at this. He gets Rabadons, but they have MR, Zhonya's. He needs to land Syndra ult onto Kalista somehow. If Appa can somehow like Q and then Q flash and R somehow, I don't know. Yon? What is he doing?
Is going to get the flash from Yon. He was almost caught unawares. Now that summoner's down. Weibo have 50 seconds and
there's a 1 minute till Baron. He lost flash.
Also, no cleanse. He opted in towards the barrier. So now if Crisp ends up throwing out that ultimate, Yon doesn't have the option to try and flash over.
He can't play aggressive
get
now.
away from Breathe, potentially flashing on him. So this team fight for TL just got so much more difficult.
In a choke as well. Weibo know they have mid priority because TL grouped up around that wall. There's another one spotting them all moving down. Mid could be a freebie with the wave, but instead they look for the choke fight once again. Breathe about to go into Mega, or at least halfway there. Flash from Tarzan. Wants a pick onto APA.
He didn't ult there, Tarzan. He baited them.
Trying to seal the deal right now. But
Weibo can turn and burn Baron.
Away, but the wave is finally there for Weibo.
He got Syndra flash without ulting.
Clutch to keep Yon out of that hostile takeover, but mid tower will still fall as Impact rejoins his team. Baron in their sights. A lot of ultimates.
Impact trying to scout behind.
JJ and Umpty down.
Stop them from going to Baron. He's gonna get pushed away from Xiaohu.
So Weibo gonna fish for it.
Culling's not bad. Culling's not bad. Umpty somehow died.
On a different angle.
Nice stun by Appa.
He pulls
out
back.
anyway.
He's sent back rather by a good scout of the week, and they have healing TL, so they do get some damage onto Xiaohu, which means he has to back away. He was on vision as he backed.
TP back.
TP.
This is
Yappa's getting bot wave. I think he's gonna fast push bot here. Yappa base and TP with Rabadons, and it's a 5v5 on Baron. Game's decided.
But TL trying desperately to get people into position. Impact snuck his way up into that top side. I don't think he was spotted, and Weibo, I don't
Here it goes.
realize that the
I think he has Rabadon's in base.
He's got a
Where does he
TP
TP though?
Be so much more aggressive. Teleport going to be started off. TL putting it all on the line, so they don't have to start.
Not going to go on the side.
0-2 in the Swiss stage.
Impact.
Breathe is zoning out. No Mega Gnar, but onto the Baron.
Oh, Appa can find life here.
Sets up with the face call.
Oh, I got him! One shot!
He's exploded. Breathe gets an ulti though.
Breathe.
A stun.
Yon died.
They got the pick. TL opened up, but they're losing members. They're dropping heads.
Appa needs to help fight. He can't do anything though. He's too far back. He has no flash.
With the Sterix Gauge, with range on Tarzan, he sent
Impact has GA.
away. Impact
he might lose it.
Dying. The GA will give him time, but the team has left him, and TL still are going to drop 2 like flies. Impact's dead.
They lose Baron. How did they lose that? What happened to Yon?
Light ran it in.
Light was insta-dead.
Breathe having more consistent damage for Weibo was the difference maker there. Yon played his heart out in that fight.
Did he? I thought he got one shot.
Away from the Mega Gnar ult from Breathe, but there's just too much CC with Xiaohu having that shockwave.
Did he get one shot? Did he kite? What happened to him?
They need to pick the AD carry and get the Baron. Dragon in 20 seconds though, so Weibo will still need to try and contest this because Yon will be back out on the map.
Yo, drop the replay. Oh, they can't because Dragon's in 10 seconds.
How unkillable is he? He's going into a Mega Gnar. No summon is available, so he can't close the gap. As you said, the Dragon's so important. It would be a permanent buff. It would put TL into a different state of mind.
It's now up and available. Look at the resets from Weibo. They are rushing out onto the map.
He dodged the Gnar ult and got hit by Reyna.
TL, if they can control the point, or put the opportunities could be there, but Impact 5 seconds away. He needs to TP into the fight. And
Yon has flash up soon, but Light has GA now, so Appa's burst is kinda useless.
But to the side, he'll join his team. And a 5v5 Light now has
it's soul for TL.
Impact lost his.
Yon's TP's flash is so close to being up and available, but it's going to be so late. Weibo started up. They want to punish.
Can you believe? Can you set yourselves up for success here? It's up to TL. Yon gets poked out. He's frontlining for the time being. Tarzan at an angle. APA is trying to plan himself on to Breathe. A good scout of the week. They send the ulti.
Oh, Breathe jumps forwards. That was so smart.
You thought you could take him down. You lost your oxygen before you hit the damn ground. TL are in the pit. Impact tries to take the fight, but his GA was lost in the other. Weibo with a team fight. If you want to fight the LPL,
they got mid-wave, kinda.
Bloodbath, you're on their home ground.
But TL, they're not quite finished yet. They're still trying
Bot
to
wave is where they want to end. A minute 30 on Baron buff and they have a big wave. Umti trying to clear it. He's just basically died doing that.
But there's so much damage on this mid laner, and with Breathe in the mix as well, he'll do nothing of the sort. Now there's 3 dead.
Oh.
TL may start the ground running, but they are going to hit the floor dead.
Yon takes so much damage. The culling was not enough.
Yeah, it's over.
The structures are falling.
Nice try by TL. They threw the game. I think they actually had the game in a pretty good state. But Weibo just tripled down in top and it worked.
Weibo fight and fight and fight and fight again to find their
I think they got out team fought.
And knock North America
I think Weibo
down.
knew they should have probably lost that, but
it was a hard fought victory.
They found a way through top somehow.
Weibo. Team Liquid so close at so many opportunities to winning out on that game, and you can see the heartbreak on their faces. But it will be the LPL who move forward.
Let's check on Raz. Let's just check on Raz. Is he okay?
Don't check on me.
Are you okay?
So sorry, bud.
Raz does not want to be checked on, boys. You're going to take this post game, okay?
Yeah, you got this.
You guys.
Send it right back to you guys.
Good job, TL.
All right, chat. We got T1 versus Pain now, where I guess T1 definitely wins, and then we got the banger.
TL kind of won.
Yeah.
Lost a little bit. Started winning again.
Yeah.
And
then we got the banger.
Brought it home in the end when it really felt like they were in enough of a deficit, especially on Orianna, not to really
DK versus
be able to play that game for the vast majority. But then they found the angle, they found the fights, and that's really what it comes down to.
But I gotta say, I think TL as well, this tournament, I'm really happy with how
I love it how EU and NA both had games that were pretty tricky, and we both had insanely, well, not insanely long games, but pretty long games, and we both lost.
Their own worst enemy. I think there was times where they overforced a bit, APA flashing in on Xiaohu as well, dying afterwards, leading to them getting a Baron. Because I actually think core played out of his mind. I think this Nami
both
was
lose, but make it look like we can win to give the West hope. Deal. That's what they said before the game.
TL for majority of the early game, well, not the early game, right? But when they started winning, they're actually hand-stiffing Weibo Gaming, and I was really impressed with the level of play that we saw from them. But then it starts going downhill.
It's like 14 minutes to 20, back-to-back team fights where Team Liquid are coming up ahead. The first one around Dragon, I mean, I'm just like
TL lost to the 4th seed and G2 to the best team at Worlds.
First one from Dragon, sure, Weibo made the mistake first where
Chris
just sent himself flying in, but I'm like, wait a minute, we're finding opportunities, and that's something that Team Liquid was usually great in domestically and finding. Being able to find a fight and then build off of it. And I had hope, we had hope. I know we had back-to-back games where you guys are heartbroken. I was laughing at you guys. Now I'm heartbroken, and you guys are consoling me.
You want us to laugh?
All right, T1 versus Pain. I mean, T1 should slam them, right?
A little better, I don't know.
Right?
By bullying you?
Because tit for tat. Anyways,
we can't get
surely bro, everyone's talking about EU versus LCK and NA versus LPL, but
I think even
what
more
about T1 versus Brazil?
Like went from just getting caught off guard,
like that's a given, right?
Finding the best Renato ultimates of his life into the Kalista ultimates afterwards. That was so many good team fights that came off the back of a hostile takeover.
Well, and what I will say is it's a back and forth story for both teams. The good news is both are going to have a lot to review in that one, but let's get a chance to talk to the winners in our Verizon post-game interview. As Shox is standing by with the victorious, I can't tell who it is from my position, Tarzan.
I am here with Tarzan after Weibo get their first win of the World's Swiss stage. I have Wendy with me as well to make sure that we get everything correct. But congratulations, Tarzan. What a back and forth game. I want to know if you can tell me in your own words,
Chat, I'm gonna fill up my coffee.
In that late game.
Get another coffee for the next 4 games, okay? Because we've got big pace coming.
但是不得不说，这是一场非常焦灼漫长的比赛。想问一下，在他赞选手的眼中，你们的后半，你们的这场比赛是个怎样的一个对局呢？
就是我们拖到后期的话，就我们肯定是前中期没做好吧，然后还是我们集中到后期就辛苦了，加油。
So I feels like why we be able to why we need to drag the game to the late game is because obviously we made some mistakes maybe in the early to mid phase, but after that we feels like what we really need to do is really concentrate more on the actual game. So I like to say to my teammates, yeah. It's a hard time, but let's keep going, fighting.
Yes, fighting indeed. Now, Tarzan, you joined Weibo in summer. How do you feel that your addition has changed the team, and how do you think you yourself have evolved by playing for Weibo now?
那其实他赞选手也是在夏季赛加入到微博这个大家庭当中，想要问一下，你可能在整个队伍当中发挥怎样的一个作用和贡献？同时加入到微博，自己有哪些个人的提升和进步呢？
我自己给微博帮助的话，就是前面更找机会吧。然后我进入微博之后的我自己的变化的话，就是大尼教练给我的习惯改了很好了，就。
So I think the part that I can really be so helpful to this whole WBG is I can help them maybe in the early game and to try to seek more opportunities to open the situation. And also after joining in WBG, I really feel with the help of our coach Danny, I can really have the very evolvement and also make so many growth.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations, Tarzan. Thank you so much, Wendy. And that is Weibo at 1-on-1.
Overall, solid game for Weibo. Rocky for both sides, as we already talked about. We can look back at kind of the story of this game. Back and forth.
That's a rocky one.
Most certainly, for both sides. And again, I think LPL fans and LCS fans alike are walking away from this one going, you know, a little bit of frustration because it's so close in some moments. Yes, Weibo got the win in a Worlds. That might be all that matters, but when you look ahead to future competition for both these lineups, you're like, we saw the good, we saw the bad, and sadly, we saw it all in one very stressful game.
Yeah, and the thing is, you don't want the frustration to compile because there were a lot of good elements. Now, first, the level 1 was quite good for Team Liquid and allowed the Kalista honestly be useless. Like, was just under turret, constantly getting pushed in. The problems were the unforced errors. You were pointing it out during the game, the flashes that were not being burnt, some not being burnt from both mid and bot lane, so they ended up dying to ganks pretty early on. And so I was like, okay, now we're just behind on tempo for a good chunk of the game.
But that's why you see, like, that's the early game you're talking about, right?
Yeah,
that's why we don't really like what we see here.
True.
But then here, that's the good area.
I'm
We're
liking
feeling
that
happy
part.
about this one, right?
Let's cover the other
15
part.
minutes onwards.
Before we get into our next game, before we had to break, let's get that first replay where Team Liquid really did. Yes, they started good. Yes, they threw some of their advantages away, but then they started to really bring it back.
Oh, this one was nice. Just because they were able to get the pick on towards Crisp, and even though Herald was being done here, Weibo recognizes they need to back away. Team Liquid is able to just corral in here. So I really loved what Core JJ and Impact were doing, just being able to chunk as much HP and chase him down.
And I really love the spacing in a fight like this. You can see that they're very patient with their abilities and the way they play it. The only one who's not fully patient is Umti, who is kind of pressing a bit too far forward, but they have a clean dive afterwards without any casualties, and I think this is the moment where it kind of sways the tempo back in Team Liquid's favor, and it starts going really well for here, right? We go back to that goal graph we were talking about. It's just developing, it's looking good, you're happy about everything you see.
Yeah.
And then sadly, despite
there's
the
a
fact that they
30-minute
catch
mark.
the ball, they then drop the ball. And that brings us to, I think, probably the pivotal team fight in the context of this game. TL in a very commanding position.
Chad, are you
but
locked in,
obviously here
baby?
against an Orianna, there is a bit of pressure to close out, pressure to get more done. And while this initially looks pretty positive, as Impact does manage to survive, in the extended fight, Weibo really take over.
Yeah, now Fernecton was able to get a slice and dice. Of course, he didn't able to get it through the minion. Maybe they could have extended it a little bit more. The Renata ulti was really valuable. That one actually, I forgot that existed. I was like, a Nami ulti came through. I was excited at that moment. They're playing off a 5v4. I was really happy here.
But this is the one. This is the one where I think you need to play this so much more patient if you're TL.
Yes.
APA does not need to flash forward like this. He still gets clipped by that shockwave, ends up going down. Massive Scanner ultimates afterwards, who just sets up the rest of Weibo Gaming. And Light, who's got this Renata W on him, can play however he wants. And I think this is the breaking point for Team Liquid.
Yeah, he saw the angle. He thought he could be able to loop in an ulti too and get the pick onto Orianna. But like the overall fight was looking decent from Team Liquid side before that play.
A lot of decent moments, a lot of opportunities. Game of pixels in some cases, in the case of that shockwave and that flash especially. Well played by TL, not enough to find that one. We're going to head to a quick break. When we return, T1 taking on the CB Law and Pain Gaming. Let's see how it shapes up.
Best of threes next.
Threes. And he's caught up against the wall as he gets thrown a rock. Tarzan takes him down.
I'm going to run out a little bit.
flash. Flash. Ja, net aan de flash. Multi. Nice job. Can anyone get the kill? Good. Oh, stick on. Guys. Don't push the flash. Yeah. Nice.
I mean, this is a full team to the LPL, but their resilience cannot be understated here. Weibo fight and fight and fight and fight again.
Look at this. A coffee. Ooh. Ooh. That's a power spike right there. Wait, let me change into my T1 jersey. Hold up.
如果故事再重来一次，我想这批烂物还会做出相同的选择。等待比分失衡，企图从中看清胜负的端倪。等待一切安静，好听清自己脑海里的声音，直到抓住那一刻。
Why are you saying Starbucks? It's not Starbucks. I made this, chat. I made this. This is why this is the cup that I have. It's just a plastic cup. I didn't order it. I have a coffee machine now, chat. I have a coffee machine. Everyone clap. That's why I have coffee in the morning and in the midday. Chat, I have a question though. You know how on the coffee machine, you can choose the coffee you want? It gave me this much coffee. You see it? You see where the line is? You see it here? It's up to here. If I click long black coffee, how much caffeine is that if it fills up half my cup? How much caffeine is that then? Two shots? Really? Can you explain why you're in London and not in the studio? Long story, but I'm gonna stay here for the Swiss stage and for the quarterfinals. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. As long as it's not an espresso, you should be fine. Yeah, it's not espresso, I think, right? I don't know. But what's the difference? I thought espresso was coffee. What's the difference between coffee and espresso? Espresso is more stronger. Sabrina Carpet, bro, my jammer. It's really concentrated. Yeah, I'm concentrated as well. I locked the fuck in. BLG Pick'em is dead? Yes, it is dead. It is dead in the water. I need you. Alright, it's T1 versus Pain, chat. TLDR. T1 probably should win this. But if T1 don't win this, then... Did I say TL? T1. If T1 don't win this, then... this world is completely cooked. T1 should stomp them, though. I'm not looking at the Dragon Pick'ems. Are you rooting for T1? Yeah, of course. I'll always root for T1. Unless they're against Damwon. Then I have to root for Damwon. I need Ratboy to win. Bro, Ratboy's not allowed to leave this tournament in fucking Swiss stage.
Pain is about to play T1, and I've got Jinquedo here with me. Is that correct pronunciation?
Jinquedo.
Jinquedo.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
Obrigada. So, such a big match today. But first, I do want to ask about Pain making it to the Swiss stage. You made history for the CB LOL. What's it been like getting all the reactions from the fans at home, and for you personally, making it to the Swiss stage?
It's such a good feeling. We are here now. I mean, facing Team 1 really represents that feeling, you know. Like, we are facing Team 1, so in the whole history, Brazil couldn't do it. So even I mean, we are gonna do our best and try to win, of course. But just facing them is already represents a lot for us, and for our fans also. They are feeling so much good. So let's do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen so many reactions because we thought with a draw, oh, this is difficult for Pain. But the community said, yes, we want to play T1. We're so excited. But that does mean that you are about to lane versus Faker.
Against the man.
Faker! Against the man himself. Faker! So what do you think about that?
Being really honest, I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know what's gonna happen. And I mean, it's gonna be tough, of course. He's the GOAT, right? So it's gonna be for sure a tough game, tough lane. But I'm really excited for that. I really want to do it. That also I said before we leave.
I can see Pain Gaming's here, but when's 100D's playing?
The man who I wanted to face more was, of course, Faker. So I'm happy that's happening.
Yeah, me too. Have fun.
I thought they made it to Worlds.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you, thank you. Obrigado.
The storyline is set for Jinquedo. First it was Caps, next it's Faker, and then the final matchup against APA later on. We'll see if Pain Gaming can manage to pull off one of the biggest upsets in the history of Worlds. If they beat T1 here today, it's the first time
Dom just spoke words of truth. NA says my region, we say my region in Europe, then we say haha your region, but chat, overall, it's our region. Our regions. Cat Despair.
And they just look forward to the opportunity to have the ability to say that I got to play against
the reigning world champions and the GOAT of League of Legends. Like, it really is an honor. And even though T1 aren't in the best of forms right now, they did struggle. They ended up falling short in their game yesterday. But ultimately, it's still going to be an honor and a privilege, and I'm excited to see what both of these teams are bringing out for us, because we're slowly starting to see this meta develop into something a little more consistent and concrete. We've seen Yone now have answers with things like the Jax and the Smolder. We've also seen Rumble.
I replied to Dom Aware. Joke. Sorry, buddy. It's not our regions. G2 clears. Was versus Humble Life, not versus Fraudbo.
It's going to be very interesting as to where that will fall on the priority list here. And ultimately, I think that Pain Gaming need to go for an approach of something that they found success with in the play-ins. Violence, right? Just looking for fights, looking for skirmishes, because the truth is, in terms of the macro, yeah, you have to give T1 the advantage. So instead, put them in a deficit, force them to have to try.
Chat, not gonna lie, it's because LCS swapped to best of threes. Oh, we should change the format back to best of ones to prepare for Worlds better.
I believe that they can find advantages in the bot side of the map.
Lol.
We'll see if Cheetan can manage to find an advantage down in that bottom lane, but his opponents
I'm such an instigator.
and Carrier, two world champions facing up on the opposite side of the rift. In fact, there were 5 of them ready. T1 obviously defending world champs here, having won last year in 2023. That's what last year was.
Alright, Pain Gaming, good luck. T1, don't fuck up.
2 worlds for them. I'm sure they'll be looking for a quick bounce back and going to that 1-1 scoreline.
Let's see if they can pull it off, because as you rightly said,
T10 versus Kuma Susi though.
Pain win today, even though it's just the
T10 versus Kuma Susi is good.
Up there with one of the biggest
Zeus, don't fucking in today. The most Zeus thing ever would be to troll this game.
Kaboom 2014, beat Alliance, making C9 qualify from that group instead of the European representatives, who were seen as one of the best teams coming out of Europe that year. INTZ, in fact, even though they only got 1 win in the group stage in 2016, it was against EDG that they managed to pick up that win. Pain Gaming, the
Chat
first
question.
CBLOL team in 8
What does Faker drink? Random question. I just saw him sip that kind of like cup. Does he drink coffee? They don't know. Does he drink tea? He only drinks water, really. Isn't it? But he's drinking it out of a coffee cup. Isn't it a bit weird to drink water out of a coffee cup? I guess they can't have water bottles on stage, right? But couldn't they just take the label off and drink the water from the bottle?
Make it to the main stage, beating R7 in the play-ins. We are just waiting for the players to get on into the picks and bans. As you said, ready, Rumble, Vi, Yone, all likely to be contested. As we jump on in, the Lucian.
How crazy would it be if in like 5 years time, when Faker retires, we learn that he was just drinking fucking straight vodka on stage every game? Can you imagine? Just like in 10 years from now, he's like in an interview and he's like in his mid-40s, he's like, no, I was just drinking vodka every game. Or like soju, just fucking raw dogging soju every game on stage.
They don't want to afford that risk. With the Jax ban, is suggesting that T1 is looking at a priority
okay.
on the Yone.
Draft's not a big deal this game, but we'll see. Jax ban against Weiser makes sense. Gene Quedo really liked Yone.
A lot of just typical meta bans coming in from either side. What about the Vi though? What about the Skarner? We expected, I mean, I know a lot of people's pick'ems, but Skarner very high on the ban list.
How crazy is it that Faker, like,
coming into the tournament, but
he's such a role model. Nope, I don't drink. I just drink water. Rated.
Like the Sejuani still proving to be a very valuable frontline tank jungler, but as we mentioned it, there's the Skarner ban coming through from the side of T1.
Is K3 Soju here? Is he cheering on T1?
Like the Ashe still up and available. The Vi there as well, and the Yone, all very powerful picks that T1 can look to grab for themselves in the first rotation.
That's the question, is it? Do you need to take the Yone away from Faker? He's only brought it out 5 times this year. Zeus obviously played a very...
Nar banning against Ratboy. Yone's open for T1. What? You're giving Zeus Yone? Are you fucking fried?
T1 say, well, we'll take one of the win bros. Yone are locked in for that.
You have to wonder if Pain want to consider denying the Maokai
oh,
away.
Excuse me.
Maokai, even though you typically see
Yone Maokai Rumble. Is T1 gonna do that? Nah, give Zeus the Yone. It'll be over in 5 minutes. He'll either go 0-10 or 10-0. Good flip.
Build Jin with Static Shiv. That'll give you a decent amount of magic damage. Like, there are ways to get around the fact of just having to lock in an AP jungler, but they've decided to go for the Sejuani instead. Of course, both Sage and Maokai, great pairings alongside the Yone.
Alongside that, you can look for a melee top lane. Caedrel Necton, something we've seen relatively often. Obviously, if Yone's played into that in the top lane, you can see him, but he can always snap back if he's in that soul unbound form.
Actually, how funny would it be if like a wildcard team just rocked up and just played like Warwick Rammus and just started clapping T1? That would be funny. I need that timeline once before I retire from streaming.
I think it does pair up nicely with the Sedge, but the Vi response. So far, a lot of what we've been talking about has come through for both these teams. And to round things out, there's the Rumble once more. So the debate around, is Rumble out of the meta? I think
actually, I don't think I'll ever retire from streaming.
That Rumble is very
You're stuck with me forever, you fucking degenerates.
Phase hurt. He's not as dominant from start to finish, but the impact in the late game team fights with good setup, with Yone providing that setup, with Vi providing that setup.
Ratboy on Rumble. I mean, T1's draft is already GG. I think this comp is already GG. Holy fuck. Olaf top, Jesus.
Wiser in the top lane, played it 3 times this year.
Wiser.
Won 2 of those games.
Showing in a za emote and a pa and a ra.
That lane and obviously pairs up well with the Sejuani because of that melee focus that the Sejuani wants from your solo laners.
Okay, I mean, the beautiful thing about this draft from Pain Gaming is I think that on a side lane they can go and match against this Yone.
The thing is, Guma could also just...
I've not been a massive fan of the electrocute.
Are they gonna do... No, there's no way they do Nila Senna. Doesn't make sense into Olaf. Is it a Guma Yushi Vayne game? If they pick a tank on 4?
I think it's someone that can help mitigate some of that. Regardless, Jin.
There's 2 disgusting things T1 could do here. Number 1 is put Guma on Vayne and just smash them somehow in teamfights. Number 2 is picking Caitlyn Lux on 4-5. That would be absolute against a wildcard team. Don't do that. Don't do that, T1. Don't pick Caitlyn Lux.
You've got the Equalizer, you've got the Yone going in as well.
I wonder about the Callista. Where's that priority going to fall?
We will see. Is there going to be another AD carry ban here from T1? They've already taken away that Xayah. Alongside that, Rel.
He does want the Lux skin though.
Bench.
So what will the pick be here for Pain Game? Makes no sense to pick their support here. You may as well lock in your AD carry. Whether it be the Callista, is it going to be the...
Titan Callista. Draven time, baby. Oh my god, Draven Renata.
Hola! I mean, you're getting the respect, Titan. You are getting that respect.
Oh my god, they just slammed Draven Renata goes as a wildcard bot lane. Bro, this is about to be disgusting. Holy fuck.
Be an aggressive bot lane 2 versus 2. I wonder if Pain will look for the swap to try and avoid those early levels. They're hovering the Seraphine.
Chat, I'm gonna run ads real quick. If you want to avoid ads, you can use a tier 1 on Twitch Prime. You don't have to sub if you don't want to. You're back for the game starts. Here's a big kiss. If you sub now, you won't get ads for the whole of Worlds. I'll see you in a sec.
And then she knocks everyone up,
wait, so who's in 1-1 right now? It's BLG, TL, no, G2.
Vi and Yone a little bit more tricky to keep under wraps.
Now, T1, I mean,
Weibo.
backline threat comp, right? I mean, you've got
LNG.
You've got Vi, you've got Rumble Ultimate,
no, not
Draven
LNG.
Ultimate, the Renata
Test, sorry.
to act as a bit of disengage to provide some peel. But against
So the last
Olaf,
2 people in here will be the winner of this.
I think what's crazy about
Wait, no, there'll be 8,
matchup
right?
is
Never mind.
there's just so much mobility.
It's
across
8-4-4,
the
right?
entire
Okay, we'll
draft
see how the day
from
plays
both
out.
sides. There's so much potential backline threat. There's so many flank angles that
Chat,
can
don't say
come
Pepega.
through. I mean, both AD carries are
I
kind
mean,
of sad.
just put the camera on bot lane
With so many assassins
and
dive on top of their heads, but that means the
yeah.
responsibility is going to fall onto
Hopefully Ratboy doesn't die level 2 because I have a feeling Ratboy might just fucking die in this top matchup.
phase is going to determine a lot. Pain Gaming have already expressed how excited they are to have the opportunity to play against T1, an opportunity that no Brazilian organization has had throughout the history of the World Championships. But today will be that day, and they're going to put everything on the line to get all that they've got to show that
Don't die level 2, Ratboy.
And T1 won't treat them with kid gloves either. This is not going to be a match
Ooh,
for the
owner's got the jacket buff.
This is a punching match between 2 juggernauts. And although the expectation is that T1 are Goliath, David sometimes wins that battle. I've heard of it at least once, Vedi.
An exciting matchup to be sure.
It's just the electricity as well around when we were in
Brazil versus T1.
7, the LLA representatives against Pain Gaming for that Swiss spot. Now as well, seeing the reactions from the Brazilian streamers, from ex-pro players being like, we wanted this. This is the battle we want to fight. Sometimes You can get into Worlds and you be a bit like, oh, we just want a good draw.
T1,
we just want to
you
sneak
can't
our
do
way
that
through. We
T1.
just want
You
to
cannot
fix
pick
you
Draven Renata,
manage to get a win on
Giga
the
Chad, the Kalista R4, and then lane swap.
We'll meet
You
fist
can't
to
do that.
fist, and we'll see who
T1,
goes
don't
down
do that.
first.
Go back to bot.
What I love about
You
this
can't
is
call
T1,
them out and then lane swap. It doesn't work like
bring out
that.
all the big guns, you know?
Okay,
Complete
we're going
respect
back
on
to
their
bot, thank
side.
God.
Gumiyushi's Draven, willing to go toe-to-toe with Cheetan. We've seen how spectacular this man has been in the bottom lane. Really the shining star of Pain Gaming, I think. And if anyone's had an opportunity to watch any of the in-houses that have been happening in Champions Queue, like, this man has been absolutely popping off with some of his performances.
He has.
So I'm excited to see his Kalista.
He has.
It looks like that we are going to get the traditional 2 versus 2.
Yeah, what else,
1 versus 1.
None of that lane swapping shenanigans.
To be honest, if I was a wildcard team against T1, I wouldn't lane swap either. I would just take it.
Yeah, and all of the lane swaps lost except one. Very
How boring is that? You play against Gumiyushi and you lane swap?
with a lane swap. Every other game
Just fucking
was a
fight her.
defeat, so teams quickly picking up on the meta. But lane swaps, perhaps not always the best idea. Cheetan trading with Carrier here. Gumiyushi taking a bit of poke back.
Oh man, please, T1, don't get 2v2 killed or 1v1 killed top.
Push, I mean, Renata.
Early trades from Pain Gaming are really good.
Trading patterns at level 1, so Curry able to leverage the poke that this Nico does have to be able to get that early level 2. They're going to secure it.
Oh, the aggression.
Stun onto Carrier, who will just flash and heal away.
The aggression from Pain Gaming.
Both the supports burn their sums, and it's a
The E
segment
flash.
of intent, Velius.
I mean, they're playing without any fear whatsoever.
I like it. I like it too.
In terms of farm in the mid lane 1 versus 1.
Am I talking to myself?
Really
I just did that.
Get in Faker's face to be able to win out on this matchup with the electrocute. A little low on energy. But overall, we see junglers pathing towards the bot side of the map, and with summoners already down, that's going to be a crucial play in the next few minutes.
Cook him, rat boy. Cook him.
See both the junglers
At least he's not dead level 2. That's pretty good.
Karioka trying to cover Dinkedo as he tries to get that push out. Ona going back in with the Vault Breaker, but that Permafrost is going to proc. Ona comes out the worst for wear of the two. Obviously, Aftershock helping Karioka there eat up some of that damage. Does look like Ona is a camp ahead, but Karioka going for an invade, knows that his bot lane has the push right now.
Smart by Ono to do Krugs instead of red here.
Steal away these Krugs.
Guma no cleanse.
Gumiyushi falling low, 210
T10 took a tower shot.
Cheetan
Wait, he's dead! What?
That is the first blood for Cheetan!
Around the
What?
world, Cheetan takes it!
Action's not over yet, Medic.
Ona trying to get away. Permafrost
Guma Carrier just got 2v2 killed by T10 Curry. And they're playing Draven Renata.
wasn't expecting it. He was not respecting the damage.
What?
And we already talked about Cheetan, a man that plays with no fear, finds that window and is able to draw first bloods. The only downside is Karioka, he wasn't able to get much off the back of it. He tried to take away the red buff. It ended up just being a 1 versus 1, allowing Ona to actually steal that objective away. So now he's quite far ahead in camps. He's looking for vision on the top side of the map.
Baker's doing
looking
well.
for these respawns, this information, maybe even threatening some sort of gank. But he's not going to be able to find anything. So Karioka is going to be a little bit behind in terms of his early clear.
Mid dive? Ooh, Curry's
now
here.
they're threatening a mid lane dive, but Curry is here to cover.
Puts the Shape Splitter back behind him. Vault Breaker coming out. Ona looks for the flash.
Clean by Ona.
Jinkedo.
Very clean by Ona.
Nothing the Pain Gaming mid laner could do about that.
Nicely done there by Ona. Jinkedo just too many poor trades. His health bar was too low. And now he finds himself at a pretty significant deficit. Losing that wave is
doing really well in top.
behind in experience. Will of course have the
Good lane
TP to
state,
get
but
back
I mean,
into lane
Olaf has
quickly.
a lot of minions catch.
Now the life's still going to come through from Faker, making this matchup that much harder for the Akali.
Ona's gone back, picked up that tunneler. You can see Karioka actually yet to get a recall off, is now going back to base and will start to build up those items. Zeke's obviously a player favorite so far on the Sejuani as a first build. Zeus winning out top lane so far. It's about a 3 CS
get him, Zeus!
Is winning in terms of HP here as Weiser aims a lot of flames to the face.
Show the replay of the bot 2v2 kill.
Pretty even across the
Show
board.
it.
Just a lot of back and forth trading. And I mean, I will say, I think many top lane enjoyers are happy to see that Rumble just has a little bit less damage, a little bit less bullying power, getting a lot more value out of that magic resistance early on, which you can already see the long magic mantle prioritized for Weiser. Curry making his presence known in mid once more, given that the back is
But it was the same with the LEC this year. Like, replays have happened a lot less since the layoffs.
Both bot laners turn their attention to. T1 is here
I've
first
noticed
on
that
the play, which means they're going to be able to get this push out, set up better vision around this top side river. TP's now invested bot side.
Well, Zeus using a TP, whereas Wiser has not. So if a fight does begin around the Grubs as Faker falls low, Ignite ticking on him, Curry still looking! And Curry gets it, Faker falls.
A crucial kill in the mid lane. Curry's assistance providing massive value. No TP available for Faker. Carioca hovering around the top side. Oh, but Curry's been caught.
Has no flash.
Why doesn't he just flash earlier?
Onto Ona. Carioca forced out of the top side because he knows his support is about
Maybe he wasn't
HP.
expecting a Kali flash Q.
You can hear the crowd cheering for Pain Gaming.
Is Ona and Zeus just going to have to carry this one?
As T1 have been rattled a little bit in this early game. Still, things going relatively to plan. They have the Grubs. They get 3 of them. They're only about 400 gold behind. And even though there is a lead for Cheetan, it's about how effectively he can utilize that 600 gold advantage.
Yeah,
do you see Jinquedo on the camera?
Basically what Pain are doing is they're kind of using their tempo to get kills, right? And the bot lane 2 versus 2, they could have used that pressure bot to invade on the red buff. Instead, they found a kill onto the Draven, which means that the red buff didn't end up getting
Watch out, Zeus. When in doubt, kill Zeus. That's their strat sometimes, enemy teams.
Much needed for Jinquedo for sure, but it also
He's playing safe. What the fuck?
The Grubs as well, especially given that Curry didn't have the HP after getting chunked out by Ona. So T1 still in a comfortable position.
Who's playing on Zeus' PC, huh? Who is it?
Dragon is likely going to be the next objective.
Did he give it to Marin for a second there?
But it shouldn't take away from the fact that what do these kills actually mean? What does it kind of put the game state as? And it's this bot lane from PNG. Ooh. And you're seeing
he's level 7 on the minion here.
Putting Faker, like getting that kill meant that he lost a lot of XP, gave Jinquedo the opportunity to go back to base, buy that Hextech alternator, and it's helping him so much more in the 1v1 trade.
Yes, Vamp Scepter as well, Faker.
Vamp Scepter and a refillable potion, so will sustain himself back up in that lane. You can see he has about a 2-wave advantage as well.
Actually, the funniest thing ever, it wouldn't be T1 losing. It would be T1 losing and then TL drawing T1 on 0-2. That would be the cherry on the cake.
As the fate sealed.
Then they get the LNG Weibo T1 in their draws. Oh, hola.
Was waiting. A choreographed play there from T1.
Junglers ruining the fun of mid laners once again.
Just let him 1v1 me.
Nice coverage from Ona, does protect Faker. Jinquedo saw the angle where he might be able to get a kill, but of course Faker playing with the knowledge that he had the support from Ona. They equalize the kill score, and Jinquedo gonna lose a lot, or another wave as he falls.
See the move from Pain Gaming already bringing Cheetan down towards the
Owner's just, he saw what's happening in the bot and he was like, He put music on, he's listening to Espresso by Sabrina Carpet, just running around the map, killing everything. Doing that sweet espresso. They're on Drake.
It's a Drake on the board for PNG.
And much needed, I think. You don't want to give all these early game objectives over to T1. Swapping their bot side back on that side of the map. Honestly, a little greedy from Ona to try and find that angle. He thought that, hey, I've just got the kill onto Jinquedo. There's a window here. Maybe I can catch Pain Gaming slacking, but they're not able to. And this objective is secured. Curry, though, once again,
no Infernal Souls. Thank fuck for that.
Eager to get information and look for plays.
So Karyaguma swapped for the Grubs.
From T1 remains on the top side, looking to try and bully out Wiser and secure some more plates. The Rumble actually makes his way back up through top side of the map, knowing that the real risk of a dive is there on the bot side. Carioca hovering around top.
And Guma and Carioca might
Can they play that? I mean, if they kill Renata, she can die, yeah?
About to tick down. Carioca goes in, and immediately they dive on Carrier. Hostile takeover comes out, but Carrier will tick, and there's no way to bring him back from the dead. Zeus coming across. Carioca has nothing left to escape, and Zeus
Why did you take that from Guma?
Maybe he thought Guma couldn't get it. But all the while, Cheetan and Curry have free time with the bot tower.
And to being for a one-for-one, crucially the kill goes on to Wiser, and Draven doesn't quite cash in the stacks just yet. So you kind of look at the good news here for Pain, but Wiser now, oh, he's getting dived.
I mean, Zeus, Guma usually taking a tower shot here as well. Ona's on his way. How well can you juggle the aggro?
Zeus just decided to be the jungler.
Acrobatics. Wiser doesn't have the axe, and Ona
Don't take it, Zeus. Don't take it.
But Wiser
okay, thank
almost
God.
manages to get one back.
All right, T1's back. This should be a win now. They have such strong lanes. All lanes are really strong now.
And now those stacks have
well, it was funny while it lasted.
That's a lot of gold sitting onto
nice try, Brazil. I don't think.
I
don't see T1 losing now. Their lanes are too strong. They can't really die in the lanes now.
They got
a 2v2 kill. That's cool.
Quickly claiming control over this early game as they find picks across the board.
You
Kuma
can't
has
kill
no
him.
mana here, but he does have Cleanse and Flash, and Karaoke
Stop ulting us? What do you mean? I've got the jersey on. I'm not
ulting.
ulting.
Much about that Draven. Stops the tempo, forces him to reset a little bit later, which does open up the
They're
gloves
fine,
for
Fed. They're
Pain
fine. Don't worry.
Gaming. You can see, I don't think
fine.
T1 really had any interest in them. Owner on the bottom side alongside Carrier and Faker. They're going to look for a couple of plates off this bot lane tower.
What's underneath your jersey? Shut up.
Right. Eyes towards the minimap, looking at what objectives are available.
Okay, the T1 versus TL dream is gone, but the T1 versus G2 dream though.
That's the equalizer.
Huh?
Started, but
Hot Blossom. There's the equalizer.
Don't dive my rat.
Curry pulled back with
Don't dive my rat.
Zeus doesn't have to burn the flash. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, a TP coming in from Pain Gaming
What
as they
the
try
fuck? That
to get wiser out of this
I'm not gonna make the joke, chat, but you know what joke I would make there.
It's all unbound, and his bait is sealed. Faker gonna jump all the way back. Jinkato trying to dodge here in the Twilight Shroud, but even with the perfect execution, I don't know if he'll be alive for much longer. Faker holding that Q3, lands it in the end. Jinkato falls.
The map's a horror.
Very quickly, T1 are finding advantages across the map. While Pain Gaming set their sights on the top side objective, it's T1 to set up the dive on the bot lane, and Pain Gaming can't respond. If Pain had Karaoke with them on the top lane play, likely they would have been able to get that kill onto Zeus, but because they tried with just their bot lane, they can't really convert it into much. Gumayushi is left uncontested on the mid wave. TP invested from Jinkato. And very quickly, things are starting to fall apart for Pain.
You can see how quickly it just explodes, right? It's a 2,000, almost 3,000 gold lead now for T1. Faker is 1.3k ahead in the mid lane, now extending to 1.5 as he gets that plate. Things begin to balloon out of proportion here for Pain Gaming. For Karaoke, though, he did manage
Wait, I
to
thought that was...
swipe away
Oh no, it's
the
not
blue,
banned.
so he'll be happy enough
It's if you
with
chase
that.
someone with an eco clone, but they probably
have
fixed
had
it already by
some
now.
good moments. If they can find
They have the hide on bush
a
ward.
little bit of combo, a little bit of
Respect.
combo onto T1's backline, they can burst them. Kuri's had a couple of good positions, looking for those pop blossoms, but really they need something soon.
Faker finds himself with a 1.5k gold lead over Jinkato. With the Blade of the Ruin King completed, he's scary. It's such a powerful spike on Yone. Yeah. Anyone that's played the champ knows how much stronger you feel with it. And
Look at this champ when you have Blade.
Just take away half
They're hitting
the
bot tier 1. Not bad by Pain, they'll get bot tower.
No, I'm actually fine. Have the soul
Unless,
unbound.
yeah, Zeus not on
PNG
TP.
have kind of overstacked their resources on the
They're
bot
getting the
side
first
of the
bot tower
map.
here.
They've got 4 members here, leaving mid lane exposed. Akali
But again,
will not have the wave
2
to
lanes.
protect
Play
it.
on 2 lanes.
It will allow them first tower and a bit of extra gold, but they're going to likely concede mid in exchange.
And some damage onto that top tower. No teleports available to them. You can see Zeus in the minimap just pushing that out. Still a couple of plates there
No
for him
TPs.
to take. And with a minute left on the clock, it might be all the plates but one for T1, although Zeus obviously not the quickest tower taker. We'll get at least one more. So
Yeah,
going to
he
be
should get this.
13 of a full complement of 15 so far. He's looking to make it
Overheat
14 out of 15.
with the grubs.
That is,
14 out of 15 plates.
That is a lot of gold.
It's also just a lot of sound effects from that skin, man. Audacious Bravery Charge!
It's actually Audacious Bravery Shield.
Jinkato
That's the
finds
Rumble line on
himself
Super Galaxy Rumble.
Quite far behind on the Akali right now.
Yep.
Desperately searching for that first item as items are being completed across the board for everyone else in the game. Why is it a little bit behind as well? While in terms of the 1v1, he was doing fine. The amount of experience and farm he's been losing passively is massive. Notice he's a
It's
full
Blammo
level
Torpedo.
behind Zeus right now. Dragon going to be started up. TP flank coming in.
It's on a control ward, so Pain Gaming
Ooh, my
will
boy
know
has
it's
some
happening.
Leandries.
They're
Here he
scouting
comes.
that portion.
Da-na-na-na,
Curry looking for the flank as well.
Zeus.
Jinkato not quite with the team yet.
Show me your ult.
Zeus
Do a
now
big
joining up.
boom.
There's the equalizer.
Yeah, take
Owner
that.
secures the smite. Hostile
Now
takeover.
burn.
Only hits onto Wiser, but he pops
Why
the
doesn't he go in?
Cheetan was
What the
click-fired
fuck is
as
this
well.
new Zeus?
Should be able to escape
Because
to
it's
the
Worlds?
safety
What
of this
happened to
tower,
him?
but Karaoke does not have that
Why
same
didn't he just go in
luxury.
there?
Curry misses the Spirit Blossom up towards the top side as Faker dashes back to his soul, and underneath the bot tower, Cheetan is caught out by T1.
Not my Zeus.
It's
What
2
the
kills
fuck?
to T1, a Drake to boot, and Pain Gaming are
Zero
found
deaths,
wanting.
not going in 1v3.
Across the map, things are falling apart. T1
Did
get
Koma get the
kill
belt
after
out or some
kill.
shit?
Faker outplays in the 2 versus 1 as both Jinkato and Curry try to lock him down. The problem is, as Curry was looking for a flank, he's one of their main initiation tools. He wants to be able to go in with the ultimate, get pulled back with the Callista ultimate, but because the flank doesn't come to fruition,
Alright, all 3 altars
T1
down in
just
15.
run Pain Gaming down. They secure the dragon, secure the kills, get a tower. Now find themselves 15 minutes in with a 6k gold lead.
And this is often the problem when you have a team that hasn't faced off against major regions that often, or a region that doesn't have the same caliber of competition as the LCK. your early game can be good. Mechanically, sometimes you can
Is there a
match
draw
up to
after this
these
game?
players,
No,
but
there's
when it
Damwon versus
comes to
FlyQuest after
moving
this
around
game. The
the
best
map,
game
when
of the
it
day.
comes to
But there's
soaking
draw
every
after
bit
all
of
the
gold,
games,
every
yeah.
bit of experience you can on the map. It is a struggle, and that's what T1 have done better. Mechanically, they played well.
The best
but we
game of the
saw
day is
Pain
after this
Gaming
one.
Get a few early kills, and then not really be able to explode
Simon,
that
no last
into
of us today.
anything. Whereas T1
Kuma went shield bow.
got all of the blood out of the stone.
Careful not to underestimate Pain Gaming, though. They're not the type of team to just roll over and
they're
die.
not going to lie down. They're going to go out fighting.
They will fight their way to the bitter end. And even with the advantage
They don't really have any good
T1
wards for Olaf, though.
Pain Gaming will look for every opportunity. Vision going to be suffocated, but there are a few wards on the top side jungle for Pain. The Herald being dropped means that the siege onto the tier 2 has begun.
Rifthold gets the charge in. Pain Gaming trying to defend as for.
Draven ult clears bot wave.
Whirling Death clears out a couple of the minions in the bot wave, but that cannon minion surviving gives Wisewell a little bit more time.
Playing on
with
2
the
lanes on your head.
T1 move their pressure from the top lane over to mid. Another wave's going to crash top in about 5 seconds time. You can see Zeus up there to get help that on its way. Owner's going to
Pain Gaming have no waves clear. T1's just taking every tower.
Tower for T1, just pulling Pain Gaming around the map. Zeus though, Pop Blossom flash away. Glacial Prison still connects, and Zeus can put down the equalizer.
There he is. Wait, he's not dead. What the fuck? Ow, Faker! Ooh, Faker!
The T1 collapse
Damn.
is just insurmountable.
Damn. Try and kill Zeus again. I dare you. I dare you.
But the response from Carrier, Owner, and Faker was just too devastating. T1, they're not going to reset. They've set their sights on the inhibitor towers. And
Mad Lions lost 20 seconds ago.
He'll crack through one of these inhib towers. Faker will dash back to his soul. Pain Gaming might look for a little bit of a chase here. Wiser going in, but 2 levels down. Hits another undertow. The heal coming out from Carrier. Doesn't have much mana left. Ragnarok. Faker left alone. Kuri still chasing forward here. Jinkedo trying to kill the king, and he should be able to take him down. Faker dashes back, but Jinkedo.
We got a kill, Pain! Nice!
At the very least, he'll get a decent amount of gold into his back
Just
pocket.
screenshot that if I was Jinquedo, screenshot that.
Threat.
Jinquedo kills Faker. Screenshot, slap it on socials, boom. My job here is done.
T1 find themselves in. Pain Gaming are gonna have to find some serious miracles.
Maybe Photoshop out that you got an assist.
Some good news
on everyone else.
They did better than Mad Lions.
Shut up.
They did, Medic. That they did. Dragon swanning in about 1 minute 20 seconds. Pain Gaming likely looking to try and set up to test this objective.
How are we catching strays here? What the fuck?
Waves that have been pushed in incredibly deep by T1.
How are we catching strays?
What vision they can around the bot side river.
And for Pain Gaming, it's a miracle you need. Like, there's a whole item lead for Gumayushi in the AD carry slot. Faker has Stridebreaker, Blade of the Ruin King complete, and Jinkedo only has the Storm Surge. You are so far in a hole right now, you can't even see the sky. But if you're going to perform the miracle of being the first Brazilian team to make it to the Swiss stage in 8 years, if you're going to return to the world stage after 9 years yourselves without having ever made it, perhaps it is a miracle that you can find.
And crucially, they're not out of the tournament even with this loss.
Yeah, very true.
They're still the 0-2 bracket. The rules in the Swiss stage are 3 wins.
Chat, is tomorrow the winner's bracket or the loser's bracket?
We said it, Betty. It's Caps, Faker, APA. That's the Jinkedo timeline.
It's very possible.
It's the winners. So tomorrow's.
Pain will still have another opportunity.
So tomorrow will be like BLG, Genji, no, LNG, Genji, Humble Life, and Damwon, right?
Given the current state of affairs, is looking likely.
Likely is underselling it, Venius.
It's my professional speak.
Okay, yeah.
The odds are low.
And Damwon, right?
Infinitesimally small, but not to 0, I believe. Is the statistical call here. Going in though, when they found Zeus and Odo on the flank.
That hostile takeover is massive.
Zeus is down.
Wait a second.
Pain Gaming find the chase is
How
on.
is Zeus dead?
Jinkedo's forward as well, fallen as well, and Karaoke and Wise are the only 2 left alive. There's a bit of a meat grinder in the middle there. Pain Gaming were able to get 1, but not much more.
It was a promising start to the engage. By securing that kill onto Zeus, you'd think maybe they can turn this around.
Well, I think the magic and the fun of playing against T1 is disappearing for Pain. It's like, the start of the game you're like, oh my god, we're against T1 and we 2v2 killed bot. 10 minutes later, fuck, we're down 10k.
And what they do find is, I mean, it's very difficult to stop. So you'll see a nice ultimate will come out from Karaoke onto the Vi, very quick. Makes it difficult for T1 to react.
Wasn't all about engage.
Almost loses, like, but crucially,
if the game was closer, this would have been a big fight for Pain. But yeah, they're too far behind.
Dies to the Rumble ultimate, even though he loses his life. Just goes to show that the Tier 1 jungle top, even though they were focused, was still able to do so much work at the very start of that fight.
And if the game was closer, you can see how Pain Gaming's composition could play into the T1 comp, but it is a struggle from 10,000 gold in deficit. T1 now setting up towards this top side, or at least Carrier is. Zeus
do they all have hide on bush wards?
That top lane. Faker has the TP, and still has 2.5 items, so he's
it's only Nico with wards. The rest of them don't have trinkets, they only have
I think
sweepers.
That's the closest I have ever seen the win probability power play.
Wait, chat, this could be the 20k gold lead.
100%. If we really zoom
this could be the 20k gold lead game.
I think I can see a pixel here, guys. I think there's one showing it's not quite 100%.
But when your Draven has 3 items and a pickaxe,
they still have 4 towers, 5 towers to take, and Baron, and 5 kills.
Also, when he's Guma.
Is that enough for?
Also, being Guma Yushi
no, it's not.
does help. The Baron likely going to be started off soon. There is that ward not spotted by the control.
It's a really good ward from Pain Gaming.
Don't let him steal Baron, please. 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 Don't let him steal Baron. Please, please, guys, the 20k gold lead.
Now he definitely knows that's not the real Sejuani, but
guys, the 20k gold lead.
Try and get into the pit here. 3,000 HP on it. T1 begin to pull off. Pain Gaming just waiting to see if a T1
courageous
will continue to push
guard
on this Baron. They'll keep it aggroed. 3,500 on it, down to 2.5. Carioca trying to get in, but he's locked up, and Faker dives in onto him. The Baron already secured by T1. Fate sealed onto Carioca as well. Carrier flashing forward with a hostile takeover, matched by the
Don't die, Carrier. Get the reset. Yeah.
Sure away from this fight.
Yeah. How much gold is that? 12k?
To T1, make it 3 as wide
13.
as Jinkedo tries to get
13k.
something, but he will join his teammates in the fountain.
Okay, what about bot tier 2?
The Baron
Don't
secured
end.
4 members
Don't
down,
end. 13k gold lead. We need 20. 7 more k.
Look for the end. Of course, the respawn timers are still very short, so Pain Gaming likely going to have one last stand. But T1, with utter domination, have showcased their potential here against Pain.
And they have. Obviously, will continue to track them throughout the rest of the tournament. And for Pain Gaming, they'll be looking at a 0-2 score.
Why do you want the 20k gold lead? I don't know. I have never seen one.
From here on out for
in co-streams, I've never seen a 20k gold lead.
More chances to show their mettle as the CBLOL
the rare 20k gold lead. We must find it.
23 minutes, though. The base has begun to be broken by T1. They have a 14,000 gold lead, and it looks like they're going to push through bot and mid.
Notice here how they do their best to keep Carioca locked up, preventing him any access into the Baron pit, allowing him to burst it down, and then you highlighted him, Medic, the flash over from Carrier into the Rumble ultimate makes it so difficult for Cheetan to kite back. He does his best, but the chase down from T1 is just far too much. Jinkedo looking for his 1v1 against Faker, flashes out, but doesn't quite have the damage to secure the kill.
T1, every time it's a 1v1
Who's your player of the game?
and Faker,
Owner,
someone else shows
easy.
up to help out Faker. I'm just saying.
Carrying.
It's true.
If it was a true 1v1, who knows? Who knows what would happen, Reddy? 3,000 gold lead. Faker has may say that he would be on the winning end of that, as we see the 2 waves pushed in by T1, sinking those waves up, making it harder for Pain Gaming to react to just one lane.
Hold up, it's a 14k lead, and they still have mid and top, mid and bottom.
Remains for a minute's time. Zeus just standing back. He doesn't need to go any further in. He's allowing the minions to do the work here.
He
Doesn't
needs
want to
6k gold.
in case Pain do start to collapse. TP behind,
We can do 6k gold. Unless Red Boy dies.
Run! Flash though, and Jinkedo is on the chase. Equalizer
you have
down.
Zhonya's?
Owner going in on Carioca,
Oh
but
my
there's
god,
one
you
for Pain
rat.
Gaming.
He ruins
T1
everything.
will take the tower in the bot lane. Can they find more out of this? They still have a cannon minion and 3 casters now. 2 Carioca, still that front line. Faker dashing back. Pain Gaming don't have the defenses to hold on to this tower for now.
They turn their attention to mid lane. Another tower soon to fall. Faker goes in alone. Getting good damage off of the Carioca, just forcing Pain Gaming back slowly but surely.
How much gold?
Is falling apart. 20 seconds
16k?
until Zeus respawns. With so many
we need 4k more gold, guys.
T1 don't really have to do much outside of letting the minions
That's a
do
kill.
the work.
Wiser doesn't have Ragnarok here.
Just don't die.
Ragnar roll his way into the death realm.
3k more gold.
Another kill for T1.
We need 3k more gold, guys.
Fury was stopped by a handshake. And I think Pain Gaming are preparing themselves for
3k
the
more.
constellatory ones at the end here. The dive in by Owner onto Jinkedo.
Check the gold, check the gold, check the gold.
Towers falling, the hostile takeover coming out.
Wait.
Pain Gaming can
Kill
only
them, kill them, kill them. Don't end, don't end, don't end, don't end.
T1 rip them apart.
No, no, they need so
It was
much gold, they need so
expected,
much
but it
gold.
was
No,
clinical
no, no,
from
it's not gonna
T1
happen.
as they go to 1-on-1.
They were 2k gold away, 2.5k.
A confident performance overall from T1.
Alright, chat, now it's time for
Owner
Damwon Fly.
with an
Big pace game.
incredible impact on his vibe.
Easy stomp.
You can see smiles across the faces of Pain Gaming.
I think everyone expect that to be a stomp.
Let's hear what the analyst desk had to say.
We expect that to be an easy stomp.
There's a lot of things to say. The first one being...
Let me change t-shirt real quick, 1 second.
Honestly, they did really well in the early game. I think this is the result that we were always going to be expecting, that T1 was going to win this by pure macro as well and by individual skill. What we did not expect was that Gumayushi and Kyria, they were not lane sold up, they were 2v2'd by a Kalista that got the 2v2 killed early. Like, that was fantastic. And I think, yes, as we already said, PNG was probably never going to win this, but they had individual moments that I think they can be proud of.
I had, like, Shogun flashbacks. That's what I had. The 2v2 bot, there's the kill that happened through mid, and then the dragon that they pushed off and ended up getting the first Dracon. I was like, okay, this is happening, and they're confident. But yeah, then it started getting a little messy.
I mean,
side lanes were getting picked on too.
There's so many C teams that lasted a bit longer than 15 minutes against T1. So I think we can just give them this one here.
It took me a little bit to catch on that.
I love the fact that when teams are always happy to play against T1, right? They don't get these chances so often, and I love the fact that they're gonna commit to every chance they get to kill Faker most of the time. This is the goal.
I have flashbacks to Dumble Doge on his Janna, just running mid to try and getting the kill on Faker. We see Curry now instead with the Nico, but this is kind of all that came about, right? And we've already said it. I think these early game moments were super cool to see from PNG. The fact that they were not scared at all. They came to play. They did their best. But you are against the defending world champions, and they show up at Worlds.
Yes, and now it's just time for T1. I think this is a good confidence booster past those moments. Obviously, the first early game, a little sweaty. My palms are literally sweaty. But to be able to kind of assess, of course, losing to top esports in the way that they did, and then of course being able to get this game, I think it was a good confidence booster, and they have a chance now to look back on some of those games to get better and look for the next one.
It's enough reassurance. I'm not gonna say that it's a confident boost, I guess, when you're coming as the world champion. I'm gonna wait for the next one, is what
I'm just saying,
seeing
a 1 on wins instead of a 0 is a lot more confidence boost to me than anything else. So, you know, happy for them.
Happy for them, and we have Shox standing by on stage with Faker, actually, in the Verizon post-game interview. Faker, congratulations on your first victory here at the World Championship for this year. After the false start yesterday, how important was it to get a lot of confidence from your match today?
승리 정말 축하드립니다. 아무래도 어제 테스트전 패배와 함께 시작한 만큼 오늘 경기 잘 승리하면서 자신감 다시 가져가는 게 얼마나 중요했나요?
일단 0승 2패로 떨어지면 안 되겠다고 생각을 했었고요. 지난 경기에서는 저희가 배운 점이 있었기 때문에 오늘 경기 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각했습니다.
What I had in mind was you should not go down to 0-2, and based on the takeaways we got from the previous match, we were able to get this win today.
When it comes to the LCK in summer, I feel like T1 wasn't really able to show what you would want it to show, maybe in terms of synergy, but also meta read. What are the steps you feel you have to take in order to make sure that you can make a similar run to last year's World Championship?
사실 서머 시즌을 돌이켜봐도 시너지라든지 뭐 메타 해석이라든지 아무래도 T1이 가장 이상적인 길을 밟아갔다고는 볼 수 없는데 이번 월즈를 준비함에 있어서 어떤 부분을 보완해서 작년 월즈와 같은 좋은 성과를 낼 수 있게 좀 열심히 집념했나요?
저희가 서머 시즌 때 이번에 좀 성적이나 경기력이 좀 안 좋았기 때문에 그런 경기력적인 측면들을 좀 잘 보완하려고 했고 그리고 메타 적응도 잘 하려고 했습니다.
We good, Ka?
Yeah, to be honest, you know, our performance, our one
Wait,
run
his right hand
this summer was
That's
not
his left
ideal.
hand.
Also, our meta read as well, so we focus on those aspects.
Okay, final question. You played Pain Gaming here, and
he has white
the fans
hairs.
in Brazil,
No, he doesn't.
they love you, and they were
Faker
waiting
never
for
ages.
10 years for one of their Brazilian teams to play T1 and to play yourself, Faker. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
그리고 마지막으로 워낙 브라질에도 팬분들이 많이 계시고 정말 11월에 한 팀이 T1 그리고 페이커 선수와 월즈 무대에서 만나기를 모두가 10년을 기다렸습니다. 그런 만큼 브라질 팬분들께 전하고 싶은 말씀이 있으실까요?
네, 오늘 또 브라질 팀과 경기할 수 있어서 굉장히 감사했고 또 브라질 팬분들도 옛날부터 많이 응원해 주셔서 감사하다고 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
I was very grateful to be able to face up against a Brazilian team, and I know they have been supporting us for such a long time and supporting me for such a long time, so I thank you and appreciate your love and support all the way from Brazil.
He's so PR trained, it's crazy.
Awesome. 감사합니다.
He's so crazy PR trained. Okay, now it's Damwon versus FlyQuest. Quick win.
Falling low, 210 HP on him. Chitan pops the barrier. That is the first blood for Chitan. Jumps in with a Q3. Caedrel goes back forward, and immediately Ona was waiting. A choreographed play there from T1. Can put down the equalizer, carry a flash. Hostile takeover.
Damwon Kia. Lock in. Lock in. Don't fuck this up.
And Pain Gaming can only watch from the fountain as T1 rip them apart.
Bro, this is the first time I'm wearing this Damwon jersey. I'm stressed for them. You wore it yesterday? No, I didn't. Chat, I'm nervous, man. Don't lose the FlyQuest. The fuck?
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good.
Come on.
Flu season. I'm sick, got you sneezing. To keep on rhyming, I find new reasons. Yeah, don't diss me, that's treason. Me and my Eve's trying to find Eden. Till then, we keep rolling up trees. Young Dante keeps slaying these demons. Mad love for all of my heathens. Switching the flow like Cheerio, here we go. We keep the heads moving around, merry go. Fire in my heart, with the fan, very cold. You it's artificial, cherry coke. Throw your hands in the sky, every girl, every bloke. I'm a king, I'm a dawn, on a rock, I'm a toad. Turn into a fucking prince when I croak. Drinking champagne, bumping Prince on the boat. Wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm
Hold up, 1 second.
finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'm a climb out. Right now, wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climbing out.
I'm not muted, I'm not muted. Oh, you want me to mute the song? Alright, lock in now, chat. Who won the last game? Who do you think won the last game? What is this? Oh my god, I was scared that I just opened the link. I wasn't sure what it was. Faker patted Curry's back and Zeus hooked Curry. Is it because he was on T1 Academy? Because he was on T1 before? Cute. What is this edit? We are so back, it's over, we are so back, it's over, we are so back, it's over.
Faking versus the best LCK team. One win and it's done. All the code was worth it.
You know how you stole that Baron? Gonna do it again? Huh? I hate watching myself.
So close.
Chat. I have something stuck to my back. Oh yeah, it has tape. Wait, there's tape on this jersey for some reason. The fuck? Who put tape on this jersey? That's weird, no? Weird. There's so much tape on it. Get ready for a top gap. Yeah, Kingan's gonna slam Whippo into the ground. Alright, chat. We got DK winning and then we got 2 European games. Need wins. EU fans, we rise. Did you paint that yourself? I did paint that myself. This was Damon's reaction to drawing FlyQuest. Yeah!
To this side of the studio as we witness
that's a high quality camera. What the fuck?
To the draw last night and being obviously very happy.
Yeah, let's not get too happy, guys.
FlyQuest. No. I'm just saying FlyQuest has the chance to do the funniest thing right now.
True. Guys, I have an end of game celebration already in mind.
Yeah, no, it backfired for G2 last year. So yeah, it can be interesting, especially given the way FlyQuest played yesterday. Really convincing game. I love the approach they had. Really true to themselves.
No, I think the way that FlyQuest approached yesterday's games was one of the most planned approaches.
It was a Sion pick. You're not getting away with that against Kingen.
One of the teams that picked red side.
You're not getting away with that against Kingen.
Teams don't do that. They pick blue side. And they kind of just went for a draft that was really good in a lane swap situation with Bwipo down in that bot lane, just dying in the beginning, but still being able to soak up the XP. And it kind of put them in a position where their bot lane was so far ahead of the enemy bot lane. Bwipo was so far ahead of the enemy now, and they were just able to slowly but surely out-macro their opponents in a very controlled manner that just made it so Gam never had a chance in that game.
It got to the point where he was level 6 and then Gnar was level 4 at that
was sad.
It was actually just disgusting, and I know Bwipo's talked about it a lot, how impactful a counterpick is.
FlyQuest has side selection and it chose red side.
Against my opponent.
Why?
I care about counterpicking against their team composition. Like, that has always been his mindset. And obviously,
yeah, chat, the YouTube video should be up soon. What is this?
If you're looking at Gam's composition,
T1 video?
how do you fight against the Sions? We'll check it later. I thought that it's nice to see how much value they put into these counter picks, and it gets them those red sides every time.
Yeah, I definitely think a team like Damwon is definitely going to try and contest a team like Fly a lot more in the early game.
How do they side selection? Basically, whoever's the highest seed.
Damwon is, or the DK is also
whoever's
a team
the highest seed from their region.
Chaos. They want to fight. They want to have these messy games as well. I mean, it gets, I don't know if they want to, but towards the mid to late game, it does get a bit messy. And I think in their first game,
why is there 0 pentakills?
Yeah, there was ups and that was down. But in the end, they were able to
Don't look at that. Don't look at XP differences.
I'm not sure how today is going to go.
Damwon was against Fnatic. FlyQuest was against Pain Gaming.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the quality of the opponents matter a lot. So even though everyone was looking at D+ Kia and saying like,
or Gam rather, Gum.
Like, can you maintain your lead, right? But at least
wait, who was Pain Gaming against?
In those games, were able to challenge them, whereas Gam was not be able to. So I think this is going to be a good indicator
G2, of course,
like,
yeah. It was last game. We didn't want them to lose.
D+ has a lead. Can they keep it versus FlyQuest that I think is a much better opponent versus, you know, I'm putting that out there.
And one of the lanes that they can swap around is mid lane. And I'm really excited to see Showmaker versus Quad because Showmaker's LeBlanc yesterday.
Showmaker.
I mean, what a 1v9 machine. I think historically Showmaker has always showed up in competitive when it came to LeBlanc. For me, he kind of pioneered the way to play LeBlanc competitively in the mid to late game because a lot of teams struggled with that. They always thought you needed to one-shot. You don't need to do that. You need to poke and make sure the enemy can't fight.
And it's so beautiful watching Lucid in fights when he's on Vi or something like that. I think mechanically he's incredibly talented. So just being able to see how he can play versus Inspired, that's a matchup I need to see.
Yeah, exactly what I wanted to say. This rookie jungler on one side, maybe the best Western jungler we have on the other, and Inspired on this. He's going to take on the challenge. You know that it's going to be like this, especially playing against D+.
Damwon wins this game.
Check the
they draw LNG.
You got believers?
They win that, they go 3-0.
We have believers here. We have... Sorry, I can't read. I'm not even faking it, actually.
I'm going to run up to the screen. I'm running up. I got it now.
9.7%.
20.3.
All right, so we have 20% of believers here.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's fair. I think D+ is still coming in as favorites, but I don't think these odds justify how close of a game this can actually be. I think if you are
a lot of T1
fan and seeing how you performed on day one, coming into this series once again having picked red side, I think they got something planned, and I think you can be hopeful towards them.
FlyQuest is cooking. Let's see what Bwipo can do and the rest of the team here against D+ Kia, but time for us to send it over to the casters.
Start up my game now. Damwon wins this game, wins against LNG, and then they make it to the knockout stage.
How you guys
and they're
doing?
already top 8 and further than what you guys thought, because you're frauds.
Good game in League of Legends.
We're hoping.
It's Worlds.
Yeah.
I just love Worlds. Yeah. It's so much fun to be here. And
I was actually expecting you to ask me something and a whole bit prepared.
Oh, you do have a whole bit?
I had a whole
bit.
I
did say I was going to ask you something. Okay, so here's the thing, the players are coming out, so I don't feel like I can ask it to you right now.
You had a window, I was ready, and you didn't do it.
I've entirely forgotten to ask you it, so I'm sorry, you know? Jat was meant to be here, guys, but he's unwell today, so he's not here. So I'm going to ask Vedi. Vedi, can you be my Jat for a few moments?
I can.
Oh, nice.
Give me it. Well, medic.
Don't do an accent.
I won't do an accent.
Okay.
Fun fact, okay? FlyQuest, the last time they were in a group at Worlds with a Korean team and an LPL team.
Okay.
They went 3-3.
Oh, they did?
Now, they didn't take a game off the Korean team. However, no one from this D+ Kia roster was on that DRX team.
Okay, because there were two different teams.
Technically, this FlyQuest has never lost to a Korean team before. That's a chat stat for you right there.
That's entirely a chat stat.
That's the most useless stat ever. What the fuck was that then?
LCS obviously against the LCK don't have the best track record either. 15-85 is the all-time record between those two.
I want a good draft, someone.
FlyQuest looked solid yesterday.
Yeah, blue side.
D+ Kia did not.
Maybe it's a Syndra game time.
They did not look too solid. Their early game was fine. Their mid game was an absolute shambles.
I think it was just that they ended up getting outplayed in some of the team fights, which definitely caught them off guard. But I'm excited. Honestly, the player I'm most excited for is Inspired.
Yeah.
So
he's going to play Ivan.
Probably. The LCS made this fantastic montage of him
with the trigger seeds.
Dubset.
Don't
it was
give
fantastic.
quad
You guys check it out. But yeah, as a player, he's someone that, I mean, he shows up when it matters, and he's always a joy to watch. Now, of course, FlyQuest are trying to move past their disappointment from MSI, and so we're going to see. I would say this is the first real competition here at the World Championship, and I'm excited
Renekton
to see
Iron Man,
what
nice.
they can do against D+ Kia. Now, the Renekton being banned away from Whippo.
Ziggs is good.
Shown, given his
that gets aiming on a good
champion. The Ivern as well.
Even though Ziggs is good, I like him on carries.
The Ziggs going to be taking away from aiming.
Orianna ban against Quad.
A boom. Or,
with first picking Syndra.
I mean, it can be perceived in many different ways, because many people sit there and think of aiming as this incredible AD carry player.
Which he is.
When you put him on the Ziggs, he doesn't have that same impact.
First pick
but at the same
Rumble,
time, he's an
first pick
incredible
Skarner.
Ziggs player.
Yes.
First pick Yone.
So FlyQuest have to take that away from him. The Aurora naturally going to be banned, but now Yone
How
is
close was the TL game? It was pretty
when
close.
we think of Showmaker, though, we do traditionally think of those mages. He hasn't
Rumble
been
ban.
having the best performance on the AD meta, but with the Rumble taken away, we'll see if D+ Kia want to prioritize it. The Skarner
First
is of course
pick,
available.
what?
The Vi is up there as well. We've
Skarner,
already talked about
Vi,
that throughout the day.
Syndra,
FlyQuest
Yone.
are kind of putting down the gauntlet, aren't they? They're saying if you don't
down.
first pick Yone, it gives us the option if we want to go Yone, especially since Inspired loves his Lilia pick, likes his Amumu as well with the Leandries, or even a
Vi first pick. Okay, I like it. It's a very good champ for Lucid.
He's very proficient.
One of his best champs is Vi.
Vi is the pick here for Lucid. He's played that 12 times this summer, so very confident on it. Will FlyQuest look towards the Yone, or is it going to be Kai'Sa?
We could do...
Kai'Sa this early feels
I mean,
very...
it's just
Yeah,
the
it's
hub
Grippo. It's Grippo.
We could do
He was
Syndra Vi.
for so long, and I
Syndra
forgot
Vi
that he
sounds
just
pretty
always
OP.
hovers the Kai'Sa. My mistake.
They're having a lot of discussion right now.
Ash?
With the Ash being
Okay, we
open,
can
they're
match
gonna
that
do
with
it.
Jean.
Of course, there's always the concern, given the lockdown potential of the Vi,
took
but it
the
does
Syndra.
make sense in the hands of Masu.
Okay, Showmaker is LeBlanc time, baby.
From the LCS domestic season. The Syndra going to be taken away
Showmaker!
as well. Really putting that pressure on Showmaker to show
Don't
what
go
he's got
Ari or
prepared for this
Talia.
World
Just
Championship.
lock
They're
in the
testing,
blink.
Are you actually a Yone player? Are you going to be willing to bring that out in this game? Especially by denying the Rumble, it also makes
What do
Yone
you mean
that
we?
much
Yeah,
harder to bring
we.
out,
We
'cause
what?
where does
We
your
what?
AP threat come from then?
Exactly.
The problem is you've picked 2 mobile carries into a Vi.
Yone.
And the Yone seems...
Okay, we can flex Yone.
And Showmaker's saying, no, I can play Yone. It's cool. I'm chilling. And he's more than happy to bring that one out.
No Jhin.
In terms of the matchup,
No Jhin.
it should be quad favored. Syndra can really bully out the Yone early on into the laning phase. But now D+ Kia need to find some AP threat from somewhere. We've already talked about the potential of the Kai'Sa for the bot side of the map in the hands of aiming. That is a terrifying prospect. And it would synergize very nicely with their composition.
Yone top, Smolder mid. Also a possibility.
I mean, that's the other
What are they
option, right?
doing?
You can always
Likes it to
put
King.
What are they
Yone up
doing?
towards the top side of the map.
Why are they
You can
double
put the
flexing
Smolder
Yone
into the
Yone
carry
Smolder? Are they
position.
fried?
There's a lot of room for flexibility.
I
They
will
could put
say,
Smolder AD
if we
actually, he's
look at
right.
the year
Aiming does play
for
Smolder AD.
Showmaker and Kingen, Showmaker hasn't played a single Smolder game. Kingen's played 2. So it could be Yone mid, Smolder top. I sincerely doubt it.
It's
But
probably
it's always
Smolder
a
AD.
possibility when you look at what
I mean, I
these
will
guys
say,
are
But why are you
given
playing
how
Smolder
teams
AD into
have been
Ashe?
playing, the Smolder lock
Why?
here is a surprise.
Yeah.
Why?
Because you're either putting it into the Ashe on the bot side of the map, which is already a very scary thing to do because of how easily you can get bullied out in the laning phase, but you're also blind picking it potentially into the top
Okay,
lane
they picked
matchup, or you're
Leona.
putting it into Syndra, who's a
What AD
very big
jungler would
lane
Inspire
bot.
play here?
So it's
Maybe
a
we
bit of a
ban
risky
Poppy.
pick, in my opinion.
Poppy,
but we'll see how
Viego.
things pan out.
Or-
As Leona's locked in on the
or-
bot side for FlyQuest. The Rakan
or-
going to be banned away as a potential engage option from Moham. Rel, I wonder if that likely going to follow.
He
Yeah,
could
I wouldn't
play.
be surprised by a Rel ban at all.
Skarner anyway.
Very solid. I watched him a lot this year. I think he's really good at the champ. He had a disappointing MSI, I think.
We have Rel. They're probably going to ban Rel last.
Star of the bot lane.
Moham Rel's a classic.
Lucio has gone from strength to strength ever since swapping from mid lane. I think Papa Smithy.
I think DK might be overcooking this.
Down in the academy leagues in the LCS. So
they might play Smolder Brown bot though. Wait, hold up, chat. Smolder Brown, Smolder Rel, AD, Yone top. No, Yone mid, and then pick Kennen. Wait.
You said a Rel ban. I think it makes a lot of sense here. If you're FlyQuest.
Alistar. Wait, they have Braum and Rel. Okay, support is fine.
Whippo looking pretty happy with how the draft has been going so far.
When does Whippo not look happy?
Whippo reviews.
True.
Is it a Viego Ben? Is it a Skarner Ben?
D plus Kia, how are they going to round
Is it a Poppy Ben?
Ban phase? Of course, they've removed the Jax with a possibility of an answer into the Yone. And something like the Olaf,
I feel like they need engage.
They're worried about. Whippo did bring that out a few times. So it's going to be the Skarner.
They might play Ornn on 5.
People's Pick'em's going to be
Depends where Yone goes.
Off the back of that. So how will FlyQuest round this out? Inspired has a
Wukong actually is a good pick here actually. Wukong on 4 for Fly Amumu.
For so many different champions.
It's inspired to Mumu.
Departure over to the LCS.
I really like the Amumu. I think you have CC set up in 2 lanes.
Okay, now what? We pick Rel into this 100%.
Oh, it's a huge Mokretz
We pick Rel into this 100%.
You already have CC set up in a couple of lanes. You have big AoE around it. You can follow off picks really well. You've got Scatter the Weak. You've got Arrow. You've got Solar Flare. You have so many setup tools.
Ooh, Silas mid.
Locked in.
Smolder bot.
So
that's why they banned Jax, because it's Yone top.
Showmaker Silas, man. It's Showmaker Silas.
I was wondering if we were going to see
Why do I feel like Whippo's going to play Urgot?
But yeah, I mean, it's Showmaker Silas.
Why do I feel like Whippo's going to play Urgot?
I'm so
Is that matchup good though? Urgot into Yone?
Yeah. Ash, Arrow, the Amumu ultimate, Leona ultimate, a lot of versatility.
Vayne?
There's no way.
Urgot.
That's more like
Darius?
Those are more like Whippo champions.
It's a very Whippo champion.
What? Oh my god.
The top lane is locked in.
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you don't avoid ads, you can use the tier 1 on Switch Prime. You can stop now. If you avoid ads for the rest of the world, you don't have to stop. You don't want to. You're back for the game charge. Big kiss.
And
focus up now.
Of those games, so
now
a little bit of experience at least.
I think it's a good matchup for Darius.
Sure.
Like Yone,
Darius top into Yone.
So
Chat.
D plus Kia have gone for a
Are we
lot
cooked
of
or not?
scaling. I would say that mid jungle is the scariest.
Quick thing, chat, for those of you who are here. The editor just released the first 4 games. He's gonna timestamp them now as well. I'm gonna pin it in the chat.
I think Ash can very easily bully out the Smolder. I mean, I don't think FlyQuest won a lane swap here. I think they won standard.
Chat, if you can open up that YouTube link and drop a like or a comment or subscribe on that video, it's a big help because the algorithm cooks every Worlds video in Swiss stage. It's really impossible to make the videos work. But I appreciate if you drop any kind of support on it.
They're trying to get winning lanes, they're trying to get pressure points, they're leaving that Darius pick for last, and we'll see how D plus Kia can deal with it, because it's King in the top lane on that Yone. As you say, they have a lot of scaling, but they are susceptible to pressure from this Amumu.
He puts the upsets, not the upsets
as well across the board.
especially that Silas in mid. If you can lock him down early
I
doors,
honestly really like this draft from FlyQuest.
So do I.
I think it's a bit all over the place from D+. The fact that they prioritize that Smolder so heavily, I mean, we'll see how things pan out. We're jumping into game, our last matchup of the 1-0 teams. Yep. The winner, of course, will go 2-0, and they will be joining alongside Genji, Hanwha Life, and LNG. No easy matchup there.
I think it's a winner's bracket tomorrow as well. Those best of three.
So you're thrust into it immediately.
Whoever opened up that YouTube video and liked it, respect.
Into the 1-1
respect,
bracket,
big respect.
There's a bunch of strong teams. If you haven't been paying attention, there is a couple good teams in there.
Yeah, just a few.
Appreciate it. Okay, now that one. Don't fuck this up. You win this, you're in 2-0 bracket. It's Mega 1.
Their first trinkets here.
Where's the YouTube link? It's here. Yeah, I'm done linking now. Mumu jungle. Guys, we're not going to lose to a Mumu jungle Darius top. We've been training all year. Ah, the Smolder lane swap.
But I think it paints this nice picture of the 16 versus 7 ranking. And also,
fuck the Darius up a bit.
Play for the elo you can gain by getting an upset win.
Yeah, who cares about winning worlds? You're playing for elo.
Every solo queue player's dream,
of
you know?
a League of Legends player.
But yeah,
we basically gone
King
back
it's first
to
time in Yone.
Elo
He's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's like, I'll go from the 1,350 to 1,354.
It's true. It's really
and win this game. We talked about FlyQuest not wanting a lane swap. It looks like
you have the YouTube video muted so the watch time goes up. Or if you watch that YouTube video muted, you're a god.
They're going to try and force a Whippo out of the jungle here. Moam
Gonna follow up on that ward being placed, bone plating procced on Whippo. All the while Inspired is, I mean, he might as well. If you can get those hemorrhage stacks up, it's like 50 AD early doors. He's going in with the ghost, gonna get knocked up. Showmaker chasing him down, the ignite's ticking. Whippo flashes, and he'll survive. Burns both his summoners for the luxury.
Okay, no summons Darius.
Whippo, man, never change. He used both his summoners to go into a 1 versus 3.
I mean, Vi is kind of fucked.
Ignite out from Moham. No other summoners were used, but now the map is split. The traditional swap that we've been seeing so much is the
come on, Aiming, stack up that smolder.
The AD carry to get that experience. Support goes to mid to help get the level 2. Then the support roams to bot. The TP comes in, and they have to try and outplay the 2 versus 2. Fast push coming in from the FlyQuest bot lane.
How is Whippo going to get to this lane, man?
I was watching the vid. Mute would help. I think so, yeah.
Yeah, but how is he going to get to the lane?
Yeah, I don't think he is medic.
Yeah, nor do I. Oh, can he? Can't steal it.
Get the Crux.
Q, so he can't.
Oh my god. I mean, Lucid left. He lost a few Raptors and he's lost red.
Pop.
I mean, they basically traded Darius summoners for red buff. I mean, it's actually kind of worth.
That's the big thing we didn't talk about, right? The lack of TP really changes the dynamic.
Wait, FlyQuest are bouncing bot wave.
Right? Now Kingen choosing not to go to bot lane because they realize how much they're starving Whippo. Busio still level 1, not being able to tick over.
Oh, mute the tab and not the video and it works, chat. So don't mute the video, mute the tab.
He didn't know where Inspired was on the map. So if he teleports to bot lane at that point, he could just be dived by the 3 of them, right? So he.
Well, I mean, that's the usual play, right? The support comes bot, you try and then outplay the 2 versus 4.
So okay, so for Moham to get down
Yone's a little bit up in XP.
TP if we saw a
and he has TP.
Of FlyQuest down there.
Aiming is losing a lot of minions,
though. It looks like it's just going to be Aiming backing away and King is staying in top.
What I think is super interesting is Master and Busio now have the wave pushing back into them.
Wait, this is not good for Damwon.
Like a slow push, and they're quite happy to, well, not threaten the tower, not play for plates. They were able to get 1.
Wait, this is not good for Damwon.
Whippo's been able to go back to what is effectively a standard lane, and sure, you've been able to avoid some of the early levels.
Is there no Gamba chat?
I think FlyQuest, they're still in a very good position. You can see your AD carry in a very comfortable spot. Showmaker.
Flash from Busio.
Thank fuck for that.
He was looking for the flash
oh my god!
There, but didn't quite get the auto off in
Why
time.
did he do that?
Flashes away. Very close there, but still summoner for summoner, and Busio has the Hex Flash. Masu here catching the wave. FlyQuest played the lane swap really well yesterday as well. We're able to get a lot more gold out of the exchange than their rivals. Lucid here. Played out the Krugs, took a few camps away from the top side, but Inspired has a 2-camp lead right now, and there's no camps for Lucid to take in his bot side.
Just keeping track of the map right now.
Lucid's behind.
Inspired able to catch the
Aiming doesn't have many stacks. That helps though.
Masu and Busio with some
top lane, I don't know how this matchup goes, but I can't imagine it's good for Yone.
Minions drop, he should be able to tick over to level 3. With that W on the Leona, you get so much more power in the laning phase. And speaking of,
Busio going in, Moham here will get the shield from the crash
TK,
down.
don't fuck this up, man.
Actually pinging this next wave when it was about halfway the way to their lane, so they know this is where they want to get the wave shoved in and then likely get a base off.
I wonder if FlyQuest can dive the Yone.
The Aiming already has that tier.
It's going to be spotted on that ward.
They'll force this away and then they'll be able to get back. Showmaker without flash, a lot more susceptible to quads damage in the mid lane.
Quad.
Oh, last hitting pack chomp.
That I think has proved very fruitful.
Yeah, 100%.
We've heard Whippo talking about how much more confidence they have in Quad and what he's been able to do for FlyQuest since his introduction to the league.
I mean, there were a lot of debates about whether Jensen being off the team was the right decision, right? It was
King and STP.
Buzz in the League of Legends world for a while, but seems like it's been pretty fruitful as Aiming's going to get stunned up here. Yeah, huge.
They wanted to swap for grubs, but now Aiming's cancelled.
Interrupts the back. Now he's susceptible for a potential gank. You can see Showmaker moving into the bot river. Maybe he wants to look for a bit of vision.
God, you
but
fucking
Aiming now
rat.
has to be scared. It's going to be a lot of farm lost. Nicely done from Busio.
Oh, it's a horror down
Setting
here,
up
man.
his AD carry for success right now. Meanwhile, Inspired's just been power farming as he often does.
Already has that fated ashes. Aiming has to flap
it's
his way
horror.
away.
Just swap.
Want their lanes to be pushing in when they start a Drake like this, but because the lane is effectively frozen, Busio can move up and help Inspired out with this Drake.
But also, Aiming now has to base.
Yeah.
So you try and fast push so that it forces him to lose another wave.
It's really well done by FlyQuest.
But are they actually going to do that?
No. But they can keep it frozen.
The wave spot, but...
Oh, flash in onto Quad, who still has a flash of his own. Does he have the time
yes!
to get it up? Unleash power.
Good play by Moham.
And there's a reason he's in every cinematic as Syndra. Even when he steals the ult, it's effective.
I mean, nicely done there from Moham. Finds a nice window.
Nice trade, Kingen.
Was in an awkward position.
Nice trade, Kingen.
They've now swapped
Moham, we diving top.
lane, given the state of the bot lane wave, threatening a dive.
We got some grubs.
It is
Ooh, we're gonna 3-man that fraud.
They're able to secure the grubs as well. Now Bwipo, recognizing he's in danger, forced off the wave.
Bwipo's been forced right off here. King and Aiming should be able to at least get
Guys,
plate inspired.
You can't dive him.
On their way across, Bwipo able to walk away from this lane.
Shit.
Goes forward. He's looking for the
Ulta.
but he's
One tap.
by 4 members of D+ Kia.
Hey,
a little bit
beautiful.
early there from Bwipo and meets an early grave.
An ambitious play from Bwipo. He thought that Moham
That's a review.
overstepped, but
That's
the
a review.
collapse that came through from DK was so quick, and crucially, Kingen gets that kill as well, alleviating some of the pressure that Bwipo can have in this 1v1 matchup. Arrow connects.
So I think it's the arrow.
Yeah,
in
he
case
tries the
Kingen
arrow to
immediately
cancel the
TPs,
TP.
and then the arrow would interrupt his teleport, right? So it's a cute idea. Obviously, Showmaker trading with Quad in the mid lane.
Very nice trade from Showmaker.
One of the problems I have with mistakes like that from Bwipo, where he just oversteps a little bit, is it relieves so much pressure from D+ Kia, right? If Bwipo walks away, doesn't immediately go in, and then Busio and Inspired come across to cover a possible top lane dive, all the gain that Masu is getting in the bot lane is net positive. But because Bwipo dies, Masu got an advantage in bot lane. He's 11 CS up, he's 200 gold ahead, but you can see Kingen 650 ahead in the top lane. It doesn't give you... It's a law of equivalent exchange, it feels like. Bwipo has to die for Masu to get things in the bot lane.
I understood why he did it though, with Busio on the way and thinking that Moham made the overstep.
Yeah, I get the idea, it just didn't work.
It's unfortunate. Both neutral objectives now about 2.5 minutes away. So
why does Quad both survive now?
just mainly be
I
a
don't
lot
know.
of laning.
It's quite useless. The Merc trade's Sylas spike is massive.
Masu with another push in top lane. He's built himself up a healthy lead over Aiming, largely because of how they've managed the wave in the early laning phase, as you highlighted. Moham though sets his sights on mid.
Syndra has flash.
Quad still has the flash.
Oh yeah.
I have to invest it here.
Oh, he got rooted.
On his way
Take the ult. Oh, he took the own ult. He tried to, but he got stunned.
Stole the solar flare. Wasn't able to connect it onto
Showmaker's really strong. No flash on Syndra.
He's all over the map right
After they were able to get
Moham's carrying alone. Moham Rel's a classic. Not banning that is crazy.
He should be able to really bully out this Sylas, but that's the scary thing about Sylas. Once you get a couple levels, that Electrocute gives you so much trading power. Now Masu forced to disengage, given the D+.
Yeah, Quad has to base. He's going to lose a lot of gold on that wave.
On top. Kingen, meanwhile, is happily
DK macro, pike chomp.
So everything going the way of D+ Kia right now.
Aiming's going to be given even more gold in this top side, trying to even him out with Master.
Kingen, don't get solo killed by Bwipo, please.
For the entirety of the split, just
are you going to dive this Leona?
Aiming. Busio underneath the tower, caught with a shadowing strike. He's pretty
Chain
tanky.
CC.
Coming down as well. Lucid's going to tank it.
Moham dies, but it's a kill.
He falls to the turret. D+ Kia will get one in response. Showmaker taking his second kill of the game.
I mean, a 1-for-1 in that situation. Well played by Busio. Doesn't expend the flash either. Masu has to be careful though with Showmaker. Low on
dive this guy too.
Lucid,
Thoughts?
though, with the wraparound, and there's no Inspired here to cover.
What did he just do with the Q?
Showmaker chases in the cleanse.
Okay, we'll allow it. We'll allow it, Lucid. You kind of trolled. You're probably going to die, but
continue to invest gold into him. Inspired is waiting for Lucid here. The damage just short. Inspired on the Amumu, can't find any friends to fight. He flashes, he gets
that didn't hit. That didn't hit.
The tantrum will bring down Lucid.
At the very least, it's a 1-for-1, but that tower is going to drop. All of the plates secured in this top lane. And crucially, that advantage that Masu had built up for himself.
They're going to deny local gold. They should let the tower die here in FlyQuest.
That gap has now been closed.
Aiming wants to rat out the local gold.
Get this local gold. Inspired's not going to let him have it.
I mean, 50 gold only.
Forces him away,
he got scammed.
Get it, but this sort of play pattern of repeatedly going back to Aiming's lane, trying to get him into a good position is something we saw from D+ Kia through the entirety of summer. It's how they played. Aiming, an incredible AD carry, has had an incredible summer split. A lot of this is because
be careful saying that.
love putting all the eggs in the Aiming
I got
basket.
almost cancelled on Twitter for saying that.
We saw him single-handedly carry games for D+ Kia from the regular season. And even in playoffs, he was having some stellar performances. And so far, even though his early laning phase didn't quite go the way that he wanted, he still finds himself down in CS. That gold slowly being funneled back
some
into
grubbies.
Really, the stars of this game right now are the solo laners of D+ Kia. Kingen has handled the lane swap beautifully. They've punished the fact that Bwipo doesn't have TP incredibly well. And Bwipo, with a few oversteps, has ultimately cost him massively as this Yone continues to ramp
Props
up.
to Ludwig for grinding really hard and making it the Worlds for FlyQuest.
But ultimately, a lot of comfort, specifically for Showmaker in the mid lane. And they're making it work here in the early game.
We haven't really seen the FlyQuest composition truly come alive yet. Like, Inspired has been involved in one kill. That was a flash bandage shot in the top lane.
This doesn't look fun for Darius.
Some of this AoE really
I
going,
guess
when they
the lane swap really hurt him.
Really going,
and
we
Yone's
might
a
see
little bit further ahead.
A little bit more explosive. Inspired was looking for a second Drake here. He's going to be forced away by Aiming and Moam. Lucid coming across. They don't keep the Drake aggroed fully as it goes back. Loses a bit of patience, but will be taken in the end by Lucid. I do have a fun fact for you, Betty. Last time we saw a Mumu jungle at Worlds, Season 2. It was Cloud Templar who won on it back then, so Inspired bringing back the old classics.
That long?
Yeah.
We
saw a lot of Amumu support for a while in that one Plains, and then it disappeared for the entirety.
We saw it a lot domestically though.
Everyone was so excited
about it. Was
about
that an Echo jungle we saw a ton of, and then just never happened again in the main stage.
Where are my Cloud Dragons? Where are they?
Yeah.
There's a Cloud Dragon drought. They're gonna extinct. It's done.
He wasn't
GG.
playing for the entirety of the year, but he picked up relatively recently and has really been quite explosive on it. The like Andri's build as well, something.
I mean, that's crucial, right? So what we saw yesterday was D plus Kia build a lead against Fnatic and then fall short in the fight. Yep. Right? Now, FlyQuest have a great team fighting comp.
They do.
Especially with Leona Amumu as its foundation. It's all a question of can the damage
Triforce
dealers
for aiming.
the damage, right? Now, of course, with the solo laners being as fed as they are on D plus Kia, you don't really want to try and force a fight yet.
Where's Atlas? That's a good question. Where is Atlas?
A little bit. So the best thing for now for FlyQuest is to try and slow the game down, wait until they get those crucial spikes, and then look for a little fight later. Don't try and overforce, because you're at a deficit, but it's nothing too dramatic that you can't get yourself out of. So it's not all doom and gloom yet for FlyQuest by any means.
King enemy good. Nice ult.
That's an ulti from King.
Wait, Whippo flashed for that. What?
He is on the weak side of the map.
Whippo used both summons for that.
Whippo burned both his sums though. Once again to try and make a play happen, and it doesn't come to fruition.
Nah.
Couldn't quite find it.
Wait till Yone gets played, you'll see.
In the mid lane, level 10 to level 8, you can see how long Masu was alone on
Is FlyQuest
side lane, just farming
or
as much
what?
gold as he could, and as much experience as he could. King in here once again going to back away, uses the flashes. Inspired was waiting. Lying in wait in that bush. D plus Kia going to try and do the same towards the top side. Quad, very respectful of the fact he sees
Take top tier 2. Oh, just pull the dive.
Steps up, the bolt breaker comes
easy
out,
kill.
The arrow 2 hits the stun on the Showmaker.
Easy flash.
And Quad
easy
manages
tower.
to escape. Less respectful than he was. Like, he was very respectful for a second, and then he walked up.
Yeah,
and he had to be bailed out by the
TP bot by King is crazy.
With that arrow saving his life.
Does it kill Darius?
Yeah, lost.
I guess he does, right? He has Blade.
As well.
Didn't know where Amumu was though. Wait, is Darius just dead here?
Want to try and slow the game down. D plus Kia. Ooh, yeah, Blade of the Ruined King, Yone.
Yeah, Yone's the pick of the tournament. Isn't it?
It's one of those things where like, for people that haven't played this champ, like the champ just changes when you get this item. Like it's crazy how much stronger you get with a single item. Berserker's Greaves and this, it's just such a massive power spike. And yeah, Whippo, now he's completed the Stride Breaker. So at least you'll have a little bit more combat prowess, but the idea behind this matchup is that you get to really bully in the early stages.
What do you mean you wouldn't know? Of course I know.
Fight back because he doesn't have levels
crazy.
or any items where he really can't trade against you. But Whippo didn't get that.
No flash on Darius.
Swapping in the early laning phase. The lack of TP really hurt him. He's now 15, nearly 20 CS down.
Ludwig's out farming Lucid.
Shut up. It's now going to be much harder.
And the lead that FlyQuest were able to materialize on Masu through that lane swap, through good management of those
yeah, aiming stacks kind of suck. He has 115. Kind of sucks.
That's the word I was looking for. Dissipated. Aiming only about a level behind. Still impactful, around 600 gold for a level worth of stats, but in terms of gold, he's actually 150 ahead. So he's in a very strong position. Hasn't scaled up as much as he'd want on this Smolder, only 104 stacks. You can see that just below his portrait, but still, his team is in prime position to allow him to keep stacking up.
One thing that really scares me.
Bot tier 2? Yeah, I mean, Yone is doing so much work this game now once he's got his Blade. Bot tier 1, sorry, dead.
That can fight King anymore.
They can't defend Sylas though. Showmaker needs to take Amumu ult and cook.
They're going to try and dive him.
Seals the Amumu ultimate. Curse of the Sad Mummy, a possibility. Showmaker stunned for so long.
Oh yeah, Showmaker, breaking Maker!
Seeing Guillotine Hemorrhage is again stacking up on Showmaker. He tries to get some.
Oh my god, he got all his burst out.
He will expire at the last possible moment, and now
Hey, Showmaker, there's an arrow! He's flying! Okay, based. He had Herald base.
No flash for him.
Yeah, this is such a free win. Holy fuck. When are people going to start taking that one seriously? I've been saying this all year. They're actually god tier. You're just sleeping on them for no reason because you're haters.
From the abscond, abduct the stride breaker for a little bit of extra movement speed, but you can't dodge the second.
I told you they're a top 4 team in this tournament. No one believes me!
Just about to say, the thing that I'm scared of from FlyQuest POV is the side lanes. What do you do? Because you can't win on one side. You try to make
it's another repeat from last year.
Just demonstrated.
These delusional chatters.
Okay,
Weibo this, Weibo that, damn this, damn on that. Bro.
Steals away the Amumu ultimate.
I told you they're god tier.
To get the lifesteal back, but he throws the ultimate first.
Crazy well played. What a monster. Showmaker, I told you it. I told you Showmaker would pop off at Worlds. I said those words word for word.
Because I've got Blade of the Ruin
He's so boosted, he should retire, so trash.
My team ready for the collapse, and we're already back into the action.
Busio blast cones to safety. And Showmaker's still on the chase. He goes back in with that abscond abduct flash away from Busio. They might be able to turn this one around. There's a big bounty on Showmaker's head, and Masu will secure it. Mom called as well as aiming tries to disengage the play. Busio looking for a little bit more. The arrow onto Moam. The apprehend will pull him back, and Quad takes the kill. FlyQuest find 2 out of nothing.
So some crucial picks to alleviate some of the snowball that is coming through from D plus Kia. They overstep their boundaries. You can tell that Showmaker's having some fun with this one, really pushing the limits of his champion to try and find more kills.
Why do they have objective bounties? How is that fair?
They've got these side lane threats that are obviously very difficult to deal with, but the biggest problem is the wave clear coming in from the Smolder in the mid lane as well. Now the Dragon started off.
King going in, Lucid looking for the steal here as well.
Guys, are we going to fight this 4v5? Syndra's top, 4v4, okay.
Cease and desist not available for Lucid. Vault Breakers
into
the pit. Kingen looking for that blast cone as well. TP in as well. FlyQuest want to take the fight. Lucid flashing out. Tempered Fate going out towards the back line, but look at the damage that Masu can already put. Showmaker in the middle of the pit. The dive in with the cease and desist, but Masu is untouched.
No.
This is huge for FlyQuest. Showmaker aiming to do everything they can to from a losing position.
How did they lose that?
But D plus Kia took the fight and FlyQuest slapped them down.
The coordination was all over the place from D plus
What happened to Kingen? What happened to Kingen?
Take advantage of it.
What happened to Kingen? He just got cooked.
How their strength will be in the team fights, and this time they were able to find the outplay.
Masu just had so much free time on the back of that fight. Quad as well.
What happened? He went in the pit, he queued the Dragon, he E-ulted the Ashe, Ashe flashed.
So you see first, Lucid goes in, goes in alone. So he then gets forced out of the pit very quickly off the fact that Inspired just says, I'm not going to give you this opportunity. Single target ultimate, but it doesn't matter because the job gets done.
Where does Files go?
Out of the fight.
He flashes, wow. And then what? Who does he ult now? Darius? Oh my good heavens. Oh my good heavens.
And as you highlighted, Masu is just untouched with Quad.
Why does he just ult the Ashe there?
So they're just free
earlier
to do so
when he was stuck with Yone?
Against so many melee members on the side of D plus Kia that they're able to find 4 kills.
If that's not the most D plus Kia play I've ever seen in my life.
Correct.
That is just what they do. Showmaker took so long to be able to join that fight.
It's so strange that I can hear Mao. Yeah. Like it's, he's just sitting here in my ear going, why?
Why would they do that? So we've had you be Jack, now we've had you be Chronicler. Who do you want to be next, Betty? Freak? This is what peak team fights look like. It comes from D plus Kia. But a great leave here for FlyQuest.
Let's create a summary.
Okay, let's do it.
Side lane's still a problem for FlyQuest, but they've got a clear win
Shut
condition,
up.
which is the 5v5s.
True.
So now
You're
they
being
need to
annoying.
be playing for these objectives, and they need to minimize their losses, as I say that.
Arrow, solar flare onto Lucid, lands the stun, bandage shots for the follow-up, and Lucid is done. Busio securing the kill, and this is the pick comp we talked about for FlyQuest.
Now,
let's create a summary, Venice.
I know, I have
slightly better for
Chronicler
FlyQuest
is
now.
messaging me once more. He says, can you ask Lucid why? So let's look. Now, the push in bot had come through from Kingen, and so you imagine that Lucid was on the bot side jungle to set up some vision. Kingen...
Do we also need to ask Kingen why? Trying to seal the fate of Quad. Inspired here. The scatter of the weak, knocking him back out of the bandage toss, but the chase continues. He flashes into the curse of the sad mummy. He's not out. Betty, a volley. The arrow pierces his back. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Whippo.
You rats! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you!
What is happening?
This game was free! What have you done?
Legends, baby!
What have they done?
FlyQuest are finding
How they
picks on the
thrown this?
solo laners. We just talked about how they're
the game was completely lost.
But now things
for
are
them.
falling apart as D+
What are
trying
they
to get
doing
something
now?
back on the top side.
Weep, here's the sound of the police as D+ Kia are looking to
the
invest
Avengers are coming.
The Avengers on their way, FlyQuest.
Quickly, make this quicker.
Solace in a fight after Whippo falls. He'll
Nice.
go down first. Now the collapse begins.
King and
from
STP,
FlyQuest.
just kite it out
From
there.
the side as well has the unleashed power. Aiming locked up with a stun. They knock him back. The arrow goes in as well, and aiming is done for. More
Run.
Lucid trying to escape with a bandit shots. Finds Mom.
Baron? Is that a Baron for FlyQuest?
Angle.
No, it's not. Shut up.
Those Lucid and Kingen. FlyQuest. Will you go for the play instead? The tower, a more worthy prize it seems. The gold will be even better.
Mid-tier 2 maybe?
24 kills, 22 minutes.
Mid-tier 2 maybe?
Oh, this is fantastic.
Yeah, mid-tier 2.
Though,
Nah, gimme.
looking to get something back for DK. All 4 members were committed to the top side of the map.
Smite that bitch! Smite that bitch!
Oh no, Must
Yeah, the arrow on Syndra after!
Try and escape, but Showmaker
Arrow,
still has
Showmaker,
an
fire it
arrow
there.
in his
Oh yeah,
quiver.
oh yeah!
He's looking
Oh,
for
he hit it!
quad. He finds him. Must able to dodge away from the Abscond.
Never, Baron! Baron!
Dodge away from Showmaker's fists.
Now you shut up, chat. Now you shut up. Go Baron.
And I'm loving it.
Go Baron.
Lucid now is a Baron. I might just
Yes,
be.
it is Baron. Go Baron.
There's a ward there. Inspired. Where is he? He's on the top side of the map. He's going to have to cancel his recall.
Don't let Mumu get in the pit. Mohan, please don't let him get in the pit. Please, Mohan. Mohan!
Kingen jumps in onto Whippo.
Oh yeah, turn that
Inspired
bitch!
as well, but D+ Kia were just looking for the fight. Inspired falls low. The chase continues as Busio falls lower.
Get busting, get busting.
Kingen will take him out even with a Zenith blade going back in.
Back to
D+ Kia
Baron,
will turn their
thoughts?
eyes back towards the Baron.
I mean, this seesaw is going faster than I am prepared for, Medic. But
This is why you love that one.
D+ Kia
'Cause they're
is going
god
to
tier.
secure the Baron. A single ward was all it took. Showmaker returns to top lane, finds a pick onto Marsu, lines a nice arrow onto Quad, and with those 2 kills, they convert it into a fight. Smart decision from them to not turn it into a 50-50 and instead shut down those FlyQuest members. Now we find ourselves back where we were earlier with FlyQuest.
Maybe they can get in time for Drake as well.
Great fight to turn this game
on the crab.
Lots of people have lots of reasons for why they like certain Dragon Souls.
You gave NA fans hope.
It's the Hex Soul.
They made fun of me in chat a bit. Now they can shut the fuck up.
D+ Kia immediately used the gates to get back out onto the Rift. FlyQuest were trying to gain control of the area. They'll take the Scuttle Crab, but I don't know if they'll take the Barney around the Dragon. It's going to be second of the game for DK.
Now they can shut the fuck up.
Kingen pushing in that bot lane, 3,000 gold ahead. Now has a QSS as well to mitigate a little bit of the CC that comes out from FlyQuest, but they do have a lot at their disposal.
NA!
Taking a breather.
Listen, NA, I'm on your side.
Just keep going for a little bit.
Okay, because the audience needs
If play, I'm not on your side.
We find ourselves at 28 kills, 24 minutes in. D+ Kia once again in the driver's seat. Dragon secured. With the Baron buff, they're going to be looking at, well, the base towers now, because all the tier 2s have fallen. I guess we didn't really talk about that. It was 6
Aiming almost has
to
225.
There's been so much fighting. FlyQuest,
They're trying to make
had
Darius
the
pick?
momentum at their back. They were finding fight after fight, pick after pick.
Hola!
Whippo is the one who's been picked here. No flash, no ghosts, and no hope you have to feel. Kingen goes into the soul and bound, hits
Whippo's
the
so
Q3.
useless this game, what the fuck?
And the Mortal Steel shows that Whippo
This is unlosable now.
just that.
Just get the pace, get the side assault on a Mumu and just get the end.
Moham's like just around, but you can see aiming's around the corner. Lucid's on his way as well. Masu came in with a
What
Hex
is Inspired doing?
The red resets. Busio trying to get onto Showmaker. Inspire the next target for D+ Kia. Here's Mom, and she's not happy with Inspired. FlyQuest lose 2. The Baron's still on the backs of DK for the next minute's time as well. It may be inhibitor time for D+ Kia.
I mean,
listen, chat, if top jungle were popping off for FlyQuest, EU team. But this game, I'm sure they're in an A team. I can feel it.
Tried to push that wave out to slow down the siege from D+, but now the siege is ready. TP comes in, mid wave is being pushed in, top wave as well. They only have 4 members alive. Whippo makes his way back
Oh my god!
Cease and desist forward. Showmaker's like, you're good, Lucid! Sayonara 07's in the chat! But Lucid, as he falls, FlyQuest will lose their inhibitor as well.
What is Lucid doing this game? He's mental. He's actually mental this game.
To a grave right there.
I mean, they get Marsu's flash, I guess is the positive. They still walk away the victors. Listen, my job is to explain, man.
I mean, Lucid's a type of dreaming, and I'm pretty sure sometimes here I've been in a bit of a nightmare, but What a game it's been. 6,000 gold.
Did G2 get crushed today?
No, they didn't. No objectives on the map.
They got stepped on a little bit.
Moments, at least.
Did
The
pretty well.
Rebel Baron power play about 2k
La la la.
for DK.
Life of a Damwon fan.
And they got an inhibitor
winning
out
every
of it as
game.
well. Now they'll start looking at mid and bot push. Kingen jumping back in. Busio looking for the soul of Flair. The dash out by Kingen keeps him alive. FlyQuest only 4 here. Met by 4 of D plus Kia.
Yo, NA fans, here's a kiss.
On the back lines, aiming continues to pick
have
up
a kiss.
Golden Farm. Bwipo now caught out.
Yeah, less quietly on the front lines. Bwipo's going in once again. Looks for the apprehend. Kingen has the flank on him.
Nice, Kingen.
Back, knocked back with the scat of the week. Unleash power!
You're so good at the game.
A storm surge enough, but now the bandit shots in. A one-man order, but onto Lucid. But
Oh, yeah,
Showmaker's still
Showmaker.
in the backline. Matsu has no flash, no cleanse, but he manages to escape. Lucid falling low, inspired.
Killed at the
Busio
movement,
still
what the
pretty
fuck?
tanky here with the Magna Storm coming in. Aiming's on the chase. He'll make it
Aiming.
2. One goes over to Lucid, one for Aiming. And for a moment, I thought perhaps FlyQuest had a lifeline. But D plus Kia pulled the life ring up behind them.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Medic. I really thought D plus Kia had gone for another poor fight once again, but they turned
Just
it
trust
around.
them. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing.
Matsu and Quad was zoned away into
Poor
the
fight
mid lane.
this,
They
poor
were
fight that. They know
forced
what
to
they're doing.
retreat, meaning that Inspired and Busio were left to
Aiming's the
fend
only
for
one on DK
themselves.
with
They
brain
couldn't
cells.
quite find the
Well,
damage to turn
you're
the fight
not
in their
wrong.
favor.
You're not wrong.
But what a violent affair this game really
That's,
has been.
that's how
Back and
Damwon Summer's
forth,
gone.
Non-stop skirmishing. It's really what we've come to
Top
expect
jungle and mid to just
from
pass the
watching
brain
D
cell
plus
around,
Kia.
and then Aiming comes along and ends the game.
FlyQuest, they found incredible opportunities, but unfortunately haven't really been able to hold onto them. They haven't been able to convert it into that much control. Have to bring your attention back to the towers. 7-2 now. FlyQuest really haven't been able to convert much off the back of finding the kills that they did.
Every opportunity has been met by an equal and
Lucid.
opposite not-opportunity as Bwipo
Good kill.
here is caught out. The apprehend going out as well. The arrow connects, but great jump back there by Kingen.
I mean, good
saving his
try.
jungler's life, most definitely. The Noxian Guillotine was on the cards for Bwipo. Baron up in a minute's time. Showmaker looking for the flank here. He's behind.
Wait, what's
Inspired and
happening?
Busio.
I feel like
If
the
Quad goes
pace of the
wrong
game
way,
is slowing down.
could be caught out.
What happened?
Showmaker dashes back out. Kingen's going to be left in a side lane to push into Bwipo, who's going to struggle to deal with the level 16 Yone, who has 2.5 items at his back. Moem stepping forward. Busio forced away. Can't clear the control ward. Another scat of the week from Quad. Not going to do too much. The wave pushing in the top lane. Solar Flare wide by Showmaker, but not by Busio as Showmaker falls low. Inspired
Nice,
though on the front line
nice,
as
nice,
immediately
nice.
burst out. And now D plus
Not bad.
Kia are in a 4v5
Not bad.
for the next 40 seconds. They
Love
have a
the
wave in the bot lane.
Love the idea there from Inspired. Try and burst down Showmaker before he has an opportunity to respond, but the stopwatch was able to come through.
Yeah, Showmaker can take the ult
Turn
from
the play
Ashe or some
around
shit.
now without the front line. DK are looking to siege.
That guy's no
Trying to do
Sterex.
so much, but you can't really do much into D plus Kia. They have the range. They have the minions pushing in.
There's the Ashe ult.
Inhibit tower full. Showmaker dashes to the bot lane. We'll tank a couple of tower shots for the pleasure. As Aiming is left in mid lane to take down that inhibitor. FlyQuest on their last legs. Can they find some steadiness in them? The arrow wide
Nice
from
shot, nice
Showmaker.
shot.
That's the
Yes,
last two
TP.
ornaments he's missed.
Just get Drake, I guess.
Not
Easy,
really
simple.
an important stat, but just like to track it, you know. Solar Flare and the arrow going
I feel like
wide, but
Damwon don't know they're running it down
FlyQuest
until they're
away.
running it down,
Two
and when they start
inhibitor
running down, they
towers,
stop running it down.
3 inhibitor towers and 2 inhibitors
But they will
down
run it down at least
so
once.
far for D plus Kia. 29 minutes on the clock, and the Baron and the Drake alive. It would only be the third for either team, so the Dragon less of a priority than that big purple worm.
FlyQuest really find themselves full-on turtle mode now as their base lies in tatters. They can afford to give another dragon
Think
up.
Smolder is
If they
bad
can
for
steal
pro
it
play?
away, the objective bounty would be a nice bit of coin to help stall the game out. 3 items finished for both their carries. Maybe if they can find a good angle, a good target, there's opportunities, but it's going to be tough.
This guy says new to League of Legends. Why is
Plus
NA
Kiev
so ass?
continue to spread out the map, set their sights on the bot lane inhibitor.
Aiming well above
Well,
that 225
a lot of
mark
reasons,
as well
but they've-
for his stacks.
they've
Not
never
as
been
stacked as
anything but
usually a
ass.
Smolder would be at this point in the game, usually looking like 10 a minute at least.
But it has been chaos.
It has been
Or
chaos,
am
and he's
I?
got the execution, which is all he really cares about, right? The extra little bit of burn damage from having those
EU's had their moments, but the West has never been that good.
When you're 7,000
Maybe season 1,
ahead,
season
your
2.
Solar laners are a combined 4.1
EU had the good moments, 2018, 2019, 2020.
Third Drake of the game for D plus Kia.
2015.
Inhibitor starting to respawn in that top lane. The mid one still 330 away. And FlyQuest just trying to get all the gold they can for
I just don't think a lot
They've
of
got 3
like
items on their AD
people
carry,
in
3
NA
on
play
quad
League.
as well.
It's like they're all
Syndra
playing
will burst,
Fortnite or
but
some
who
shit.
are going to burst through? Showmaker deceptively tanky here. Almost has 3,000 HP on the Silas. Also has a Zhonya's. The Baron begun by D plus Kia. King looking for the flank on Masu, who puts the arrow down and wasn't expecting it. He flashes away. Inspired! That's a special delivery. Inspired going for more. The Q sets out, but the Baron's being done. FlyQuest, while all of this happens, who cares? If you kill King and you can't even take him out that quickly.
It's okay,
the Baron will be secured by D plus Kia. FlyQuest got whatever little meager bit of hope they could from killing King, and immediately they see that purple buff around D plus Kia.
They recognize the goal difference is massive, so even if they try and force the fight, there's no guarantee that they can win it. Instead, they'll take the pick, deny at the
Why
very
isn't
least
Yone
one
permabanned?
buff,
I think it will be banned a lot in future games.
Slightly better, but of course, back still against the wall. They're going to try and stall for as long as they can.
What do people play in NA chat? They play Fortnite, they play what?
Turn the entire game around, get quad level 60.
Valorant.
Those 3 points
They play Valorant, don't they?
bit of damage.
He's stacked up 120 splinters as well.
Valorant,
so
COD, and Fortnite. It's the same in England. In the UK, people just play fucking FIFA.
Also, importantly, no flash.
But look at the position of FlyQuest right now. 2 members quite pushed up on the top lane. Whippo, ooh, that is quite far up.
Just tell all the NA like young gamers to get on League. Tell them to get off TikTok.
To keep that pressure going.
And fucking Fortnite.
To top lane here, or is he just going to?
I swear they're all just sitting on TikTok all day.
The Baron on DK for the next 2 minutes, currently just shepherding in these minions. The top lane inhib, obviously an option for them. The wave not in the best of spots. It looks like Kinging's going up there to rectify that situation, and aiming starting to put quite a lot of damage down onto Whippo from range. That rapid fire cannon doing work in this exchange.
It's
the inhibitor already down to half HP.
They had a miracle fight, but Ash has no flash. She can't even walk up. She's really strong, but
shotgun engage, but
if
has no flash
Showmaker and King just target her with maybe Lucid too, take triple inhib, FlyQuest is going to have to engage here.
Bleeding out. The solar flare from Showmaker likely expiring. Chucks it out to see if anyone is expiring alongside it. Kingen looking for that third inhib, and likely the final nail in FlyQuest's coffin. Kingen dashes back.
Showmaker has ult again now. Take something.
Pulled the trigger. They've got the finger on it, but they can't find the engage.
Take the Ash ult.
Third inhibitor down now, and D plus
enemy
team
is stuck in their base.
The minions. FlyQuest, at some point you gotta go for it, because right now your Nexus towers are under siege. The Zen is played wide. Inspired, flashes.
Wait.
Looks for the curse of the sun.
Oh, Showmaker! Flash ults them all.
Backline is devastating.
Holy fuck, Showmaker just cooked them.
And D plus Kia will
okay, well,
take the game
it's never
away.
the easy way. It's the dumb one way.
The
degenerate way.
But in the end,
we'll take that.
only one victor today. D
plus
Kia
KDA.
Go to 2-0.
Now, chat, we pray for EU. We do a prayer for EU.
LCK find themselves with winning ways today.
A prayer for Europe, chat.
Every single team was able to win out on their opposition. And D plus Kia will join the 2-0 teams. A chaotic game, an entertaining game.
Pretty expected game. I think today was pretty expected. A lot of close games, though.
Entertaining for sure, but I don't think that's what we want. I'm going to turn to Raz
Heartbroken,
first
maybe.
Here. Yeah, right?
Better turn.
That last fight, man. But some good elements from FlyQuest, I feel.
Yeah, 100%. I think when they were able to come back in, for me, it was the pick on Showmaker and Moham 17 minutes in, and then being able to
BLG was the only upset
team fight around Dragon.
I think that G2 and Team Liquid had decent showings, though.
D plus Kia,
I will say,
we were in this position just yesterday.
Maybe I'm crazy, but
to come back into the
I think
game,
their showings was not that bad.
I guess it's just team fight practice for them.
No, and the more I watch D+,
they just need to grow into the tournament a bit better. They need to grow into the tournament. FlyQuest showing here was trash. FlyQuest looks pretty bad. That one just threw kills at them. To be honest, if you want my actual objective opinion in this game, FlyQuest picked Darius and got swapped on, and Whippo trolled the lane swap a bit. And then I think they just got put far behind from that, and then they've snowballed through mid too hard on Moham's roams. They didn't respect mid enough, and FlyQuest just, they bounced the swap, and then they just fell behind in top.
And it felt like they were just going to win by default, by pressing an R button and making sure that whoever they saw...
So they auto lose sides. I feel like Fnatic was closer and had a worse draft. Yeah, Fnatic played much better. Fnatic should stomp Cam now. I wonder how Fnatic will do tomorrow, or not tomorrow, the next day.
The play that they made on both side lanes, basically it was pick on quad on bot lane at the same time of
wait, let me change into my Fnatic jersey. Hold up.
A dive and then TP back in to see if they can get Showmaker can get a kill top side. There's like two things that D+ were like, we were winning both sides, we were like overstaying at times, and then FlyQuest was able to punish and then like find a way back in, which I did like from the team. So it was just that damn ward top lane, because after FlyQuest got another successful fight up top side, and then you started to see Quad and Masu basing on a ward, then they both die, and it was just messy at that point. It sucked.
Do you guys feel like they had enough tools to bounce back, have enough win conditions? Because I look at this, I see two very different approaches. There's the vintage approach, very Season 6, very...
Okay, quick Fnatic win, quick Mad win, wrap it up, right?
What do you expect
Simple,
from the
right?
composition playing in 2024 here on the side of Diploski? I'm not sure that's what you want to do on that side.
Yeah, but I mean, they came in with a plan. They wanted to team fight. They wanted to go throw everything at them. They had any pick potential that they needed. They had all the ultimate.
What's happening on the Reddit?
Up for success. Now that ultimate there is the key part.
Nerf Sally, Caedrel asking for Cloud Drake, Riot's, Fucks your Pick'ems. Smolder and his mom need to be stopped. What the fuck is that?
He had a lot of fun with that. Am I gonna make?
Would you mind scratching a bit? Because yeah, we have a guest.
Why did you stay in the UK instead of going to Berlin? Talking about Zeus 369, Zika, Peanut Paste, and Showmaker.
The fact that you're one of the few teams to like Red Side actually and like the utility you can get on Red Side. Can you talk us through the approach and the understanding you had?
Long story.
I think we had a
Wait, Pip was on the desk.
That they're like a standard Korean team. We were pretty surprised that they flexed. Oh, we knew that they liked carry tops, but I was still surprised they flexed the on top.
Yeah.
I went for a counter pick, and we got lane swapped on, which is something that I'm pretty comfortable with. I think we came out pretty good out of the lane swap, but unfortunately, the second time around when they lane swapped, I made a big mistake, and we ended up losing a lot of plates and just a lot of. I felt like really far behind after I died behind my tower, and I think that that's why my champion Darius can't fall behind too far, otherwise he's like a very problematic champion in the sense that he doesn't survive, he kind of gets one shot and focused down. And that's kind of the story of the game for me this game, and I feel pretty bad about that, yeah. Big mistake.
Were you surprised by the way that you guys basically found a way to kind of claw back into the game?
That's right.
Because it felt like it was a mistake of Showmaker, or at least of Showmaker and Moham overstaying in topside, red side jungle.
I mean, I wasn't surprised because of the, kind of the feedback we got in the sense of like, this team likes to throw, like they make mistakes, so don't worry even if you fall behind. It wasn't really coach feedback, but it was still something that like we kept in the back of our minds.
Yeah.
That said, I think we actually threw back when we got caught on top side, and that's when the game went south. And yeah, in general, just a bit unfortunate, but got to focus on the next game and learn what we can from this game.
I do want to show that Drake fight though, because I feel like there's still room to celebrate some success in a game that still wasn't won in general. Like I really like the pick you guys had on Showmaker, where it kind of just gives you priority in a game where honestly it felt like with the tempo advantage that DK had secured for themselves in the early game, that you should never be the first on a dragon fight, right? And I think that pick that you got on Showmaker really put you in a position where you were the first who could actually contest it. Were you surprised that they wanted to fight you around that Drake, despite having Showmaker on such a late reset?
I mean, yeah, I don't mind, like if I have numbers, I count them and I just stand there, and if they want to kill me so badly, they can come and kill me. I don't really mind. I try to bait a good fight for my team. I think the one thing I could have done better is get the reset off the rel instead of running into the pit, but at the same time, Vi kind of panicked and ulted me, and I was pretty happy getting ulted because that means that my Ashe, which was really strong in the game, is going to be able to take over because she burned her flash here, and then right now, instead of going for the free reset off the rel, I was already walking into the pit, and they used all their spells on me like solo in the pit basically, so that ended up making the fight pretty like easy to win, if you will. And even though it ended up being a 4-for-2, I mean, hopefully a 4-for-1 could have happened or whatever, but maybe it could have been like a 2-for-0 or something instead if I hadn't gone into the pit, but that's my minute stuff to review. I feel like there's a lot more to review on my end on how to improve, because I feel like I played pretty poorly this game.
Outside of that, because you're pretty self-reflective on that, some other takeaways that you guys had so far in the tournament, because you guys are 1-1, you guys had a pretty extensive boot camp, I think, at the Vitality spot. Some of the takeaways that you guys have had as a team, and some points that you feel like you've improved, without saying obviously too much.
Yeah.
How do I not say too much?
Yeah, that's actually fair.
Yeah, it's like I feel like we just improved a lot as a team, and like understanding kind of.
He is fucking leaned back in that chair.
Connecting to the same vision of the game is really important.
Yeah.
I think that we had some disconnect in terms of stress of like how the game was going, and I think that's something that I right now desperately want to discuss. I want to feel like I want to understand how my teammates are feeling in the game.
Yeah.
I want to be able to express like, hey, here I felt stressed to look for a play because of this and that, and you know, being on the same page there, because like when they swapped on us, I feel like that was a bad situation for them, and had I been more patient, I think my teammates would have appreciated that. I mean, that's obvious, but sometimes it's not so obvious, right?
Yeah.
It's like, when should you be patient and not feel stress even though you're getting multi-man ganked? When should you feel stress and still make a play when you get multi-man ganked? When should you feel the stress to come in group and make a play because someone is outscaling? These kind of questions are currently flooding my mind, and I'd like to find some answers to that so I can be more connected with my team.
And it's always interesting to have these insights because people don't realize how important it is actually, and you to find each other on the same page basically when you're at Worlds, the prime moment of the year. Bwipo, I think you're gonna stay with us for the next match for a bit. But we're going to toss it to break. Thank you. Well, there you go. You're going to have to stay with us for the Fnatic draft, actually. That's going to be interesting. But that's all for us here on this side of the studio. We'll be right back in just a minute. We're going to do the draft at the desk with people. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned.
Remove the shirt, you rat. Why? Why? I'm part of Fnatic, huh?
You can't dodge the second. Nice. Yeah, they're choking. Go, in the pit, guys. In the pit. This will be a good fight. We kill everyone. Nice. Front to back. Yeah, Silas first. Nice. Nice job, guys. But the chase continues. He flashes into the curse of the Sand Mummy. He's not out many a volley.
You're 1 win, 4 losses with the shirts. No, I'm not. I think I'm like 1 win, 6 losses.
Inspired flashes. Looks for the curse of the Sand Mummy. Lucid falls with the Magnus Storm on the back line. Is devastating. FlyQuest slain where they stand.
Dan. Yeah, I wish I was in the... well, it would be nice to be in the studio. I would love it. I want to interview Zeus.
Heavy is the crown.
Show the back of the shirt. I don't trust you. What the?
You wish.
We're chilling. We're chilling, chat. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're good. What is that emote? What is that emote? Suscage? The fuck is Suscage? Why is he smiling? Why is he smiling? What is this link? Is it bugged? Is Renata ult supposed to override Olaf R if he's CC immune? His ult probably fell off the last second, though. I'm guessing his ult fell off last second, chat. If you had to redo your Swiss pick'ems after 2 days, what would you change? I would swap Weibo and Top Esports. I knew one of those fuckers would int it. And I trust Top Esports way more than Weibo. Alright. This break feels longer than normal. Give me the Fnatic win, and then we exit. After the... Wait, Fnatic win, then Mad win, then we exit. Why is Ocean Drake bugged? It's not bugged, it's deserved. Infernal Drake is bugged. Look at this. 48. That is not human. What is that? A 1 in 6 chance? You're telling me there's 48 of them? 15 Ocean Drakes. Well, at least Cloud's kind of catching up. Give us about 6 Cloud Souls and we're good. Oh my god, Skarner's dropping in the bands. Fuck. And Cassante's dropping in the pigs. Fuck. The deaths is over, by the way. The deaths is... It's over. But Poppy, though, the flex Poppy. Easy clap. Who did I put for KDA? Chovy. Fuck. Wait. Oh, wrong website there. Fuck!
And welcome back to the desk for
Why did I
day
put
2
Chovy in a
of
Kali
Swiss
Silas
stage,
meta?
ahead of our 7th best of 1 of the day. GAM Esports taking on Fnatic in our next matchup, and we
Fnatic,
because it felt like it makes sense. Former Fnatic player faced off against GAM yesterday, won against them. I feel like there's a lot to share here, but to start, maybe we can talk about GAM, how it felt playing against them yesterday. They were undefeated until they bumped into you guys. Understanding of GAM.
Understanding of GAM?
Yeah.
I think their key players are top in jungle. I think that when their team can rally around their top in jungles, when they're strongest as a team, so trying to avoid giving them power picks like you
I want to see Fnatic win, but I also want to watch the world burn.
We did.
Shut up.
Good way to start. And in general, it seems like once they fall behind, they struggle to find ways back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, even just domestically, right, GAM was a team that pretty much always fell behind. Their way of coming back was through team fighting, but I think once you level up a play, you can only allow yourself to fall behind at a certain amount before it becomes impossible to team fight your way back. And I think if you don't have these tools as you take away, it becomes really difficult. I think their mid laner and bot lane is very much match players. They
Chat,
won't get
the
early,
draw.
Wait,
if Fnatic Mad win, what's the draw? Wait, it's Fnatic
to win the game.
We have players getting onto the stage
G2,
now, of course, but I have to ask, Fnatic first game at Worlds, debut against D plus Kia yesterday. We saw a glimpse of hope, kind of similar game
and who am I missing?
Played actually, but yeah, it was not enough.
They were put in a really good position off of a fight, and I think there were 2 fights in a row where Humanoid did make mistakes. The first one was definitely around the Baron, and they'll be kicking themselves off that because they really did have an opportunity to be able to take the win versus D plus Kia. So
to draw,
course, they would have reviewed this one. They would have come back in this one. Actually, did you end up watching that game just to be able to see it?
Yeah, I did watch the game, and yeah, I'm a bit of a Humanoid hater, so I'll just go ahead and throw my bias out there. Like, he made a statement twice in a row there.
All right.
Yeah.
First one on the Baron, second one on side lane.
Yep.
Complete statement on my end. But then again, I made some statements in my game, so I get it.
It's fine. Win some, lose some.
You flame Humanoid or praise him now?
We're all making statements.
Fair square.
I have no shame in admitting I didn't play my best game, but you know, the only thing I care about is that other pros also step up and admit it when they don't have their best game.
True.
What is the expectation here
Why is he a Humanoid hater?
Some champions that we want to see.
Why does he hate him so much?
We want to cut off the board here too.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think you just take away the hyper carries for Levi. Like, I really agree with FlyQuest's approach yesterday of just removing Levi for that Shyvana. There's not a lot of junglers where I would say it's worth removing Shyvana, but Levi is definitely one of them where it's just like, it's such a comfort, and he's been able to pilot it so efficiently that just get it out of the way. There's no way you don't have to. But outside of drafting perspective, I'd just like to see Fnatic
Shyvana ban, nice,
and be able to close out a game.
That's
because
Shyvana.
I think just based on GAM's playstyle, they will have an early gold lead. Question is, can they retain that gold lead?
Yeah, just don't get drawn into a random fight, which I know based off the playoffs, you guys have seen it. That happens quite a few times for Fnatic, but we'll have to see. The Ivern, they may have been a little bit traumatized out of yesterday's game, so I'm interested to see what the first pick is going to be from Fnatic side.
Or do they want Vi? I like Vi.
Is such a good player, so I do want to see what he is willing to go for here. Okay, Yone is just...
Same old, same old.
Yeah, I've said Yone and Vi Yone, so it's better probably.
It's a pretty strong champion,
yeah, we had a conversation earlier in today.
No way that they just B1 Smolder. Oof, can we just play like Vi Syndra into that?
Aurora has this like... She always has this really powerful teamfight ultimate, and she can always turn a game around.
Put the Yone top.
When flashes are down, something crazy can happen. Yone's very similar with his ultimate, but the way he enters a team fight is much more telegraphed. You know, Aurora jumps out of stealth, suddenly there's a big circle. Yone has to push out the side lane, and whenever he gets a deep push on side lane, that's when you're going to expect him to flank, or in general, see him coming. So I think he's a little bit more telegraphed, and also his laning phase is considered to be a little bit weaker, so you do have some more control.
Why Jarvan if Vi's open into Smolder? Why?
Push in that mid wave.
Is it better into Zyra?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, thank you. To take it back into the draft, I already liked the first 2 picks from Gam here just because I didn't like Levi on a champion like Vi. I wanted him to be on
Ziggs, I like the Ziggs. But I would prefer Vi.
And having a Smolder now just gives you that late game avenue instead. Rastok on a Jarvan is an old treat. I can't remember if we've seen it on him just yet, but it used to be a crazy good champion for him as well.
It's okay, not in the world.
On a 6 here, so
it's good into Zyra.
A bit more room for playing around the top side instead here if they want to.
2 champions that were expected to be really, really strong coming into Worlds 2024. Ziggs that we haven't seen yet, one of the perma bans that we haven't.
Smolder lost yet?
Underestimated.
Chat, I don't think so, right?
It's been played a lot during Champions.
I think Smolder's won every game so far.
A lot of strong Jarvan play, and it works well with the combo. Because my ultimate question is going to be, if the Yone is flexible, for me, I would they
probably ban Poppy, right?
To go towards humanoid rather than Oscar. And I think you need some level of AP in your composition, and I think it works really well. I think you already have like a pretty clear teamfight combo, and my fear is going to be how Zyra's going to play around that. Obviously, it's going to be a good disengage that she's going to have there, but
they could play Gragas top.
I'm kind of feeling a little bit frightened for her and Smolder.
I have to agree with you.
I like Gragas top.
The biggest
Jarvan for death pick'ems.
Is knowing when to go
Bro,
in, knowing when
it doesn't matter.
Yeah. With patience.
It doesn't matter. Jarvan deaths. Rel's already won.
A combination like Ziggs Jarvan, like if you Jarvan ult too early, they flash the Ziggs ult, a lot of your burst damage is gone.
Yeah.
I wanted to highlight actually, I do think this might be a Smolder bot lane into Ziggs, and I think Gam's going to be really happy with that because, like you mentioned, the top side really likes to take lead of the game, and getting the comfort.
I think they'll put Smolder into Yone.
Means that,
I think what they should do is pick Asher Jhin here. They're both perfect this comp.
Additionally, Smolder AD carry.
But the problem is they have Jarvan.
Oh, sorry, best scaling AD carries in the game.
So maybe Kai'Sa?
If you want to be a passenger,
Kai'Sa is a great pick here.
Great pick for you because you're always going to be dealing damage.
Kai'Sa is a really good pick here.
Well, on the Fnatic side, it doesn't look like they think this Smolder is going bot lane for now. At least there's Ezreal ban, Jhin ban as well. Ashe can be a fine, but it's not one of those that you like picking into 6 just because you get outranged by his bombs as well.
Rel is okay.
Keep the flex alive, and it's going to be Rel who's also been a power pick for now coming through.
We go Ziggs Leona, I like it.
I didn't expect so much Smolder to be a priority.
Yone goes mid and blind top. Oh well, count top into Jax.
For sure.
What is he playing to Jax?
Towards the sustain,
Renekton.
Some of the AD mids and all that would actually kind of. And
maybe Gragas top is better. I don't know if Gragas top is good right now though.
Suppress it a bit, but it's been a really big topic, especially from
or maybe
the great
Ornn.
teams, especially like
what about Ornn into Zyra
and all these guys that have been really abusing it. What's your take on Smolder just coming into the meta for Worlds?
I think he specifically gets picked when Yone gets first picked.
Yeah.
And you just shake hands as like, well, I'm gonna win the first round, maybe second round. I'll survive after that. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'll have the scaling. You'll have the side lane pressure.
I'm guessing that enemy team is gonna play Kai'Sa. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense, right? It's the best pick. Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you wanna buy ads, you can use the tier 1 on Twitch Prime to sub to the channel. If you subscribe with Prime or to tier 1, you get no ads for the rest of the world. You don't have stuff if you want to. You back for the game starts with the kiss.
G2. Yeah. It was like a
is that Whippo? Yeah, it is.
Like Yone trying to split push.
Yeah, I mean the Jarvan pick. I wonder if Jarvan is the counter to Zyra. Jarvan Ziggs into Zyra with no flash, he's dead. But Yone into Smolder lane phase is a bit rough sometimes. Top matchup. Is Fnatic swapping?
Honestly, I'll be honest with you without revealing too much, because you know, I need to be mindful of what I want to say, but I think that the Nara into Jax is definitely going to be a nice matchup for the Zyra to come in and help. She's one of the fastest clearing junglers, which means her ganks aren't that powerful, but she's really good.
I do think a swap is not bad for Fnatic.
Just like annoying them, like you throw 2 plants at them, maybe you hit a you shouldn't hit a root. I mean, if you hit a root, then there's a problem on the other side. But just harassing them out of lane, kind of ruining their lane condition, really helps for a champion like Jax. That's all about lane tempo. He needs to be able to crash waves, recall, buy components, and then keep pressuring, which is exactly what Gam wants to do.
All right, well, let's see how it happens in the Fnatic versus
Doesn't Gam have 3 pushing lanes and a faster clearing
jungler? Over to you.
Yeah, so what?
Thank you very much, Law. It's going to be a...
That's why they should lane swap.
I can sense it, Fatty. I'm ready for another good game after the banger that was D plus Kia versus FlyQuest. Here we have a matchup that goes back in the annals of history, and as European casters, we would be remiss to not remember the good old days of 2017.
The good old days. Yes.
Okay, Fnatic, lock the fuck in.
That World Championship.
They have Smolder Kai'Sa. Don't let this go late.
With their upset victory over Fnatic. Dylan Falco mentioned it yesterday on PGL. He was there.
Yo, Matty Wheels, thank you for the tier 2. You're crazy.
And it was the Levi Nocturne. I'm sure for those long-time world viewers, you've heard that narrative many, many a time. But for new-time viewers, if you aren't familiar with the history, yeah, Gam took a very surprising upset win against Fnatic at that World Championship, and it put Fnatic in a very precarious position. It was definitely an interesting story that year for Europe.
I mean, it was a level 6 Nocturne at 5 minutes into the game. He was funneled CS from lanes, and I remember watching someone on Karma get absolutely bodied in that bot lane at level 3. Levi, obviously a very storied player here on GAM in his 8th international appearance. He's been to Worlds many times over the years.
Jax fish at 10 gold?
And
Yo, man,
now
thanks for
on
the
Zyra, we'll see how much impact he can have, because we are seeing Razork on this Jarvan, something that has been bandied
Oh my
around
god, he
by
did fish at 10
analysts,
gold. What the fuck?
across the world, saying, hey, we actually think this Jarvan could be really good going into Worlds. We haven't seen too much of it yet.
We'll say the lockdown he has versus these carries probably not going to be the easiest, given the mobility available to them. But it looks like the GAM are the ones to initiate the lane swap, avoiding the 2
GAM are the ones who swap. I wonder if they swapped thinking Fnatic would swap.
This is somewhat uncharacteristic. Typically what we will see is the top laner shadowing with the AD carry to get that level 2 and then TP bot and do the sequence that we so often see, while the supports hover around mids to also get that experience.
Is Yone 100% pick rate today?
It's just a full-on swap. So you'll see Kiayat does have
He wants
the
that
E
XP.
to mitigate the stun coming through from Jurgen.
He didn't get the XP.
He's going to get bullied away.
He's going to get it, maybe?
Be able to get some experience, though. I guess he's saying in this
Oof,
2
that's
versus
unlucky.
1, they can't really kill me.
Oh yeah, get him, Oscar.
He's going to be harassed down by Oscar. Humanoid already took a chunk out of him. Oscar
Good job, Oscar.
realizing, well, I can't really do much.
Your job here is done.
Now, although the wave has already crashed into his turret, so it would have been precariously getting XP and gold if he did stay around there. In fact, he's just going to run all the way down to
Can
the
Fnatic
bottom
dive
side,
Jax?
it seems. Maybe try and harass Levi in the jungle.
The thing is, Razork is... He started on the
Can
top
we dive
side.
Jax?
Yeah, I think it's smart. He's making a beeline towards bot. They need
I don't
to
think we
dive
can. I think he
Kiaya
just has to
before
TP
the
top
wave
soon,
hits.
Oscar.
You can see they're doing their best to wait for his arrival.
I'd actually like Oscar to build up some rage bar on that Gromp. He's going to come in with no rage at all. Levi is here. No one tanking the tower as of yet.
Oscar?
No one takes it, but Oscar just caught underneath. He flashes. The plant finds him. And that's disastrous for Fnatic, but great for GAM.
I mean, GAM just call the fact that, hey, your Ziggs can't do much to us early. You don't have the damage to set up an effective dive.
Guys.
Razork, because he started on the top side of the map, took much longer to be ready for the play. And Levi was able to clear out so many of his camps and be in a position to counter gang.
How
So GAM
could
start
this...
the game
Bro,
off with
how could
first
this happen?
blood. Oscarinen is now in a terrible position.
He's 2
He is
levels
a
down,
full
Oscar.
2 levels behind his top lane counterpart, has had access to no farm, no experience, and on top of that, Levi secures first blood.
Kiaya already level 3 here, has that counter-strike. Obviously doesn't do too much against Ziggs apart from against that short
they can't
fuse.
do
But it
anything
does
for Jax.
a lot against the Shield of Daybreak because that is an auto-attack modifier. The Leona stun, that Q, is blocked by the counter-strike. Humanoid still trading with Emo in the mid lane, but GAM out
The
to
trades look good.
very strong.
Zeka caps when they played this matchup earlier looked a bit more rough, but I think the Nard did some damage to Smolder.
Easy Love also sitting very comfortably in this top lane, has the wave in a very nice spot. Support. Elio has moved down to assist Kiaya in the
Elio
2
can die
versus
quite
2.
easy. They have Ignite as well.
They're
I
getting
think
some
Noah and
decent
Jun can
damage
cook
down
here a
to
bit.
Kiaya, but
When
again,
level 4
Jarvan
Ziggs, they
now
can kill maybe.
moving back towards
Never
the top
mind.
side of the map. And look at this Zyra. Levi
Missed the cannon.
setting his sights on the top lane, clearing out some vision. And just
Top wave is
making it really
frozen.
difficult.
Oscar can't
is being
lane.
shut out of this game.
I love it so much from Levi because what happened was Easy Love was able to freeze the wave around here and Oscar was fervently pinging like, hey guys, I need vision in Tribush, I need vision around here because the Zyra can come across. He goes, he places a ward. What's Levi's first call to action? All he does, he runs up to the top lane and says, I'm just going to sweep this. And now you don't know if I'm here. Easy Love can hold the freeze.
Jax
Oscar
can catch all of this for
still only
free.
level 3. Has
No
7
fucks
CS
given.
less than Kiaya, who's soaking up all of this experience as well, and is about 370 gold ahead right now. GAM have played
Zyra
the
600
30
gold up on Jarvan.
really effectively.
Kiaya continues to get... Oh, he's taking a lot
And
of
the worst
damage
case, Jax
now,
can space
though.
TP.
Doing what he
Can they
to
kill
farm.
Jax actually? He's dead, no?
Back,
okay.
Ignite.
Less effectively now if Kiaya dies. He jumps away with the lead strike. Jun has to flash away as well. That Ignite
I thought
is
for
ticking,
sure
but won't
Jax
take
was
him
dead there.
down. GAM able to survive it. Didn't even burn Kiaya's flash.
Did Leona not have
Could
E?
have been a massive opportunity for Fnatic in the bot lane had they been able to find that kill into Kiaya, but the counter-strike once again
Bro,
doing
spot the
wonders,
NA fan in
getting
chat.
that last auto attack and keeping him alive.
It's 5 minutes
Oscar
in.
finally
You're
has
just mad
access to
because
a
both
wave,
your
which will be
teams lost and you only have 2
uncontested,
because your
as Easy
third
Love
got cleared
sitting
in
comfortably
planes,
level
idiot!
5, been given so much free farm. And Levi continues to farm his way through the jungle. Dragon going to be started off by Razork, something you don't typically see in a situation like this when there is no pressure on the map really for him to go for that play. But you know what? He's doing it sneakily. He's come over the wall. And Levi, he's been spotted on the mid lane as well.
Now shut up.
Nemo trying to get this wave shoved out. Jun here to try and push it back in favor of Humanoid, who's already burnt his TP. Both the mid laners have. Humanoid caught there with the Tangle Barbs. But, we'll be able to back
have Vamp Sept Rider.
Got
Drake.
Didn't do grubs yet. First Drake off the board. A couple of pings coming down towards Easy Love in that bot lane. Possibility of a gank, but likely he'll step
First
back
time
when
XCD
he
here.
knows that Jarvan has just taken the Drake. Instead, looks like Razork is just going to go across to his Razor Beaks.
Hoping that we'll see Razork start to impact the map a little bit more. One of the things that I think is just so important on Jarvan is that you are making your presence felt. He's such an effective ganking jungler, especially once he gets level 6, because it's so easy to just force flashes out from people, right? Or if they flash early, you can then lock them down with the follow-up of the ultimate. And as the level 6s come through, especially from champions like Yone and Ziggs, your setup becomes that much easier. The follow-up, and as I say that, there are the
Oscar is
takeovers
useless
to
this
those
game.
level 6s.
For the next 20 minutes, this Gnar is useless.
Kiaya pressures his advantage in the top side of the map. Sheen to Ruby Crystal. Quite the advantage indeed.
Oscar's so screwed,
oh, he's
right?
dead.
The lane swap is really
Oscar's actually dead.
And Gamma playing incredibly
Maybe he can
well
run away.
around one of their strongest members. Kiaya,
I don't think he can run away.
Here as well. Lock up Oscar in, and where you gonna go, little nut? The answer's back to the fountain. Gam collapse on Oscar. They've identified the point of weakness and they are punching it down.
And this is devastating
the
for
Jax
Oscar
is so strong
because
as well
he's lost
now.
that whole wave. He is now down nearly 30 CS. As Humanoid now the one in danger.
He's dead, maybe. Kaisa can WR.
Get away. Easy Love going in with the killing instinct. Humanoid flashes. Easy Love does the same. He'll tank 3 tower shots and fall for getting the kill. The turret falls as well. Noah able to take that in the bot lane.
I mean, it's a weird situation because
hey, we got first blood tower
commit
bots.
a flash, it's easy
And
love, but the crucial
mid.
thing is that you just deny that whole wave from Humanoid as well. So similar to Oscar, just being denied that farm, denied that XP. The good news for Fnatic is they secure first tower on the bot side of the map. Noah then TP's top to catch that wave. So
Noah's going to carry this one.
In a great position.
Noah's going to have to carry this one.
But it does feel like that the rest of the map is just being run by Gam, and as Buppo said, they love to play through their top side of the map, and that's where all the advantages are sitting right now.
Razork really hasn't had as much impact as he'd like. You can see Levi about 24 CS up.
Which means NA and EU are sharing an Uber to the airport.
So
Motherfucker.
For the Zyra.
It's in your name. We ain't paying.
Razork going in, doesn't land onto Levi. There's the Mega
We're not getting in your Uber to the airport, bro. We're fine.
Levi and Easy Love forced out towards the top side.
There's a lot of members committed onto the top side of the map. Kiaya is going to have his way with the bot wave. Mid lane going to be answered by Humanoid once more as the red buff now being contested, but Levi and Easy Love is in a position. Easy Love is now losing out on a lot of farm.
It's true.
Earlier he was very comfortable in that top lane matchup, but ever since they kind
getting
of
so many
reverted
plates.
back to standard lanes,
The Ziggs is also pretty good against our champs. Good
from
poke.
playing out in the 1v1 matchup, but as Elio has kind of been roaming around the map, Easy Love has been forced to sacrifice a lot of experience, so he now finds himself 1.4k gold down. But it's a similar situation for Oscar, who's almost going to get solo killed.
Yeah, he is going to get solo killed.
He's going to get solo killed. Kiaya dominating on the Jax. Trinity Force going to be completed soon. Humanoid now looking to at the very least get something back.
Kiaya's being collapsed on here by Razork and Humanoid. Jumps across with the leave strike. Humanoid going with the Mortar of Steel, but can't find him.
Away to safety.
Kiaya blast cones away, as you say. And I will say, like, Fnatic have done an okay job of funneling gold onto Noah. While
This Gnar is level 6. He's the same level as my support, basically.
Ahead, but if I were to look at any Ziggs and say, do I trust
a third of a level above my Leona.
Close out the game from here?
Jax is level 9.
The first name to spring to
on
mind.
the next wave.
I mean, to his credit, he did have a great game yesterday.
He did, and he's been playing well at this Worlds. It's just I don't associate him with Ziggs. He played it once in the LEC. He's played it twice throughout his entire career. Once back in 2021.
No, Ziggs cooks. Don't worry about it, Medic. Trust me.
Games, and as
no,
well
Ziggs
as that,
cooks.
like Fnatic, they don't feel like a Ziggsy team to me. Like
there's a lot of pessimism, which I understand, especially given the position that Kiaya is in. But I find that one of Fnatic's biggest strengths is their ability to find good fights.
True.
And I mean, especially yesterday against D plus Kia, that was how they got back into the game.
Yeah.
Now, their setup around neutral objectives, we'll just put that to the side for now. But fighting is something that Fnatic have typically found success with.
They do it really well. And all I'm saying is I don't associate Noah with
second
Ziggs.
grub
He only
set.
played it once, it was in the finals.
Fnatic
He did
need
go
these
3-1
grubs with
on it,
Ziggs.
but one of his
Need them.
problems was setting up around objectives, as you say. Like often he would be
The good news
while the
is
rest of the team
Noah
was
is playing
stepping in.
Ziggs, so they have a lot of wave clear. The bad news is Noah's playing Ziggs, so it's kind of hard to 1v9. He just needs to be protected a lot by his team, especially if Jax is going on the top lane.
On the top side of the map right now.
Wait, he fucked up his W there. Oh my god.
Instead, the satchel not too well placed. Oscar's already down. Stranglethorn's coming out as well, and Jun is left alone underneath this tower.
Bomba.
Mega Inferno Bomb will hit 5.
Damage
It
delta.
doesn't do too much. Gam find another. They lose 2 grubs for it.
Please don't lose the Gam, man. Please.
I mean, nice collapse coming out from Gam. They're really trying to leverage the strength of this
This Jax is a
here in the
problem
early
because
game.
Yone
And
can't
why
deal
wouldn't
with
you?
Jax on side. This mother sucker has a Triforce in 11 minutes.
CS up on Oscarinen. He has been completely shut out of this game. He is 3 levels down, Medic. He has been starved of so much farm.
Why saying I signed Caedrel, can't despair.
Emo still has flash here.
Elmo!
It's good harass from Humanoid, but Emo, he had flash the entire time. You can see Levi coming across as well to make sure that Emo is safe.
Wait.
Up on that Smolder.
It's a good thing if Fnatic lose this game. Hear me out.
Humanoid's just going to be forced out here by Levi.
Then they get drawn against Team Liquid on the 0-2 and we can knock NA out early.
Humanoid dashes away, but still gets caught.
Fuck him up!
The Tangle Barbs. Razor's going to get the second Drake of the game here for Fnatic. Still 1,000 gold lead for Gam. And
I mean, what would you rather have? Would you rather win this game, go 1-1, draw BLG and lose and go 1-2? Or would you rather lose this game, go 0-2, draw TL, knock them out and go 1-2 anyway?
As the Dragon falls, it's an easy cross map.
Think about it!
Okay. For a second,
Ooh,
I thought
yoinkies.
Kiai was just going to empower W that and just like slap it, take it somehow under Razzle.
He doesn't quite have that much damage.
Like there's this plot armor around Gam when they play up against Fnatic, man. Like,
I mean, I will say the all-time world
We'll
record
ignore the fact
is 3-1 in favor of Fnatic.
The FlyQuest murdered Gam yesterday.
Record is 7-1
That didn't happen.
in favor of Fnatic. So aside from that 2017 matchup, Fnatic typically get the better of Gam.
yeah, but the thing is, you remember.
You're right,
like,
chat. It's better to go 1-2 and then draw Team Liquid and knock them out.
Most of the time,
You're right, because then we get 2-2.
LEC beats VCS. That's kind of what usually happens. However,
Jun, you good, Ka?
when I see Kiaio at 3-0 and I see Jun getting caught out,
You
and
fucking dead.
Tangle Barbs coming down and the Stranglethorns
You're not
there
dead.
to follow up, and I see Easy Love flashing forward, and I see Jun almost falling
You
and
fucking
not coming
dead.
in and getting the kill. I can't help but doubt it a little bit.
My Gnar
I understand
is 3
where the
levels down
pessimism comes from
in
as Gam extends
13
their kill
minutes.
lead to 6 against 2. It's 2.5k, the gold lead as well. A lot of that sitting in the pockets of Kiai as he gets himself another plate. 3 levels down is such a catastrophic deficit for Oscar to find himself in. And in his face, Kiai is just going to take the tower. Razork has to be here to cover.
It's been exemplary from Gam as well. Oscarinen going in, the TP behind as well.
Nice,
Fnatic want
TP
this fight.
behind.
Razork coming in, has the Cataclysm, goes to Kiai, jumps onto the backline away, as well as immediately
Big
flashes
bomba.
away.
Oh yeah, no, I cook him! Shut down! Oh, they're cooked, there it is. Thanks back. NA fan, shut the fuck up.
Elio falls. Easy Love trying to get away, should be able to escape, but 3 quick kills over
Suck
to
it.
Fnatic.
Now the
Suck
Fnatic
it.
faithful are elated after finding themselves 3 quick kills.
That's a big kill for a
nice
Razork.
punish onto the aggression from
Yeah,
Gam.
Zyra no flash versus
With
Jarvan, you can see it.
confidence,
EQ in,
Kiai took
ult.
that tower in the
The
face of
Zyra
Oscar.
flash away.
But you have to respect that Fnatic's willingness to fight was there.
Yep.
They find a really nice TP and they're able to
This is
collapse
Razork's
Oscar.
job in teamfights.
3
Watch this, ready?
levels down,
La
says, you know
la
what?
la.
I
La
may as
la
well just
la
go
la
in,
la.
set up the play for
La
my team,
la
and
la
they're
la
giving it full. Nice
la.
ulti from Razork, immediate flash out to set up for a 3-man ulti from Noah. He then splits the fight up. And as
That's
3
Jarvan's
members
job in
find a kill
teamfights with
on the
Ziggs
left,
when
2
Zyra
kills
has no
for
flash.
on the right. Oscar gets a crucial kill onto Levi, giving him some much needed gold to help him get back into the game.
Credit to Fnatic as
This
well
guy
for
in chat
using
says,
the
why
lead
does
that
NA
Noah
catch
has with his
strays?
companion complete on
Ask
him.
your
Has that
NA
extra
friends who are
coordinator as
yapping
well.
in the
The
chat.
Mega Inferno Bomb doing a lot of work in that fight across 3 members. You can see the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, a huge advantage for Kiai. In case
You started
haven't
it?
been
No, I
listening for the
didn't.
last 14 minutes,
I
where we
would
mentioned
never
it
start a war.
basically every minute or so. Noah, though,
Me?
answering that lead with one of his own in the bot lane. Still 1,200 gold, the advantage for Gam. And Kiai is still very much in control of the side lane against Oscarinen.
Gam showcasing once again that they are a team that you cannot afford to underestimate. strength they have in top lane, but
yo, NA fans.
perhaps Elio has overstayed his welcome here.
I'll give you another kiss when Fnatic beat Gam. Deal?
Ambitious.
Yeah, it was. He landed it though. So
now, fortunately, there's no real objective to play for in the near future.
No deal?
It's
What
just
the
about
fuck?
catching these waves. Levi.
Now I want to see Humanoid on mid waves after pushing outside to get this Zyra flash when it comes up.
In the side lane. Oscar patiently
Harold
waits
is up.
for the wave to be
2
pushed
Drakes for
in top so he
Fnatic.
can catch that,
Bro,
but now
where is
Kiaya
Cloud
is
Soul
out
today,
on
by the
the
way?
map, and this is where
It's
Fnatic
absolutely bugged.
have to play defensively.
yeah, just stands in their face, jumps back to the control ward. And no one knows if he is ever caught out by Kiaya without a flash, and even with one. It will very quickly spell his end. I wonder if Oscar's freezing that side lane or if he's just going to push it out. He's kind of holding those minions a little bit further forward, but looks like he is just shoving the wave out. Kiaya starting up the Rift Herald here. Fnatic beginning to collapse. Humanoid has a TP. There's a couple of wards behind Gam. If they do step a little bit too far, there we go. Once again, the flanking TP.
Look, the Zyra
has the flash. He's locked up though.
Where's the Leon ult? Oh yeah, Marek pressed her.
Levi already. We see Razor falling, but Humanoid's got one.
Cook him.
Easy Love dashing away with a killer instinct as well. Oscar going back in with the Gnar. No
Level
trying to put
9
the damage down
Gnar.
across the wall. But here comes Kiaya, and he's hungry for blood. There's 2 immediately, and Noah and Oscar in walk away with their tails between their legs. Easy Love dodges away with the supercharger from the Mega Inferno bomb.
A very forced fight from the side of Fnatic that Gam are able to turn in their favor.
I can't count 2-1 that fight.
Was largely untouched in the fight, and because Kiaya wasn't there, he's able to join later on and clean up the fight in Gam's favor. This why.
What's a bigger number, chat? 2 or 3?
Of how powerful the Jax is, but Fnatic see
That team fight doesn't scare me because I can't read.
Noah's advantage fight. They commit. Target slightly split in terms of focus.
What happened to the Yone ult? Why didn't they? Oh, it was on cooldown?
Throwing absolutely everything
Jarvan got one banged.
over the wall, tries to lock down Easy Love. You'll notice that Humanoid misses 2 crucial Qs. The first one is the knock up in there, right next to Easy Love. Would have been able to secure the kill with that. But ultimately now,
look at the static shift proc chat here, look.
Flashes over the wall.
Static shift.
Nice counter strike.
Kai'Sa gets the kill.
Enables them to secure the
Riot.
kill. Easy Love also picking a kill up, and then the ultimate coming in late from Humanoid. Noah, rather, not being able to secure anything. Now the Dragon is alive.
Zyra still has flash.
Ultimates have come off cooldown.
Razork has his. Noah's just coming back off cooldown as well. Levi's still about 5 seconds.
Wait, are we getting soul point for free?
Actually just going to give up
what?
The ghost on
They're
this
giving
rank.
it.
Will be soul point for Fnatic.
Kai'Sa no flash yet.
Positioning there not ideal for Gam. They did have a nice push through bot, so maybe they could have gained access that way, but
okay. Deal. Free Mountain Drake for Herald. Deal.
Fnatic.
Deal.
While they find themselves at a 1.5k gold deficit, again, a lot of that is sitting on Kiaya.
No Herald as well?
Been able to
Okay,
close
double
the
deal.
experience gap somewhat. At the very least, Trinity Force completed for him. As Noah continues to get strong with the Horizon focus, putting him in a prime position to be the carry. 1-0-4 is the scoreline.
Yeah, it's the only gold lead for Fnatic as well. About 2,000 ahead. Humanoid, 300 behind. We've seen very little of Emo. He's often just been in a side lane farming up at 166 stacks
Those are
right
good
now.
stacks for 18 minutes.
Yeah. Especially since there hasn't been a lot of fighting around him. Usually you get a lot of stacks if you're, into a melee and you can just constantly stack
Nah,
up
Jax
your
won't carry, don't worry.
opponent,
Wait,
but
we get
Emo is
Herald as well in the deal? What?
Just
This
getting
Gam
as much
just,
CS,
they
much
just want to
gold
wait for
under his
Rage
belt as
Blade and Flash on
possible.
Kai'Sa,
Second
no
item
fighting?
for Easy Love as well as that Ginsu's Rage Blade hits his inventory. Rift Herald secured for Fnatic. They've done a good job of getting most of the neutral objectives. As Levi's jumped on here, he has the Seekers though. Mega Inferno bomb goes down. Levi able to negate it.
Haha, no flash.
From that bouncing bomb.
No flash and no stopwatch now.
That combo is lethal.
Wait, that's actually pretty big.
The arm guard, I should say. Crucial there to
Don't
help
herald
keep
it.
Levi alive as he's forced to flash away.
Don't herald it, don't do it. Don't press Herald, Razor. Don't press that button.
Fnatic forcing him back, gives them a window where they can start pressuring the top sides. Humanoid going to go and catch bot, knowing that he's probably the only member on the map that can go toe-to-toe
Oscar's
with
only
Kiaya.
1 level down now after this wave.
Fnatic don't want to overstay their welcome.
It makes sense.
He's kind of recovering.
They've managed to slow down the game a little bit, which allows Oscar to get back into it a tad as well. And obviously, when you have a Ziggs in the mid lane, you kind of slow the game
Spear
down
of
as much
Shojin
as you
second
want.
on
You just put down
Jarvan.
that explosive minefield. It's like, cool, wave's gone.
Holy.
Excellent. We'll see you in 30 seconds when the next wave gets here. They can just play for a 4th Drake, or even if Gam over-invest in that 4th Drake, they can look towards something like the Baron, which is about to spawn as we crest over the 20-minute mark. The win probability powered by AWS slightly in Fnatic's favor, even though they are at a 1k gold deficit. Those dragons helping them out a tad.
It's one of the things where I feel like it should actually be a little higher.
What is Jun typing? I see him typing on cam.
Yeah,
he's probably timing summoner spells.
The next dragon. Yeah. And so far, GAM haven't really been able to find good setup around that objective. Razork's always been first to it. And with the Mountain Soul, it really does shift the dynamic. We already talk about how Soul just offers so much in terms of raw stats, but the shield really going to offer
Herald
a lot
mid,
of values in these upcoming team fights.
No flash Zyra. No Zhonya's Zyra. Thoughts and feelings?
Still have enough to siege this, but of course, 6W.
Yep. Charge it in. 15% HP, I think, is what you need on the turret for that satchel to work.
I think it did throw it out, but then it didn't quite have...
Well, not quite enough damage, it seems. Kiaya jumping in here, looking for that
Jax wins on side. Even 2 levels up, does Yone lose that?
And Humanoid's had enough of that fight.
Crazy, no?
Kiaya still chasing forward, though. Humanoid healing up a little bit. Razork flashing in. Kiaya sidestepping the TP's coming in from GAM as well as they want this party. They want this battle. Another counter-strike onto Razork. Mom comes down. Razork dives in with a cataclysm. Kiaya ticking to the ignite. Might fall on the backline. Razork's already dead. Kiaya survives. Jun being chased out by
okay, that guy, that horse just did a fucking gallop.
Noah and Jun have to flash the wall. They'll escape.
Oh my god, we just lost 3 flashes for 2.
The fight, but GAM who put him in his place.
Yeah, I mean, that is a strong
and Razork died.
Ooh,
top tower.
As well. Humanoid took a trade that he just
all that matters is this soul.
Razork,
your smite button. Smite.exe, open the app now.
Razork a lot. No flash now available for him. The Dragon spawning in about 1 minute and 16. These ultimates will likely be available for them around that objective, but we turn our attention back to Humanoid, gets completely outplayed in the fight. Bear in mind, Humanoid is 2 levels up.
Why is he flashy queuing?
It just goes to show the strength of Jax.
This Jax has flash.
He tries to disengage. Razork
not even
comes
in range.
Doesn't connect the knockup. And the idea here is that with the Ziggs bomb coming through, you can throw the ultimate out, the Wombo combo will connect, but they just don't quite have enough.
Zyra has no flash for the straight fight, and they have Ziggs Jarvan. Please. Please, you can do it.
Really nice ulti.
Guys.
And the follow-up from Easy Love means that Fnatic have to disengage. Frustration.
Nightshare is fucking pissed.
But that's a lot of flashes burnt.
30 seconds, no flash Zyra.
His TP as well.
Come on, this is an easy fight. This is an easy soul, easy win.
His flash summoner spell. Oscar in here to
they have no rel flash. Razork, just find Zyra. Start the objective, find Zyra, and ults on Zyra. Smolder's not on his breakpoint yet either. This is the perfect time for Fnatic to win the game. Smolder's on 213. Good poke onto Zyra. This is fucking free.
On either side. I think Easy Love's Killer Instinct 9 seconds away from coming up. Jun caught out. Solar Flare misses. Counter-strike going out. They dive
Insta-dead.
in and immediately
And Smolder as well. Great ult. Great ult. Get Zyra. GG. They win. They in Mountain Soul now. You can't lose with Mountain Soul. It's too OP.
The team fighting
big fight. Their champs are so good. Their champs are so good. They're so good.
Able to find a nice fight and
yo, any offense? Shut the fuck up. Okay, where were we? Mountain Soul. That's what I like to see.
Nicely. I was worried because
holy fuck,
Fnatic invested a lot onto Elio, and I mean, I was like, you're investing a lot.
How many wins does NA have at the Worlds?
1.
How many wins does EU have at the Worlds?
So look,
2. Okay, that's a bigger number.
That they turned their attention onto. Great target selection then from Fnatic as they shut down the Smolder right from the start. Kiaya gets very low, and you'll see here the Cataclysm goes down just as Oscar tries to make a mega play. Still though, it works out.
We are double your wins. We are doubling your wins.
Committing with a really nice ultimate, but there's no more follow-up.
The important thing is Kiaya's low at that point, right? Because if he can follow up with a counter-strike in the middle of
and I did you a favor by not including planes.
To clean up the fight, but Fnatic were able to chunk him out.
Okay, go Baron. Now.
Tides now turning very much in Fnatic's favor. They have been for the last few minutes, but with a soul and a gold lead in their pockets,
saying NRG.
They are in prime position.
It's not a good argument.
Start to close this one out.
And what I will say is you are skeptical of Noah's Ziggs.
What am I going to say? CLG EU, take that.
His ultimates have been quick to follow up, and the engages coming through from Fnatic.
Lil bro, NRG G2 was 16 years ago that game.
World Championship confidence was a really big thing for Noah. We've talked so many times domestically about him stepping away from social media so that he can focus on his mental health and make sure that he can play with no fear and with the full potential of what he's capable of. And I think so far from this World Championship we've been seeing.
So what's the plan? We have Mountain Soul. Mountain Soul. Can't lose.
Obviously Fnatic didn't end up winning that game, but it is a side of Noah that we haven't seen in a while.
No TP on Humanoid.
On the LEC stage.
I swear, by the looks of Fnatic's movement, they're going to play mid to top here. But Humanoid has no TP. They could get engaged on if they don't check that pink Jax TP.
GAM out of the game. Emo is at 225 stacks, just crested that mark though. The Smolder can always be a terror as the game goes on. It's a 1-3-1-ish split.
Aren't the majority of your viewers American? Yep.
0-4 in the jungle, 0-1 in the jungle.
My highest audience is NA.
Noah and Jun teaming up in the mid lane. Humanoid getting the push
I'm
in
such
the
a
bot lane.
degenerate.
That's going to have to be answered by Kiaya. Oscar's going back up towards the top side. It's still 2,000 gold in the hole, but has slowly got himself back into this game, and his Nars and his team fighting has been in a good enough spot that Fnatic have been able to battle back into the matchup. Gam, on the other hand, struggling really to find purchase.
Take a recall, take it slow.
Smolder, 2 on Easy Love as well. Kiaya with the Sundered Sky and the Triforce is in a very strong
Wait for
spot.
BT.
They just haven't quite been able to really enact what this
Now the NA fans are either hate watchers. The NA fans have to be hate watchers when Yu's playing.
One of the problems I have is that
I'm sure of it.
Easy Love on the Kai'Sa kind of wants to go in, and then when you kind of follow that up with the Jack, sure that makes sense, but Zyra and Smolder do not. Right? These are two champions that kind of want you to engage into them. They then use their disengage tools.
Nah,
you've got a short
they're just rats at heart.
like Kai'Sa, who if the Gnar is going on to you, you kind of want to leverage your ultimate to then sidestep him and maybe go for a duel onto the backline. If the Rel connects an ultimate onto say Noah or to Humanoid, then you can follow that up. So it feels like that the fight is trying to be fought on 2 different fronts. Which just makes it harder.
No, the NA fans are
execute.
nice. They're really nice. They're really nice.
On top of that, like they've struggled to
NA
approach
fans
these
are really
objectives.
nice.
We haven't
I just
really
like to
seen
trigger them
Gam
sometimes.
get a fight on their terms. It's always been Fnatic deciding when the big 5v5s have happened.
But NA fans are mega
the
nice.
advantages for Gam have come from is
They just enjoy the games. They're pretty chill. Also, the NA crowds are fucking crazy.
Oscar, the fact that the early lane swap did go their favor, the fact that they've been punishing
Motherfuckers just sit there with a beer and they don't care who's playing. They're having a good time.
Humanoid now
Wait.
looking to
Humanoid has
execute
to burn the
Emo.
flash. And that's what Humanoid's looking to do now, right? Like Stride Breaker, Blade of the Ruin can complete. Has the BF Sword and the Vamp Scepter alongside it. He can just
Noah has
jump in on
Rabadons.
repeat.
Noah has Rabadons.
It's much shorter cooldown than the Flash.
Hey.
Trying to
I don't think Jax can get on top of Ziggs.
on Gam's terms, but
it's too
can't
difficult.
quite find the angle. Maybe now.
Maybe now he can. Oh shit! Wait, no, it's maybe dead actually. Oh, Jun with the peel. What is that flash? Yeah, but no. It's a clean house. It's a clean house, right? Humanoid. Yes. Noah. Noah. Q. Okay. Alright, that's Baron. Jun, don't die to Baron. Wait for the Mountain Soul Shield. Yeah, I think the comp is difference too big now. Comp diff is too big. This Zyra is so useless against Ziggs Jarvan. What the fuck? Even Yone is really annoying. What does Zyra do against Yone's Jarvan Ziggs? She's either getting poked or she's being flashed on.
Oscar with a nice 2-man ultimate. Just another well-fought 5v5 from Fnatic, again leveraging the big strength of this roster.
And now they'll have the Baron around them for the next 3 minutes. Razork delaying it
Wait
so
for
that
Oscar.
Oscarinen can share the buff with the rest of his teammates. We'll see what they can do in this Red Bull Baron power play. I believe Noah had just finished his Rabadon's death cap before that fight began. He was in such a power spot.
Infernal Soul in 1 minute.
Now
no
he'll
flash
go back
on Smolder and Kai'Sa.
His Void Staff
Yo,
or
Humanoid's Yone is
Crit
pretty
Wound,
good.
depending on
His
where he
Yone
wants
against
to go.
Damwon was also really good.
Look back at the fight, and again, I really like the idea here from Gam.
Did I say Infernal Soul? Sorry, I meant Elder.
The W from Easy Love connects. The TP's a very quick response.
Hey, I meant Elder. Sorry, there's too many Infernal Souls. Hey, the guy in the production team that's putting the Infernal Souls on cooldown, he probably would have mistaken the Elder for an Infernal Soul as well, probably. Oops.
Levi and Emo basically single-handedly isolates them. Kiaya does what he can to kill out the backline, but you're hitting onto the tankiest member in Jun, and they can't unfortunately convert it into anything. A frustrated face, understandably so, was Gam. Had a very strong advantage against Fnatic in this matchup, but unfortunately, when it came to the fights, Fnatic ended up getting the better.
Now Fnatic pushing
Fnatic.
through
Hey,
the
guys.
spot side. Only Easy Love there to answer.
There's an Elder Dragon spawning, guys.
Collapse, but their inhibitor towers will be gone before they can get there.
Just keep pushing.
Up in 10 seconds,
I mean, you're gonna get engaged on.
Don't think an Elder for Nexus exchange.
You're gonna get engaged on.
Gam want out of this play. Jun trying to keep Kiaya and Levi at bay. The TP coming in as
Bomba.
well. As the Soul of that Mega
Look, Zyra's already out the fight.
Hell, look at that damage on Levi. Immediately they
Zyra's already out the fight.
Wait,
Humanoid?
Levi's dead.
Wait, he's dead actually. Wait, hold up.
For
Wait.
much longer. Razor's
Wait.
caught out as well. It's a good fight so far for Gam. 2 for 2. The
Noah?
exchange. Oscar trying to chase
Noah,
Elio
can you
down
carry?
towards the bottom side. And I don't think this rel is long for the Rift. In the
Fine.
end, it will be
Humanoid,
a
that's
3
one
for
tap.
2 in favor of Fnatic.
We can't do Elder though. I mean, we can, but we can't.
Can they actually
Okay, we can.
go for this Elder? I mean, there's no jungler.
It's on a ward though. Guys, don't let them steal it, please. I mean, Kai'Sa has no sums, no. There is no way Kai'Sa can steal this. Absolutely no way.
If Easy Love can somehow find a Void Seeker.
No way.
Noah has the Mega Inferno Bomb as well.
Wait, Ziggs is whom?
Easy Love's going to try and sneak around the side here.
There is just no way this gets stolen, right? Guys, guys, my Ziggs is
on the Elder Mega Inferno Bomb going on to it, and Noah will
nice.
secure it.
Don't die with it, Oski! Oh my god. It's only on Ziggs and Leona, this Elder buff. I can't believe it.
But the Killer Instinct not available to Easy Love. In the end, the Elder secured by Fnatic, but it was darn well close.
Yeah, I mean, a scary situation for sure.
I think Zyra got her full combo on Yone before she died.
The collapse. Then so much damage comes down onto Levi, so he's forced to disengage. He throws out everything he's got to lock down the Yone, and they're able to end up trading it back. Well played by Levi, considering the position that he was in. Kiaya then buys a lot of time with the counter-strike, but also Razzlegood committed very deep to try and isolate Emo, resulting in what was initially
I mean, Oscar has TP, so he's probably going to have to TP for map. Otherwise, they're just going to be standing here for ages here. I mean, Noah based as well. What does Noah have? A Seeker's Arm Guard? Yeah, he does. Nice. TP in. I think Oscar's going to have the TP in as well, maybe. Just keep pushing.
They turn their attention towards the top lane tower.
He could just run mid, I guess.
Attack passive from Noah and W will be enough to secure this objective.
Noah as Elder. Actually, Noah is carrying this game.
2-0-11 and 4 completed items.
The bot lane of Fnatic carried this game.
Around with when he has the Elder Drake as well, as you say, short fuse into Satchel.
Ziggs auto attack. It's nerfed. You saw that damage?
Down that tier 2 in the top lane. A 7,000 gold lead for them now. Super minions pushing in the bot lane. There's two.
Humanoid doesn't have Elder. He doesn't. You can tell because the overlay. Look at the overlay. This is Elder buff, but these guys don't have it.
You gotta flick that switch.
That little like blue stuff.
Elio has the Magnet Storm, the Flash, and the Crash down. Just look for something. Emo obviously has Mom and has a bunch of stacks at his back. 290 on him. Levi almost caught out. Mega Inferno Bomb stopped by the stopwatch.
Ziggs kills everyone here.
Under the tower. Disengaged, but the Elder from Noah. That was just tick damage onto Elio. Oscar going in with the wallop. Stuns up Kiaya, but now he's on the wrong side of the wall. Does still have the flash.
What the fuck, Noah?
Gam disengaged.
Wait, he's dead.
Levi dead.
The fuck, this Ziggs is a monster.
But Noah knew what he was doing.
Noah's carrying alone.
A bouncing bomb, and Noah, he's looking for more.
That was a bit too far. Zhonya's? Aha!
Zhonya's Kiaya looking for that counter.
You live, right?
Noah satchels away, the Killer Instinct in, but Easy Love, and now Noah's down, but Humanoid can have the time of his life on the back line. You don't need the Elder when you're Yone. Fnatic
wait, we can't end though, can we? Maybe we can. Yeah, we can.
And look to take down these Nexus towers.
He's gonna ult on us.
Alive, goes in with the Magnet Storm.
Can you kill him?
But Easy Love's not here to help him out. Stunned up underneath the Nexus towers.
Nice.
Still minions here.
Leona's getting all the kills with Elder.
Takes the kill.
1 million.
The Elder, the super. Stopping that backdoor
I mean,
bonus from being
pretty clean game by Fnatic if you ask me.
And Fnatic, in a messy affair, will find the win. Gam tried as they might, but Fnatic faithful are rewarded.
Pretty clean game. And I'm not gonna lie, that's EU 2 wins, NA 1 win. Hey!
A crazy game with Gam.
And after the next game, it's gonna be EU 3 wins.
With impressive lane swapping.
Just watch. Just watch.
Ultimately turned it around. Let's send it over to the AD to get their forms.
Watch the next game, chat. Matt's gonna win versus PSG, 100%. 100% Matt's gonna win versus PSG.
We were never scared. As LEC pundits, we always knew Fnatic were gonna win that one, of course.
I just wish we had candid cameras back here during the game.
It's never a Fnatic game if there's no stress. So I'm like, everything went out. Oh my god, bringing this back to June. Yeah, I forgot that he was injured here, but yeah.
Nightshare is the real
managed to win in the end. Never worried, Drake.
Oh my god.
No, and well, of course
still
we
has a broken foot
at many points, but ultimately getting that one on the board is big for this team. They're notoriously
respect for going for the
very
Baldo.
momentum-based, very emotional team. So getting a win by any means is an excellent start to hopefully turn around the start of the tournament. I don't think this is a win that they're going to feel proud of because it was.
Listen, chat. NA and EU, we're both out here looking for wins. Okay.
225
we need to unite. We need to be friends. We need to go to this journey together.
100 stacks for the vast majority of the game.
There's gonna be a lot of points that they're gonna want to review, just because it was kind of catastrophic. This one is a great combo, you know.
Friends.
That was insane, and thanks to the reliable
Friends.
Cisco network, every second's count, as the Gnar ultimate from Oscar actually just brings Zyra and Easy Love straight into a Fnatic's composition.
Until EU and NA face each other, I'll be nice.
Yeah, and they did, credit to them, they did weather the storm. They did keep the discipline up, because there are situations and there are games where I've seen Fnatic fall behind like this and not be able to come back, not be able to find those teamfight angles. They certainly had the tools to do so. Noah's Ziggs was a very big part of that.
Yeah.
But in the clutch, they found really good fights, because Smolder is not a champion you can mess around with, right, ultimately. And you can see that the gold, wasn't really in Fnatic's favor for the vast majority of the game.
All right, final game of the day, chat. Mad Lions versus PSG. PSG don't have Mbappe, and Mad Lions have El Yoya, so probably favor to Mad. Who's that on Dracos' laptop? That's Finn.
What I have to say about this, we have El Cachorro de la Jungla ready on stage.
El Cachorro de la Jungla.
The Verizon post-game interview.
Fnatic overcome Gam.
Talk to me, Razork, talk to me.
Even though, Razork, you were behind for most of that game and they had a Smolder, all the other teams that have played versus a Smolder have mostly lost. So what do you feel like the key was to winning that late game and making sure that you weren't another victim of Smolder?
I mean, I think the main point was that we got a lot of dragons and we got really strong soul. We got the Mountain Soul. So it was a bit easier for us, but yeah, it's very stressful to lose early game against Smolder. And I think our comp was actually supposed to be strong in early game.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we managed to get good fights and we came back.
Yeah, I think that's a good lesson probably, right? Because with no disrespect to Gam whatsoever, if you go up against other teams that may be stronger in pushing their lead, that will be a problem. So do you think in general for Fnatic, the early game is something to look at?
For sure. I think, I mean, both games we did lane swap or something happened level 1 and early game and we got behind. Like yesterday 2 people died, today Oscar died level 1. So it's like we need to figure it out what we are doing.
Clean it up.
If we want to actually have a higher chance against winning against a better team.
Yeah, absolutely. But a win is a win, and the World Championship, it is about taking from those losses and those wins what you can in order to move forward. So how do you feel overall with the fact that yesterday's game versus Diplaskia was, of course, pretty close, but particularly in terms of your confidence? Because I know that that's always a huge thing for Fnatic.
Well, I think yesterday we were very stressed and everyone was very nervous. I think today we were not that stressed coming into the game because, I mean, we feel like we are a better team than GAM. But it got a bit stressful after we started losing because we knew that today winning was very important. I'm a bit relieved that we won. So, hoping for our next opponent and we can go to 1.
Yeah, I have good news for you also because your next opponent can't be Team Liquid because you're,
nice.
You're in the 1-1 pool. Anyways, final question. I know it's Noah's birthday and I feel like probably Noah, like the rest
Why is she cooking like that?
A pretty rough day in terms of how that game ended. So how important is this win?
No, it's just like awkward for a second. I was like, huh?
Knowing that you get that run that Europe deserves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy birthday now if you're hearing this. I think he should be feeling great that we won today, even though it wasn't the cleanest win.
Wait,
it's a win. And I mean, it's also,
Fnatic,
I think,
what's Fnatic's best role?
For June at Worlds.
It's probably Weibo.
Because it's his first World, so wasn't the cleanest, but I hope he enjoys it.
Yeah,
I guess Weibo is the best role for Fnatic.
Thank you.
Weibo fly. Or Mad, maybe if Mad wins. G2 and Fnatic need these trade teams to draw. If they draw BLG or T1 or fucking Tess, we're in trouble.
He's gonna get solo killed.
We need these to face each other. And maybe Weibo to take the bullet. G2 gets Mad or Fly, Fnatic gets Mad or Fly, and we're happy.
Look, Smoldinho, guys, Smoldinho. I can go here, by the way. I can go here. I can ult it.
Smoldinho, what's he doing?
Kill them, guys. Look, combo the side up.
Smoldinho? Bro, this is a 23-minute game-defining fight, and he's calling him Smoldinho. Yeah. I'm a rat, bad cat. Chilling in the chat, earth is flat. In my pants, I chat. Yeah. What? I'm rapping. Rats backwards is star. I cancelled my R. I pick Malzahar. I'm from Mars. Oh. I was about to start spitting. I was about to go crazy there. What the fuck? If you think about it, there's like 120k people in here, and I just rapped in front of 120k people. So, how big is an arena of 120k? I just performed at Coachella, no? Chat. True! Wait. I'm literally Taylor Swift. Caedrel Lamar? What? Chat, quick thing, you can go to caedrelworldsgiveaway.com to win loads of prizes, from a 3,000 euro gaming PC, a chair, signed Gen G, Damwon jersey, Fnatic jersey, T1 Worlds jersey, which also might be signed, unlocked boxes from Worlds, Sony InZone headsets, buds, monitors, cameras, microphones, keyboards, mouses, all that stuff. You can check the link in the chat. It's super easy to enter. If you want to check it out, we do a giveaway every Worlds. Big pace. If it doesn't work on Firefox, try and open it in Google Chrome. I saw people say it doesn't work in Firefox. But there's 30 prizes to win from signed jerseys to PC. Good luck, have fun. Kendrick Lamont. Wait, hold up. Let me turn into my Euphoria t-shirt. What's my win rate on this Euphoria t-shirt? Chat. What's my win rate? 0. It can't be 0. It can't be 0. Did I wear this on a win? I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Run away, run away.
Welcome back to the desk for the last game of the day. Here. It's a rematch between PSG Talon and MDK. We've seen that one before.
Yes, we have. In fact, I remember seeing PSG Talon's, like, they showcased the video of them going through the draw, seeing that they're going up against Mad Lions. Like, all right, Revengers time. This is the Avengers. We're getting a chance to be able to get a get back versus Mad Lions. So I feel like they're
El Yoya get the win, baby.
Knowing that they have to face them again.
And I mean, it's somewhat easier being the team that lost. I know that sounds ridiculous.
Team Liquid because you're
nice.
you're in the 1-1 pool. Anyways, final question. I know it's Noah's birthday.
One last time, so they had their way of playing, and I mean their way of playing was mainly for Alvaro. What a series he had, but I also think PSG just in general leveled up from what we saw in play-ins, and I think this will be closer than we had anticipated first.
Let's talk about improvements then, maybe. Right, on the side of PSG, much more control they feel in the early game.
And to me, it was
Matt, get this fucking win
a little bit more, because that's what we were looking for. In play-ins, we didn't get too much of that. We saw a lot of that domestically in the PCS, where he was going up against the SoftBank Hawks and everything, and what he was,
SoftBank what?
The finals
Chat,
MVP,
did he say the SoftBank what?
Creating a lot of plays, roaming a lot, and a lot of the early control that they had versus Humble Life was because of the early roams that he had.
This
and
one,
I felt like the early skirmishes there too favored them.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. We even saw that in the beginning when they played up against 100
God.
Thieves. It was through Woody, who always had really good flanks on the Alistar as well. So I think coming up against Hanwha Esports, they found a way to kind of replicate what they so much did domestically. They have a very slow-paced style, but it's usually still around these objectives that they're able to secure and then just spread out the map and play through that. So now, having had a couple games to get into their flow, I mean, hopefully they're putting up a fight.
It's funny because they'll challenge you. They'll like, Woody's the type of person who's like, okay, I will be there with
Prediction, Mad wins 1-0.
Are you going to be here
it's
or
only
not?
One game.
Because if you're not, then fine, we'll take it and we don't have to take a fight. And oftentimes, if the enemy team is willing to take a fight, like Ajay will be looking and be trying to take something on a side lane. Of course,
Food counter. Caedrel's eaten 73 times since World started.
Pretty sad
what? No,
later portions of the game, but this is when they were actually getting things going early.
No, I totally loved all the early game tools they kind of drafted for themselves.
I've eaten like 4.
To play through that we've already talked so
Lunch
much
and dinner
about.
both days.
But what we didn't talk so much about was the Sejuani pairing with the Jags. It made it really easy to skirmish through topside as well. It was so easy for them to find that early pick potential, and it just made it so much easier for them to play that entire early game.
Yeah, the Grubs take there was great up until Zeka did some Yone things. Like the moment that happened.
He's a clutch player, that Zeka.
Is it a Zeka thing? Is it a Yone thing? Who knows? Well, let's see if we see
I think it's Zeka.
I think it's both. I think
what
it's
is
both.
this?
We're talking a bit about Mad Lions
Lost
here.
Ratones, Caedrel season feel like it doesn't fit. Give some ideas.
I want to give all the
what
team,
is
honestly.
that face?
When you think of the expectations again,
what is that jersey logo? What the fuck?
Slump, I want to say they had for 2 splits and finally
that looks like an armadillo.
Pretty good performance.
Look at the face,
We're
man.
not going to talk about what happened yesterday. They had a good 10 minutes, and that's what matters.
No, absolutely.
I like it though. I like it. I like it.
You can think and have expectations of MDK going as far or low as you want here at Worlds. I don't think personally they're going to go to the quarters, but I think no matter what.
I don't like what I'm hearing here.
That's okay.
Raz, do you want to go?
Sorry. No matter what.
No, sorry.
Pull it in. Yeah, no, come on. No,
it's the Alienware logo. Yeah, it kinda is actually.
How much do I have? And don't ask me to say it in 5 words because then I'm screwed. 10 words. No, I'm not even going to do that because my head is going to get blown up.
Okay, fair.
I think that Elvira will be a future prospect of Europe. Like I think what he already showed in Winter.
Why are you breathing
and what
so
he's
loud?
shown here at Worlds against the high quality of opponents, he's only going to continue to grow. I think he'll be one of the best supports we'll have in Europe in the future, and I think
if Mad wins this, all 3 European teams are 1-1.
Last time they played against each other, it's moments like this in game 1 where he was already carrying and setting up MDK, but not only that, he continued to do so in the series when he got on the Alistar.
That was such a game-winning play that they had on Maple, and I will still always remember much earlier on when they went up against Kati in VKE, and he just kind of completely burned his flash, pushed him off, one lane for Friskawi. Like, I think the team, when they started this year off, I was pretty excited about them because they were a unit. They felt like they were always on the same page, and that was great
Mad
to see
is ass. They're not going to win.
The year
Bro,
kind of shut off, but they're back on track. And now they're
already
going
beat
against PSG
2-0.
And I'm favoring them.
Yeah, I mean, the only issue I had with MDK
they try and bait me. I'm not going to get baited.
Their understanding of what Elvira needs to do in that swap situation, because he was trying to go down and cover for bot, where against BLG, where he unfortunately tried to take a trade with Ray, and that kind of put him in an unfavorable position on the dive, and it kind of made it really difficult for them to cover for Mirren as well down in that bottom side, which I was a bit disappointed about because I thought in play-ins they were the one who was initiating those plays, those lane swaps, right? They were the one who was actually having really good success with that when they had Super on Jinx.
And Laura, I know you didn't want to talk about it, but let's talk about it. The BLG game, because that was the one.
When's the draw for tomorrow?
The first game.
The draw is right after this game.
Like, are we getting an upset? Like the early dive that happened when Mirwin comes up ahead, the early skirmish on Scuttlecrab, not Scuttlecrab, but the Grubs, where I was like, wait a minute, they're beating BLG in fights after fights. I thought that was going to be the moment where...
No empty balls this time, right?
I was like, maybe.
No empty balls.
That was a big maybe.
And we were all thinking that.
I know it's the last nut, but it's no empty balls.
MDK got it in their own head as well, because while the game state wasn't the worst in the mid game, they started making plays that seemed like it was a really bad game state. I remember them chasing Bin all the way down in that bottom side where they're just losing their entire base, right? They're losing to the mid lane turret, they're losing the next one. So it felt like they committed to desperation plays when I think they really didn't need to. So I'm hoping we see a more calm and collected Mad Lions.
And I feel like, especially after what happened yesterday, they're going to readjust the approach that they have coming into this game.
And I feel like Coach Bin gave them an advice.
Oh.
Which was, save your pick against us. Don't go with anything crazy now. Go against the next opponent. Guess who the next opponent is? It's PSG. So if you have a Lulu top that you want to have, bring back the Nidalee. Flex, by the way. I'm just saying they're an incredibly creative team. I don't want to be seeing, you know, G2 be the only team that pushes the levers when it comes to the draft.
No, MDK, G2 has been taking notes on MDK this year, honestly, in terms of like how crazy they can bring the drafts they can bring here on the Rift. But I'm just wondering, they know PSG. PSG knows MDK. Both teams evolved. The meta evolved a bit also since play-ins. Who do you think it's favoring now, considering the new champions that we saw, but also what Mad Lions can bring to the table? Because I don't expect at least more creativity than Mad Lions on the side of PSG.
Ooh, I think so. For Aja, knowing that he could just go back to the Rumble, I know that that was something that he was, you know, already had there, that he was willing to play. But I think we've gotten the confirmation that the nerfs weren't enough and that people are still valuing it. And some of the
MDK versus LNG finals thoughts.
Zika on LNG, which is so good in teamfight changing.
No.
Aja is a good Rumble. I would love to see him on that pick, especially with how good
he's probably here tomorrow or the next day, I imagine.
Mad Lions. So
Where's Flowers as well? I think Flowers and Atlas are going to come in soon.
You?
No, I mean, I think that I haven't seen enough yet for PSG, actually, if I'm honest. I'm hoping to see more. I would say that flexibility-wise, we have seen more from MDK just yet.
Well, let's see now. We're ready for the game. Casters.
What the fuck is Showmaker's face? What?
And here we go, MDK versus PSG, the rematch.
What?
We've all been waiting for, mostly because you're not usually able to have rematches here at Worlds. Or at least not in the Swiss stage, where both these teams met up in the plains. It was MDK who came out victorious, then a 2-1 victory, but PSG have leveled up dramatically since then. The question is, have MDK?
Yeah, see, I'm not sure I buy into that.
I think they have, Benny. I think they look really bad.
And there's a draw after this game. Banana.
They looked a lot better.
I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I think that PSG is a strong team, but I think that both Mad and PSG had really tough opponents.
No, they did.
They had the first seed from the LPL and the first seed from the LCK, so...
You're not confident in Mad? I'm super confident. They're going to stomp them.
But at the end of planes, they look better.
Sure.
They were kind of better then, you know?
The fuck is this music?
MDK didn't look great yesterday either against HLE.
I mean, the thing is, the advantage, I would say, that PSG have going into this matchup is that they lost the series against Mad.
Yes.
But now this one arguably holds more weight, in a sense.
Yeah, I can see that.
And now, because you've lost 2-1, you now have like a good idea of the things that went wrong for you, and then you can come back.
Learn from your mistakes.
Whereas from Mad's perspective, they had a clear idea of how they were winning. And so maybe they don't change.
They're in draft, I can see it.
It's only a best of one. But again, like, it's kind of like...
This music grabbed me crazy. Alright, there we go. Alright, Nidalee ban.
Ethereal. You know, it's kind of loosey-goosey.
But this is an example. The Nidalee ban, I think, is something that PSG definitely respect a lot from MDK, and it makes a lot of sense. BLG
Can I have a kiss from my region?
Respect.
Of course.
The Aurora going to come through from MDK, so pretty
Frescoey, don't get gapped. And we're good.
Now, again,
Hell Yoya and Super will do the work.
MDK basically just showcased in the playing stage, which
Alvaro will do the work.
We are going to play through our Jinx Cassante lane swap approach.
I think a Kali ban could be worth it. Depends on the draft, though.
It's worked for them, but a lot of other teams
They're
are just
just
trying to deny it as much as possible.
It's tomorrow's games, the two teams that qualify or the teams that get knocked out. Tomorrow's games are the two teams that qualify. So tomorrow's games will be LNG somewhere, Gen G somewhere, HLE somewhere.
Yeah.
And
so we'll see if he brings out something different in this matchup today. Jarvan going to be removed from the side of PSG with Sejuani, so a lot of jungle bans.
BK.
Like,
oh yeah, of course, the
across
goats.
the board. What will be
Sorry, my brain lag.
Italy's a top lane ban, man.
True.
Kind of forgot about that.
Yone first pick, classic. Skarner bans are good though.
Throughout the course of today, and it continues to be so as Maple.
Is Yoya gonna play like Zyra or some shit this game?
In the mid lane, we assume. Obviously, Azure
Ziggs
could take
Vi.
it towards
Like
the top side, but wow. Okay, that was quick from MDK. Immediate Ziggs Vi. They know where their bread is buttered. They are looking for that all-in with the Mega Inferno.
Rumble's open. They do have Jarvan Rumble. No, they don't have Jarvan.
I mean, now what
well,
do you
they
think
have
about if you're PSG,
Maokai Rumble if they're LCK.
Possibility. If you really want to round out your top side, which many teams have been doing, you could go for the Renekton here as well for Aja. I mean, you could also consider denying the Jax away, so you just lock that one in.
Maokai Rumble time.
You've got that for yourself. They could also consider the Rumble. something that Aja has.
What does Mirren play into Rumble top?
Also gives you the mix damage that you're looking for, right?
Exactly.
Because
With Cassante Ben.
off the cards means that you can't play
What does Mirren play here?
Jax? Give you that magic damage. There's the Rumble. Good call on both the Maokai and the Rumble there, Vedi. Maple hasn't yet locked this in for PSG, but it makes the most sense in terms of rounding out damage profiles and rounding out that top
It's a
side.
Fiddlesticks top game.
Has Mirwin got something spicy?
It's a Fiddlesticks top.
Sleeves.
But you don't really care about top right now. What you're thinking about is either mid or support. You could lock in
or a
something like
Varus top chat. Yeah, you're right.
So you've got that lockdown, good matchup alongside the Ziggs. Or I was going to say the other thing is Smolder. Depending on what your priority
Pick Smolder
is.
for Frescoe for now.
Saying, even if we can't get our hands on Leona, it's fine. There are other options. Instead, we want to make sure that we have this scaling AD carry that can answer the Yone later on in the team fight. So Frescoe going to be piloting that one. I will be honest, I have not been impressed with Frescoe's Syndra and his laning phase in general. I think one of the big things to be concerned about if you're a Mad Lions fan,
what does Mad need here?
Maple versus Frescoe,
they need,
as Maple has been warming
I mean, Leona would be nice.
Giving him this Yone
they need
could very
Leona
well be a scary situation to
and
find yourself in. Jhin,
Gnar or some shit, I think. I don't like Gnar though.
I wonder if we'll get the Ashe coming through, maybe even the Kai'Sa. But Kai'Sa,
I think Leona is great for them here.
In terms of its
but yeah, it's blind Leona. Maybe Relven.
Definitely could.
Yeah, like Mirwin played it twice against G2, lost both those games, but it is something he's
I don't know if I like smaller top.
Even with the nerfs, can still work okay, right? So the Jhin
I also think they could.
By MDK, they've already got their bot lane on lockdown.
Is Xayah Rakan winning here into Ziggs? No, it's not right. But Xayah Rakan into this is pretty good.
MF in the game they won against MDK.
I mean, they might just have to play Ashe. Isn't it great to just play Ashe here?
I ban Camille, you know.
Leona here, Ashe here, Rel here. I think
I mean,
PSG's winning.
Lockdown when paired alongside Vi and Ziggs is a very lethal combo.
Yeah, there's the
Gnar is
Narben.
the safer top lane option. Again, as you rightly said, right now they believe that this Smolder is going to mid lane.
I mean, valid belief, right? But
Galio mid, Smolder top, Galio support flex. It could be Kai'Sa Rel then.
We've been.
Could be Kai'Sa Rel, but yeah, Ashe Rel is also good.
Regular season we were hearing about Galio, because Galio got some changes.
We heard about it before MSI as well. Because I remember the big thing.
I do like Xayah into Vi Galio though.
Top at MSI, then it really wasn't played that much.
But it's really bad into Ziggs.
But I genuinely think this is Galio.
I mean, this Galio is a flex.
We'll see.
It can go mid, Smolder goes top, it can go support, Smolder goes mid.
I was a little bit worried given that how short range the champion is, but paired alongside the decent amount of dive in the backline threat that they do have, I think it can make sense, especially with just adding a little bit more magic damage to the comp. Now, you imagine Rel is going to be the round out. Very stock standard draft. I mean, this is basically the same. I think this is the same.
Are they last picking Alistar?
Earlier today.
Are they last picking?
It was many games ago, so I have forgotten.
Varus top.
The round
Are they last picking a mid laner like a Kali?
Actually, I would expect a Leona here.
Or Tristana?
But I don't know.
I mean, Alistar's also okay into the Rel.
It's Alistar, so it's Galio mid, Smolder top probably.
Good
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you want to avoid ads, you can use the tier 1 or Twitch Prime. You don't have to sub if you don't want to. You'll be back before the game starts. I'll give you a big kiss while you're gone, and I'll see you in a sec.
We saw this once
Galio top.
in the LEC.
Yeah,
the only
probably
time
Galio top actually, right? Smolder into Yone.
It was Broken Blade in the season finals against Giants.
Zeus was playing Galio top as well.
At the time, went for I think it was a Hollow Radiance build with the Riftmaker.
I mean, it's just Galio is great into magic damage. Just fact, his W gives him a.
My rat is a fraud and he loves frauds. Has anyone noticed that Caedrel only supports completely fraudulent teams who get fraud world draws to make it far in tournament? Last year, Weibo Gaming made a fraud run to semis, beat the only Western teams. This year, Dammon a similar, Fnatic into FlyQuest, another 2 almost guaranteed quarters, probably beating a Western team to qualify. Fraud.
Like, there's a
what are you on
lot of
about?
dive that's going to be coming through onto the Smolder, onto the Ziggs.
You're just mad.
But you can use it both offensively and defensively.
You're just mad.
Both Alistar and Vi looking to potentially
if you guys were just, if you guys recognize what a good team looks like, you'd also say they're good.
I don't have a lot of experience with Galio versus Rumble. I imagine
I saw the JK at the end, but there's some people out there.
But it's a lane that I don't think we'll see a lot of action around early on. The thing to be cautious of is any potential lane swaps that could come through in this early game.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes peeled for that. Winds of War is a very powerful ability, and obviously Galio's passive giving you that big slam down with your auto attacks as well can do a lot of work. Let's see if MDK decide to put some pressure in the top side, or whether it is predominantly leave the Galio on.
All right, let's lock in.
Both teams
Final game of the day.
Onto the map, but you guys at home, you got to move out and remember to log into your Riot account on allesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. get them for yourselves, show them off in front of your friends. And yeah, be
Yone has electrocute. What? Did he misclick?
Really? You go to a party
What?
and you show off your League of Legends emotes.
He didn't change his runes. Because he played Akali last game, right?
And that's what you do. It's like flashing your gym badge.
Electrocute Yone?
Holding all of them.
No fleet?
All of them underneath me. The Rammus OK one is my favorite. That sits on top of the pile.
But again, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that you go to parties
Is it bug?
and show these off.
I mean, I look very. I'm 33 now and engaged to be married. Okay, there aren't many parties that I go to anymore. The ones I do are on the Rift. Boom, 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 boom.
Okay, wow, I've never actually physically cringed in my life, but that definitely.
He actually, no, it's not a bug. I can see it. He has electrocute. You see that?
Cringe. Anyway, looking at some of the early setups, it looks like we're going to get stock standard lanes, which is always a joy to see. Ziggs and Alistair. Not the strongest 2v2 early laning phase. They'll be relatively safe though. Very rarely is a Ziggs ever in danger. So I imagine that PSG should be able to get that early prio in the bot lane match.
We let him cook.
In the mid lane, we expect
I mean, Smolder should win the lane.
And on the top side of the map,
No lane swap chat.
Whether or not the Rumble gets that early advantage in terms of push, and what Elyoya and Junja will use.
I mean, I guess Galio just takes W seconds. He has grasp as well.
For both junglers means that they will be mirroring each other.
Did anyone pick Galio in the pick'ems? If you did, you're a degenerate.
Woody jumping in here. Alvaro getting the knock-up as he lands. Just mitigating some of that damage. Obviously, Aftershock helping out as well.
Sorry, I just watched Super miss both minions because he threw his auto attack and it was just so slow that the minion died before he got the last hit. So he's missed a few already in the early laning phase as the early pressure coming through is kind of as we expected. Doran's Ring start for both top laners. For that extra bit of AP damage to start things off. Frescowy dropping that ward.
Why did you pick Mordekaiser? Listen, I thought 369 and Keen would play Mordekaiser into K'Sante, but no one's playing K'Sante. It dropped off into Swiss. Shut up, man.
Junja pathing up towards Azure on this Galio. Wins a ward coming out from Mirwin's going to be able to get that early push. It looks like Colossal Smash as well. Does do quite a lot of damage if you're using it in the middle of that.
Maybe Maple's cooking with the electrocute. Maybe if you trading patterns, if you E forwards W, Q and E back, is it electrocute?
A little bit of damage down onto Frescowy.
It is.
Shield at the end as well.
Wait, he's kind of cooking maybe.
Make it a more even trade than it would have been.
Trade
but it's just not good, right?
He's kind of burned through his mana
not having fleet for the sustain.
Now hovering around their respective top and bot lanes. I don't think Junja really sees an opportunity for a gank here. Actually, hang on a second.
What are we hanging on for, Billy?
I was confused because I didn't see the magic shield on Mirwin, so I thought that he'd skilled something different, but I'm assuming it just got burned.
Yeah, probably. He is playing into a
Yeah, I think he needs sustain, but he seems to be okay for now.
That's why I said, hang on a second.
Taking a little bit too much damage.
I just like Fleet on Yone is so good for team fights.
Yeah, probably a relatively slow early game between
these
two
teams.
Alright,
Yo-Yo's finishes full clear.
Scuttle Crabs.
Trade of Crabs.
Junja going in here, looking to see if any of these camps are up. Nothing available for him. Can shadow Maple to make sure that this wave crashes
This guy just comes back and says, OME, what's his runes?
On the other side of the map, so it's just accepting the wave a little bit deeper. And,
Shut up.
Elyoya charging up the Vault Breaker just in case any shenanigans were about to occur.
Now PSG, when we kind of look at their year, domestically continue to dominate naturally as we come to expect.
This is the first time I have seen Yone win this lane though. He seems to get Smolder space first.
They had an incredible best of 5 against BLG, surprising many and pushing them to the full 5 games. And coming into this tournament, we heard a lot of hype. A lot of experts on the region really set high expectations for PSG.
But it's fine, Frescowy.
And then coming into play-ins,
Force yes lead, we take that.
Ultimately, while they did fall short against MDK, they did knock out the NA third seed. And while the start to the tournament was not a pleasant one, or I should say the Swiss stage was not a pleasant one going up against HLE, I think expectations are still high. The possibility of them being a dark horse still surrounds them. I think many people see the potential.
Pretty even game, everyone's just farming. Big goal difference in jungle and AD. Oh, it was on 0, Kai'Sa, I tried to be funny.
Skepticism that surrounds MDK.
Yeah.
You know, because the organization internationally doesn't have a great reputation behind it.
I mean, they've done better this year, Betty.
They certainly have. But it's one of those things where I think this roster really thrives in an environment where there are no expectations or pressure.
Which means honest and fair league
game. They always talk about how they just love to have fun. They enjoy the game. They want to enjoy playing the game together. And having that mindset was something that
yeah, what happened to my hair? I have a middle parting. What happened there?
About heading into the season finals, all about the just.
All right.
They wanted good vibes, which I know is a very weird thing, but just to alleviate that
Grubs are
pressure
spawning,
of
Ziggs TP's top.
going up against this team or this player, really
Kaiser
helps
just
your
TP'd
mindset
bot.
and allows you to focus on who you're playing against. And
I am bolding a bit,
I'm
yeah.
glad to see that both of these teams from the play-ins have the ability to potentially cause some upset in the Swiss stage.
This has got to be
One of them,
useless
of
as
course,
fuck,
will
this
be going
electrocute Yone.
0-2, so their tournament road will already be put under scrutiny.
And I think I don't blame people for being skeptical about MDK, because they were really good in winter, and then they fell off the face of a cliff for like 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And then slowly got back into things.
But isn't it funny how, like, as expectations shift, when they start to rise, this team tends to get worse, and when they lower, they tend to overperform.
It's an inverse curve for them.
Cold
Their skill is
Steam.
inversely proportional to how much you expect them to be able to do. Elioya here stealing
One
away
grub.
one of the grubs with Super and Alvaro moving
They're
up
gonna lose a
towards
second.
the top side off the reset. TP coming in from Mirwin as
TP
well.
from
He is
Galio,
level 6.
but level
I'm not sure
5
if that
Vi.
TP was seen, and it looks like MDK want the fight. He's going to stay out of vision, has that hero's entrance to join.
Alvaro has Galio behind him.
In the river. Now is going to back.
Oh, this TP from Mirwin's.
So he pushed out the wave.
Did the enemy team see it?
To cover with the hero's entrance, then can walk back towards bot lane and catch that wave.
Pretty
as
good though,
it
2
crashes
grubs
in.
is fine.
Yeah, I mean, it may come across as a wasted TP,
Level 6
but
maybe?
he's going to lose a wave off
Yeah.
the back of it, so it's not really the biggest loss. Conversely,
I'll execute proc again. Maybe this is intentional. He's using his trading pattern is just revolving around the electrocute.
Look to make. So I don't hate the TP. PSG respect the possibility
Galactic
of Mirwin
Hyper
joining the
Barrier.
fight, and Aja will happily take this extra farm, take this extra gold, as we found ourselves in a very slow, timid early game as both teams just prioritize farming and playing for these early objectives.
I don't really blame them for doing that either. Just
If
get
it's
yourself
Infernal Soul again, bro,
towards your
I
first
don't know.
complete
I haven't seen a
items,
Cloud
especially
Soul in
on things
400
like
years.
Rumble
This
that have
fucking
lost a little
ridiculous.
bit of their early game power, but it gives us an opportunity to talk about PSG's man in the mid lane. Maple has been around for so long. Was part of so many teams known as the LCK killers, you know, in the good old days.
He said Smolder Ziggs were dead.
Now
In the Worlds video I released, I said the nerfs are not good enough to push Smolder and Ziggs out of the meta. They nerfed Smolder's AP ratios, and they got rid of Ziggs's. They halved Ziggs's, well, kind of halved. Passive damage towers. It's kind of dog shit.
They have been such stalwarts of the scene for so long.
Well, for sure. I mean,
Rumble though, I did make a mistake on that one.
Really a region to be feared. So much respect from around the world. The upsets they were able to make happen. The Flash Wolves were definitely
Rumble,
a
though.
scary name as Maple now the target.
Has the ability to jump out with the Fate Sealed and manages to escape any further fray.
I mean, it doesn't convert into a kill, but just removing that ulti alleviates a lot of pressure onto Frescowy as Maple will only continue to get stronger in this matchup and have the ability to really lock down this Smolder in the mid lane. So giving more time for Frescowy to just
I want to see this Vi
chill.
Galio combo into someone.
Definitely a comfortable place for him to be as Alvaro sticking around, protecting that control ward.
And not very well, Betty. This is gone.
Joe, why are you writing tough? Shut up, mods remove it. Well, this game is slow. Very slow.
Woody was able to secure it. 70 sacks though already on Frescowy, building up towards that 225 mark that we talk about in every
Mad
single
need this
game.
win, or they're
Even though
absolutely
it's
cooked.
not as powerful as it once was, it's still a very good breakpoint for the Smolder.
Or,
Into a strong
wait, this
position.
could be a
Across the
turbo
rest of the
EU
map,
strat.
Pokemon is
Think about this
relatively
strat.
You'll
If
see a
Mad
slight
lose,
gold
they
lead
go
for
to the lower
Azure in the
bracket.
top lane, a slight gold lead for Super in
Mad
the
draws
bot lane.
TL,
Dragon
knocks
has
TL out of the
been
tournament.
started up by
PSG goes
MDK.
through, G2 or Fnatic,
Doesn't really look like
get
any reaction's gonna
PSG,
come out from PSG. Both teams willing
and they
just to
get a
farm
win.
up.
So we get one team to knock out NA and one
by the
team to get an
fact
extra
that
win.
it is a cull
So
from
Mad
Maple
losing
in the
here
mid
could
lane.
be fine.
43 stacks remaining on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest.
I'm just
Manic, I was
brainstorming. I'm
expecting
brainstorming.
MDK
I like to
to
think ahead.
come out the gate
I
swinging
like to think
a little
ahead.
bit more, but drafting Ziggs and Smolder, perhaps my expectations were too high. Nice pushed wave in from Betty. Means that Super's going to be forced to catch this, but there's not really anything else that PSG can play for. Crab going to even go in favor of Elgoya as well, who's farming up a storm.
MDK.
I will say,
MDK.
not entirely
Tomorrow's
sure
best of
yet
3, yeah,
on
tomorrow's best of 3.
what the goal of the Galio is in terms of this matchup.
Why does it do this? It always
I guess
Fs.
the idea is to effectively.
It always does that, no? Did
When
anyone else get it in
comes
chat?
to that, snap engage.
No, they're just writing
Elioya
pa.
goes in with the cease and desist. Galio here is entrance
Bro,
on top
shut
of it,
up.
and
How did you know I was here?
on top
They
of
did
that.
write
It's
F. You
almost
see
like
that?
a pseudo Jarvan, where it's like, oh, we're just going to lock you all into this spot. But yeah, in terms of the matchup, he kind of just negate it as much as possible. This is the same matchup that BB played when he brought out the Galio top as well.
I will also say, and in my experience, Galios just do very well into short-range comps.
True.
Because, you know, when you're in that melee, when you're in that brawl, that multi-person taunt can be very effective at swinging a fight or basically just being really annoying for Yone to deal with. And we'll keep track of how Meowin is able to impact the fight. Of course, he is a little bit behind in terms of XP. Both teams grouping now.
Yeah, grubs respawned. Right, Matt, we need these grubs. Listen.
PSG are going to start this one off.
Vi Galio 6 combo onto someone sounds lovely. What about the Rumble?
Alvaro caught out. Gonna pop the unbreakable will.
Oh, what the fuck, that headbutt. Oh, that E from Galio. But then where's the damage at, mods?
The hero's entrance from Meowin was immediately cancelled. He was pulled back, and PSG get their first on the board. They're looking for more. It's Frescow. He's locked up, stunned up with the Shadowing Strike. Knocked back with the crash down as well. He flashes the wall. Maple doesn't get over. He flashes forward, and he'll get it in the end. Alvaro tries to punt them away, but can't keep them away from his mid laner.
It starts with Alvaro getting caught out in the river.
How did they not kill the Rumble? Where's the damage at?
As their jungler on the top side of the river actually gets pushed away.
Where is the damage at?
By Junjia and Betty, threatening a potential collapse. And you'll see it on the minimap right now. Keep your eyes on how the map is playing out. They're looking
he headbutts him over the wall.
It doesn't quite come to fruition. Junjia then turns his attention.
Then Galio lands E.
While all that's happening, Alvaro is getting caught out on the bot side river. A nice flash from Aja.
Where the fuck did that smolder ult just go?
From Woody, and then as Meowin tries to
wouldn't have changed anything, but where the fuck did that go?
It gets interrupted by Maple. And getting Maple these early kills is going to be very valuable for PSG as they transition into the mid-game.
Maple getting on the board now.
TP play on bot, no flash.
To the bot lane as MDK tried to collapse. Woody
is there a way to play on this?
And you're looking for that
no.
cease and desist.
Okay, so we TP bot to hit the tower. Can we get it with the 6W?
Continue to rattle down.
Yone OTP is massive.
3 plates off it already.
They TP'd bot because Yone TP top, I guess.
Maple's in that top lane. He TP'd up there, so MDK know that they have a bit of time alone with this tower. Should be able to take it with the satchel as another wave comes crashing in.
The Smolder has 108 stacks. It's not the worst.
We'll wait as long as possible before popping it.
Nice, first blood tower.
More of those minions.
Not bad.
A lot of gold going over to MDK. The TP going to come out into top lane as well.
Yone's got a lot of gold as well. He has Cull too.
Securing that tower. Dragon in about a minute and a half. Herald in about a minute. We can safely assume that both teams will turn their attention towards the Herald. But Maple's so close to that Blade of the Ruin King spike. That's going to be his priority for now.
So what is the net positive of Cull? What's the actual number? When you buy, get it, and sell.
The majority of that, he's about, well, he's exactly 1,000, 1.4k ahead.
It's 180.
Now, jumped a ton. As he has a large advantage in this mid lane. Frescow is still trying to stack up. Now has the Spear of Sojourn complete. And it's about 116
Shojin complete, but Blade on Yone.
That Smolder. We'll see if he can continue at this pace. Get it around 25 minutes or so. With the plates about to fall off in 30 seconds. Azure just clears out the wave. But he greed for another. Looks like he respects the fact he doesn't know where the enemy jungler is on the map, so he'll just back
This game
away.
winnable for Mad.
Items have come through.
Oh, Vi's going behind him here.
The thing is, it's very difficult to play this game when PSG can buy Zhonya's on Rumble and Kai'Sa. So if they give over a lot of gold, Azure should die here. Easy. But if they give over a lot of gold and Kai'Sa can afford Zhonya's, and they have Zhonya's on Rumble too, their targets get
might be a tier 2 though.
A bit difficult. They could look for Yone, but Yone will have shield bow or strike breaker or some shit. I think they will get this actually, Mad. This play from Mad was really big.
Is he?
Yeah, running Grasp.
Oh, he is running Grasp, yeah. He's running Demolish as well, so they should be able to take the tier 2 with their powers
it's big.
combined.
That kill onto Rumble was big.
For the Dragon as well. So ultimately, not a bad trade. The biggest concern you have as MDK is now with the Herald. They can drop this mid, and it's likely going to fall.
They're still down in gold though.
But overall,
yeah, Drake's up. Can they take a Drake fight? No Violed for Drake. I think maybe just give it.
You look at the lead being built in mid for Maple. That's a scary position for PSG to be in. Look at the damage already coming out.
Oh, they lost Alistar ult.
I mean, he would have died.
They definitely can't fight Drake.
You're right.
Now he doesn't have it available for the Dragon fight. It looks like MDK
after this game is the draw.
And honestly, I think you should. You don't have to fight for this objective.
Looks like MBK is going to concede it, Betty. Look at where Meowin is. He's ready for a hero's entrance. Watch him as he comes. Ooh, Woody takes a chunk though from a bouncing bomb. Frescowy doesn't have TP for a little while, but MDK, I mean, maybe they'll concede it and just watch, eat a little bit of popcorn.
They just give it.
League of Legends
Fake contest
for
a
them.
bit.
Because all they've done is bought a ticket and taken a seat as PSG
Thank fucking God it's not Infernal Soul.
So right, very MDK
It's Mountain, but I swear Mountain is also like hidden OP right now in the pick'ems. Where is Ocean Soul at?
Things on the rest of the map. Frescowy here having to get away from Maple.
Wait, he's dead actually, Frescowy. Wait, Supa's dead too. Wait, Alvaro's also dead.
Super caught wanting as Alvaro has to flash the wall. Bolt breaker away by Elioya. Frescowy died as well in the top side.
How did the both carries of Mag just randomly die? Frescowy just dies on side, and Supa just gets engaged on by Rel, I guess. Rel flash.
Doesn't even get a chance to flash. Now the Herald will be dropped, securing the mid tower.
They're gonna lose mid tier 1. They're gonna lose bot tier 1. They're gonna lose a lot of damage on top tier 2. The map just got blasted from Ant.
What just happened?
I mean, it looks like Junja maybe flashed.
Drop the replay now.
And then they just followed up with Woody's Magnet Storm and the Killer Instinct because
the bot tower.
They get so much out of that. PSG
ult him. Ult him.
Absolutely running the map right now. 2,000 gold ahead. Maple in a commanding position. Is going to get taunted
MDK
by
looks
Mir,
fucking
but I don't
busy.
think he gives a damn about that. Meanwhile,
What happened to Supa? Drop the replay.
TP back in. I haven't really talked about the fact that Betty decided to take the teleport on the Kaiser here to match the Ziggs's pressure in the early game.
True.
But smart decision by him, was able to save that mid-tier 1. And MDK found wanting a little bit over the last couple of minutes. PSG out to a 2,000 gold lead.
I mean, Maple is a very serious problem. And
yeah,
on top of
this
that,
electric
PSG
Yone is
are
frying.
playing the side lanes better. There is no play on the top side right now. You can maybe trade for this tower. But the collapse from PSG is coming.
I just haven't seen Mad pull off a Vi Galio combo with a Ziggs ult on anyone yet. They're just getting caught.
Here, not really sure.
Surely they can just
they're all grouped around. Mirwin gets a
find the fight around mid or an objective with this combo somewhere.
To join a battle. Woody with a shadowing
Anywhere.
strike. Elioya decides against using the cease and desist.
On anyone. Rumble has Zonias now, which makes it a bit
Maple
difficult.
Is that looming threat in the side lane. Who's going to go deal with him at the
Malco
moment?
coming out to stall them.
Wants to be the one to have to do it. Maple now TPing in is going to make this MDK's problem. Alvaro
Rumble ult is pretty good. Galio ult's used defensively. They have Zonias on Rumble as well. Elioya is getting cooked.
Oh my
god, they're getting blasted. Yone has ult here as well. They might get Smolder flash. Oh, he got Mirwin on the E. No flash.
Woody looking for a little bit more, but Super and Frescowy are
What is EU doing?
I mean, MDK just keep getting caught on the map.
They just need one good combo.
Usage from Maple to create a flank.
Smolder ult, Galio ult, Vi ult, Ziggs ult all on one person. They should die.
But PSG, they know they're stronger. They're not hesitating. They're forcing these fights at every opportunity, and it's so easy for them to do it. You have Woody's engage, you have the ultimate from Junja, and then also Arja has such great ultimates at every opportunity that MDK are just very quickly falling apart.
MDK have this composition that likes to go in, that likes to dive in with the Vi, with the Galio, you know, but a lot of it's just being used defensively.
Well, I think they're very reliant on scaling, so they need Frescowy to ramp up, they need
they need
Super
to scale,
ramp
he's
up,
right.
and I
Just
understand
wait
that,
here.
but if that's the case, then you should just
Smolder is
prioritize
miles away from
cross-mapping.
being useful.
You should just be playing away from where PSG is, but instead they're just getting caught. They're making it easy for PSG to force these engages. You're just funneling more gold into their key carries.
The Andy Murray effect? What the fuck is the Andy Murray effect?
They're giving too many opportunities over to PSG, and now they find themselves 3k gold down.
And PSG is doing a great job of capitalizing on those mistakes, on those opportunities, right?
What,
Maple
retiring?
sitting in a very strong spot, Stridebreaker and the Blade of the Ruin King complete, and this is kind of the PSG that we expected to see at this Worlds after how, you know, they're always really dominant, obviously, in the PCS, but how they performed at MSI as well with that 5-game banger against BLG. It was a slow start to Worlds for them, but they've really come alive over the last couple of days. Although against Hanwha Life weren't able to have as much impact in that game as they would have liked. Here they're battling for that one-on-one spot as MDK need to either slow the game down enough that they can scale up or not step out of position like that. Frescowy's rooted up, locked up. Killer Instinct is exactly that as Frescowy pulls. Not sure why he's
Why are you even taking that route? Drake's not even up and there's a bot wave.
I mean, we started this game by talking about
where is he going? Is he trying to pink it?
Performing at this World Championship, and he's not having an easy game now. 1 and 3 on the Smolder. He's already been solo killed by Maple once before, but smoothly and cleanly. PSG are just consistently punishing the mistakes, and MDK continue to lose more ground. With the Stride Breaker done, level 14 on the Yone. He's the highest level by far. He has 2 levels over every single player on MDK, and he's going to keep sitting in a side lane, being a menace.
Oh, Yone is so OP, I can't believe it.
Just go in, chunk someone out, back away, and the objective's secured. It's like, bang, and the dirt is gone, you know?
It's kind of disappointing to see from MDK, because they're a team that
they're just not doing anything.
Like their creative and explosiveness.
Yeah.
So to see them index so heavily into this scaling approach where we've really not seen Eldoya's impact anywhere on the map. We haven't seen them try and force any plays outside of what we saw one gank onto Maple in the mid game. We saw a bit of a skirmish around the grubs. It's just been kind of dominated by the individuals of PSG.
Is he dead again on top?
The mistakes
No, he's
of
not.
MDK.
What am I saying? My brain's dizzy. I saw so many pings on his head.
DK struggling to find any
He
sort
only
of
has no
purchase
TP
for
yet.
Scout. He's still only at 190 stacks. Very much slowed down.
You have to understand, PSG's Baron is fast. And their turn is strong. If they start playing around the Snash,
and so it should be.
are they just going to die on mid wave with Super being low on mana? Is that it?
Grass being used. That's not going to hit
Yone's on the side.
would disengage for now.
Relat's flash.
In, as you say, from Azure. Counter TP, but that's in the middle
Rumble
of the
is
fight.
fucking trash.
The Magnet Storm under the backline. This could be the opportunity MDK are looking for. Here comes a hero.
Oh my god, Kai'Sa got taunted as he went through the Galio. And she pulled Baron.
He's going to tank the Baron.
He's going to die, maybe. No.
Azure burning Elyoya, though,
Oh
and
god,
Maple
they still
just
lost.
wide. Super and Mirwin trying to survive, but at PSG,
They still lost.
even though the fight was not looking good for them, managed
Betty has
to
TP,
clean it
they
up
can
in
get
the
Nash.
end.
PSG just have
Nice
too
game's done.
much damage from so many angles. MDK, they were immediately forced on the retreat as a collapse was coming from every single side.
It's done.
The ultimate does come
Like,
through from
Kai'Sa
Merwin. You're
got
optimistic
taunted
about the 1-1
as she
combo,
ulted through
but it's
Galio
not
W.
enough.
Rumble ult
Woody
went to Narnia.
respawns, the Baron is up for grabs.
Maokai didn't
PSG
touch
are
them.
dominating in our last game of the day.
And you feel that
But they
was
still
the last
lost.
chance for MDK. PSG. It was
Kai'Sa
not
also
the
ulted into the
cleanest
Baron pit
fight
and
from
tanked
them.
Nash.
Equalizer was a mile away
'Cause
from
her
where you
IQ.
wanted it to be, but still the damage came through.
Drop the replay.
The fight rung true for PSG, and now the PCS
Now.
#1 seed
Drop
looking
the
for
replay
their
now.
first win here in the World Swiss stage. TP into the mid lane by Super.
Now.
Just trying to get these waves pushed, because now they have to deal with Baron for 2.5 minutes.
Now.
I was hoping we could get a replay because I wanted to showcase how like MDK had a good opportunity. You could see the idea behind their composition, but then they just didn't have the damage. They're just too far behind. They don't have the spikes they need.
Bro, there's no replays for
We
anything.
talked earlier about how they've drafted in a way that they're relying on late game. They're relying on this late game insurance, and it kind of relies on PSG to not try and force the leads that they can build, which this team has definitely done. They've found picks, they've done a good job of playing around the map, but now with Baron, they're playing through 2 lanes. Who's going to stop
tower's
Yone?
dead.
He's about to hit level 16, Medic. He's a
Scout
full
is
3 levels over for
Mid tower's dead,
Scout.
bot tower's dead.
I mean,
I
what
mean,
a way to
Maple's
play.
he's too strong, man.
He
is
could
too
probably
strong.
1v3 right now.
Yeah, I think he could.
All they have to do is get bot tower and move mid. They could use Ziggs ult and shit to defend this, but can't they just Rumble ult them or Maokai ult them if they want to make sure they get this?
Pretty sharpish. Ginsu's complete. Nash is on its way for Betty.
Ziggs no flash.
Coming out. Mirwin will tank it. Elyoya and Super leave him for dust. The equalizer on
Galio's
the backline
dead.
as well.
Smolder just got dove under tier 2.
In the mid lane for Scout.
What
He's able
is
to get one, but down
Nard
towards the
doing?
bottom side. Mirwin will fall as well. PSG still have the Baron buff. Super trying to keep them at bay, but he can't clear the minions
They
out
look
in
so
time.
useless. They look
PSG
so
will
bad.
crack
What are they
the
doing?
base
They're not doing
on
anything.
MDK.
The Grub's doing work
Oh, he
there
killed
as
he
well,
killed
as
Maple, I
they're
guess.
able to secure
I
the
didn't see that, my
inhibitor.
bad. I didn't
They
realize
can turn
Maple
their
died,
attention
but still.
towards the mid lane. MDK trying to ping it out, get to
How
that
did
wave
Maple
as
die?
quickly as they can to deny access to that tower.
Show the
But
replay. Actually,
resets will
there's no
come through
replay.
from
What am I
PSG.
saying?
A 9k gold lead. Slow, steady, methodically. They've just been tearing MDK apart. And I mean, there's little to criticize on the side of PSG.
Like, I haven't seen one Vi Galio ult
Easy
together.
laning phases,
They've
they didn't
ulted
concede
defensively
anything.
twice, and they got caught 15
And they
times.
just kind of tried to trade objectives on the map. They didn't overstay their welcome. They didn't try and
A
overforce.
replay!
So I think this is just Maple being too greedy, right? It's got to be. Doesn't quite
Oh my god, he did the banana combo.
The banana combo.
And then
Wait, he walked into Smolder ult. Oh my god.
Tower shot,
Okay, he
yes.
completely
if he'd
trolled
gone
it.
to the right, I think he survives.
Maybe.
He could have lived that
So
easy.
hit by Mom in the tower shot, which was hidden by Mom, sneaking something into
That's the
your
classic
lunchbox.
banana
Here's
combo.
an extra packet of Smarties
People
for you.
I gotta start copyrighting these
Scowie, a
trolls
little
from taking my fucking
tiny treat. in what has been a bit of a disparage of
Taking my combo breaker.
Now PSG have super minions in that bot lane. MDK trying to defend top mid, but Maple still a threat ever looming over their shoulder.
That's Chat's combo. That's my combo.
3 stacks away from 225, but I feel that might just be a tiny bit too little, a tiny bit too late for MDK.
Explain the combo.
Junja stepping up
You
as well.
press
He's
E.
level 14.
You ult, you miss.
Higher level
You
than
Q3,
Mirwin.
you miss, and then you die.
He's playing in the jungle right now.
I
God tier
honestly just
combo.
don't see how MDK win. I genuinely feel like that they just don't have enough damage.
I mean, I agree with you, Eddie.
And
Yeah, and now Kai'Sa can build Banshees or QSS or Zhonya's. They have good wave clear, but I think this tower's dead. Oh my god, Zwei got hit. They went in. Alvaro's probably pissed, he just wants to fight it.
Twisted advance going out as well. There
What the
is the
fuck just
equalizer.
happened?
Junja had to flash away, using the phase rush as well to escape. In the end, MDK able to keep their tower standing with only a sliver of HP. And Elioya dodges away. Alvaro eats the Void Seeker.
I'm surprised that PSG, that MDK were actually able to keep that tower alive before PSG.
Yeah, the Ziggs wave clear is pretty strong with the ult.
Towards the dragon.
I'm going to be honest, Veddy, don't think it
I like the Galio pick,
because I
but
think Maple just unbinds his soul.
the last
walks up,
20
follows it
minutes, I
twice,
don't
it
like the Galio
dies,
pick.
And who really cares that you kept the tower alive?
Sure. I mean, it's a brief moment of solace.
Yeah. You are trying to find the small hope at the end of the tunnel.
I mean,
I appreciate that. I just don't think MDK have much of it right now.
I mean, I just
Did
know
they
what the
disable
comps are like,
the
right?
Tech Dragons?
If you defend that
This
tower,
motherfucker put Hex Tech Drake in their pick'ems 100%. Where's the Hex Tech Dragons? Where's the Cloud Dragons?
If MDK come back from this, I would do an
All right,
Atlas
Smolder
and say
3
I'll shave my
items.
head, but I got a new haircut today and I'm not going to do that.
Also,
Atlas
I
will
think your
shave his head.
Atlas will shave.
Atlas
That's
will
a good
shave his
plan,
head.
yeah.
If MDK come back
Rabadons,
from this.
3 items, 242 stacks.
That's how confident
Go
we
fight
are.
now.
Yeah.
Or open.
He's probably flying somewhere right now.
Kai'Sa does have Zhonya's though,
Catch this on
and
the,
so does Rumble.
on the flip side when he lands, but PSG in such commanding position.
I mean, Betty's now level 16.
3.5 items complete for him. Super does have a Rabadon, so there is a little bit more damage coming out from MDK. They have been able to delay. Frescowi's hit that breakpoint of 225, now almost at 250 stacks, and 3 items for himself as well. But with Baron up in 40 seconds, it feels like PSG will just welcome MDK into that fight.
Actually, the winner of Worlds this year gets a Yone skin. That's kind of cool.
It respawns.
That's kind of cool.
MDK at the very least have push in mid, but these sideways are a problem. Bot needs to go and be caught. The inhibitors respawned in about a minute's time.
G2 Yone or Fnatic Yone is going to go mega hard.
No, Woody will not face check. And PSG just setting up for the Baron.
Yep.
Top wave pushed, mid control. Easy, patient steps. PSG really taking their time.
Hyper Flames
using the
Spitter.
farsight alteration to get a little bit of vision around the corner.
This
to
mid
make sure
tier 2 is
no one
basically
was
dead,
backing
top
up
tier 2 is
Maple.
basically dead.
Maple just going in by himself.
Maple.
Frescowi forced away, didn't burn the flash.
I'm waiting
though.
for him to go to Nash.
But with the Baron up, Frescowi's going to have to back. There's a TP opportunity for him, but where's he going to teleport to? Only one ward anywhere outside the
Kai'Sa Yone on Baron,
lines of that
one tap.
MDK jungle.
Yeah, now the thing
TPs
about
to the mid
Yone
lane.
is that he's strong in side lane, but also he's really quick at killing Baron.
Double TP coming out here. Mirwin's looking for something. The Baron already down to 5,000 HP. Elioya can try and get in the pit. The Shadowing Strike's going to stop him though, and the Baron already secured by PSG. Azure looking for that flank as
Alvaro
well.
miscue flash.
The equalizer, dive in with
They landed
Cleansing.
onto
Betty
Kai'Sa,
immediately dived
and
on.
she
The
pressed
equalizer on
Zhonya's.
the backline. Chunk super out. Betty dodging away here as MDK have all dived in, but I'm not sure they have the target selection they were looking for. Elioya down,
They got
Azure
one.
2, Frescowi flashing away, super caught, Maple.
Oh my god, was that static shift that just annihilated the whole wave and Alistar? What?
And it's only Frescowi and Mirwin left alive. Junja just going to chase Frescowi out.
What?
Betty behind him with the TP. Frescowi didn't realize the unseen Kai'Sa's the deadliest. Another Void Seeker finds its mark, and the twisted advance will advance PSG
It's done.
to 1-1. Maple
Man,
TPing in
Matt
behind
can't
them now,
lose
and
games
only
like
Mirwin
this,
left
man.
to defend.
I mean, the arm guard did so much work for Betty. So much was invested from MDK to try and lock him down, and he just tanked it all by going golden. MDK threw everything
Alistar's
and
up,
the kitchen
Vi's up.
sink, and it wasn't enough.
Maybe
Now
PSG
with the
throws
Baron,
here.
PSG set their sights on the
They
next
back off.
But instead, they're going for another inhibitor tower.
I mean, Kai'Sa has fully completed Zhonya's now, so the same thing will happen. Asha has TP if they want to try and play this with Smolder. Being respawning, they could...
That's the sort of mistake that
But
could
they're gonna back
get
off.
MDK
All right.
back into the game if you overextend without your summoners.
Now, this could be a good thing, chat.
PSG will just
If
take
Mad
everything
draw
away from this
TL,
top
we
side
could
of the
get some
map.
big pace.
They can play for a Mountain Soul in a minute and a half time, but they might just look for the top lane. They have a minute and a half as well on this Baron buff remaining. So play through top, go for 3 inhibs. If all else fails, get yourself a soul.
And I will say that, like, I am disappointed to see this play from MDK. I feel like that the biggest strength that we've seen from them so far in this tournament has been their bot lane, and I feel like that they've been very muted, right? They haven't really been given the tools.
Maybe the
to,
Ziggs is just
to
not
flourish,
it.
to set up to
Woody.
kind of fly in a sense. And now the collapse is
Oh
coming in
my
from
God.
PSG.
Woody looking to send MDK to infinity and beyond. There's a snake in his boot right now, and he's looking for the catch.
It's a Toy Story classic here.
Could jump across the wall.
Oh my good God.
3D equalizer 2. Send them packing, PSG. They collapse.
Oh my good
in
God.
the jungle, Woody with a monster flank and MDK put into 4 coffins. Alvaro, he can say the eulogy because it's all done now for PSG.
PSG get their revenge from
EU still has double NA's wins.
They'll need some minions to hit onto the tower, but there's only Alvaro left standing, and I don't think he's going to be enough to stop the siege from PSG.
All right, Chad, we got the draw now.
I'm not sure
We pray for a good draw. We pray.
So much might. PSG
We pray for a good draw. We also pray that the balls have labels in them. But other than that, we play for a good draw.
At 1-1.
1-0-16 for Junja.
We play for a good draw.
For Woody. The jungle support
I think best case scenario is G2 and Fnatic get Fly and PSG.
And now the pressure
and Mad,
to MDK as they find
best case they get GAM, but I want them to get TL. This would be the best case draft. I think they will all win that. And then Euphoria kicks off. The worst possible draft that EU could get
it's winners 1-1 and then 0-2.
Yeah, I thought so. But we will
is the G2 gets BLG, Fnatic gets top esports, and Mad again, probably the worst draw is TL, but I want them to get TL. This is the worst draw.
But we've seen the development of them
or T1.
The tournament, and
this draw is bad. That's really bad, because then they both go 1-2.
Supporting crew and
Mad beats TL, of course, who go 1-2 as well. And then all 3 European teams are 1-2. So there's going to be a bit of civil war on the 1-2, knocking each other out.
Very respectful of Mio involving in the fight, and we didn't really see what the role of the Galio was in the fights. Like, it didn't really have any impact. We didn't see Super have an opportunity to pop off, and honestly, Maple just outclassed Frescowie on a side lane, finding solo kill, putting so much pressure down onto him, and really muting his presence in the matchup.
And for MDK, it was very quiet. And that's not what we know them for. We know them for explosiveness. We know them for being aggressive. We know them for pocket picks that perhaps aren't the Galio into the Rumble, or at least if they are
Is G2 versus Fnatic possible? Yeah, it's very possible.
That's why it was disappointing.
It would kind of suck for a round 3 to have G2 Fnatic, but
all credit to PSG, right? They played the game incredibly well, but MDK just never really felt like they had their teeth into this match.
And I think the exciting thing is, with a performance like this from PSG, it really shapes up our 1-1 group to be a very exciting one. And as we're going to find out the matchups later on this evening, I'm excited to see who's going to get paired up against who, because remember, there's some curveballs. BLG is in that group.
Oh, yeah.
And T1 and top esports.
Be some
we need BLG to draw T1 and top esports to draw FlyQuest.
Yeah,
no, not FlyQuest.
To an interview in just a couple of seconds. We're going to send it over to Shox and Maple in the Verizon post-game interview.
Oh yeah, we need top esports Weibo and T1 BLG.
Game.
Save.
Maple, how much were you motivated by wanting to get revenge for what happened in the play-ins?
就是你们今天呢，有多想要复仇对 MDK？
非常想吧，因为毕竟在入围赛的时候输给了他们，然后那时候其实我们打得挺不好的。
So I really want to get this revenge since we didn't play well against them in play-ins.
What do you think were the biggest adaptations in your play, and how have you leveled up coming into the Swiss stage to get this one, and hopefully a few following this?
那就是从入围赛到现在，你们学到了什么
Chad, what's
才能
Yone's win
让
rate right
今
now?
天的胜利成功呢
主要是我们的状态好很多吧。之前我觉得我们的状态比较不稳定吧，然后就是蛮容易送头的。
So I think we are in a better stabilized now, and so we get better. Not like before, we kind of like give out too many obstacles.
Okay, well, we have high hopes for PSG.
Oh my god, I need Damwon to get LNG as well.
Unbelievable best of 5 versus BLG. You showed really what you could do. Do you think it's possible for PSG to get that and a higher level at this World Championship?
Is the audio crackling for anyone else?
其实有蛮高的期待，那也看到就是大家在MSI 的时候，像对上 BLG 也达到了不错的成绩。那这次的话，就是能不能也能够得到更高的成就呢？
My headset's crackling then.
我觉得我们队伍的话，其实是一个上下限都蛮高的队伍吧，就是我们的上限也可以打得非常好，所以我觉得如果我们有今天这个状态的话，其实是有机会赢下其他强队的。
So I believe our team can do very good like today, and if we keep on going, I think we'll be able to beat the stronger teams.
Okay, we're looking forward to it. Now, Maple, you have said that this may be your last World Championship as well, and we would be very sad to see you go. But as you look ahead this journey that you're going to take at Worlds, what would you like people to remember you by at the end of this Worlds run for you?
Good question.
那其实我们也很遗憾听到你也是需要退休了，那就是希望大家在这个世界赛对你留下什么样的印象呢？
就想要证明自己还是顶尖的吧。就是其实赛前的话，有人说可能我的哑铃或是球女玩不好，但是我觉得我在今年的话都证明自己。
So I want to tell everybody that I'm still one of the best players since like somebody doubt my Yone and Oriana, but I want to make them believe that I can do it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Make them believe, indeed. Amazing.
Come on, Maple. Maple and Peanuts, man. I can't believe they're leaving after this Worlds.
I'm really happy to say this, of course, with an amazing smile.
No way is Peanut leaving. No way. I believed the Deft last dance. And Deft is gone now. Deft is retiring. Is Peanut and Deft retiring, really? Faker, don't you fucking dare. I swear on Grump. If Faker says so too, that's going to be a horror.
Showed off today, and this is what we wanted to see.
He talked about it in that interview. He wanted revenge. Yeah. He got his revenge. They looked a lot better. You
Peanut said maybe
their side lane presence. The fact that they got that lead.
Peanut keeps saying that given the current situation, he might have to. Is he referring to the military or something?
But I love to see what can happen within a few days. How a team can adapt, what a few scrims blocks.
Okay, so he needs to see if he has to go military. What would make it so he wouldn't have to go to the military? I don't understand why it's not a certain. Is there a way he can get out? Or can he stall it? I don't get it.
Ulting someone with Vi, combining it with the Galio, and then finding the 6 ultimate on top of it. But the moment they screw that Rift Hell fight
up, if he wins Worlds,
that's where they fell too far behind to do anything.
What does that
too
change?
Many people who could buy Seeker's Arm God and benefit from that on PSG. And once Mabel was online, I mean, we can only praise the guy so much, right? It was just so difficult for them. And I would
anyway, we'll see. If he retires, I'm sad. If he stays, I'm happy.
100%. And like, just, you know, looking at Mad Lions a little bit more, you mentioned the Rift Trail fight. It's like a bit of miscommunication, like Alvaro going into the bush when Elyoya was on top side. I guess they just weren't playing through the same lane. And then even a little bit after that, same mistake around that same side of the map. Galio ulti went on Vi, would have been a little bit better, but still I don't think they were on the same page of how they wanted to take that fight. These are small things they're going to be reviewing and going
draw
back
showtime.
To, especially once
the
they
balls
know
need to be full and the draw needs to be good.
But for PSG, man, like, as you can see right behind us, a round of applause from the coaching staff as they feel like they have gotten things back together.
LNG, no, Damwon, please don't draw Genji, please. Damwon Genji is a horror.
They were already,
but Damwon LNG is doable.
They got a bit of Europe in them.
Yeah.
Who knows where they're coming for next? You never know.
Scaling back to being the Korean killers again.
We will find out in just a few minutes. But before that, so let's review.
Actually, Damwon Hammerlife and Damwon Genji is a horror. They need LNG. They need it.
I don't want to say one-sided,
they need
but
it.
Like went according to expectations. Did today go according expectations? And I know that I'm asking this to an LEC representative and an LCS representative.
I'm heartbroken.
So.
I'm a little heartbroken, but at least I would say we came out of the first day with no upsets. And then at least we've got the LNG versus BLG upset right out the get-go. So that one, BLG will feel upset about, because remember, like,
you're still sleeping on LNG? No, I think LNG is a great team. But I've seen Damwon versus Hammerlife Gen G enough this year to know that it's automatically lost. Maybe against LNG they have a chance.
Still, that's an upset that I enjoy. It puts a lot of faith into LNG a bit from the fans.
Damwon Gen G, Damwon Hammerlife, it's auto lose. Completely free lose. No chance.
I need a little more, okay?
Like, it's absolutely, from the mental game, it's just lost. But LNG...
Liquid showed
maybe there's a chance, because there's no history of them really playing against each other, is there?
Still some issues, just not hitting the mark once you reach that late game. I still think now that they're in a position where they're moving into a best-of-3 stage, because it's elimination after elimination from them. They might be a bit more comfortable having that best-of, but I mean, you never know.
Showmaker Scout head-to-head is 2-3. They only played against each other once, and it was in World Finals.
Team Liquid game, as you mentioned.
We take that.
Like,
that was 3 years ago. We take that. We take that. Malzahar, my man.
He's been hurting water bottles all year long. That guy has. We need to keep the water bottles away from him.
From the 0 and 1 teams, which one do you think had the best recovery today from day one? Actually, I would put LNG in there. LNG Enjoyer, honestly, after the first game that we saw from them. I don't want to talk too much about T1 because I feel like it was such a big mismatch, even though I love what Pain tried to make happen in the early stages of the game. But yeah, from stumbles in,
I definitely agree with you, because I was like, is there anyone other than the LNG? For me, I guess it was PSG, just because if you're just talking about the one game from the HLE to this one, sure, but also just the play-ins to this point, they looked a lot different. So I wonder who they're going to draw, because people will always pay like a little bit of lip service.
Chat, we had a prayer for the West here.
But the question's always going to be how strong. At MSI, they took BLG to 5 games, but the asterisk will always be, can they do that consistently?
Damwon's getting LNG.
If they lose at this Worlds,
Fnatic has been given top esports, sadly.
Like, this is the moment it comes
but G2 has been given FlyQuest, and Mad has drawn TL.
Weibo Gaming and Fnatic, because while they had their victories,
that's what happened.
I think they inspired a lot of confidence in those victories for their fans as well.
And T1 got BLG.
Hoping to see some work coming into these teams, and I mean, Swiss stage is still for a decent amount of time, right? So they'll have a little bit, but not too much. So those adaptations, they're gonna have to come through soon.
It depends on which side of the bracket you stand from, because for some of these teams, the next game is going to be
G2 gets T1 and Fnatic gets BLG, I'm ending the stream.
Draw show, whatever. I don't know what I'm saying. Sharks, take it away. Draw show is ready, and we're
draw show's ready. Chat, wake up.
Welcome everyone to the Worlds 2024 Swiss Stage Draw Show. My name is Shox, and I'm joined here by Malu, a Riot Games tournament official. Our 16 teams have been divided based on their results over the last 2 days of competition.
Malu's been good so far.
The first pillar here consists of teams that went 2-0.
Don't troll.
The second pillar are the teams with a 1-1 record. And finally, we have the 0-2 teams. For the remaining rounds of the Swiss Stage Draw, repeat matchups are not allowed. If a team is drawn against someone they have already played, or if a draw would force 2 other teams into a repeated matchup, the drawn team will be moved to the next available matchup. Let's start with our 2-0 teams.
Oh, T1 Top Esports. Yeah, you're right.
LNG, HLE, Gen G.
Damwon, please get LNG. If they get Gen G or Hammerlife, it's auto lost. It's completely free lose. They never beat Gen G or Hammerlife. They always get fucking blasted by them. Hammerlife, please draw Gen G.
HLE.
Please draw Gen G. Please.
And they will be facing.
Please don't draw LNG or Damwon, please. Please be Gen G, please. For the pace, 1 and 3, baby. Give it to me. Yes! It's a mega draw. Damwon's 3-0. It's a mega draw.
Gen G is a valid draw and our best of 3 for the 2-0 teams. You can draw the next team, Malu.
Wait, valid? Did she say invalid? It's valid, right? I don't know how good Damwon is going to be against LNG, but I know for a fact they would have lost against the other teams.
Go ahead and draw their opponents.
Thank God. This is a really big game for Damwon. They need to win that, because if they win that, they're first seed. And if they're first seed, that means they play against a 3-2 team, which is probably a Western team, which guarantees them top 4, like Weibo last year against NRG.
Pool, we have G2, BLG, TES, Weibo Gaming, Fnatic, FlyQuest, T1, and PSG.
They gotta win that. NRG was 3-1, yeah, different story.
Malu, you can go ahead and draw the first team.
Okay, now we need G2 to not get T1, BLG, or Top Esports, and same for Fnatic. BLG, okay. Please BLG. Draw T1 or Top Esports, please! Please! Don't draw anyone else. It has to be T1 Top Esports, Malu. Dude, fucking make the pace. Create the pace. Magic. T1 or Top Esports, come on! Yes! Oh my God, it's T1 BLG round 3! What?
That is a valid draw.
That is a fucking banger, it's what it is. Holy shit.
Go ahead and draw the next team.
Now, we need... It depends on the next draw. I'll tell you what we need. The West needs this. Who's that? PSG.
PSG.
It's gotta be G2 or Fnatic! It's gotta be G2 or Fnatic! Come on, baby!
Let's see who their opponents are.
G2 or Fnatic! Don't be FlyQuest, please! G2 or Fnatic! No!
FlyQuest. PSG FlyQuest.
G2 or Fnatic are getting the bullet.
So we're moving on to our next matchup. Go ahead.
The bullet is Top Esports. Who takes the bullet, chat? It's EU versus LPL, by the way. Who takes the bullet?
Esports.
I think G2 should take it. I think G2 should take it.
Go ahead and draw their opponents.
I think G2 should take it. Fnatic's probably going to lose. But G2, Fnatic need more time. Give it to G2. Oh, no!
That is also a valid draw. Top
that means
Esports
G2's against Weibo, right?
Now, our last matchup. Go ahead.
It's EU versus LPL. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Weibo Gaming.
EU sucks against the LPL.
And let's see their opponent.
We need some big magic for this day. For this day, we need big magic. We need a lot of magic that day. If G2 and Fnatic can both win, that's crazy.
G2.
They need those wins.
Finally, for our 0 and 2 teams, we have
Mad versus
Team Liquid,
TL.
Pain Gaming, GAM, and MDK.
Mad versus TL, please. Mad versus TL, please. Mad versus TL. I need to see UNA on an elimination point.
Go
best
ahead,
of 3.
Malu, you can draw
Mad
the
TL,
first
Mad
team.
TL, Mad TL, Mad TL. Come on, don't take that away from me. Don't take the UNA away from me. Please draw GAM.
Pain Gaming.
Please draw GAM. Please draw GAM. Come on, Mad wants TL. I know it. Please draw. Look at everyone saying draw TL now. Please give them GAM. Please be GAM. Please, please, please be GAM. Please be GAM. Please be GAM. No! You got away this time, but you won't get away next time.
That is a valid draw. Team Liquid versus Pain. You can go ahead for our next matchup.
It's Mad versus GAM. You're so lucky. You're so lucky.
Mad Lions Koi.
You're so lucky.
Go ahead.
Well, it's not the worst for EU. They didn't get BLG or T1, but they did get Top Esports and Weibo. So it's still a bit bad, but it's not the worst. And that one got LNG!
So that means that our matchups are set for round 3 of the Worlds 2024 Swiss stage. Round 3 will be played over the next 3 days. 2 teams will advance to the knockout stage and 2 teams will say goodbye to Worlds 2024.
Big pace.
And remember, league officials will confirm the order of the matches tonight. Be sure to follow
tomorrow
us
is the
on
winners bracket.
So
tomorrow is LNG DK
Thank you so
and
much.
Genji
Goodbye.
HLE. That's tomorrow's games.
Not quite goodbye yet. We want to react on what happened.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, what do you...
Gen G wins those pick'ems, chat. They win those pick'ems. They win those pick'ems, 100%.
Gen G gets their get back. They get the opportunity to be able to face them once more.
And it's not just a best of one, it's a best of three tomorrow coming through with it, right? So you know that's going to deliver. I think as well, PSG versus FlyQuest for me, a little bit of a rematch as well from last year's World, so there's some time. I mean, it's not an elimination match, but certainly there's some grudges that needs to be settled here.
We need that. And also maybe to just stop the whole NA killers mindset, okay? As long as we win this one, I think we'll be okay.
Sure.
The nickname is gone.
Yeah, I don't think it's the NA killer right now. They seems like the West killers with how PSG's been faring this tournament so far, right?
That's fair too.
No, they're coming for all of us.
Wait, hold up, chat, 1 second.
We must fight against them. Another one is Top Esports versus Fnatic.
Yeah.
It starts with success.
Oh my god.
I had to say it. Shox was on
She's
stage.
not even here.
She was on stage. I had to say it.
I hope she's not listening.
When is that one going to be? It's 1 and 1. Well, no, not tomorrow.
That's
not too sure.
Okay.
Chat, what are we doing in the draw? Are we happy or not?
She will not be hosting for that day. She will not be monologuing. We had
Stop atting me in the chat, you rats.
We put on the plane as they were playing. We're going to do the same thing.
I think NA is happy with it. Chat, I mean, Fnatic could have gotten FlyQuest and G2 could have gotten PSG. That would have been nice. But...
waiting for this.
Fuck's sakes. FlyQuest gets away with murder here with that PSG draw. They're fucking lucky. But FlyQuest is going to lose to PSG on Grump.
They went up against Pain. I'm speaking, obviously it sounds like I'm talking to this is like a done conclusion. It's not. It's
on Grump. If you got, FlyQuest, NA fans. If you lose to PSG, you threw away a Western team's hope there. G2 and Fnatic would have won that.
But I mean, no matter what, the pressure's on for the rest of them, right? It's not just this best of 3 against Pain Gaming, it's the next best of 3.
Chat, I'm going to be ending the stream. I will be back tomorrow morning with the same again. We got another big day of Worlds. So, you better be there and you better be square. If you're new here, drop a follow on the stream and you can check out the giveaway in the chat if you want to win signed Worlds jerseys from a few different teams, a 3,000 euro PC, and loads of different pieces of gear. Super easy to enter. It's in the chat now. Alright. Enjoy the rest of your days, nights, evenings, mornings, wherever you're on the world. Shout out to the lurkers, bidders, gifters, shadows, subbers, donors, resubbers. Shout out to the rats. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for choosing me as your co-streamer. I appreciate it. I'm really grateful. The amount of people here is fucking ballistic. And yeah, I never expected to get this much support on co-streams. It's like the most mind-blowing shit ever. But yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed the games. The analysis, the entertainment, whatever it is. And yeah. As always, stay safe, stay healthy. And I'll see you in about 12 hours. About 12, 13 hours. We'll be back for another day of Worlds full pace. Take care. Sleep well. Enjoy the rest of your day.